Volume 6, Chapter 182, Elder's Assessment. As soon as the words left my tongue, the elders wasted no time in their attack. Hester moved first, forming a globe of fire in her palm. With a snap of her wrist, the burning sphere shot toward me, growing larger as it approached. I turned to counter when the ground beneath me shifted abruptly, throwing me off balance. With hardly any time to react now, I spun while withdrawing Dawn's ballad from my ring. In one fluid movement, I launched a shockwave of frost from my blade, exploding the flaming globe prematurely before falling back. "Tripping over your own feet, young general," Boone snickered, his hands glowing in an aura of yellow. "For someone with so many muscles, you sure use some cheap parlor tricks," I jeered, pushing myself up from the ground. The dwarf shrugged. "I'm not the one that just fell on my arse." I responded to his snide comment with a smirk, keeping an eye out for the other two to make a move. I didn't have to wait long. Camus casually hurled a blade of wind in my direction. The crescent approached viciously, carving a path in the ground where it had traveled. I swung Dawn's ballad into Camus' attack when the crescent suddenly distorted before exploding. "Lesson 1 of fighting as a conjurer, be unpredictable," Camus muttered. A blast of wind nearly threw me back onto the ground. This time, however, I was able to react fast enough. I stabbed my sword into the ground, putting more force than I normally would to embed the broken tip of my sword into the dirt floor to brace myself against the blast. I looked back up to see dozens of jagged icicles, each as long as my arm, flying toward me. Siphoning mana out of my core, I swung my free arm, releasing a wave of fire. The large shards of ice evaporated with a hiss from my flames, but before I could continue my attack, 3 triangular panels of stone shot up from the ground around me and collapsed on each other. Trapped within the pyramid of earth, my vision darkened. This is getting annoying, I thought. Fighting against conjurers was fundamentally different than going up against augmenters. For one, they kept their distance and attacked from afar. With a snap of my finger, I ignited a flame to study my surroundings. Just 3 walls coming together at a point about 20 feet above me. I might as well try and fight like a conjurer as well, I muttered to myself, putting Dawn's ballad back into my ring. I sent out a current of earth mana into the ground, and within a second I was able to make out the rough positions of all 4 of them as well as the 2 figures afar, which I assumed were Emily and Alani's. Boonder must have sensed what I did because almost immediately after, spikes of stone began jutting out of the walls. "Crafty dwarf," I smiled, the spikes elongated, closing in. It was now or never. After growing the flame I had used for light, I conjured a wave of frost with my other hand. I clasped the 2 opposing elements together, creating a blast of steam, spreading it until it filled the entire enclosure. Steam's leaking out. "Careful for a surprise attack," Hester warned. "Princess, take advantage of the moisture from the steam." Oh crap, I beckoned lightning to surge around my body, charging and containing it when I felt the temperature of the cloudy air around me plummet. I could see floating shards of ice forming, but my spell was finished. "Burst," I hissed, discharging the currents of lightning coiling around my body. Tendrils of electricity surged out, shattering the ground and walls effortlessly until the stone pyramid Boonder had conjured collapsed. A large cloud of dust, debris and steam covered much of the view. But Camus had somehow found me because the old elf was just a few feet away, swirling gales coiling around his arms. Wordlessly, the wind conjurer pushed, sending me hurtling backward with the full blast of his wind, straight into Hester. The elder was waiting for me on the other side with a fully formed globe of blue flames ready to fire. With barely enough time to twist my body in the air to defend against the attack, I faced the full brunt of the sapphire flames. Kathlynglaider. Hester Flamesworth had been serving the Glader family for over 2 decades, and while I'd always respected her magical prowess, it was because of her talents that she had the tendency to be a bit prideful. So when I saw Arthur's form being consumed by the very blue flames that had set her apart from all the other fire attribute conjurers of Sapin, I knew that she saw Arthur as a person she had to beat at all costs. My hand unconsciously reached toward Arthur. No more than a few seconds could have passed when the blue flames began swirling. At first I thought it was Hester's doing, but when the cone of fire split with Arthur intact, aside from the few burnt ends of his long hair, I knew that he had somehow dispersed the flames on his own. Arthur let out a cough before speaking. "That was a close one." My guardian's eyes widened just a little before feigning composure. "Impressive, General Arthur, but it seems like you're taking us a little too lightly." Elder Boondamog raised a bulbous arm. "I second that. If this is all you can do, I'm afraid we're going to need a lot more than 2 months to train you." "It's hard getting motivated if you so obviously hold back like that," Elder Camus added before letting out a loud yawn and sitting down. I frowned. I was told that Elder Camus was once a distinguished member of the Elven army, but to think he was such an ill-mannered individual. Perhaps if I was Arthur, I might have gotten offended by his conduct, but to my surprise, he started laughing. "Sorry, I often find myself trying to match my opponent's level to gauge. Bad habit of mine," he said, calmly dusting himself off. Suddenly, a wave of mana flooded out of Arthur as if a dam had just collapsed. My body instinctively reeled back from the force, and when I looked back up, I could see that Camus was back on his feet, all signs of his lethargy gone, while both Hester and Elder Boondamog had already thickened their aura for protection. In the center of us all was Arthur, except his form had changed. His long hair now shimmered like liquid pearl and golden symbols ran down the lengths of his arms. If Arthur's presence was strong before, it was outright oppressive now. I won't use this form for the remainder of our training, but since today's sparring serves to get ourselves acquainted with one another, I'll graciously let loose, he said to everyone, his back facing me. The crude leather armor that Emily had clad him in now seemed almost majestic underneath the vivid nimbus of mana enveloping Arthur. He turned around, and I was able to fully take in his amethyst eyes. I was having a hard time trying to find the right word to describe them. Ethereal, illustrious, sovereign, even those words didn't seem to properly portray how those eyes seemed to shake my very core. I had seen this form once before at Xyrus Academy when he battled against Lucas, but it was my first time seeing it this closely. Now that's more like it, Elder Boondamog exclaimed, all thought the slight tremor in his voice exposed his unease. Spread out, Hester's voice rang with authority as she leaped backward and prepared her spell. She knew everyone knew that the tables had turned. The second round had yet to start, but already I felt the advantage we had in numbers was now gone. As Arthur's presence thickened like a shroud, the usual voice inside my head creeped up, saying that all was futile. No, you always do this, Kathleen, stop doubting yourself. I bit down on my lip, berating myself for my pessimism. Ever since my awakening, I'd been constantly told how talented I was as a mage, yet I always found some way to tell myself I was lacking. Perhaps that's why Arthur's impression of me back when we had first met during the auction had remained so clear, even after all of these years. As a child and even now, he was smart, talented, sociable, knew what he wanted, and had a smile that could light up the world. Regaining my composure, I found myself eye-to-eye with Arthur once again. By his gaze, I knew he had been waiting for me, somehow sensing that my mind was elsewhere. Doing all I could to keep my embarrassment from reaching my face, I quickly nodded and took up a stance. His lips cracked up to form a faint smile, and he gave me a nod in return. In that same instant, Arthur vanished, leaving behind only a footprint in the hardened ground and a few tendrils of electricity. By the time my eyes caught on to where he had appeared, Elder Camus had been knocked a few dozen feet in the air until the earth below him molded and cushioned his impact. Black lightning coiled around Arthur as his eyes searched for his next target. Just before he could move again, the ground rose around his feet, anchoring him in place. Stop gawking and help, I told myself. Using the water from the nearby pond as a catalyst, I shaped it into a giant frozen spear. As soon as I launched it, I felt Elder Camus push my 10-foot spear of ice with his wind magic, accelerating it to a speed that I couldn't have achieved on my own. Our cooperative attack tore through the air, spiraling viciously toward Arthur. Except the man in question was still in place, staring straight at the giant spear of ice with only a hand up in defense. Is he not going to try and dodge? I thought about dispersing the spell, but Commander Virion had stressed how we needed to be serious about this in order to help Arthur. To my surprise, just when the spell was inches away, my spell dispersed. Arthur was still pushed back from the gale surrounding my attack, but the ice spear that I had conjured had shattered. Camus shot me a look as if asking whether I had been the one or not. I quickly shook my head, my brows knit in confusion. I'm sure it wasn't me. Arthur got back to his feet unaffected, rather with a hint of satisfaction on his face. The elders and I all exchanged glances, no one completely sure exactly what had transpired. Bah! Elder Boondamog stamped his foot, raising a giant boulder from the ground beside him. Show me more. Unless changing the color of your hair and eyes is the only thing you can do. Arthur smiled wickedly. Gladly. My friend and now opponent became a blur. This time I was able to follow his faint form just barely. He sent a shockwave of mana at Elder Boondamog, but the dwarf expected that. He sculpted the boulder by his side to become a giant shield of stone. A crater formed where the shockwave hit the shield, but it had been no more than a diversion. By the time the shield had blocked his spell, Arthur had already targeted Hester with a lance of black lightning in his hand. He's not attacking you because he's afraid to hurt you, Kathleen, the voice whispered tauntingly. Letting out a sharp breath, I focused on a spell that General Vare had taught me. It was a spell I never liked using since it meant that I had to get close to my opponent, but Arthur's concern in this situation was worse. I didn't like to be pitied. Seraph of Snow. Layers of frost spread over my body, covering me in its icy grip. My clothing hardened into armor while a layer of white completely covered my body and the bottom half of my face. With my body further empowered, I dashed straight to Arthur, who was being attacked by everyone else. Elder Camus was darting around, sending blades of wind and cushioning Elder Boondamog and Hester whenever they were knocked away by Arthur. Arthur launched a spear of lightning at Camus, but it exploded mid-air thanks to Hester's intervention. Everyone felt the presence of my spell, but Arthur was too preoccupied to notice. The frost covering my arm changed form at my thought, extending and sharpening into a blade of ice. I swung the same way General Vare had drilled into me for over a year. My blade cut across his back, drawing blood that already froze. Arthur's head snapped back to me, his gaze more of surprise than of pain. He spun around and launched a blade of wind at me, but the layer of frost covering me mitigated the spell. Without the need to physically block, I continued my attack. Drawing back my other hand, I pushed out, launching a shockwave of frost at Arthur. My opponent quickly blocked my attack, but he was still pushed back straight into Elder Boondamog. Arthur's instincts were inhuman, though, as he already twisted his body and prepared to defend when a gale of wind spun him uncontrollably. The elderly dwarf saw him coming, and an excited smile stretched across his white beard. He loaded his fist in position to punch while the earth around him trembled. Pieces of the ground flew, combining together around his fist to form a giant gauntlet of stone. Hester empowered his attack by imbuing a blue flame around the earthen fist. A painful crash resounded as Elder Boondamog's flaming rock fist connected straight into Arthur. Oh, that felt so good, the dwarven elder beamed, shaking out the fire around his fist. I dispersed my spell too, relishing the warmth that soon followed. Arthur sat up from the crater, his body, now back to normal, managed to create in the ground. Stretching his neck, he let out a groan. "You got me good there." Elder Boondamog let out a hearty laugh in agreement. "The princess sure saved the day. The three of us were basically in a stalemate, and I suspect the young general wasn't even going all out. I'm not able to keep up that form indefinitely, and I was already running out of steam." Arthur shook his head. "But yeah, I wasn't expecting you to come at me like some sort of ice ninja, Dicathen." I tilted my head, confused. "Ice ninja? Nothing." Arthur let out a wry chuckle, scratching the back of his head. "I shouldn't have taken you lightly, that's all." I blushed. Thankfully, Elder Camus seized his attention, extending a hand and pulling Arthur up to his feet. "Interesting boy," the quiet elder said with the faintest trace of a smile. "It seems we'll have much to discuss," Hester added. "I figure this will be a learning experience for all of us." We all agreed on that. The five of us regrouped back near the entrance of the training room with Emily Watskin and Miss Emiria. "Before I go over the analysis of today's little assessment, I just wanted to hear some feedback," Emily addressed. "Of course, our beautiful Miss Alanis Emiria has planned out a rigorous training schedule for General Arthur, but overall, if there are any concerns, please let me know." Miss Emiria nodded, her expression deadpan. "Feedback is crucial. I think it's safe to say for everyone, especially General Arthur, that the biggest issue is concern for safety," Hester noted. "Ah, yes. I'm actually in the works for something to help solve that problem, but it still needs some tinkering," Emily responded. "Can I ask what it is exactly? I'm pretty curious," Arthur asked. "It's a device that basically reads how much mana the wearer is being hit with, triggering a last-minute defense mechanism to prevent a lethal blow," the artificer answered almost mechanically. "If an artifact like that could be built, couldn't it be given to all the soldiers in battle?" Elder Boondamog mused. Emily hesitated. "It could, but it would be astronomically expensive," Miss Emiria finished. "Also, the defensive mechanism would only work for that single triggering attack. In a training environment, the opponent would stop, but out on the battlefield, another attack would be all the enemy would need to finish the job." Elder Boondamog stroked his beard. "True, good point. Yes, the artifacts are extremely expensive to make, not just for its cost but for the rarity of the material. Phoenix worm scales are needed to make the artifact, and the Glader family has so graciously bestowed us with a few for the sake of my new training devices," Emily informed, looking at me with an appreciative gaze. "I wasn't aware that father and mother still had some left." "Speaking of training devices, what exactly is this getup for anyway?" Arthur asked, poking the gem on his leather chestplate. "I'm assuming this and those plates all over the wall aren't for decoration." At that, Emily smiled brightly. Even Miss Emiria had a trace of excitement shining in her eyes. "Everything, my friend, from the unappealing armor to the weird plates all across this room, is for the sake of recording and measuring everything that has to do with how you magic the hell out of people." Chapter 183. Measuring Magic, Arthur Leywin. Measuring and recording someone magic the hell out of people was a rather unintuitive way of describing an unfamiliar process to a group of elderly mages and two teens. However, once Emily quelled her enthusiasm and began slowly explaining the functions of the discs all over the room and the metal panel filled with gauges, as well as the leather armor I was wearing, I could see the excitement bubbling up on everyone's faces. "So the things attached all over the room serve as detectors of some kind to record how powerful a spell is?" Camus asked, tilting his head. Emily nodded. "The word powerful is a vague term, but yes. The discs were rather tricky to make because each one of them needs to be sturdy enough to receive the impact but sensitive enough to accurately transmit the feedback into my recording panel. That's just one of its main aspects though. The other I'll explain in a bit. What were those glowing lines connecting the discs earlier? Hester asked. Good question, Emily nodded. Well, you see, a spell is rarely going to be the size of just one sensor, so I needed each disc placed relatively close to one another with sensors in between so that even when a spell is several yards in diameter, the discs can accurately gauge the impact or force of the spell. I made a new term for this measurement. It's called force per unit or FPU. The glowing trails of mana that light up once powered sufficiently, in this case, by Princess Dicathen and the four elders, serves as sensors that connect each disc to one another so I can more accurately gauge the FPU of a spell as soon as it's released into the field of discs. I could see more than a few eyes glazed over from confusion by Emily's excited explanation. So I was tempted to remain quiet and let her run out of words to say, but I was curious about something as well. So the discs act as sensors after basically being struck with a spell. What if I hypothetically fired a blast of wind at Elder Boond and he blocked it? The spell would never reach any of the discs, so would that spell not be measured? Emily's eyes lit up. As expected, you caught on to one of the shortcomings rather quickly. I realized in the early stages the same problem. If these discs were just targets to be hit, then the impact they receive is enough to get an accurate reading on the force of the spell. But in cases where live sparring takes place, more than half of the spells would be either unreadable or inaccurate at best, due to being partially or fully mitigated by a counterattack from the opposing side. I said earlier on that recording through direct contact was just one of the main aspects of the discs. The other is also the reason why I needed to cover the whole room. Each of the discs not only sends visible trails of mana to the discs around them, but also creates a sort of pressure that can be read right at the force of a spell as soon as it's formed. Is that why I had to help you put all those discs so deep beneath the ground? Boond asked, scratching his head. Exactly, and so the discs aren't in the way even when using earth magic, she replied. Thanks to Elder Boond, installing the discs underground was easy. It is through the sensors in the ground, all over the walls, and on the ceiling that manipulated mana can be measured even without the need for any of the discs to actually be physically hit with a spell. Okay, so basically having this room completely surrounded in these discs creates a room where mana can be measured, I simplified. Emily pursed her lips. Well, yeah, if you want to just summarize an entire 6 months' work into a sentence, I guess so. I let out a laugh. Believe me, I know very well what you created here is a technological marvel that'll help mages develop much faster in the future, but I don't think any of the people here have plans on being artificers. True, Emily admitted, still pouting. So you explained what the discs in the panel does, but what about this armor you're having me wear? I asked. Ah, I made that armor for Miss Amiria's sake, the artificer replied, turning her gaze to Alani's. My training attendant nodded before speaking. Miss Wykes noted the possibility that this environment might have an effect on my personal ability, so she created that suit so that I can make accurate readings throughout your training. That's a rather vague explanation. If I didn't know any better, it seems like you're trying to keep your ability a surprise, just like Emily with her invention. I teased my robotic assistant. She was, however, less than amused. Her expression remained deadpan. General Arthur, you asked for specifics of Miss Wykes' suit, not my ability. If you are curious about my ability, please tell me so. Will do, I replied, taken aback. My training assistant, unlike Emily, didn't seem very keen on explaining anything and everything pertaining to a certain subject. So, Alani's, what does your ability do? The stoic-faced elf nodded, satisfied by my straightforward question. After making a physical connection with an individual, I am able to utilize nature affinity magic to accurately observe the mana flow of said individual. I heard a snicker from Boond. Taking a peek, I saw the dwarf nearby nudging Camus with his elbow and whispering, "Hee hee, physical connection indeed." I held back a groan while Camus simply ignored the lecherous dwarf. So does that make you a deviant of nature magic? I asked, curious. While it was common knowledge that the higher forms of wind, water, earth, and fire magic were sound, ice, gravity, and lightning respectively, with metal and magma magic specifically a dwarven specialty, little was known about what nature magic exactly was. It was acknowledged that only elves were able to utilize nature magic, which made magic researchers believe it was a sort of deviant specialty of wind and water, just like how magma was a specialized combination of fire and earth. One example of nature magic was plant manipulation, like what Tess was able to do, but I'd never heard of reading mana flow using nature magic. Whether my ability is an evolved form of nature magic or a specialized peripheral use of it, I am uncertain, she answered. However, Commander Virion tasked me with providing accurate feedback on your mana flow throughout the course of your training like I had for a few of the other lances. You helped out the other lances too? I asked. I wasn't as much surprised by the fact that the others had been helped by her but more so that Virion hadn't told me about Alanis until now. Yes, she disclosed. How intriguing, Hester chimed in. To what extent does this sensory magic show about General Arthur? Alanis took out a small journal, bound by worn leather. She flipped through several pages before reading aloud. General Arthur's rate of mana flow upon manipulation from mana core to extremities measures at roughly 0.46 seconds for body augmentation. For spell casting, there is roughly a 40% increase in time for wind attribute spells and 55% increase for earth attribute spells compared to ice and lightning attribute spells. Fire and water magic were not used enough during the session, so no readings could be made. 0.46 seconds is awfully specific. How were you able to accurately measure the time? Camus asked, his interest piqued as well. Alanis took out a small cube-shaped device from the inside of her suit-like jacket. Miss Wykes generously provided me this time-counting device. She pressed a small button on the side and the cube began whirring before she quickly pressed it again. She showed us the top of the cube and it showed the time down to a fraction of a second. Never thought I'd see such a useless tool, Boone grumbled, obviously uninterested in the analysis of these numbers. Nonsense. That device can measure how fast you can run from one end of the room to the other with those short stubs you call legs, Hester jeered, a smug grin on her face. Boone let a loud snort. Why do such a plebeian thing like running when I can have the earth underneath me move my feet, you old witch? The two began bickering once again, making me wonder what their relationship was. It wasn't just their bickering, though. Back when we were sparring, all three of the elders had had an uncanny degree of coordination, like they had fought together before. I made a mental note to ask either Dicathen or Virion later. Turning my attention back to the two elves, it seemed like Alanis had just finished answering Camus' question, which I'd missed. I see, the old elf replied thoughtfully. I wouldn't want to hassle Miss Wykes too much about this, so I'll procure some materials myself. It's really no problem at all, Elder Camus, Emily chimed in. I was planning on improving General Arthur's suit anyway. Making a few more wouldn't be much of a strain assuming I have the materials at hand. What's going on? I whispered, leaning toward Dicathen. Elder Camus asked if it was possible for Miss Emeria to do readings for multiple people, Dicathen answered, taking a step back from me. Whoops, a little too close for her. I distanced myself as well, remembering the princess had always been wary of her personal bubble. Does that go for you as well? She nodded. I'm curious to know how the speed of my mana flow compares to others. The aspect of comparison brought up a whole load of questions to mind that I wanted to ask Emily, but it wasn't the time to ask that now. Instead, I turned to my training assistant. Alanis, what were my numbers after I used Realmhia? I mean, after my hair and eyes changed colors. Everyone looked at the straight-laced elf expectantly. Even Hester and Boone, whose squabbling, maybe even flirting, I had tuned out, stopped to hear her response. Alanis only had to flip a single page in her notebook before answering. General Arthur's spell-casting efficiency, from the mental invocation stage to the physical shaping of elemental mana, increased nearly fivefold throughout all spectrums of elements, and, Boone pressed while everyone held their breaths. Alanis shook her head. My apologies, General Arthur, I did not record your body augmentation after the change in your form. It's okay, I consoled. Was it because there wasn't enough of a difference in times? Oh no. It's not because of that, Alanis amended, her eyes wide. I did not record you simply because I could not. General Arthur, your body augmentation speed is already normally on par with most of the lances. After the transformation, however, your body augmentation speed was much too fast for me to even attempt to measure. How's your brother doing these days? I asked, hoping to fill the uncomfortable silence in the corridor. We were walking in one of the residential floors of the castle. The clear view of the moon and stars just outside told us that training had gone far longer than intended after our in-depth discussion about the intricacies of Emily's gadgets and Alani's deviant ability. With everyone either already asleep or down in the lower levels working, the castle felt almost abandoned. Curtis is doing much better now that father has finally allowed him to leave the castle, under supervision of course, Dicathen replied with a hint of envy. He described in his last transmission scroll how rewarding it was to be one of the assistant training instructors at Lancelot Academy. You're not so lucky, I'm guessing. I had hoped that getting stronger as a mage would allow me a little more freedom, but the image my father has of me remains that of a timid little princess, she breathed. I chuckled. Well, to be fair, you are pretty timid. I have been told that I've become more outgoing, Dicathen replied, flustered. Even the idea of participating as your sparring partner was by my insistent. Her voice trailed off. What was that? She quickened her pace, walking on ahead. It's nothing. We walked in silence once more, and I found myself paying eerily close attention to Dicathen's walking. Her footsteps had an almost lulling cadence, each footfall deliberately made on the balls of her feet to make little sound. She was small-framed, but each stride exuded a confidence that seemed well-rehearsed. If I didn't know her just by her walk, I would have thought she was just another arrogant and pretentious noble. She stopped, and by the time I raised my eyes, I found her looking back at me with just the slightest raise in her left brow. "Is everything okay?" Realizing that I had spent the past few minutes staring at her legs, I blushed. "And no, I mean yes, everything is okay. Your footsteps are very quiet." "I didn't know if you were still walking behind me," Kathleen said, waiting for me so we could walk abreast. "I could say the same for you," I laughed. "If I couldn't see you in front of me, I would have thought you were a ghost." Mother was very strict on anything that could be seen by those around us. Curtis and I were forced to receive lessons that covered every spectrum of what is expected of royal blood, Kathleen answered. "Oh, my mom had Ellie go to those kinds of classes when she was little. Except for the only thing she seemed to learn was how to get out of chores by saying they were unladylike," I breathed. Kathleen had a faint smile. "Ellie is your sister, correct, short for Alina?" "Yeah, have you met her?" "She's usually in the outdoor balcony practicing her archery. I have seen her on occasion but never talked to her," she answered. "She can be a bit intimidating with that bear she always takes around," I admitted. "I'll have to properly introduce you to her sometime. I'm sure she'd be excited to get to know you." Kathleen's smile widened to a point where it actually looked like a smile. I'd. Like that, we continued talking as we made our way to her room. Hester was originally supposed to escort the princess back, but I wanted to get out of the training room and actually planned on getting something to eat after, so I volunteered. The old mage was reluctant, but knowing Kathleen was with a lance and the excitement of measuring the FPU of her spells outweighed everything else. She, along with the two other elders, stayed behind with Emily and Alanis to measure the force of their spells. If someone were to stand absolutely still and stay quiet, it was possible to feel the castle tremble slightly every so often. Kathleen's room was just a few feet ahead when I remembered. "Does your guardian personally know Boond?" She nodded. "All three elders know each other." My brows lifted in surprise. "Really? How?" "The three of them played crucial roles in the last war between human and elves. Darv sent soldiers to help Sapin during the war, which is how Hester and Elder Boond know each other. After the war was over, leaders from all three kingdoms were obligated to attend a summit held every couple of months in an attempt to mend broken bridges. I've heard of Elder Camus and Elder Boondamog's name mentioned several times by Hester. They often trained together before. That explains their impressive coordination during the spar, I noted. I wanted to ask more about Hester and the Flamesworth house in general, but we had been standing outside of Kathleen's door for a bit now, and it felt more proper to ask Hester directly. "Will you be okay by yourself, princess?" I teased as Kathleen carefully unlocked her door with a touch of a palm. My room didn't have a mana signature reader, but then again, having one probably didn't do me much good. "Father took extra precautions with the reinforcements in my room," she said before taking out a familiar-looking pendant from around her neck. "I also have this." "That's made from a phoenix worm, right?" I asked, knowing where I had seen it. "I'm impressed you know what it is with such a brief glance," she replied. "The artificer Gideon made these from the core and scale of a phoenix worm." "It's beautiful," I said, omitting the fact that I had bartered two of the same artifacts from Gideon almost 10 years ago for the blueprints on the steam engine ship. Ellie and my mother were still wearing them now, one of the reasons why I could sleep a little easier at night. "Thank you." She tucked the phoenix worm pendant back inside her shirt. "And thank you for walking me back." I was happy to see Hester so eager, but knowing her, she wouldn't have stayed with me inside. "No problem," I responded. "It's the least I could do for taking the time to help me with my training." She shook her head. "It's training for me as well, no need to thank me for that." "Well then let's train hard and get even stronger." I stuck out a hand. Kathleen stared at my open hand for a moment before gingerly accepting the gesture. Both her palm and her fingers were warm to the touch, hot, even, and her hand remained absolutely still in my grip. Making sure my friendly gesture didn't linger until an uncomfortable duration, I gently squeezed her hand before letting go. "Good night." Without even a pause, she whipped her head away and shut the door. From the other side of her door, I heard a muffled "Good night, Arthur." Chapter 184, Aspect of Unpredictability. Nico slapped the back of my dueling vest. "Are you ready, Gray?" I continued the last set of my stretches, more out of anxiousness than to loosen my body. We were in the underground waiting area where dozens of other students were either practicing their techniques on the padded mats or restlessly pacing until their name was called by one of the officiators. "Ready as I can be, I suppose," I finally replied while swinging my arms. "Come on, you're going to have to be more confident than that, more hungry," Nico pressed. "I know how hard you've had it being bullied by everyone from the 2nd and 1st Division. How could you possibly know how hard I've had it?" I cut in, annoyed. "Moving from Division 4 into Division 3 last year made their pranks, most of which ended in me having welts and broken bones, worse because I apparently didn't know my place." "My bad," Nico stammered, taken aback by my sharpness. You're in the first class of Division 1, respected by teachers and peers. While I'm proud of you for that, just don't think that translates into you knowing what I've been through these past years." He nodded. "I was just trying to help." I let out a sigh. "It's fine, I'm sorry for snapping at you. I'm just really sick of those nobles flaunting their house names as a badge to do whatever they want to me." Yeah. It doesn't help that most of their parents are generous donors of the academy. It only serves to have the teachers turn a blind eye to students with no family to back them like us. "At least they treat you well," I said, sitting with my back against the cold wall. Being better at them intellectually doesn't seem to hurt their ego nearly as much as being better at them in combat. "Thank God for that," Nico chuckled. "At least you can defend yourself," I agreed. "I'm just hoping the judges won't be as unfair as they have been and let me finally get into the second division." Seriously, even if your Kai level isn't as high, taking into account your overall combat ability should have at least put you in Division 2 last year. I still can't believe they held you back even after you pummeled that mouthy kid. Letting out a scoff, I asked, "Remember him taunting me before the start of the match, saying he could beat me with one hand?" Nico suppressed a laugh in fear that the boy in question was somewhere in the large room. That match was over so quick he didn't even have time to take his hand out of his pocket. Yet here I am taking part in these rigged assessment duels. I thumped my head against the wall, letting the dull pain wash away my despair. "About that," Nico lowered his voice. "I heard from the other engineering students that there's a new judge this year said to be cold and impartial." I raised a brow. "How would the engineering students know about that?" Nico let out a cough and looked away. "Supposedly she's also a very attractive-looking lady. You know how it is with the engineering guys, they're a lewd bunch." "Seems like that includes you as well," I smirked. "I wonder what Cecilia's going to think when I tell her this." "Why you wouldn't?" Nico's face blanched. "After all I've done to try and help you." Just then, a gruff voice called out my name over the intercom. "Cadet Gray to Arena 6. Failure to show will result in an automatic loss. Once again, Cadet Gray to Arena 6. I picked up the blunted dueling sword that was lent to me for the assessment and winked at Nico. "I'll keep you and your engineering dog's little interest to myself." Nico just let out a breath of defeat and motioned for me to go. After waving back at my friend, I made my way up the wide ramp that led to the surface. I had to raise a hand to shield myself from the midday sun until my eyes could adjust, and when it did I found myself in the center of a wide outdoor stadium. Raised circular platforms dotted the large field of grass. Students and faculty members of the academy surrounded the platforms, some judging or scouting while some were just there to watch their friends or upcoming opponent. The bleachers surrounding the stadium were dotted with people too far away to recognize, not that I would know any of them. Prior events made it easy to assume most of the adults seated were family members of students participating in today's assessment duels. I made my way in the direction of the sign that read Arena 6, slipping through the crowds congested around the arenas in between. "Great an audience," I mumbled to myself. There was a large group of varying age excitedly chattering amongst themselves. One portly middle-aged man had his arms up on the arena, giving last-minute advice to the boy my age until the slender referee informed the man not to lean on the stage. I barely had room to go up the stairs that lead to the elevated dueling arena, and all throughout the way, eyes bored into me. Some cast assessing gazes, trying to size me up to make their own prediction on whether their son, cousin, nephew, or whatever their relation to the boy up on the stage was could beat me. On the arena platform stood only me, the boy I'd be facing, and the referee. The later rounds and assessments would have a panel of unbiased judges as well, but this was only the first. "Make us proud, Simeon," the portly man from earlier roared. "You can do it, Simi," a curly-haired woman hooted excitedly. "Sir, the barrier will be up soon, so please refrain from leaning forward onto the arena." "I will not remind you again," the slender referee said sternly. "Dad, please," the boy named Simeon groaned, shooing his father away. Without further delay, the referee took out a key and slid it alongside the far edge of the arena. Immediately, a light flickered around us, casting a translucent wall about 30 feet high. "Weapons in position," the referee announced. "Traditional dueling rules apply. Match will end when one of you yields or when the protective barrier around the dueling vest shatters. Points will be earned on solid contact, not glancing blows. Cadet Gray, Cadet Simeon Cledholm, are you ready?" I kept the blade of my sword low, gripping only with one hand, while Simeon took on a more traditional pose with both hands firmly on the handle and the blade positioned vertically out in front of him. The two of us dipped our heads in acknowledgement, our gazes locked onto each other. "Begin." Immediately, Simeon lunged, clearing the distance of over 10 feet between us in a single step. He had concentrated his Kai to his back leg, pushing off and redistributing back to the rest of his body after gaining the momentum he wanted to achieve, not an easy feat. However, his burst seemed like a wade through viscous waters in my eyes. By the time his sword was lined in position to stab at my vest, I was contemplating between three different courses of action. I went with the simplest, pivoting so his blunted weapon would barely glide across my chest. Executing the same technique as Simeon, I concentrated Kai into my back leg and torso for support. In one swift stroke, I stepped into range and spun using my leg and hips for momentum. That way, even though I didn't enhance my arm with Kai, the strength of my attack was enough to knock Simeon off his feet. Just before my sword struck him, he managed to twist his body so his left shoulder took the force of the blow, not his vest. Gah! Simeon let out a pained yell as his right hand dropped his sword and cradled his injured shoulder. I thought for sure he'd yield, so I remained in my position, my eyes shifting between the referee and Simeon. A muted thump drew my attention and I could see the father banging wildly at the barrier. "Get up, Simeon. Get up!" After a series of groans and curses, my opponent was back on his feet, his left arm dangling limply by his side while his right arm struggled to hold his long sword. I cast a look of doubt at the referee, but he shook his head. The match wasn't over. In an act of desperation, Simeon tried to catch me off guard while my attention was on the referee. He dashed once more, sacrificing his speed by allocating most of his Kai into his arm. With his right arm strengthened, he was able to easily swing the heavy dueling sword. His stubbornness was respectable, but the match was already over. I struck his right hand, causing Simeon to drop his weapon immediately. Without stopping, I spun and kicked his right thigh, which was unprotected by Kai. Simeon let out a grunt while he buckled to his knee. The tip of my sword was already waiting for him underneath his chin. I yield, he breathed. "No," his father protested, banging wildly against the barrier. "The boy cheated. No way my Simeon would lose to some no-named rat." "Enough," the referee berated. "Cadet Simeon Cledholm's assessment duels will take place amongst the other defeated cadets while Cadet Gray will move on. That is all." With that, the referee withdrew the barrier and allowed us to leave. Simeon walked down those stairs like his soul had just withered. I almost felt bad for him. His Kai control was considered pretty good since most kids in my division were now getting a firm grasp on basic body strengthening, not Kai allocation. His mother immediately gave him a hug and gingerly caressed his wounded shoulder while his father stared daggers, as if his son's loss was because of me. I guess it was, so I stared back and did the respectable thing to the portly man of House Cledholm. I smiled politely. Now, if he saw that as being rude or arrogant, that was on him. "Arthur Leywin. What were you dreaming about?" a familiar coarse voice asked, startling me awake. My eyes shot open to see Virion, his face just a foot away from my own, wrinkled with a wide grin. "Gah!" I yelped, bolting up and nearly colliding heads with the old man. From the side, I could hear Emily and my sister giggling while even Boo and Sylvie huffed in amusement. "Damn it, Virion. Your face is terrifying," I cursed, gathering my wits. "You were smiling so widely that I just had to wake you up and find out what it was you were dreaming about," the old elf snickered. "Was it perhaps one of those dreams?" he continued, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. "Are you sure you're fit to lead this continent's entire army?" I groaned, fighting back the urge to roll my eyes. The commander, who was casually sitting on the ground next to me with his back against the cold metal wall of the training room like any old elder you might find in a rural town, simply shrugged. "I'm pretty sure smiling lewdly while asleep in a public setting isn't very fitting of a lance either." "It wasn't a lewd smile," I protested. "It was kind of creepy," Ellie chimed in. "It was just a dream about when I was younger." "You know, when times were simpler," I shot back. "It wasn't a lie, just not the entire truth." Ellie exchanged glances with my bond before shrugging. "Was it another dream of your former life?" Sylvie probed, concern in her voice. "I wouldn't worry too much about it, Sylv," I comforted. Turning my gaze away from my vulpine bond, I watched as Kathleen and the three elders finished warming up. Only a day had passed since the first training session, but the fact that I couldn't get any sleep while trying futilely to extract mana out of Yudo's horns, without the achlorite in my right hand absorbing it first, made it feel like a week had gone by. The last thing I had remembered was coming into the training room and seeing my sister and Boo with Virion. While Emily and Alanis prepared the training equipment she had made for Kathleen and the elders, I had sat down and talked with the commander. I had asked him about my personal training assistant and how he even found someone like her and why he never bothered to tell me. Virion had explained how he first met Alanis while visiting a unit stationed near the southern border of Elenoir, where the Elshire forest ended. He had stumbled upon Alanis in one of the medics' tents helping a soldier who had gotten ambushed by the corrupted beasts. While she was only a nurse there, Virion apparently saw the true value of her deviant magic and brought her to the castle. During the time I was training in Ephiatis, Virion had made all of the lances undergo evaluation by Alanis so they could improve where their mana flow was the weakest or slowest. Virion explaining to me that corrupted beasts were what the soldiers dubbed the mana beasts infected by the Vritra, was the last thing I could remember before waking up to the sight of the old man's face hovering over mine. Trying to shake off the lingering weariness, I got up and stretched. "Looks like the boy is ready," Virion exclaimed, motioning Emily over. The artificer hurried to me, carrying the training equipment she had managed to upgrade in such a short amount of time. Instead of the full leather armor, used to bounce back the mana waves needed for Emily to record the power of my spells without interrupting Alani's internal readings. I now only had to attach a few bands to my arms and legs and wear a thin chestplate with the gem embedded on it. After I finished putting on the new equipment, my training assistant approached me with her eyes glued to her notebook. "General Arthur, I have finished compiling the training schedule for the next 7 weeks catered to improving your mana flow times during body augmentation and spell casting of your lesser elements," she said, raising her gaze to me while handing me her notebook. "The first 2 weeks will be one-on-one training," I noticed after a cursory glance. "That probably isn't the best use of time considering I only have 2 months, right?" "I agree," she nodded, taking back her notebook. "However, your goal in all of this, General Arthur, by immersing yourself in combat scenarios involving all of the elements, was to acquire the knowledge of which elements can be best utilized depending on the situation in order to apply that in later battles." "Correct." Her thought process was a lot more technical, but she got the gist of it. "Correct. While it's commendable that you're willing to become a training dummy in order to achieve this goal, it's impractical for one main reason." Her statement piqued my curiosity. "Go on." "It is to my understanding after your assessment with your 4 trainers that the main reason for your, forgive my bluntness, problem stems from how solidified your fighting style is already," she answered. "It is to my understanding that you have previously tried to train your lesser elements before by forcibly inhibiting your strongest elements, correct? Yet even after doing so, once you allowed yourself to go back to your more comfortable elements, your fighting style reverted back to what I gathered as close combat with elemental integration in your attacks." "That sounds about right," I said, thinking about what my core fighting style was. Much of my abilities had improved since my time as Grey, but my core style, which was the use of the sword and body, still existed, albeit improved after my training with the Usura Cordry. In order for your body to learn new ways of fighting outside of your usual methods, a slow transition is required, along with another important component, unpredictability. I could tell the twinkle in Alani's eyes that she was almost as enthusiastic about training regimens as Emily was about artificing. "General Arthur, you will start off with one-on-one spars against the 4 training partners here today. They will trade places in random time frames so your body will not get the chance to acclimate," she explained in a serious tone. "On top of that, for each session you will not be able to use one element." "And which element is that?" I asked, looking over her notes. The usually impassive elf had the slightest glimmer of a smile. "That will be chosen at random and switched at random, General Arthur. Unpredictability, remember. It seems like my original idea of brainlessly sparring 4 versus 1 has become much more convoluted," I chuckled. "The training regimens she made for the other lances were just as complicated," Virion chuckled, standing up. After dusting off his robe, Virion headed to the door. "I'll be by whenever to see how things progress." "Alani's, don't break Arthur, I still need him." Alani's nodded sternly as if she had seriously considered it a possibility. With that, the old elf bid us farewell. Dicathen and the elders, who had just finished warming up, showed their respects as the commander left. "The equipment is all ready to go," Emily exclaimed as soon as the door closed behind Virion. I looked around at the training room, spotting Dicathen blotting her forehead with a handkerchief and Hester straightening out the creases in her tight-fitting robe. "So who am I going up against for?" The ground underneath my feet abruptly shot up like a spring, ejecting me into the air. I was startled for perhaps a split second before realizing that it had to be Boond. It had been less than a day since I first met the bearded ball of muscle, and he was already becoming somewhat predictable. My body was launched about 20 feet in the air, and when I managed to twist myself to face my first opponent, the old dwarf was waiting for me with a wide smile, his bulging arms stretched out wide as if expecting me to hug him. A smile creeped up on my face as I siphoned mana into my hand. "At least I won't be bored." Chapter 185, Guest Teacher, Switch. Alani's called out just as my wind-infused fist was about to connect with Camus' chest. I muttered a string of curses, stopping my strike. How is it that over these past few days the matches always seem to stop at such inconvenient times? She has to be doing this on purpose. As if to answer my accusation, my trainer clarified by saying, "Exactly 20 minutes have passed. Elder Camus will be switched for Elder Hester. General Arthur, please restrict your water magic." I wiped the sweat pouring down my face, trying to get a breather until my next opponent arrived. Having my water magic banned meant that I couldn't use ice as well. How frustratingly convenient for Hester, who would have been at a disadvantage against those 2 elements. Taking a peek at the audience, I could tell everyone had been paying close attention to my last fight against Camus, my sister particularly engrossed. The elder approached me until we were just about a dozen feet apart. Tying her long gray hair back into a bun, she readied into a dueling stance. Being a silver core mage meant that, while her strength was conjuring, she could easily augment her body. The fact that she wore tight-fitting clothes and chose to use a conjuring ring rather than the traditional staff or wand meant that she wanted the flexibility of both long-range and close-range combat. "Begin," Alani stated, her voice amplified by the artifact she was speaking into. Hester immediately snapped her finger, a spark igniting between her middle finger and her thumb. The blue ember was just a distraction, though. Since I wasn't using Realm Heart, my eyes couldn't see the fluctuations in mana, but I could feel it. My body, enhanced through assimilation with Sylvia's dragon will, seemed to instinctively sense that I was in danger. I quickly propelled myself back, just in time to see a burst of fire detonate where I had been standing. The explosion caused a cloud of smoke, obstructing my view of Hester. She didn't expect to hit me with that. She wants me to lose sight of her. I swung my arms, manipulating the cloud of dust between us to shoot forward. The rock and sand in the air froze still for a second before erupting forward into a shockwave of debris. Like I had predicted, Hester's form came into view. She managed to shield herself with a panel of fire. It was my turn to strike back. Augmenting mana into my legs, I flashed forward, gathering blue fire into my fists. I striked at the panel of fire, expecting my flame to overpower hers. Her spell disintegrated, but to my surprise, Hester was no longer behind the panel of fire she had conjured. That's when I felt it again, the primal instinct that told me I was in danger. This time, it came from below my feet. Blue fire swirled beneath me before erupting into a pillar of flames. For a moment, my vision turned blue as an intense heat washed over me. My aura blocked the attack long enough for me to manipulate the fire from harming me. If I accrued too much damage, the defensive artifact in my armor would activate, making it my loss. Just when the heat was becoming unbearable, I was able to dispel Hester's attack and break the pillar of fire, only to find myself surrounded by a dozen or so fiery spheres, each the height of an adult. Judging by the fact that I couldn't see or sense Hester, and that each globe of fire would be able to fit a grown woman inside, I knew she was in one of the globes. If she was trying to annoy me with all of these distractions, it was working. I stomped the ground, conjuring earthen spikes. Only half of the spikes hit its mark. Note to self, practice aiming with earth magic. The spikes that did hit bore straight through the spheres of fire, causing them to disperse. But it didn't take long for new spheres of flames to manifest and take their place. Before I could strike them down again, the flaming globes brightened before launching their attacks. Each globe seemed to have a mind of its own, as the attacks fired by them were different from each other. One globe shot a barrage of small fire bullets, while another began spinning and releasing burning crescents. I was forced onto the defensive by the barrage of attacks coming from all directions. I erected a stone wall from the ground to block the flame bullets and launched a blade of wind at the burning crescent, detonating the fiery spell prematurely. My mind raced, trying to think of my next move. I couldn't keep staying on the defensive, but I had no idea which flaming sphere she was hiding inside of. The temptation to just release Realm Heart grew, but I knew that was just a shortcut into solving my inadequacy by blowing off most of my mana. Think, Arthur, how would I try to fight me if I was Hester? The only strategy I could think of was to get on my nerves until I let my guard down. That was the answer. I let out a roar of frustration, wildly launching shockwaves of wind and blasts of fire at the globes. Of course, the ones I hit were replaced by new ones, but I continued my seemingly agitated assault. Coalescing tendrils of lightning around my arms and legs, I flashed forward, striking down the spheres of fire up close. For each globe I struck down, another two took its place until over 30 spheres hovered around me. Her mana pool is impressive. The spheres began undulating this time while they glowed brighter. I thought they were all going to explode, but instead each of the flaming globes shot a condensed stream of fire at me. Is this the final attack? I thought, noticing that the spheres grew smaller as they released their flaming beam. I put on my best expression of surprise and horror and waited until all of the beams were just about to hit me before I acted. Siphoning a large amount of mana from my core, I engulfed my entire body in a suit of fire. Absolute control was necessary to keep the fire from harming me, but timing it with Hester's last attack would make it seem like I was hit. Even with several extra layers of pure mana and fire mana protecting me from Hester's barrage, I felt the fire singeing the hair on my extremities. I feared for a second that I might actually come out of this bald, but my aura kept me and the majority of my hair safe. I heard Ellie call out to me in horror over the roar of the flames, but I kept my focus on the opponent. I knew Hester wouldn't let her guard down even from this. This next part was the hard part. One aspect to consider for a multi-elemental mage was his strength to not just know when to utilize each of his elements, but how to utilize multiple elements in conjunction to one another. Keeping the flaming barrier around my body, I split off a part of my focus so I could manipulate the ground underneath me. I felt my flames tremble, a sign that my concentration was wavering. Almost. Enduring the growing heat around me as I manipulated a hole into the ground for me to fit inside, I waited until I finally saw Hester's silhouette through the layer of fire between us. Now, I collapsed my protective spell just as I fell into the ground, immediately covering the ground above me so I was completely submerged below. The earth shook at what I assumed was Hester's next strike. Without wasting any time, I pushed at the earth around me, utilizing the seismic perception spell to sense where everyone was. I felt a ripple in the earth from a different location. It was the same perception spell that I had used except far stronger. Focusing back on the task at hand, I shaped the earth around me, allowing myself to slowly move underground. I knew experts like Boond were able to traverse underground as easily as if they were underwater, but unfortunately I wasn't at that level. It didn't matter though, it was Hester's turn to be caught off guard. I only took 2 seconds to gather mana around my right first for my final attack. As soon as I was ready, I cleared the earth above me and bolted up to the surface by infusing wind mana beneath my feet. Black lightning coiled around my right arm like a vicious serpent ready to strike. Just beneath me, standing on the ground, was Hester, her arms enveloped in a fire fashioned into long blades with thin tendrils of electricity wrapped around them, no doubt her actual finishing move. Hester whipped around to face me just as my body descended. It was too late though. I was within striking range and she wasn't in the safety of her fire orb. We were playing to my strength now. My opponent's lips moved. Whether she was cursing or chanting a spell, I couldn't tell, as she brought up her flaming arm blades. The black lightning tore free from my arm as I unleashed the voltaic charge at Hester. The black tendrils ripped through the air until our 2 spells collided. A sphere of congealed fire and lightning formed from the impact, growing larger and brighter until it finally exploded with us in the epicenter. Kathlynglaider. The explosion obscured our view of Arthur and Hester. My eyes flitted to Arthur's little sister. I was prepared to conjure a barrier in case the shockwave reached us, but her bond had already responded, pulling her close with its body, positioned to block any remnant of the blast caused by the colliding spells. With Arthur's little sister the target of my concern, I forgot to protect myself from the shockwave that detonated. I braced for impact, trying to raise a wall of ice in time, but to my surprise, the ground beneath me sank. I found myself a few feet below the surface, the shockwave passing through harmlessly above me. After the explosion subsided, I was raised back up to come face to face with Elder Boond. "Careful, princess," he grinned before turning his attention back to the origin of the blast. The cloud of debris caused by the explosion subsided and I could see the 2 figures. Arthur, while disheveled, was standing. My guardian, on the other hand, had fallen back, a soft pink glow surrounding her signaling that the defensive artifact had been triggered. Elder Boond clasped his hands together, obviously excited. "Haha. Brilliant, the artifact worked seamlessly," Miss Watson exclaimed from the side, excited for a different reason. "It's worrying that you're this surprised about the same device meant to keep my brother from dying," Arthur's little sister muttered, patting the dust off of her wardrobe. "I wasn't surprised," the artificer protested, "just happy that there were no unexpected complications." Arthur's sister cast one last look of doubt at Miss Watson before turning her focus to her bond. "What was General Arthur's mana flow readings during that battle?" Elder Camus asked Miss Alanis. Ivezdro listened in, curious about Arthur's improvement over the last few days. Miss Alani's eyes glowed in a myriad of colors as she assessed Arthur's internal data. Eventually, her irises reverted back to their original colors. General Arthur's mana flow for spell casting Earth and Wind have increased by 4% and 2% respectively. "And that's a good thing?" Elder Boond asked, his thick brows knitted in confusion. "The rate of General Arthur's growth is impressive to say the least. It has been less than a week, yet the improvements he has made in his peripheral elements is remarkable," she replied before recording her newest findings into her journal. "I think you'd be more helpful in the war if you led a larger group of soldiers than trying to push that old body of yours." A familiar voice sounded from behind us. My eyes widened as I realized it was Commander Virion accompanied by General Baron as well as Master Vere. I immediately lowered my head in respect. "No need for such formalities. I'm just here to check up on my youngest general," Commander Virion chuckled. "Actually, let me apologize in advance." I raised my head tentatively, locking eyes with Master Vere. My teacher of ice magic regarded me with her strong gaze before turning her attention to the aftermath of Hester and Arthur's mock battle. "That passive aggressiveness is beneath you, Virion, I mean Commander," Elder Camus responded with a slight smile. Part of my job is making sure my strongest assets are being as effective as they can, Commander Virion clipped back, smiling amiably as he squeezed Elder Camus' shoulder. What are you apologizing for? Elder Boond asked. Don't tell me you're going to cut our training time short. I was just about to go next. Actually, Princess Kathleen was scheduled to go first, Miss Emiria corrected. Master Vere approached me with a casual gait, stopping in front of me. She tenderly picked out a piece of debris that had become lodged inside my hair. It's been a while, Kathleen. You've gotten stronger. Blushing, I quickly combed my fingers through my hair, trying to get rid of any other signs of my unkempt appearance. Thank you, Master. I've been growing in strength while training alongside the elders and General Arthur. She nodded before shifting her gaze behind me. I looked back to see Arthur pulling Hester back up on her feet. I could make out Arthur's lips moving, but it was impossible to hear what he was saying. I just arrived from a mission and have some rare time, she began, unclipping the fur-lined cloak over her shoulders. The rich midnight blue cloth fell to the ground, revealing Master's signature battle attire. A minimal navy armor with gold accents that looked like a gift from the Usuras when she wore it. I stepped out of the way and let her pass, already knowing what she was going to ask. At least the show's going to be entertaining, Elder Boond grumbled as he sat down on a stone chair he had just conjured. General Vere. I'm not sure the artifact has enough fuel to withstand a duel of this caliber, Emily said, raising a shaky hand. Without breaking stride, Master Vere locked eyes with Arthur. Even in his disheveled and worn-out state, my former classmate's eyes gleamed as his mouth curved into a smile. Baron, help Miss Watson fuel up her artifact for my little skirmish against our newest lance. Chapter 186. Beauty and Magic. I watched as Arthur and my master stood face to face just a dozen feet apart. Their presence collided terrifyingly, submerging the room in a heavy shroud as they merely waited. Finally, Miss Watson's strained voice croaked from behind as if she was already regretting what she was about to say. The barrier is ready, I think. Her voice was soft, but Master and Arthur must have heard because the auras thickened around them. A shimmering veil of bluish silver surrounded my master, unlike Arthur's aura, which was myriad of different hues, no doubt because of his multiple affinities. Commander Virion, along with the elders and even General Baron, watched in silence, each of them afraid to blink in case they might miss anything. I could sympathize with them. I was standing as close as I could without endangering myself. Just the mere sight of them was awe-inspiring. I felt a sense of pride watching my master and the presence she had in a room filled with masters of magic. I had no doubt that, regardless of the many sparring sessions I could provide for Arthur, training just once with Master was more valuable. Suddenly, Master's body flickered and disappeared. Arthur reacted instantly, his form flashing away just in time to dodge Master's first strike. Where her frozen lance pierced the ground, ice spread. Arthur seemed to want to test his own ice magic against Master, because he responded by hurling a shockwave of frost. With a flick of her wrist, Master dispersed the shockwave, using Arthur's frost to fuel her own magic. The white mist swirled, forming into a dozen spears of ice around Master. She clutched her fist and the ice spears beckoned to her call, shooting at her opponent. As impressive as Master's control over ice was, Arthur's speed in dodging her barrage was even more splendid. His body seemed to have split and multiplied from the afterimages. I had heard that he was able to go even faster, but that his body wasn't able to handle the stress. Someone beside me clicked their tongue. I turned to see Boond with an expression of frustration. I see the young general was holding back on us. Arthur has a tendency to hold back with anyone he even suspects is weaker than him. Against Vere, he can go at full strength, Commander Virion said, his arms crossed. Why isn't he using that form of his realm heart, I think he called it? Hester asked, her face still strained from her duel against Arthur. I think it's so he can enjoy the fight longer, a light voice answered. It's not every day you can see my brother look so happy. Arthur's little sister was watching atop her bond as if in a trance. She had the same gaze I often saw Arthur have when he was truly focused on something. They really did resemble one another. A loud crash drew my attention back to the battle. Where there was once only a dirt field was now a snowy expanse. Master, who had just blocked an attack from Arthur, waved her arm and manipulated the snow around her. A vortex of frost swirled to life, forming into a spiraling serpent. Elder Boond whistled in appreciation as all gazes followed Master's creation. A snowy frost formed the long body of the dragon, while the jagged claws and fangs were made of ice. The ice dragon opened its maw at Arthur, who readied himself. Brilliant blue flames coiled around his arms, melting the snow around him as his gaze remained locked on the mighty dragon. Smart move, giving up on playing to her strengths, Hester praised. Arthur lowered his stance, digging his back legs into the ground for support before he unleashed his fiery attack. The coiling vines of blue fire around his arms conjoined before erupting into a devastating blast at the frost dragon. Their two opposing spells crashed, enveloping the two of them in an expanding sphere of steam and debris. Care, Elder Camus grunted, conjuring a barrier of wind around all of us. We all braced ourselves for the shockwave that ripped out from the collision. The ground trembled and cracked while pieces of rock and ice bombarded the protective spell around us. As the cloud of steam and dust faded, I could see two figures in the air. Master was flying with 24 spheres of frost the size of her fists circling around her. Arthur was slowly descending, using wind magic to stay somewhat afloat. With a wave of his arms, Arthur unleashed a torrent of wind blades at Master. However, before the crescents reached her, they seemed to slow and fall off course. Air pressure gets reduced when air cools, Arthur chuckled. Don't I feel stupid for that last attack? Admitting your shortcomings is a step forward, Master acknowledged with the slightest hint of a smirk on her face. With a flick of her wrist, the spheres of frost launched forth toward Arthur but not directly at him. Arthur seemed to sense the danger they posed because he immediately covered himself in a whirlwind of blue fire. He's utilizing both fire and wind to amplify the power of his spell, Hester remarked. Just as the spheres of frost were about to explode, Arthur unleashed his fiery tempest. The blue fire roared to life, engulfing Master's spell. The swirling gale of fire remained, hiding Arthur within. I expected the blue flames to soon dissipate, but instead the embers swirled as if being sucked in. That's when I saw it. The blue flames had converged, coating Arthur's giant spear of lightning in a layer of blue flames. Not bad, General Baron admitted, his gaze locked on the fearsome spear of fire and lightning. It would have been good if he could manipulate metal for the base of his attack, Elder Boond muttered. As Arthur's body slowly descended in the air, he hurled his spell. Just as the fire and lightning spear was released from his hand, a gust of wind swirled around him and his attack. The spear ripped through the sky, accelerating rapidly from the added wind he had added last minute. Elder Camus nodded in approval, using wind as a supportive spell. Master was obviously weary of the strength of Arthur's spell because she conjured layers and layers of protective barriers of ice. Unfortunately, Arthur seemed to have predicted this because the layer of fire surrounding the spear of lightning melted through every layer of protection that Master conjured. Most of the people present seemed to be anxious whether or not Master would be able to block Arthur's attack, but I knew better. While I wanted to root for Arthur, I knew that he wasn't the only one holding back. The elemental spear exploded upon contact with Master's body, throwing her back in the air with her form engulfed in fire and lightning. Arthur landed on the ground, his body slumped just a tad forward from exhaustion. So she used that form, General Baron smirked. Arthur's sister and those who didn't know what he was talking about looked at him in confusion, but I was already expecting it. I had learned that form from her after all. I suggest you take it a step higher as well, General Arthur, Master said, her form now visible. It was the form that Arthur had referred to as an ice ninja, except a few stages higher. Master was now completely clad in frost, as if her very body was carved out of ice. Every strand of hair looked like crystalline thread while her eyes glowed a bright blue. Arthur smirked, looking up in appreciation. I suppose it is time to bring this to a close. He closed his eyes and let out a breath. That casual action seemed to change the entire atmosphere in the room. While Master's form exuded a presence of awe, Arthur was distorting the very space around him. I had seen this form before, yet it still caused shivers to run down my spine. Arthur opened his eyes, his iris now a magnificent lavender hue and his long auburn hair a brilliant white. That wasn't it though. Arthur was muttering something under his breath. Soon after, a surge of black lightning enveloped his body. Oh my, Miss Watskin muttered. Gee, General Baron, would you mind charging more of your mana into the artifact? Good idea, Hester agreed. We'll help out as well. Boond, you should make a bunker around us. Soon, the earth around us sunk a few feet so that we all had to stand to see the fight, and the distance were two distinct figures. One looked like a translucent statue carved by a master sculptor, while the other seemed like a mighty deity in human form. So, do you think you can beat Arthur in a fight? Commander Virion casually asked General Baron. The lance remained silent as he imbued the crystal on Emily's panel, his hardened gaze focused on Master and Arthur. I turned my attention back to them as well just in time to hear a series of pops in the space between them. What's happening? Arthur's sister asked, squinting her eyes. I'm not sure either, I thought. General Arthur is spell casting, but for some reason it's not visible, Miss Emiria explained, confused as well. The boy is countering Vere's spells before it even manifests, General Baron answered, gnashing his teeth. How is that possible? Hester asked. It has something to do with that form, Commander Virion replied, his sharp eyes wide in amazement. The pop sounds were that of mana colliding and canceling each other out, I realized. Arthur's form blurred and disappeared, only to reappear behind Master, his leg high in the air. He struck and a shockwave of mana and electricity ripped out, but was immediately met with a blast of icy frost. Master responded with a swing of her arm. Arthur parried with a hand, but the ground beneath them shattered from the force. Arthur and Master were now engaging in melee combat. Every time Master tried to form a spell, they dissipated immediately. Still, she seemed to be holding her own against Arthur. She had formed a crystalline sword in each of her hands while Arthur had one as well, except a little thinner. Their ice swords chipped with each block, strike, and parry, their broken remnants sparkling from the reflection of the room's lights. Both of their weapons were formed from ice, yet only Arthur's conjured sword seemed to break while Master's sword remained strong. Despite this disadvantage, however, I could tell that in such close-range combat, Arthur had the upper hand. His movements, the ones I could see, were fluid yet unpredictable. Each slash and stab connected into one never-ending combination of attacks, all the while forming a new sword of ice every time his previous weapon broke. Even from my untrained eyes, I could tell that each of his attacks had meaning, like he was slowly guiding my master in an elegant dance. What enraptured my total focus more, however, wasn't his stunning swordplay but his expression. He was smiling, practically beaming. Ah, he is having fun, I thought, my mind straying to the last moment in time when I considered magic as fun. Unable to recall a particular instance, I concentrated on Master's fight. It's a rare opportunity for Master to exhibit so much of her ability. I need to take notes. Arthur was fighting straightforwardly, while Master attempted to incorporate long-ranged attacks while simultaneously striking at Arthur. However, because of his ability to seemingly counter every spell, she was left with only close-range combat. "Oi, Camus, want to bet? I think that the young general is going to win this one," Elder Boone muttered, his eyes locked on to the battle. "It's hard to gauge who has the upper hand," Elder Camus responded, not answering his companion's actual question. "General Arthur's speed and reflexes are several steps above General Vere's, but General Vere's defense seems to be able to allow for more error." "I agree," Hester added. "Most of General Arthur's strikes can't penetrate through that ice-clad form of hers, while she seems to have the flexibility of manipulating that armor into whatever shape or weapon she wants." "Incredible. General Arthur's mana flow speed is constantly accelerating," Miss Emiria breathed, shifting her gaze between her notepad and Arthur. "So do you want to bet or not?" Elder Boone grumbled. "I will wager on General Vere," Hester declared. "General Arthur for me," Elder Camus replied. "Vere for me," General Barian stated. Commander Virion chuckled. "Let's see who wins." Chapter 187. Offensive Mindset. Looking up, I locked eyes with Vere as she was turning back into her normal form, the ice enveloping her slowly thawing. "Good duel, General Arthur," Vere acknowledged, extending a hand. I grabbed her arm and allowed her to pull me up to my feet. As expected, there's still a gap between us. If you were able to hold that form for an extended period of time, there was a chance you could have overpowered me, the lance admitted. "I consider that form a borrowed power, not my own," I chuckled, patting the dust off of my clothes. "I thought I mastered ice to a large extent, but seeing you today makes me doubt myself." Vere revealed just the faintest glimmer of a smile before heading toward where my sister and the rest of our audience were. As soon as we made it back to the group, the elders, Baron and Virion, who had been exchanging gold coins with each other for reasons unknown, eagerly began bombarding me with suggestions and tips on what I did wrong during my sparring session with Vere. "Your fire spells are strong, but you expended an unnecessary amount of mana for each of them," Hester began. "That's right," Boone chimed in. "And there were many instances where utilizing your earth magic would have been more beneficial, yet you chose to revert back to your comfortable affinities." My head spun as I tried to keep eye contact with everyone who was talking to me until Alani spoke up. "Elders, I believe it'd be most beneficial for General Arthur if we spoke one at a time in a more controlled setting." "I agree," General Virion added. "Let's gather around and examine what our young general did wrong." With that, I found myself on a stone chair, graciously erected by Boone, sitting in circle like a child and his classmates for a group activity. Except my classmates were perhaps some of the most powerful and influential figures in all of this continent. Ellie and Boo joined us in the circle, but remained silent, while everyone else began pointing out specific instances in my last fight where there was something better I could have done. "Using wind to bolster up your spells was a good idea, but your application of it was surface level," Camus explained. "For example, instead of using the wind to push the lightning spear, why not integrate it around the entire spell itself? That way, you'd create a spinning force to strengthen its piercing power without using that much more mana." I was mulling over the Elven Elder's analysis when another voice spoke up. It was Baron. "Because of the element's very nature, shaping lightning is much harder than shaping fire. A more efficient attack would have been molding the fire into a piercing shape and coating it with lightning," he said sternly. Thanks for the advice," I said, surprised by his help. I understood that we were on the same side and all, but I was still the one that had brutally killed his brother. Don't get me wrong, Lucas deserved every ounce of what I did to him and more, but that didn't stop Baron from taking my actions on his family personally. Allow me to just give one insight, Vare said. Your control over ice is good, but as your opponent, it was too predictable for me that your ice magic merely served as a distraction. I'm sure Princess Kathleen saw this as well, the princess nodded. Besides the spell Absolute Zero, most of his ice manipulation serves to divert his foe's attention from his more powerful lightning spells. Have I become that predictable? As if answering my thought, Vare added, your speed and spell chaining make up for this slight shortcoming, but I suspect that, in a prolonged battle, this can lead to your defeat. I'll keep your advice in mind. Thank you. I shifted my gaze to Kathleen, both of you. Virion used this opportunity, rising from his stone seat and clasping his hands. Well, I apologize for our little interruption. Carry on with the training, Arthur. My expectations of your growth are high, especially since you're taking time off from the battlefield. The commander shot me a wink before walking toward the entrance with his hands behind his back. The two lances followed close on either side of him, and my eyes followed their figures until the large doors closed behind them. That was exhausting, Emily said, letting out a deep breath. Being in a room with two lances and Commander Virion really leaves no room to breathe, my sister added, falling forward on top of Boo's furry back. 3 lances, I corrected. Your brother's a lance too, you know. Well, you're my brother first, she dismissed with a wave of her hand. I got up from my seat and stretched my sore limbs. I'll take that as a compliment. Is training done for today? Kathleen asked, her eyes downcast. Emily walked over to the panel, carefully reading one of the gauges. Well, there's still a lot of mana stored in here from earlier if you want to continue training. Sounds like a plan, Boone exclaimed, shooting up from his seat. I've been itching to stretch my body after watching the fight. You down for little match, princess? Kathleen eagerly nodded and followed behind the dwarven elder to the other end of the training grounds. I think I'll head on up first, my sister said mid-yawn. Do you want me to walk you to your room? I asked. Ellie shook her head, patting Boo's thick body. That's what I have Boo for. I nodded, shooting her a smile. Good night, her eyes half closed, she gave me a weak salute. Good night, elders, good night, Emily, good night, Miss Emiria, and good night, Lance Arthur, I scoffed. Cheeky girl. My sister batted her eyes innocently before trotting out of the room, leaving only Emily, Alanis, and the 2 remaining elders. Your sister is very different from you, General Arthur, Alanis commented. I couldn't help but smile. She definitely takes more after our father. And you resemble more of your mother, the elven assistant asked, her eyes focused on Kathleen and Boone's figures. I watched the 2 of them as well, adjusting their dueling equipment before beginning their spar. I'm not sure, I'd like to think that I'm a mixture of both of them. Who else would you resemble if not either of them? Hester asked. I simply shrugged, unable to form a better response when I heard a yawn from behind. Looking back over my shoulder, I could see Emily's head bobbing as she struggled to stay awake. Emily, I called out, startling the artificer. Emily fumbled with the dials on her panel as if she had been working. I'm not sleeping. No one said you were, I chuckled, but maybe you should get some rest. General Arthur is right, Alanis stated. I have basic knowledge of how to operate the device from watching. The artificer let out another yawn, adjusting her glasses. Thank you, but it's okay. I need to collect more data and compare the FPU from General Vare and Arthur's last battle. Speaking of that, you haven't really given us any of the data during my training sessions with the elders over the past few days, I said. I've been wondering about that as well, Camus added, turning his gaze from Kathleen and Boone's duel. I'm curious as to see how my spells measure. Yes, of course. However, the numbers won't really have any meaning to them individually, Emily explained. I currently have a few assistants in several academies testing out lower-end versions of this artifact to get recordings from the students there so we could gather a wide enough spectrum. Ah, so the FPU was more intended to be used to compare amongst other mages, I confirmed. The artificer nodded excitedly. Exactly. I can, however, compare the FPU readings between the mages present here. However, I'd be more confident in the overall measurements after more data. Camus' lips curved into a smile, his eyes hidden behind silvery blonde bangs. I wonder who amongst us oldies is the strongest. The 2 elders soon fell into a discussion on who they thought was the strongest while I focused my gaze back on Kathleen and Boone. The duel was drawing to a close. Kathleen was almost completely out of breath while Boone had just barely broken a sweat. Spikes of ice and earth surrounded them and small craters littered the ground, but neither had accrued any visible wounds besides fatigue. It wasn't until the princess finally dipped her head in a bow that the duel was over. Are you up for a little stretch with this old elf? Camus suddenly asked, turning to me. I want to show you something. My mana pool was almost completely depleted and my limbs ached, but the elder piqued my interest. Sure, only if Hester doesn't mind. Don't mind me, Kathleen's guardian dismissed. I'll stay here and judge you both from afar. The 2 of us passed by Boone and Kathleen on our way to the other end of the training room. I stuck out my hand to the princess, expecting a high five. Instead, all I got was a confused gaze before she shyly clasped my hand between her hands. I suppressed a laugh, scolding myself for expecting a princess to know a casual greeting that might not even exist in this world. "Are you two done?" Camus asked with a smirk. Catherine, who I realized was still holding onto my hand, quickly let go and scurried off. Positioning ourselves a few feet apart, I tightened the bands around my limbs and readied myself to start. Camus lowered his stance, holding out one open palm at me. "Before we begin, I want you to throw a punch at me right here." "What? A punch right here in this palm that I have so elegantly held out?" "Just a punch," I confirmed, confused. "An augmented punch, one that you would throw at your enemies." He spread his legs a bit wider. "Come on, I'm ready." "Okay," I shrugged before clearing the few feet of ground between us. Planting my foot just below his extended arm, I turned my hips, waist, shoulder, and arm in one fluid motion. Mana coursed up, flowing in conjunction with the punch to produce a concise, explosive effect without wasting a drop of mana. As soon as fist was about to hit Camus' palm, however, it suddenly felt like I was trying to force my fist through a thick layer of tar. I could see my own fist slowing, barely making a noise, as it fell gently into Camus' open hand. The old elf grabbed my fist and bobbed it as if we were shaking hands. "Hello," I snatched my hand out of his grasp. "What the hell was that? You're a smart lad, figure it out," the elder answered. Gazing down at my unharmed fist, I went through what had just happened. After my initial surprise died down, it was fairly easy to deduce that he had somehow used wind to cushion my punch, except I had barely felt any mana fluctuations surrounding his hand. "Figured it out yet?" Camus asked, my brows furrowed in thought. Somehow you used wind to slow my punch." "A tad broad for an answer, don't you think?" the elder let out a chuckle. "I had an inkling during these past few days, but your duel with General Vare was what made me sure." "Can we try that again?" I asked, taking a step back. He held up his palm again. "Sure." I punched him again, resulting in the same effects. I punched him once more, not able to grasp how exactly he was using wind to achieve this effect. "One more time," I said, frustration leaking out of my voice. Basic mana theory stated that collision of like elements weakened each other or cancelled completely based on mana output. Utilizing the theory that I had learned from one of the many books I had read as a baby, I augmented my fist with wind attribute mana. I restrained my mana output since dispersing Camus' technique wasn't my goal. As I punched again, this time I felt it. The air pressure. My fist struck more firmly this time, sounding a solid smack that made the elf take a step back. He rubbed his injured hand. "You caught on quick." "You used air pressure," I beamed excitedly. "You created a vacuum around me and hired the air pressure in your palm to slow down my fist." The elder tilted his head. "You use strange terms, but it sounds like you got the gist of it." "That's brilliant. How did you think of doing that?" I asked, unable to contain my excitement. This was a world where scientific progress was miles away from where I had come from. However, Camus had figured out how to utilize an advanced principles of air pressure on not just himself, but on his opponent as well to create a powerful effect. Why didn't I think of that? I asked myself. I had the knowledge in me, yet I failed to apply it to such an important aspect of this world. Camus' voice snapped me back to reality. "You're probably thinking, why didn't I think of that, right?" I looked up. "Why, yeah. It's what I suspected early on," Camus answered. "Hester Boone, the princess, and myself are all here because you wish to immerse yourself in all elements in hopes that you pick up little bits of how we utilize our magic so you can incorporate it into your own style, right?" "Basically," I agreed. The elder's voice grew sharp. "Well, the problem lies in that your style is so skewed toward offense that you never even thought to use the myriad of elements that you have at your disposal in defensive measures, aside from the blatantly obvious way of raising a wall. You've only thought of wind in the form of either a blade or a tornado. You think of earth as a spike or a wall, yet truly mastering these elemental affinities mean knowing the subtleties of their nature that might not always be visible or geared toward killing your enemy," Camus chided, his usual sardonic demeanor gone. "I saw you studying those marks on the ground during Boone's duel with the princess. Do you know what that's from?" The obvious answer would have been a crater from an attack, but I knew that wasn't it, so I shook my head. "No, I don't. Masters in earth magic can redirect the force of an opponent's attack into the ground below them. Doing so accurately can negate nearly all of an attacker's physical assault." I stood still, unable to form a response. Camus let out a sigh. "You're technically in a higher position than me, so I suppose it's rude for me to lecture, but let me just end with this. Your utilization of the elements is good, great, in fact. However, you constantly choose to shape your spells and attacks around either hurting your opponent or buffing yourself to dodge your opponent. And while that may be good for one-on-one duels, the battles you'll face won't always be like that. The time you have here is short, so let's make it count." I realized it had been a while since I've been lectured like this. It left a sour taste on my tongue, but it was humbling. Camus held out a hand and smiled. "You're right. Thank you, Camus, I returned the gesture, clasping his hand. Chapter 188, Dragon Steps. You gotta do better than that, young general, Boone grinned, wagging his finger. Infusing fire into the many gales of wind I had in my palms, I prepared to try and hit the dwarven elder once more when a barrage of wind orbs hailed down from above. With a click of my tongue, I ignored Boone's provocation and focused my attention on Camus's assault. I easily dodged the orbs of wind until the ground beneath my feet rose and stiffened around my leg, rendering me immobile. One of the wind orbs nicked me in the shoulder, but it felt like I had been hit by a cannonball. I held back the need to curse and just gritted my teeth through the pain. That's how you want to play. My initial reaction was to raise up a wall of earth or ice in hopes to block Camus' barrage. But through these past few days, I've been constantly trying to think of better ways to combat certain situations. This oftentimes meant running various scenarios and trying to think of multiple ways around it while taking into account cost of mana and physical stamina. The orbs of wind felt almost solid, but it was actually a whirlwind packed into a sphere. Tossing out my usual response of erecting a solid wall in hopes to deter the wind spell, I enveloped my arms in condensed gales of wind. Rather than trying to block the attack, I used my wind gauntlets to redirect the wind orbs. As I expected, the clash of winds propelled Camus spheres in different directions. You both are going to have to do better than that, I smirked, aiming the wind gauntlets down. With another thought, I shot my gauntlets at the stone cast, trapping my legs to the ground. Interesting concept, Camus said approvingly as he remained floating above me in a swirl of wind. That cockiness will be the death of you, Boone added with an eager smile. The old dwarf began running toward me as chunks of the ground began congregating around him, forming an armor of stone mid-charge. Meanwhile, Camus kept his distance and prepared another spell. I expected another barrage of wind from the elf, but instead, a gale formed right behind the dwarf, abruptly accelerating his charge so that his stone fist was in range before I could blink. Boone was fast, but I still had time to react, or so I thought. When I tried to raise my arm to block his augmented fist, I was met with resistance. Again, the familiar sensation of my body being submerged in a viscous liquid washed over me. Camus, while accelerating Boone's movement, was also increasing the air pressure around me to slow me down. Before I could break out of his spell, my face was met with the loving touch of Boone's giant stone fist. My vision flashed black for a split second, and I found myself on the ground with Boone's stone-clad form just a few feet away. Ignoring the high-pitched ringing in my ear, I forced myself to focus. The gears in my mind whirred into overdrive, and I found myself thinking about the crevices that formed in the ground whenever Boone sparred. Every time he was met with a physical attack, a crater formed beneath his feet as if a meteor had collided. At first, I thought it was the force of the spells that caused the ground to cave below Boone, but I knew it wasn't as simple as that. Try to block this, Boone exclaimed, raising a rock arm in the air. The stone that made up the thick armored fist shifted and convulsed as if it was coming to life. Boone's stone-clad arm soon changed shape into that of a giant hammer twice his size. A rush of wind coated the hammer as it was about to drive down into me. If that hits me, I'm done for sure. The memories of the craters Boone had formed continued to flash in my mind when it suddenly clicked. Still laying on the ground, I raised a hand directly in the path of the giant hammer. I augmented my body, but not in the protective way I normally did. Instead, I envisioned a tunnel-like path of earthen mana both inside and outside of my body. I spotted a trace of hesitation on Boone's face, but there was no way for him to stop his attack now that it was just inches away from me. If this doesn't work, I'm going to be in a lot of pain, I thought. The hammer struck my palm like a nail and I could feel my whole body protest. Normally, if I attempted to block that strong of an attack with just a hand, my arm would have shattered, but instead the ground below me took the force. I found myself in the epicenter of a crater the size of my room with my hand still stretched out. My arm, shoulder, ribs, and back felt sore, but I had succeeded. Boone, still wearing his armor of stone, looked down at me in disbelief until a smile crept up on his bearded face. "You're a bit scary, General." I stifled a laugh, attempting to get up off my back when a surge of pain rushed up. I lied, it wasn't just a few parts of my body that felt sore, it was every fiber of my body. "Oh, I croaked, finally succeeding in sitting up. Boone dispersed his earthen armor and stuck out a burly hand. "It hurts, doesn't it?" "Extremely," I admitted. "You made it look like nothing." "Well, I have better control over that technique than you do, and I wouldn't be stupid enough to try and divert the force of an attack that strong in the first place," the dwarf replied. He tried to straddle my arm over his shoulder, except my legs were awkwardly dragging on the ground due to our differences in height. "Here, let me help," Camus said as he floated down to the ground. An updraft lifted me up to my feet as Camus dipped his head below my other arm. I was just about to carry the boy like the princess he is. Boond gave me a wink. Rolling my eyes, I leaned on Camus. Leave me with some dignity. You took a risk, but I'm guessing it was worth it, Camus scoffed, his eyes still covered behind his bangs. For now, yes, but we'll see how my body feels about this tomorrow morning, I groaned, limping alongside the elf. My sister came running to me, her gaze laced with concern. Are you okay? I mean, I know you're strong and all, but that was a big crater you just made. Emily, who was following behind my sister, adjusted her glasses as she peered out at the sparring zone. Luckily, the crater didn't reach the discs underground. Thanks for your concern, Ellie, I smiled wearily before turning my gaze to my assistant close behind. I should be fine. Right, Alanis? Her eyes shifted into its multicolored hue for a second before turning back to its original colors. The shock disrupted your mana flow, which is the cause of your internal pains. I suggest you get some rest, General Arthur. Good idea, Boond agreed. I remember my first attempts in trying the forced diversion spell. You're lucky to have gotten away with just some soreness. Or skilled, my sister pointed out smugly. Boond laughed. Or skilled. Hester and Princess Catherine are away visiting Prince Curtis at Lancelor Academy anyway, Camus mentioned, carefully setting me down. Ooh, I can just imagine the eyes of those would-be knights glistening with sweat when they see the princess, Emily sighed. I should have gone with her, my sister nodded wistfully. Me too, I heard from my friend that a lot of the guys there are good-looking and toned. Eleanor, you're only 12, I sputtered. Don't Eleanor me. I'm a curious lady isolated from the world because of my distinguished upbringing of being the cherished sister of this continent's youngest lance. She lamented, wiping away a non-existent tear. Emily fell into a fit of laughter while even Alanis looked amused as I stared at my sister. Don't be so overprotective. I had my first wife when I was your sister's age, Boond snorted. Well, humans and dwarves have different societal standards for these kinds of things, I protested. Ooh, you're being racist, brother. My sister shook her head disapprovingly as Boond clutched at his heart in mock despair. Meanwhile, Camus and Alanis had a look of amusement, but neither seemed to have any intentions of backing me up. I clicked my tongue. Well, Lady Eleanor, I'm sure the boys will be flocking toward you knowing that your brother can choose to wipe them off the face of the continent with a flick of his finger. Ellie's face paled as she gasped. You wouldn't, satisfied with her reaction, I simply shrugged, letting her imagination take over before making my way to the edge of the training room. I took a seat against the cold wall, taking a breath as I watched Emily and my sister pack some of the training equipment while Boond was talking to Alanis. Camus sat beside me. Your sister is quite the character. Yeah, I chuckled. The old elf let out a sigh. You must be worried about her with the war going on. She and my parents are a big part of why I'm a part of this war, I answered, staring blithely at the sight of my sister and Emily laughing amidst their conversations. Understandable, Camus replied. Protecting your loved ones is the biggest motivator for soldiers out in battle, but it's also the loss of the one you want to protect that causes soldiers to stray away. It sounds like speak from experience, I said seriously, turning my gaze to him. An old story for another time, but yes, it's the reason why I remained in seclusion for so long, I blinked. But Virion mentioned you're the head of a unit now, an empty title. After I lost my wife and my vision during the last war, I had no intention of ever fighting again, he muttered. Before this, I just gave my inputs to the acting head. Wait. Your vision? I repeated, my brows furrowed in confusion. Camus lifted his silver blonde bangs to reveal two closed eyes with a jagged scar running through both lids. Hold on. You're telling me you weren't able to see this entire time, I blurted, unable to take my gaze off of him. Surprised, the elf smirked, letting his bangs fall back over his face. Of course I'm surprised. We've been training for a few weeks together and not once did I suspect anything. I mean, aside from your combat prowess, your mannerisms and behavior don't give away the fact that you can't see. I can still see, he corrected. Seeing with your eyes is such a plebeian practice when your control over wind allows you to sense even the smallest change around you. I let out a sharp breath, amazed. After a moment of silence, I asked, is that what you've been practicing after retiring? It definitely took a large part of my time, he scoffed. I bet, I nodded, wondering if he could tell what I was doing. At my level, sensing the movement in air from you nodding is easy, he said, as if reading my mind. But I can't see the details of expressions, which is why I've been told I can come off as rude or crass. I see, no pun intended, I quickly corrected. Don't be so mindful, I've come to terms with it fairly quickly, he dismissed. I hesitated. Do you ever miss it? Of course he'd miss it, you dolt. Who wouldn't miss having one of their senses? At times, he said mildly. But at the same time, the fact that the last thing I saw with my eyes was my wife allows me to keep her intact inside me. Do not cry, Arthur, do not cry. That's sad but sweet, I mustered, struggling to keep my voice from trembling. I'd love to hear your story sometime. You're young, General Arthur. Nothing good comes out of hearing tragic stories when there's a whole war ahead of you, Camus replied, clearing his throat. Now off you go, get some rest and come back tomorrow with a fresh mind. I carefully got up to my feet. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. Camus waved directly at me, no signs that his vision was impaired. And if I get a whiff of you even thinking about going easy on me now that you know I will knock you down so hard. Don't worry, I said, shaking my head. I'm actually a little more scared of you now. The elf's lips curved into a content smile. Good, my sister and her bond followed Alani's and Emily to the artificer's workstation at the castle, after mentioning that her bow needed some repairs and fine-tuning. My training assistant had been gathering extensive notes on a daily basis during the training, but had refused to share them with me. Alani said that the training was going the way she had designed, and any more information shared with me might deter my training at this point. She promised to reveal her findings on my mana flow growth next week, after more data from Emily's artifacts has been gathered. Walking down the empty hall during the dead of night, these days have been a time for my own thoughts to wander. I thought a lot about the memories of my past life that have been resurfacing, which made me think deeper about the even bigger question of what I was doing in this world. My skeptical self refused to believe that all of this was a coincidence, but I had nowhere near enough information to find out how I came to this world or dimension. I knew that the Usuras, mainly Lord Indrath, knew more about me than he had shared, but I'd get any sort of answers from him without something in return. I had some hope that if Dicathen came out of this war victorious, Lord Indrath would be more inclined to share some insights about me, but that was only a hope. A more sure way to get some answers, and also the reason why I refused to accept the artifact given to Lances, was by surpassing the white core stage to unlock more of the message that Sylvia had left me after we had parted ways. Hopefully, extracting the mana out of Udo's horn will lead to my breakthrough into the white core stage, I thought, doubtful. Sylvie had been in a near comatose state as she hungrily extracted the mana out of her horn. I had been worried at first, but I could feel the relaxed state of her mind through mental transmission. Unlocking and opening the door to my room, however, I found myself questioning my earlier line of thought. Sylvie, or rather her silhouette, was glowing in an obsidian light. What shocked me, though, was that her form was shifting erratically. Her wings grew and shrunk suddenly while her tail convulsed before contracting. Sylvie's small vulpine limbs elongated while her paws stretched out into something that vaguely resembled a hand. Sylvie, I muttered, unsure whether to try and hold her or keep some distance. After what seemed like an hour, the erratic changes in my bond's body slowed down before gradually shifting back to her vulpine form. Holding my breath, I waited for Sylvie to do something, anything. Just then her eyes shot open to reveal two clear orbs of topaz. Letting out a deep breath, Sylvie tilted her head. Arthur, what's wrong with me? I asked. Nothing. Are you okay? What do you mean? She replied, obviously confused. Your body was changing. I motioned with my hands, unable to form an accurate depiction of what I witnessed. I'm fine, she dismissed. I actually feel really good. The mana in this horn is really potent. I scratched my head. Well, at least you're making some progress. I've been having a hard time absorbing the mana. Really. The mana has been flowing inside me naturally, almost like it was my own mana. I was perplexed by the difference between Sylvie's progress and mine, but my fatigue overpowered any notion of investigating deeper into it. All right, well, try and get some rest. My bond shook her little head. No need, I can get by with fewer hours of sleep than Lesser's, more so while absorbing this mana actually. I fell flat on my bed. Well, this Lesser needs his sleep. I suspect I won't even be able to come back up Tommy room over the next few weeks for training, so I need to relish the feeling of this bed while I can. I can feel that your training is going well, my bond said. I can feel the level of your strength rising steadily. With my training progressing how it is, I should be able to hit white core soon if I can extract the mana from Udo's horn, I mumbled drowsily. That's great, Sylvie replied, her clear voice lulling me into sleep. Get some rest. You, too, I managed to say before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 189, Inside the Vault. My thoughts veered back to the sight of Sylvie's form changing as she absorbed the mana from Udo's horn. It had been a few days since that night, but her unexplainable shift in form worried me. My days had been hectic. If I wasn't training, I was either in a meeting or advising Gideon with the train project or personally advising Virion on various aspects of the war. Even then, my thoughts always drifted back to what I saw that night. Sylvie didn't seem to feel like anything was wrong, just the opposite rather. My bond had become fully infatuated in the horn and the mana it provided for her. After that night, she had asked me for a private space so that she could continue absorbing the retainer's mana without interruptions. I haven't seen her since then, the only thing comforting me being the calm traces of her mental state she emitted through our bound connection. Neryl Arthur, I jolted upright in my seat by the booming voice, only to see that everyone in the room had their eyes on me. The large round table that had replaced its smaller predecessor had the three remaining lances aside from myself, and the 5 members of the council all sitting in large cushioned chairs. Joining us today for the exciting and fun-filled meeting was Gideon, who seemed to be wholly concentrated on picking something out of his left ear. "Oh right, I was in a meeting. Are you feeling okay, General Arthur?" King Glader asked, his expression laced more with irritation than concern. I shifted in my seat. Of course. The king's line of sight lowered to my hand. I followed his gaze only to realize that the quill I had in my hand had snapped in half from my grip. Clearing my throat, I faced everyone. "My apologies, I was lost in thought for a moment. Please continue." "We were moving on to the topic of the so-called train that you and Artificer Gideon are planning on. We were hoping the two of you would be able to give us an update on how that's coming along," Queen Aralith stated, her gaze switching between me and Gideon, who was sitting a few seats to my left. Gideon and I had discussed just the day before on the final details of the project. We were ready to move on to actually building the vehicle in order to secure a safe and fast supply route from Blackbend City to the Wall. "Ah yes," the artificer smoothed out a crease on his dirty lab coat, "the lanch. I mean, the train will be able to hold at least 20 times more supplies than utilizing squads of carriages like we have now." "What about the potential dangers while traversing between Blackbend to the Wall?" Vare asked with an inquisitive look. "From what I read, this train seems to have a set path that it's limited to. Wouldn't this make it easy for bandits or even Alacrians to attack and siege?" "I agree. I'd imagine it being easy to destroy a portion of the track that the train relies on," Aya added casually. "Both good points, generals," Gideon exclaimed. General Arthur and I saw that as one of the pitfalls as well and came up with a solution." "Oh. And what would that be?" Virion asked with a raised brow. The artificer replied with a snarky grin. "To put it underground, Commander." There was a moment of silence where the royals and lances present pondered the solution before King Glader spoke up with a gruff tone. "The cost of doing all of this would be excessive, don't you think?" Gideon let out a cough and looked to me, his eyes practically begging me to take over. Being the renowned artificer that he was, Gideon had the wealth and influence to build most of the inventions that he wants, but actually calculating the cost and benefit of creating something as large-scale as this was foreign to him. Luckily, having read numerous books on economics and being personally taught by the shrewd and resourceful leader of the council in my previous world, Marlorn, I had the answer. "You're thinking about it the wrong way, King Glader. The costs up front might seem like a lot, but this project serves to potentially solve 3 problems at once." "I'm listening," he replied with a raised brow while everyone leaned just a bit closer. I took a breath and gathered my thoughts. Aside from the main problem we're trying to resolve, which is a more efficient way to transport supplies for soldiers stationed at the Wall, building the train helps to work out 2 peripheral issues. One is the detrimentally rising cost of purchasing domesticated mana beasts because of the state that the beast glades is currently in, while the other is the increasing poverty. "Increasing poverty? What nonsense," Baron blurted. "Because of the war, business is booming." "Let General Arthur finish," Queen Glader clipped sharply, surprising me. "Thank you," I addressed to Cathelne's mother before continuing. "Not to sound cold, but booming business benefits mostly business owners and highly skilled patrons, not those of lower-class citizens. Queen Glader, I'd imagine that your reports from various cities mention increasing number of riots from increase in taxes and prices of basic goods because of the demand from the war, correct?" She flipped through several pages of the neat stack of papers in front of her. "How did you know that?" Explaining everything would become cumbersome, so I merely shrugged. "Simple cause and effect. This war is taking precedence over everything else, which means that priorities will be given to people who are a part of this war. To those not part of it simply means an increase in the cost of living while their wage might not necessarily increase. More than that, because of the various attacks near the coasts and borders, fishers aren't able to fish and farmlands have been destroyed." "And so you're saying that this project will be a means to create jobs for those people," King Aralith finished. I nodded. "This underground path using the train will be a big project that can't be finished with just a few competent Earth mages. And while mages will be necessary for security of the tracks in predetermined locations, there are lots of duties that can be done by normal workers during the building process and for maintenance." "Those are good points, General Arthur, but what about just using slaves?" King Glader argued. "Wouldn't it just be more efficient and cost-effective to have slaves doing the labor rather than paying workers?" Rather than answering, I glanced at Virion. One of the many topics we discussed involved slavery, and Blaine's question just now fell into one of the explanations I had given to the commander. "Slave labor has its limits as work becomes more skilled, King Glader. I don't think we should think of this train project as a one-off venture, but the beginning of a new era. The introduction of the steam engine provided a new line of work for laborers that did not need magic. This too, whether it's workers actually building the tracks or the designers planning the routes from one city to another, all require skills that will never stem from what a slave is forced to do," he stated with confidence. The meeting room was quiet for the first time in what seemed like hours until a white-sleeved hand shot up. Everyone turned to Gideon, who was leaning his head on one hand while he raised his other. I didn't know if it was appropriate to speak in this rather uncomfortable silence. Anyway, I just wanted to say that this project will indeed be the beginning of many, and it'll be a breeding ground to foster new skill sets. If possible, I'd prefer not to work with slaves forced to be there since they'll no doubt be doing the bare minimum, which will cut into the productivity of this rather urgent project. With that, the discussion came to a close, and everyone cast their vote anonymously on a piece of paper. After going over the results, I was glad that the hours of discussion on the issue weren't for naught. The project to build the underground route and train was granted along with several policies pertaining to the project, one of which included the ban on slave labor. I trusted Gideon, who would be the head on this project, to be able to properly manage the chain in command so that the people working on this project will be able to work, if not lead, the next train route project. It was interesting to see a new era slowly that only existed in textbooks in my old world unfold here. This industrial revolution that perhaps started with my introduction of the steam engine was undoubtedly hastened by the war with Alacria. While I would never be one to support the war, I had to admit that it did bring some favorable aspects to the table. Our little talk seemed to be bearing fruit, Virion chuckled as we walked down a narrow hallway barely wide enough to fit 3 people abreast. 2 armored guards followed closely behind while one led the way just a few steps ahead of us. You mean my insightful lectures on war and economics, I corrected. Oh shush. I consider it payment for housing you while you were a wee child for over 3 years, the old elf retorted. I shrugged. I don't mind, I'm sure you would have come to a similar conclusion about using slave labor anyway. Probably not so eloquently as I put it in the meeting though, Virion admitted. Elves have prohibited slavery for over 100 years now, but it was for moral reasons. I hadn't thought about the economic benefits of it until you pointed it out last week. Well, in a world mainly divided by people who can either use magic and people who can't, it's hard to see past a lot of things, I said as we continued our walk down the descending hallway. You sound as if you've been in a world that isn't divided by magic users and normal people, Virion teased. I replied with a smile that didn't quite reach my eyes, opting for some silence that lasted until we reached a thick metal door with only one guard present. The young elf, evident by his long ears sticking out from his cropped hair, was small-framed, but toned with flexible striated muscles that minimally protected by armor. I could tell by his rich yellow aura that, like me, any form of thick armor would hinder more than protect. The station guard had 2 unadorned short swords that curved at the tip hanging by his waist as opposed to the gaudy spears of the soldiers following us, but even at a glance, I could tell that he would easily wipe out all 3 soldiers protecting us. His eyes that were glazed from boredom perked up when he spotted Virion and me. Good evening, Commander Virion and General Arthur, or is it morning already? My apologies as there are no windows here for me to tell. It hasn't been that long, Albold, Virion replied with a smirk before turning to me. Arthur, this is Albold Chaffer of the Chaffer House. His family has been a strong military family that served the Aralith family for generations. Albold, I'm sure you've heard of who Arthur Leywin is. I've been told that he might become the new heir to the Aralith family, Albold said, his sharp eyes sparkling with interest. I let out a cough, shooting a sharp glare at Virion. New heir? Well, you see, General Arthur, when the royal family doesn't have a son, the man marrying into the… I put out a hand. I get it. I'd always wanted to meet the young general in person, but I've been stuck blessed with the paramount duty of guarding this door, he said, motioning at the thick metal door. I made a guess that it was you coming here, but it's hard to believe that you're even more imposing than I imagined. I tilted my head. I'm pretty sure I've been holding back my presence. The Chaffer family are known for their rather eerily keen senses, Virion explained. What's he doing here then? I inquired, regarding the elf not much older than myself. Your skills would be better suited for the field, no. Albold was out in the beast glades until he defied a direct order from his head, Virion sighed. Usually that would have ended up with him getting a demotion and some strict punishments, but I knew the boy and I happened to be at the scene, so I picked him up and placed him here. And my appreciation for that gesture is as boundless as the northern sea, Albold beamed, bowing deeply. The guards behind us muttered a few words of disapproval but stopped when Albold's gaze bore into them. Anyway, enough about this troublemaker, Virion said dryly. Albold led us inside and locked the door after us. Aye aye, Commander, the elf saluted before unlocking the door and pulling it open. A foul, musty smell infused with the stench of decay immediately bombarded my nose as the entrance to the dungeon was opened. Have a pleasant stay, everyone, Albold said, gesturing us inside like a tour guide. Virion rolled his eyes and muttered something about telling Albold's father as he followed behind the leading soldier. It was amusing to see Albold stiffen and pale after overhearing about his father. Surprisingly, the first level of the dungeon wasn't as bad as I remembered it to be when I had first come here after the incident at Xyrus. The area was relatively well lit with spacious cells that seemed like they had been empty for a while. If the walls weren't for the mysterious stone walls that inhibited mana manipulation, and if the cells had doors rather than reinforced metal bars, it would just seem like the designers of this castle got lazy after getting to this area and just decided to dub it a dungeon. Still, the lack of ventilation was stifling, and while the cells were mostly empty, it also looked like they hadn't been cleaned in a long time. "Does it bring up some unpleasant memories?" Virion asked, catching me studying the exact cell that I was locked up in. "Sort of. I was thinking how funny it was that I just came back from a meeting with the man that plotted alongside the Graysunders and the Vritra to kill me," I explained, ignoring the wary glances of the guards around us. Virion's voice became serious. "If it had been solely up to my discretion, I would have locked them up myself, but Lord Aldir was right in that we need the Gladers. The Graysunders always had a weak hold on their kingdom, but the Gladers are respected, almost revered by nearly all humans. Sapin would be in chaos if they learned about what had happened, not something we need for this war." I nodded. "Speaking of which, where is that three-eyed Usra anyway? He hasn't shown himself even after what happened with Radias and Alfred." Three-eyed Usra. "Is it because of your journey to Ephiatis that you can be so casual with the Usras?" Virion let out a chuckle. "And I haven't been able to communicate with Lord Aldir through the transmission artifact he gave me." "That's not good," I sighed as I started walking again to the far end of the dungeon. "We'll talk more about it later." "Agreed," Virion replied solemnly, following closely. We made our way to the end of the floor where two cells had been fitted to become one large, spacious room. The cell had a large bed topped with stuffed animals, and a couch with a decorated tea set laid out on a small table in front of it. Currently occupying the couch was a little girl nodding off to sleep while reading a book. I motioned for the lead guard to unlock the cell and stepped inside. "Hey Micah, sorry for taking so long to visit you." The Lance put down her book and stretched her thin legs and arms. "Hi Arthur." We chatted a little while Virion and the guards waited on the other side of the barred gate. The old elf had a somber expression, undoubtedly guilty of having her hold up here while investigations were still ongoing. Because of her position and the fact that both Alfred and Radias had betrayed Dicathen, the matter had to be examined with utmost scrutiny before she was allowed her freedom. The dwarven Lance and I talked about unimportant things as I filled her in on how my training was progressing. She tried to give me some tips on gravity magic, but I had trouble following along with her nonsensical explanations. "It shouldn't be long until the team that Virion sent has gathered enough evidence," I consoled. Micah shot me a smile. "Micah knows, don't worry about me and do what you gotta do." Micah doesn't blame anyone but that old bastard Radias. "Well, I'll tell you now that his cell isn't nearly as nice as yours," I snickered. She nodded. "Get Micah out soon, okay? Being alone here without being able to use magic is so boring." "Of course," I promised, giving her a hug before walking out of the cell. I waved once more before following Virion and the guards to the cryptic door at the end of the hall. "Ready?" Virion asked, his expression grim. "Let's get this over with." I thought that the stench of the first level of the dungeon was bad, but the lower level was vomit-inducing. I could feel my stomach revolt at the acrid and metallic odor of chemicals and blood. Suppressing the increasing urge to gag, I followed Virion down the dark flight of stairs until we reached a small area that housed the most heinous criminals. I was surprised that I could use magic inside, but surveying the walls and the enclosed vaults in the room, I was pretty certain that the use magic was only limited to the tiny walkway between the cells. A burly man in a bloody apron with his face covered by a black mask greeted us along with a thin elderly man with a hunched back and a hooked nose. "Commander, General, we are honored to have you here," the old man spoke with a grating voice. "Gentry," Virion greeted back, "take us to Radias first." The elder looked at me with uncertainty but responded with a hiss. "At your command," the elder rasped. We followed behind the elder as he practically slithered his way to a small cell to our left and gestured with a bow. "Here is the criminal." Despite being Elijah's caretaker and basically his father figure, I had little affection for the traitor, but even I had trouble confidently saying that he deserved to be in the state he was in now. The cell was dark and shadows censored most of his injuries, but I could tell by the cuts and blood stains on his stark naked body that he's been constantly tortured. His hands that were tied to the chair he was sitting on were bloody at the tips. His fingernails were pulled, I noted with a wince. More than the physical injuries, though, what gave me shivers was Radia's blank expression. His eyes were foggy and a trail of saliva ran down from the corner of his mouth. "Ah, his current state is from the side effects from my questioning," the elderly man said, noticing my gaze. "Gentry specializes in wind and sound magic to create hallucinations for questioning," Virion explained. "It was at times like these that I thought about the true function of magic. Much like technology, magic could just as easily be used to destroy as it can be used to create something so great. The traitor is strong. It'll take a little more time to break him, I'm afraid, Gentry stated bitterly. It's imperative that we can find out what he knows, Virion replied curtly, casting a disdainful gaze at Radia's before turning back to Old Man. Now, what of the retainer? Ah yes, he's a most fascinating specimen. Very thick skin, even with his inability to use magic and a strong mental fortitude. I feel we're close to breaking him though. Keeping him in the small vault so his movement is limited has been driving him crazy, the old man said with glee. Virion shot Gentry a look of disapproval but didn't say anything. Letting out a cough, Gentry motioned for his burly associate to open the thick vault that had runes inscribed on every inch of the box that seemed more like a coffin for a child. Please be careful, Commander General. While the vault will keep the Vritra from using magic, he's still fairly strong and he's in a rather crazed state of mind right now. The vault creaked open, and I found myself with eyes locked with a disheveled Yudo garbed in restraining clothes. Just one look was enough to tell me that he was far from broken. The retainer broke into a grin as he shot me a wink. Hello, pup. Chapter 190, Solitary Mindframe. Yudo's sinister voice sent shivers down my spine, and although he was restrained and locked up inside an anti-magic vault, I couldn't help but worry. To everyone in this room, I was the one that had defeated Yudo, but the truth was that both Sylvie and I together could barely put a few scratches on him. You look a tad uncomfortable, Yudo, I quipped, masking any signs of weakness. The retainer's smile disappeared, replaced by a snarl. What did you do with my horns, lesser pup? Taking the black horn out of my dimension ring, I began casually tossing it up in the air in front of him. Oh, you mean this? Insolent little stop, I cut him off. I'm not here to exchange insults with you, I have better things to do. Yudo's gray face darkened, his eyes wild. I swear to Vritra that if I get out, you'll wish you died that day. I shook my head slowly. I'm sure that more than getting out or inflicting pain on me, there's something more you want. Leaning in closer to Yudo with an arrogant sneer plastered on my face, I continued, I know that the fact that you have no idea how you even lost to me is slowly eating you up right now. I didn't think the retainer's face could get any angrier, but Yudo ground his teeth, jerking desperately to free himself. Close it, I said, my eyes still locked to his until the thick rune-inscribed door shut firmly. What was thaw? I put up a finger to my lips to silence the confused commander. It was only after the four of us got back to the entrance of this level of the dungeon that I spoke softly. Leave him be for now. In tow, and I've been torturing him physically and mentally, but I've never seen the retainer this worked up, Gentry murmured while his burly associate nodded beside him. I doubt hallucinations or physical pain will work on that arrogant sadomasochist, I replied. Virion tilted his head. Sadomaso what? It's nothing. I smiled faintly before turning to Gentry. Don't open his vault. The hunched elder furrowed his brows. No offense, General, but from my experience, it's best to prod while his mental fortitude is in a disarray like now. Besides, what if he does find out how he lost you during that time? He won't, I assured, and that's going to slowly drive him insane. Let him stew until I decide to come back. I don't like that look you have, Virion muttered. What are you planning? I'll be the one to interrogate him when the time comes, I answered. Are you ready? Emily asked from behind her increasing number of panels. She looked like she was inside the cockpit of an airplane of my previous life. Almost, I replied as I finished strapping in the last of the bands on my arms. I winced when I tightened the strap around my arm too tightly. Damn it. We will move on to the 3 versus 1 scenario starting today, so please be focused, General Arthur. Alanis informed, noticing the blank expression I had on my face as I thought back to today's earlier visits in the dungeon. I stood up and swung my arms, ready to let loose. Got it. What element will I be restricting for the first part? My training assistant's eyes glowed in its familiar array of colors as she scanned me before looking down at her notes. Water and its deviant form, of course. I walked up to the other end of the training room, stopping just about a dozen yards away from Camus, Hester, and Catheln. Meeting Yudo had made me antsy. I was confident back in the dungeon that Yudo wouldn't find out how I beat him because I wasn't the one that beat him. What sort of lance am I if I can't beat a scythe, let alone a retainer? As soon as Alanis gave the signal to begin, I flashed toward Hester, leaving only a single imprint on the ground. In a single fluid motion, I condensed a layer of wind around my hand, shaping it, sharpening it into a transparent blade before I swung horizontally at the fire mage's torso. Hester's eyes widened a little in surprise, but unlike other mages, she was competent enough to respond even to my blitz attack. Knowing that fire was weak to such a compressed form of wind, she opted to block my strike by grabbing my arm while strengthening her body with mana. You may have an advantage in knowledge over fire magic, but if you think you can try and beat me in hand-to-hand combat. I let her grip my arm, but grabbed the arm she was using to hold on to me. Hester was in a stance that helped her withstand a pushing force, so when I pulled her back instead, she stumbled forward. Utilizing that momentum, I pivoted and positioned my hip underneath her center of gravity to flip her to the ground. Hester let out a sharp breath as her back hit the ground. Just as I prepared for another strike to activate her lifeline artifact, a blast of water completely drenched me. Before I even had the chance to turn to my attacker, the water covering my body froze, restricting any sort of movement. I augmented my body in a layer of fire, throwing myself free, but Hester had already used my brief moment of incapacitation to distance herself. Ignoring Hester for a brief moment while she recovered, I dashed toward the princess while trapping her legs with the ground beneath her. Taken off guard, Kathleen immediately clad her body in ice like she had before, no doubt a technique she had learned from Vere. With her body strengthened, she attempted to pry herself free from the earthen shackles. I didn't give her the chance. As I approached her, I continuously manipulated the ground around her to reinforce and work its way up. It was an idea I had gotten from watching Alfred, the coffin of magma that he had trapped and executed Sebastian in. Of course, I had no intention of doing the same thing, but just like how many earth mages clad themselves in an armor of rock, one could easily encase another in the same armor without giving them the freedom of mobility. Kathleen struggled to free herself as I continued my spell. Every time she would break off a piece of stone, a large slab would take its place, slowly working its way up her small body. The princess was covered to her neck while a layer of frost slowly attempted to weaken the integrity of the earthen restraint. It was too late, though. I charged mana into my fist, forming a gauntlet of crackling lightning. A twinge of guilt rose as I raised my fist to strike the finishing blow. She has the lifeline artifact, Arthur. Besides, you can't afford to go easy on anyone if you want to even hope to win this war. Kathleen regarded me seriously, no trace of fear. Just as my fist was about to make contact with her, however, a gust of wind pushed me back, in the center of a whirling formation of wind just above the ground. Erupt, Camus barked, taking advantage of my brief imbalance by unleashing the powerful cyclone that he had been preparing for. My vision was obstructed by walls of wind around me, and for a moment everything was deathly still. Any sort of sounds were washed over by the constant roar of the tornado. I soon found myself panting, gasping for air in this funnel of low air pressure. Annoying, I muttered in between a strained breath. The walls of the twister closed in, threatening to whirl and throw me wherever it pleased. But thankfully, the remaining oxygen I had left in me allowed my brain to retaliate. My initial reaction was to burrow myself underground. That would have been the smartest choice. However, maybe because of the diminishing oxygen supply, I found myself picturing Yudo in front of me. His savage grin that seemed to say all you can do is run or hide in the face of something greater than you, ignited a rage that I hadn't felt in a long time. To hell with strategy. If I can't even face this, how am I going to go up against the scythes? After anchoring my feet to the ground using earth magic, I began conjuring an opposing current to negate the powerful wind spell slowly closing in. As my spell clashed against Camus' spell, tears began forming. It seemed like I was close to neutralizing it when a dull pain radiated across my back, knocking me forward. With my feet attached to the ground, I bowed awkwardly, pushing off with my palms to put myself back upright. I cursed in my mind, afraid to waste any unnecessary air, as I gazed at the object that had bludgeoned me from the back. It was a large boulder of ice. Worse yet, it wasn't the only one. Swirling around me, riding the tornado, were several dozens more of the chunks of ice, each at least twice the size of my head. Still, I continued my attempt in negating Camus' tornado spell. Sure, it could be my stubbornness. I was adamant, desperate to win against this foe that towered over me. As the tornado closed in on me, the more my body became a punching bag for the ice boulders. I had to hand it to Kathleen for the creativity in her chunks of ice. Some of them were just heavy bludgeons, but some had sharp edges that cut through my clothes and drew blood. Despite the repeated blows, however, my body felt numb. I was lightheaded and a strong feeling of fatigue washed over me. The only thing that kept me going was the notion that overcoming this spell head-on was somehow winning against Yudo. My mind continued to think these irrational thoughts until I noticed too late that the boulders of ice had disappeared, and in their stead was a growing fire that coalesced with the tornado, fusing into a flaming cyclone. That's when my vision began to spot, and my imagination of Yudo had become a full-blown hallucination. It only lasted for about a few seconds until I blacked out, my last thoughts blaming the lack of oxygen for my senseless actions. It felt like I had only blinked, yet when I opened my eyes again I was looking up at Kathleen with the ceiling of the training room visible behind her. I was laying down. A cool sensation radiated from my forehead. I realized it was an ice-cold handkerchief when I fumbled with it. "Your body is still a bit hot. Keep it on," Kathleen urged, putting the cloth back on me with just a tinge of worry on her brusque face. "Thank you," I muttered. And sorry for back there, she shook her head. We were training, although the elders might be of different opinion. Damn straight we have a different opinion, Boone's familiar voice boomed. Just a moment after, his bearded face popped into my view. You fought like a child throwing a tantrum. I know you knew that there were about 12 different ways for you to get out of that situation without you trying to face it head on. Yeah, I knew, I said through gritted teeth. But I wanted to see if I could overpower their combination spell. If I can't even do that, how am I supposed to defeat all of the retainers and scythes left? Boone opened his mouth as if he were about to say something but remained silent. It was Camus that spoke. You're feeling the pressure, aren't you? He said softly. I didn't answer. I couldn't. To them, I may simply be a young prodigy, but I had the memories and intellect of when I was a king. For me to admit to Camus' remark meant that even despite my advantage, I was weak. A war isn't fought alone, Camus continued, letting out a sigh, although holding the title and responsibility of a lance might make it seem otherwise. Hester spoke, her chastising voice coming from a bit farther away. You're not important enough of a figure for this entire continent to solely rely on you. You're right, I chuckled. Kathleen placed a finger on the cloth she had placed on my forehead, cooling it with magic. Just as the people of Dicathen rely on the lances, you also need to trust in your soldiers that they'll make up for what you can't do. I lowered the cloth, allowing its coldness to permeate into my eyes. And for a minute I said and did nothing, gathering myself. I feel like I'm in therapy, I laughed, bolting up to my feet. Surrounding me was not only Kathleen and the elders, but also Emily and Alanis. The two of them had remained silent, but had traces of worry on their faces. Thank you everyone for helping me with my training and for keeping me in check. Hester's stern face softened as she nodded. I think that we can skip out on today's debrief since I'm sure the young general knows exactly what he did wrong. Get some rest. I'm going to be itching to go crazy tomorrow, Boone agreed as he punched his open palm. I'll make sure to have the lifeline artifact back to its normal state by tomorrow, even if I have to stay up all night, Emily assured. I nodded. I'll see everyone tomorrow then. Lost in my own thoughts, I didn't even realize I had been walking until noticing that I was in front of my doorstep. Too tired to wash up, I sank into bed, my eyes searching for Sylvie until I remembered she was isolating herself in another room. Everything okay, Sylv? I reached out. My bond didn't respond, but the faint trace of her calm state of mind was enough for an answer. Laying on my back, I stretched out my hand toward the ceiling. This hand, this body that I had grown so used to for the near 20 years that I had lived as Arthur, felt so small when I thought back to my time as Grey. My thoughts flashed back to my former life, and the several times I had fought in the Paragon duel, a one-on-one battle between two king duelists from their respective country. While the Paragon duels lacked the atrocity and gore of normal wars, the weight of such battles were much heavier. Letting out a sigh, I reminded myself. This war isn't fought alone, Arthur. Chapter 191. Magical Percentile. Opening my eyes, I slowly released my grip of Yudo's horn. I took another moment to introspect, examining both the state of my mana core and my body. I was close. The road to white core stage that had once seemed so long was nearly palpable. I'm glad I didn't accept Virion's artifact after becoming a lance, I thought. Getting out of bed, I touched Sylvie's mind, making sure nothing was wrong. Satisfied with her calm silence, I began stretching, my body brimming with energy. Letting out a sharp breath, I performed a series of strikes I had learned from Cordry while training under him in Ephiatus. It wasn't some stringent combination of moves per se, but more of a utilization of the body's every movement while maintaining speed and precision. Connecting each punch, kick, elbow, knee while remaining flexible for whatever the outcome. A true master of this fighting style, like the four-eyed Usura, could take down a whole unit, and the only thing the soldiers would see is a simple monk strolling amongst them. Synchronizing the timing of my mana flow, which had improved substantially during my training with Kathleen and the elders, with my strikes created shockwaves in the air. I wanted to move faster and with more agility, but I wasn't a pantheon like Cordry, much less an Usura. Incorporating mana into muscle fibers and ligaments to utilize maximum power and speed with the least amount of physical movement, similar to what the Thyestes clan did, would just lead to the same results as that of burst step to my legs. Maybe reaching the realm above white core will strengthen my body, I thought hopefully amidst a combination of kicks. Right as I pivoted my body to end the sequence with a palm strike, Boo's gigantic head was poking into my room from the doorway, right in the path of my attack. Boo was hit with a shockwave of wind from my palm strike, causing all the saggy skin around his muzzle and ears to flap wildly. My sister's bond and I stared silently for a moment before he let out a grunt and shook his furry head. I buckled forward and broke into a fit of laughter. Ellie's head poked into my room. What's so funny? Boo was supposed to scare you. Unable to form words while I tried unsuccessfully to stifle my laughter, I motioned for my sister to come to me. Confused, she squeezed past her bond's burly form and came into my room. Watch, I chuckled, this time conjuring a gust of wind at Boo's face. The bear's ferocious face rippled like liquid, the flaps of skin above his upper jaw flapping up to reveal a set of teeth beneath a pink layer of gum. My sister chortled before breaking down as well. Her bond wasn't nearly so amused. It took the both of us nearly the entire walk down to the training room to recompose ourselves. It was probably childish to laugh so hard at something so trivial, especially considering my mental age, but who cares? I hadn't laughed that hard in ages, and it helped loosen some tension and stress. You two seem chirpy for such an early morning, Emily said, yawning, her hands robotically setting up the panel as if they had a mind of their own. Or is it still nighttime? Did you pull another all-nighter, Emily? My sister asked, concerned. It's been a back-to-back all-nighter, actually. It's your brother's last training session, so Miss Emiria and I wanted to have all of the data from these 2 months compiled by today, she chuckled, her eyes half closed. Remind me to properly thank the both of you for your efforts, I said, my eyes scanning for any sight of the curt elf. Where is Alanis now? Ah shucks, I learned a lot from this as well, so no thanks necessary. As for Miss Emiria, I practically had to force her to get some sleep, Emily answered, letting out another yawn. She should be here, Sue. Ah, here comes everyone now. Coming through the thick metal doors first was Boone and Camus. Boone was stretching his arms, smiling as he said something to Camus. Behind them were Hester and Cathilne. The elder of the Flamesworth family was straightening out a crease in Cathilne's tight-fitting training robe. The princess spotted me and turned a shade brighter as she tried to pry herself away from her guardian. Alanis, who usually had the mask of a professional businesswoman, looked soulless today. Her normally deliberate steps were sluggish as she trailed behind the rest. It took several minutes for everyone to get their protective gear on, but I was soon positioned in the training grounds with Cathilne, Camus, Hester, and Boone surrounding me. Their expressions were serious, as was mine. I've come a long way in these past 2 months, enough to have beaten them a few times. They knew that if they weren't completely focused, they could lose again, and they couldn't let themselves be defeated on the last day of training. What was the bet again? Boone shouted from behind. Virion is going to throw us a feast in celebration of the end of my vacation, I smirked, looking back over my shoulder. Of course, having him pay for the cost of everything is no fun, so I suggested that the loser of this last battle will pay for the entire party. Hester rolled her eyes. Consider it paid for by the gracious Flamesworth house. How much can a dinner possibly cost? Alanis, overhearing our conversation, spoke using a sound-enhancing artifact. Accounting for the cost of the 70-year-old casks of alcohol fermented from rare grains, found only in the outlands of the Beast Glades, as well as the approximate costs of the abundance of fine meats, all of which the prices have escalated since the start of the war, I have already calculated for Commander Virion the cost of the celebratory feast as amounting to somewhere around nearly 20,000 gold. Hester's eyes widened after hearing the exorbitant cost. She let out a cough as she attempted to feign composure. "WL, I believe it'll ruin the gratifying experience of winning if I were to simply pay for the meal outright. Perhaps it is best to determine who pays for the feast with this match, that way it'll be much more memorable to everyone." I couldn't help but smile, watching the usually composed elder being so flustered. "I won't go easy on you just because you're young, General," Camus said, smiling. "This old man's pride won't allow it." "I agree with Elder Camus," Cathilne added. "Perhaps besting you now will give my father and mother enough of a reason to let me help in the war." "How cold, Princess." "Using me as a stepping stone," I responded, lowering my stance. "Since this is the final mock battle, General Arthur will not have any elements restricted," Alani's voice sounded again. "Please begin, for the alcohol," Boone's gruff voice roared, charging from behind. Seeing that I was surrounded, there were a limited amount of options I had. With my senses heightened from mana and the rush of adrenaline, I focused on the biggest threat. Although Boone was charging in while forming a giant stone mace and Camus was backing away while gusts of wind gathered around his arms, it was actually Cathilne's mana levels that posed the biggest threat right now. An old but effective trick, I loosened the stone ground around me and lifted the debris to form a cloud of dust around me and at Cathilne. Manipulate the earth under my feet to spring me forward just as I push off, and expel the wind resistance as I dash, I recited to myself. It wasn't as instantaneous or subtle as burst step, but doing these 2 steps, namely utilizing earth and wind, allowed me to enhance my initial acceleration without burdening my body. I felt my body charge forth, the air slipping by me harmlessly until Cathilne was just a few feet away. The princess inhaled sharply in surprise and attempted to cast her spell, but I didn't allow it. Utilizing wind once more, I created a vacuum in my palm, pulling her straight into my grip. Grabbing Cathilne's wrist, I twisted and threw her over my shoulder directly at Boone. Feeling a sting on the hand that had touched her, I glanced down to see a layer of frost around my fingers. She reacted quickly. I cast a wave of heat to thaw myself while taking note of Catherine position by the pond. Just then, the room lit up as dozens of crackling orbs dotted above. Memories of Luca's ember wisp spell back when I was about to be an adventurer came to mind. Except, these wisps weren't a fire but concentrated globes of electricity. Again, I took note. Camus took the opportunity to launch his spell as well, hurling two giant spears of wind that swirled fiercely like a drill. I quickly moved, dodging one of the wind spear that drilled a hole into the ground before dispersing. The other one, however, was able to change direction, following me as it carved a trail into the ground where it passed. I'm really beginning to wonder if that old elf is actually blind. I continued sprinting, but it wasn't aimless. I charged toward Boone with the wind spear close behind me. I did my best to seem as though I wanted a head-on confrontation, and it seemed to have worked. The bearded dwarf clad himself in armor and anchored himself to the ground while he held his mace high like a professional baseball player of my old world. I charged at him, condensing the blue fire in my palms. I feigned long enough for Boone to begin his swing. That's when I released my fire spell at the ground below me as I jumped up. The force of my flame launched me into sky like a rocket, causing Boone's giant mace to collide with Camus' wind drill. My moment of content lasted all but a brief second because immediately, a barrage of ice shot up from pond below the same moment that Hester decided to fire off the globes of lightning. Why can't they just fire their spells one by one? I grumbled to myself, my brain worrying for the best way to handle this. A smile crept up as a glimmer of an idea flickered through my mind. I had to act fast though. Without any restraint for mana expenditure, I released a shockwave of fire toward the splinters of ice approaching rapidly. The ice bombarded the wall of fire, producing steam and a high-pitched whistle. My peripheral view caught sight of the increase in brightness from the lightning orbs about to fire, but I couldn't worry about that right now. Wasting no time, I manipulated the moisture caused by the collision of Cathilnes and my opposing elemental attacks while slowing down my descent with an updraft. I shaped the water that I had gathered into a large barrier of water around me, just as Hester's spell cast a barrage of lightning my way. The water manipulated from Catherine's spell that had utilized the mineral-filled water from the pond was a perfect conductor. The water bubble surrounding me began bubbling as the blast of electricity hit. A deep buzz filled the training room while the lightning tendrils flickered on the surface of the water around me. I need to get rid of this thing before I hit the ground. Manipulating the electrically charged water, I shaped it and fired it off in a stream directly at Boone, the one that would be the weakest to this combination of elements. Boone didn't have a chance. His lifeline artifact activated, forming a pink protective barrier, just moments after the compressed stream of water hit him and electrocuted him. Needless to say, after Boone was out for the count, the tides of the battle had changed. While it still took a while, after negating Catherine's ice lance through a combination Camus air cushioning technique and Boone's kinetic redirection, I was able to knock Catherine out of the battle. Someone really doesn't want to pay for their own celebratory feast, Camus smirked. I don't even know if I can afford the feast, I retorted with a chuckle. With only Hester and Camus remaining and the fact that I had full access to all of my elements, by another 20 minutes I was able to subdue them. I plopped back on the ground, my chest heaving and my mana core aching. I win, Camus let out a sigh, leaning against a wall as he caught his breath. Congratulations, but there are more pressing matters. I agree, Hester nodded beside him as she blotted the sweat on her forehead with a handkerchief. Who's going to pay for the exorbitant cost of the feast? Wasn't it decided that the losers were going to pay? Boone asked, confused. I sat up. I thought so too. True, but why hurt many when you can just break one? Camus added, a smile forming on his face. I vote that Boone pays for the meal since he's the one who got out first, causing the rest of us to lose. What? Boone bellowed. From whose sore ass did you pull that quote out from? I second Camus' vote, Hester replied immediately with a show of hand. Hester, the dwarf's eyes widened before turning to Catherine. Princess, you don't think the same way as those old bats, do you? Catherine, who had been with my sister and Emily, averted her gaze from Boone and raised her hand as well. I could see the bearded dwarf's jaw drop as he began counting the theoretical cost of the extravagant meal with his fingers. After a minute, Boone straightened his posture and cleared his throat. Gentlemen, ladies, we are in times of war. We should be sparing resources for our beloved soldiers out there on the field. Isn't that right, Miss Emmer? Arg, damn bat, release my earlobe. What good will giving soldiers 70-year-old alcohol do, you old fool? Don't try to get out of this, Hester snapped while dragging her companion by his ear as the rest of us laughed. After everyone had calmed down, we settled around in a circle for our last debrief. It was a bittersweet feeling. 2 months flew by, but I formed bonds with the elders and had gotten to know the aloof princess a bit better during this period. Toward the end, Catherine had started conversing more with Emily and Ellie, even hanging out together in the castle together from time to time. A small part of me wanted to forget about the fact that there was a war raging below us. But with Tess and my parents out there, I knew I wouldn't truly be able to relax until the war was over. Now the moment I'm sure that everyone has been waiting for. Emily's chirpy voice sounded, snapping me out of my thoughts. Alanis has recorded the progress of Arthur's mana flow utilization while I compiled the data of General Arthur, Princess Catheln, Elders Camus, Hester, Boone, and cross-referenced it against the data I've received from my assistants from students at a few academies and some soldiers. Emily must have noticed the traces of skepticism written on my face as she mentioned the sample diversity and size. It's been pretty hard to get a wider range of participants, this continent being in war and all, she said glumly. This measurement is something I'm planning on standardizing and actively promoting with Master Gideon's help, so getting data will be an ongoing process. For now, you'll have to make do with the 200 entries I've received from various mages. Boone fidgeted in his stone chair. Well, on with it, girl. Only about a fifth of my ass is on my seat right now from all this anticipation. I suppressed a chuckle. The bearded elder's reaction reminded me of a student anxiously waiting for their grades to be handed back by his teacher. Emily didn't find Boone's impatience as amusing as I did, and began quickly sifting through her stack of paper until her eyes brightened as I assumed she finally found what she was looking for. Okay, I'll start with Elder Boone since he seems to be the most curious, Emily began. Please be advised that this data does not take into account mastery over mana, simply the raw output of force that your average spell contains during battle. The young artificer flinched when she saw Boone's intense gaze drill holes into her as he waited for her results. Clearing her throat, Emily spoke. Based on how much higher Elder Boone's FPU is compared to the average of limited data we had acquired, he is roughly in the 91st percentile. 91st percentile what? No way that 91% of the population is better than me, Boone blurted, stamping his feet on the ground. I chortled, unable to suppress my laughter as Emily looked at the old dwarf incredulously. Hester merely let out a sigh and shook her head. It means that only 9% of the population has a higher FPU than you, Camus answered, unfazed by his companion's naivete. Oh, Boone's posture straightened and a smile creeped up, spreading his beard like some sort of frilled lizard. Heh, oh, Hester rolled her eyes as I spotted my sister trying to cover her smile with her hand. Again, this data can't be considered completely accurate since the data pool is so small and very biased toward certain demographics, Emily explained. Most likely, everyone's percentile will increase as more data is gathered. The words seemed to have gone in through one ear and have left through the other as the word pride was practically written on Boone's face. Emily continued, turning to Camus. Elder Camus' FPU is in the 93rd percentile. Boone seemed to have snapped back to reality because his brows scrunched when he heard the score. Camus simply nodded in acknowledgement. Hester. Wasn't so nice. Elder Hester's FPU is actually the highest of everyone at a 94th percentile. Ellie let out a faint whistle while Boone's eyes widened. Hester took this exact moment to cast a downward glance at the dwarven elder, coupling the look with a haughty smirk. Bah, the data isn't considered completely accurate. Remember, Boone recited, fuming. I didn't say anything, Hester shrugged. She erased the smirk on her face, but the twinkle in her sharp eyes still showed her content. I guess the high affinity for magic runs in the Flamesworth family, I thought, being reminded of Jasmine's competence in magic, albeit not fire magic. Emily turned to Catheln, smiling. Princess Catheln, your FPU is in, the princess raised a hand, shaking her hand. I'd rather not get caught up. Knowing me, comparing myself to others will hinder more than help. Alanis regarded the princess in approval, but remained quiet as Emily finally turned to me. Lastly, General Arthur's FPU is in the 90th percentile. Boone's eyes lit up once again as he trotted to me and put a hand across my shoulder. You'll grow in time, young general, but for now it seems like my FPU is just a tad higher than yours. So it seems. I smiled, expecting as much. From the beginning, the Elder's raw mana output was stronger than mine. I had the advantage of being able to utilize all 4 basic elements in the higher form of 2, and fusing multiple elements into a single attack would often have more devastating results than single elemental spell. But on average, I had known the Elders would come out on top. Big talk for someone that got knocked out first in a 4 versus 1 match against the young general, Hester scoffed. Boone scowled, turning red. Do you want to take this to the field, you old bat? Hester's brow twitched in anger. Again with the old bat. Enough with the bickering, Camus cut in, sitting straight in the stone seat that Boone had conjured for all of us. Miss Emiria, did our time spent with the young general bear fruit? The stoic elf dipped her head respectfully. General Arthur's mana flow rate has hastened a noticeable amount. I believe these 2 months have been utilized to its full potential. That's good, Camus sighed, turning to me, a gesture I found odd now that I knew that he could see just as well without facing me. I figured it was more a gesture for me than himself. Alanis walked to me, handing me a small journal bound with leather. This is for you, General Arthur. The detailed recordings of my analysis over this period are written in here. I have taken the liberty of pointing out areas for potential growth so that you can have a more guided training while I am not with you. Thank you, I said sincerely, gingerly holding the small booklet. You've really outdone yourself. It was my pleasure working with you, she responded with a courteous nod. Boone clasped his hands together, drawing all of our attention. All right. I don't know about all of you, but I'm starving and my mind keeps going back to those 70-year-old caskets of alcohol. Yes, Hester agreed. And the thought of Boone having to pay for all of it is sure to make everything tastier. I could hear Boone grumble as the three elders headed toward the door. I ushered the rest to follow after them as well. They all deserve the time to unwind and have fun. Are you sure I can go? It seems like a party for the really important people, my sister asked, hesitating. I pat my sister's head. Of course you're invited. I better see you and Boo eating enough to make Elder Boone homeless. Her gigantic bond let out a grunt in confirmation before scooping Ellie up with his snout and trotting off. Smiling at the sight, I looked back to see the young artificer scrambling with some artifacts inside her little cockpit of panels. We're the last ones, Emily. I'm almost done cleaning up. You go on ahead, not wanting to make her rush more than she already was. I took her advice. You better be there unless you want to make Ellie lonely at the party. EMILYWATSKN, I quickly gathered the array of paper that were scattered all over the ground behind my FPU measuring artifact, working name. After carefully placing the panel components into the wooden box, I placed the papers carefully on top, noticing Arthur's name on the top sheet. It was the FPU readings that I had managed to gather while he was in that angelic form of his where his hair turned white. I thought I had lost it. Letting out a chuckle, I shook my head, crumpling up the sheet of paper. 99th percentile, that can't be right. Chapter 192, Eat, Drink, Be Merry. After another failed attempt at trying to coerce Sylvie to take a break and come join me for the dinner, I conceded. As soon as I stepped through the towering double doors of stained wood, opened for me by two guards clad in silver, my worries were replaced by wonder. It felt like I had stepped into a different place. Maybe I had. I looked back over my shoulder to make sure that I hadn't stepped through a teleportation gate disguised as a doorway. Confirming that I was still indeed inside the castle, I took my time to relish the sights, sounds, and aromas around me. While the size of the dining room wasn't anything extraordinary, the details in the decoration took my breath away. The vaulted ceiling itself made this room feel like a separate structure from the castle, and the ambient light cast from the floating orbs above brought to life a scene straight out of a princess picture book. Unlike the flamboyant party, where the witch-like retainer's frozen body had been showcased as a morale booster for the many noble houses that attended, this event emitted a cozy, intimate atmosphere, with a little sprinkle of a surreal fairytale mixed in. I picked up 2 glasses of whatever lavish drink, the purple liquid might be from a meticulously dressed butler poised almost as still as a statue, handing one of them to Emily, who was besides me. When my sister tried to take one as well, I pulled her back. It's alcohol. Ellie clicked her tongue and continued walking. It didn't take long for her discontent to diffuse. Everything looks so magical, Ellie marveled, unable to form a better word to describe herself. It smells amazing in here, but where's all the food? This is still a dinner, not a party, I explained, pointing to the long rectangular table covered with a seamlessly white tablecloth and topped with perfectly arranged empty plates and glasses. The food's going to be brought out once everyone's here and seated. The alcohol, I noted with amusement, lay spread out against the back wall in large wooden kegs. I'm getting hungry just sniffing the air here, Emily sighed, nearly drooling. I nodded in agreement. The air was thick with a concoction of spices, sauces, and herbs that strangely seemed to harmonize alongside each other rather than clash. To blend and mesh the variety of kitchen ingredients together was the subtle oaky scent of the fire crackling and popping in the hearth at the far corner of the cozy dining hall. Ellie pulled on my sleeve. Are you sure we didn't need to dress up for this? The place is a lot fancier than Virion had let on, but yes, I'm sure, I assured. This is supposed to be a comfortable dinner to celebrate before I go back out to the field, my dearest sister. I'm your only sister, she retorted, her eyes still curiously gazing about. Then you know I'm telling the truth, I said blandly. Ellie let out a groan at my witty response. Whatever. I can imagine how comfortable it'll be already, with the council, the lances, and the elders all gathered in one place, Emily chimed in, her sarcasm practically palpable. I simply smiled, breaking off from the two of them to enjoy my purple drink in peace. Despite being one of the last to leave, Emily, my sister, and I were the first to arrive. As I sat in the back to enjoy the warmth of the fire, I saw Kathleen coming inside escorted by Hester. Both wore evening gowns that, while minimally adorned, still looked undoubtedly elegant and expensive. Ellie and Emily didn't hesitate to shoot me glares as they saw this, mentally blaming me for their comparatively informal attire. I winked and lifted my glass, now half empty. Catherine thought I was gesturing to her and raised her glass slightly as well, smiling shyly before turning her attention to Emily and my sister. Elder Hester strode toward me with a glass in hand as well. Seems like you've already made yourself comfortable in both attire and demeanor. I thought this was supposed to be a casual dinner, I sniffed, holding my glass out toward her. Is this not casual? She smirked, clinking my glass with hers in a casual toast before the two of us took a sip. Casual is wearing your slightly larger pants so that you can comfortably indulge in whatever exquisite cuisine we're presented with tonight, I said with confidence. Hester looked at me with a curious gaze before chuckling. I often forget that you're not from a noble house, no offense, I chuckled. None taken. It's always amusing seeing some of the nobles trying to hide their contempt when a lance like myself does something blatantly improper. Proper etiquette is ingrained in everyone since infanthood, Hester admitted. My mother would faint if she saw you in that attire at an occasion like this. Truth be told, my mother would probably faint as well if she knew I was attending this kind of dinner wearing this, I chuckled, feeling a pang of guilt and sorrow at the mention of my parents. We sipped our drinks in silence for a bit, watching the chaotic movement of the fire as if it was a show. Finishing off the last of my purple liquor, I asked Hester a question that had been on my mind since I first met her. Hester, if you don't mind me asking, what is your relationship to Jasmine Flamesworth? Hester, who had been watching the fire as intently as I had been, shifted her gaze to me. You two are acquainted, I nodded. She took a few moments to gather her thoughts before letting out a sigh. Then I guess it's safe to assume that the Flamesworth family has made a rather negative impression on you. It's gotten a little better since I met you, but yes, I confessed. Jasmine is the daughter of my younger brother, my niece, she began, idly twirling the remaining liquid in her glass. Hester proceeded to tell me a little about the Flamesworth family. The story of Jasmine wasn't anything I hadn't already been told or guessed myself. Basically, the younger brother, the one with the most pride in their family's line of fire mages, thought of Jasmine as an embarrassment to the Flamesworth house. At first, he did all he can to try and draw out any latent potential in fire affinity, hopeful that she might even be a dual elementalist. Once her father realized that wind was the only affinity that his daughter had, he isolated her until she was old enough and kicked her out soon after. Hester's remorseful tone throughout the story helped quell some of the anger I had toward their family, but there was still a bitter taste in my mouth. Your brother, where is he now? I asked. Trotius is a captain, his division being one of the main forces at the wall, she answered. You don't plan on? No, I have no intentions of harming your brother, I scoffed, turning back to see some familiar faces. I was just curious. Oh, and about your comment on every noble having proper etiquette ingrained in them. Boond and Camus had just walked in through the doors. While Camus wore a traditional elven robe, Boond had apparently decided to attend the event disguised as what seemed like a farm worker. Hester, following my gaze, rolled her eyes as she saw the dwarven elder finish a glass in one gulp and proceed to grab two more before walking to us. There are always outliers, I chortled. An outlier indeed. It didn't take much longer for the rest of the guests to filing in. Virion congratulated me on my training with a hug and a snide comment about Tess not being able to make it. I greeted Muriel and Alduin Aralith, Tess' parents, cordially, exchanging a few pleasantries. Alduin sort of digressed, talking about the war and some of the dilemmas he's been having in allocating the elven armies around Elenoir, when Muriel scolded him for talking about that here and dragged him away. My exchange with King Blaine and Queen Priscilla, or is it Mr. and Mrs. Glader? Although the royal families all dropped their titles as kings and queens, it was always uncomfortable in discerning how to exactly address them, or even more succinct. While Catherine's mother was brusque by default, I knew that the former king of Sapin still found it uncomfortable to be around me, a human that became a lance for the elves. Most likely someone he considers disloyal to his home kingdom. Needless to say, by the time I'd finished talking and toasting, thereby drinking with the elders and the council, my inhibitions had been lowered to a noticeable degree. It was only noticeable to me when I clasped an unwilling Baron into a hug and repeated that there were no hard feelings. The lance tried to pry himself away without drawing attention, but I utilized one of the techniques I had learned from Camus to create a vacuum between him and me. Finding real-life applications for spells is the next step in mastery after all. After saying my fill, I released the fuming lance and proceeded to greet Vere and Aya. The two lances had just come back from a mission near the border between Sapin and Darv after sightings of another retainer. Unfortunately, the final retainer was gone by the time they had arrived. We continued talking until an unexpected surprise showed up. Garbed in a bright yellow dress that looked like it might have belonged to a child was Micah. Micah, I exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to the entrance. The dwarf, obviously unaccustomed to such a fluttery dress, flushed at the attention. Rather than shrink, however, the dwarven lance stuck out her chest and held her chin up and made her way to me. I pulled the dwarf into a hug, which was a little awkward considering she was about half my height. Virion came by and placed a hand on her shoulder. Our scouts in Darv found enough evidence to ensure to the rest of the council that Micah, or should I say General Micah, was not involved in Radia's and Alfred's plot with the Vritra, Virion explained with a smile. Micah's allegiance will always be to the country, the lance confirmed, but Micah is a bit confused since there are no dwarves in the council and Lord Aldir is missing. We have much to discuss and positions to fill, but that can be saved for tomorrow, Virion comforted. Tonight, we enjoy the food, the drinks, and the company we have tonight. Virion left us to continue his rounds talking to everyone else in the room while Micah and I chatted a bit more. We kept our conversation lighthearted. I teased her about her frilly dress while she retorted that I looked like I had come straight from a training session. She laughed when I told her she was right. The pleasant chime of a bell signaled for everyone to gather around the table. Butlers and maids escorted all of the attendees to a predetermined seat. Supposedly, being one of the main reasons for having this dinner put me at the far end of the table, directly across from Virion with Catheln to my right and my sister to my left. The council was spread across the table toward the other end near Virion, while the lances and elders sat toward the center. After everyone had taken a seat, Virion tapped his spoon on the glass flute to get everyone's attention before speaking. I'll make this short since I know I'm not the only one hungry. I believe it's important for even our strongest soldiers to have the opportunity to rest and be merry. Yes, we're at war, but war or not, there will always be a battle tomorrow, so make some time to enjoy today. Drink, eat, laugh so that you can all tackle tomorrow with fire anew. We all clapped while Boone's gruff voice shouting, "Hell yeah," sounded in the midst of it. Our applause brought forth an organized stampede of servants carrying dishes. It was a full-course meal starting with a creamy soup garnished with edible flowers and leaves placed with precision. My stomach that had been uncomfortable, most likely due to the copious amounts of alcohol I had drank, welcomed the warm, rich flavors. A subtle kick from an unfamiliar spice complemented the thickness of the soup, while the leaves and flower garnishes added a surprising hint of freshness. "This is so good," Ellie exclaimed in between spoonfuls of the soup. The ceramic bowl of soup had been taken away, replaced by a silver platter with 2 strips of what looked like raw fish. The morsels of translucent flesh with dashings of 2 different sauces practically melted in my mouth. Both the green and the brown sauces were unfamiliar, but it was a mixture of a nutty and slightly acidic taste that served to mask the unwanted brininess of the ocean dweller and bring out its desired flavors. While swallowing the second piece of the fish, a pang in my abdomen caused me to buckle. Did I drink too much? I wondered, casting a side glance at the large cask of priceless liqueur that had been conveniently placed just behind Boone's seat. "Are you okay?" Catheln asked, her plate completely clean. "I'm fine," I smiled, putting down my fork. Ultimately, my stubbornness refused to pass the opportunity in drinking such expensive alcohol. I held up my glass, taking another sip and rolling the deep brown liquid in my mouth to savor the taste. I let the aromatic flavors coat my mouth before finally swallowing it, letting the pleasant burn pass down my throat. "Can I try?" my sister begged once again after seeing me relishing the drink. I was about to turn her down again but paused. "Fine, just a sip." Ellie," Emily chimed in, her eyes widening as my sister grabbed the rounded glass. "You sure about this?" Ignoring her, my sister immediately brought the glass to her lips. As expected, she most certainly did not take just a sip, and instead gulped a big portion of the liqueur. Already prepared for what was about to come, I cast a small circular vacuum of wind that sucked in the spray of liquid that shot out of my sister's mouth as she coughed. The servants nearby immediately took action, handing my sister a new napkin while they opened up a container for me to dump Ellie's sprayed contents into. "Why you jerk?" Ellie hissed, trying not to draw in any more attention than she already had. "You knew that would happen." Suppressing the laugh that was nearly leaking out, I looked at her deadpan. "Of course. That's why I said no so many times." "You could have warned me," she protested, drinking the cup of water the servant behind her so sensibly placed next to Ellie's plate. "I could have," I agreed, leaving my sister aghast. Emily steered my sister's bitterness, telling her about some of the modifications she made to Ellie's new bow. After the plates were cleared, another, smaller dish took its place. Even before I looked down to see what it was, the smell had already caused me to reach for it. A handful of shellfish with its black shells laid open, its meat basking in a savory broth that I could practically taste through my nose. Supplementing the shellfish was a side of sauteed mushrooms that looked like they were actually lit on fire. The servant covered the mushrooms with a crystal cup to extinguish the soft fire. As soon as he lifted the cover, a rich flavor of whatever liqueur the chef had used to ignite the mushrooms with permeated the vicinity. Raw fish, and now flaming fungus. "Interesting and tasty," I overheard Emily as she whispered to my sister, who nodded furiously in agreement. Conversations drifted in the air while soft music played by a trio of musicians cast a comfortable tune to accompany the dinner. I leaned forward, taking in another whiff of the complementing aromas of the shellfish and mushrooms when another sharp pain stabbed at my sternum. Am I allergic to something? I thought, bringing a mushroom close to my nose in suspicion. With the pain gone as quickly as it had come, I decided to lay off the purple alcohol while shoveling in a mouthful of the mushrooms. The firm suppleness of the mushroom as I bit down into it dispelled any of the remaining suspicions I had of the food. If I'm allergic to this mushroom, so be it. I'll suffer knowing that it was for a good cause. Throughout the next few dishes, I ate in silence. Kathleen wasn't much of a conversationalist, and the few times she did talk was to respond to whatever my sister and Emily were conversing about. My thoughts began veering toward the war and the upcoming battles, my only solace being the exquisite dishes that never seemed to stop and my glass of liqueur that never emptied. From tender meats that I was able to cut with my fork, and even a whole boar that was carved so precisely that I doubted I could replicate the task even with my mastery of the sword. There were other, more bizarre dishes that showcased the more unwanted parts of particular mana beasts as supposed delicacies. It was when the dinner was becoming more lively, most likely due to alcohol in everyone's system, that I encountered another episode of pain in my stomach. This time it was a more gripping pain, as if someone was slowly squeezing, twisting, and wrenching my insides. That was when I realized it wasn't my stomach or even my liver like I thought it had been. It was my mana core. Is something wrong, Arthur? You seem pale, Virion said, noticing my state from the other side of the table. I rose up from my seat, feeling more than a tinge of regret as I stared at the untouched steaming crab down at my plate. My apologies to everyone, but I think I'll have to call it a night. Virion got up as well, his expression laced with concern. Holding up a hand to stop him, I made my way to the door, careful not to stumble. Please enjoy yourselves. I've been a little tired today and I think I just had too much alcohol. Without looking back, I headed to my room, one hand using the wall as support while the other pressed down on my solar plexus. Is something wrong with my mana core? Cold sweat beaded down my face as the gripping pain became more intense. By the time I reached my room, I curled into a ball on the floor, unable to reach my bed. My fear and worry grew alongside the pain, until a thought crossed my mind. Sending a pulse of mana into my ring, I withdrew Yudo's horn and instinctively began absorbing its contents like an infant reaching for its mother's milk. Slipping in and out of consciousness, time elapsed like it was caught in a jar of sap. Everything seemed slow, and the cold, gripping pain escalated until it soon became unbearable. Two things happened in what seemed like a span of a second. First, I felt a surge of unmatched energy and power throughout my body. I could feel it in my pores and the tip of my hair. Then I passed out. Chapter 193, Broken Seal. I looked up at the row of judges peering down from their platform that overlooked the main stadium my opponent and I were currently on. Sitting in the middle of the row was a tall, shapely woman with blazing red hair that curled down her back. Two sharp eyes that would make even a wild lion flinch regarded me with interest as the rest of the judges murmured amongst themselves over the results of the match. I thought to myself, what exactly there was to go over. My opponent, a Division II candidate testing for a First Division spot, was passed out behind me while the medics approached with a stretcher. There was a sinking realization as the judges continued discussing that they might very well be determining whether to send me up or keep me at Division 3. I could see Nico and Cecilia in corner of my eyes, waiting just as intently for the verdict as I had during my first competition while attending this academy, back when I still believed fair results could be achieved through hard work. After what seemed like ages, a thin elderly man with a white mustache groomed a bit too meticulously, probably to compensate for his bald head, cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Cadet Gray, no surname. While your match was impressive, especially your demonstration of martial arts, the poor level of utilization of your Kai throughout the tournament made it clear that some basic fundamentals are clearly lacking and need to be thoroughly reviewed. Therefore, Cadet Gray will move up to Class 1 of the 3rd Division. I could feel my blood boil underneath my skin as I did all I could to suppress my rage. I clenched my fists, gnashed my teeth, curled my toes, anything to stop myself from lashing out at the judge and this entire academy system. Just then, a roar of laughter echoed throughout the entire arena. My burning rage was instantly quelled as I looked up, dumbfounded, as the red-haired judge continued laughing heartily. It wasn't only me that was shocked by her actions, though. The rest of the judges whipped their head toward their colleague with expressions ranging from shock to anger to embarrassment. The audience that had been quietly waiting for the results from this final round muttered amongst each other hoping to get some answers from the turn of events. Finally, after the red-haired judge calmed down enough, she let out a sigh while wiping away a tear. My apologies, I thought Judge Drem was pulling that kid's leg by telling him he needed to review his fundamentals. At the mention of his name, the mustached judge, who I assume was Judge Drem, flushed red all the way the top of his shiny head. Lady Vera, in the sanctity of the annual assessment duels, your behavior is unacceptable. No, the red-haired woman that the judge referred eerily respectfully despite the gap in age, cut in flatly. What's unacceptable behavior and embarrassingly pathetic is this blatant attempt at holding that kid back because he's not from a distinguished house. Clearly unprepared to be verbally assaulted by the woman, Judge Dem stammered what he hoped would be words. "Why, how dare, I did no such. Then how can you possibly justify Cadet Gray as being anything less than Division 1, Lady Vera interrupted again. At this point, I really hoped that this lady had either the strength or the backings to justify her blatant lack of respect for the older judge. Judge Dem tried his best to gather his wits, letting out another cough. Like I stated earlier, Cadet Gray's Chi utilization is lack. Wrong, she instantly cut off again, causing the older judge to practically fume in frustration and embarrassment. The boy's Chi utilization is at least a step above even the Class 2 students in Division 1. What you call lacking in Chi utilization is actually him making up for his lower Chi level to an almost impressive degree. The other judges sitting behind the panel were obviously lower in terms of rank than Judge Drem because the only thing that they'd been doing at this point was wordlessly shifting glances between Lady Vera, Judge Drem, and me. Lady Vera, the old judge said through gritted teeth, while I am grateful for your insight into the matter, I have been a judge for nearly 20 years now. Please reciprocate the respect that I've shown you by showing me the respect that I've earned in this field. Lady Vera thrummed her fingers on the panel she was sitting behind, contemplating for a moment before she nodded. Fine, I'll respect your verdict, Judge Drem. Before I even had the opportunity to be disappointed by this, though Vera's form flickered out of sight, what in the she appeared above me and landed with a soft thud. Despite the fact that I had witnessed everything, I was still somehow doubtful that she'd just cleared the span of 2 stories as casually as I would step off a sidewalk. Kid. Like Judge Handlebar said, you'll still be in Division 3, but what do you say about me becoming your personal mentor? I thought for a moment. I even turned to Nico and Cecilia to make sure what I was witnessing was real. I didn't know who this woman was, but the way she held herself and the impressive movement skill she had used to clear the distance that most elite soldiers wouldn't dare replicate made me take the risk. Ignoring the aghast row of judges as well as the stunned crowd, I took her hand. I accept your offer. Arthur Leywin. I woke up on the floor with my hands stretched out in front of me, much like how my dream had ended. However, rather than Lady Vera's seemingly fragile hand in my own, I was gripping tightly onto Yudo's horn. The once obsidian stone that once glimmered like a sinister jewel now had cracks and splinters strewn across its dull gray exterior. It took a moment of idle wondering of how I came to be in this position when I suddenly remembered. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, I shot up to my feet. I took in my surroundings for the first time since waking up, relieved that I was still in my room and that my room was relatively intact. Looking at the window, it was still nighttime, which meant I was unconscious only for a few hours. Pulling my senses inward, I focused my attention on my mana core. My mana core that did not have the glimmering silver sheen that it once had, but instead radiated brightly like a white sun. I did it, I muttered incredulously. I maintained concentration on my core for a few minutes, just taking in the new alien feelings that came with my breakthrough. The paranoid part of me did it just to make sure that I wasn't imagining things. I wasn't. I was now a white core mage. Ecstatic, I sent a pulse of mana throughout my body. The flow of mana was seamless and near instant. I hadn't gotten the chance to read through the notebook that Alanis had written for me, but I had a feeling that she might have to update some of the readings. Without stopping, I held out my hand, palm up, and began shaping the mana. I started out with something relatively easy, making a small orb of pure mana. This was the equivalent of stretching before a run. After that, I proceeded into more complicated exercises. I enlarged the orb of mana and shrunk it as quickly as possible. Then I split the mana orb into 2 smaller ones. After I had about a dozen small mana orbs floating above my hand, I ignited some of them by coalescing fire affinity mana particles in the atmosphere while I froze another set of orbs and so on. By a few minutes into the exercise, I had several dozens of different elemental spheres all orbiting around my palm. Throughout it all, I had a wide smile on my face that I only noticed after my cheeks began cramping. There were hundreds of variations of these manipulation exercises, all meant to help mages get better at organic magic, a term that had many names but all meant one thing. Magic that did not need gestures or chants in order to cast. Much of the magic that beginning classes in Xyrus Academy taught centered around stagnant magic, which were essentially spells limited in variations and uses in order to reproduce consistently and easily. The gestures and chants that so many mages used and still use today help in guiding their subconscious as they mold their mana into the spell that they want. The downside was that most of these gestures and chants basically told opponents, "Hey, I'm going to throw a fireball at you." It was fairly easy for any decent mage to counter such stagnant magic. The organic magic that I had so naturally grasped from an early age thanks to my understanding of mana from having lived a previous life, was much harder to cast and control. Every time I launched a blade of wind at my opponent with a simple swing of my arm, my brain was basically giving detailed instructions of the mana that I imbued into the spell in order to get the shape, size, speed, trajectory, angle, etc. all correct. Breaking into white core stage wasn't as awe-inspiring as I sort of hoped it would be, but it was definitely a huge step forward, more so than any of the previous breakthroughs into the next core stages. My control and finesse over mana had definitely been taken up a notch, almost as if the advancement into white core also affected my cognition. I thought back to several instances in the past when the lances demonstrated some of their prowess in magic. Alfred's ability to cast eerily lifelike golems of magma, as well as Micah's superb control over an abstract element like gravity, were all reasons that supported my claim. Putting Aaliyah aside, I've never had the chance to see Aya fight. Baron was able to mold lightning into a giant spear that looked about as detailed as a masterfully crafted weapon, and just recently I came face to face with Vere's dragon made completely of ice. Is this why all the lances are so skilled in manipulating mana? I thought, sighing. Another thought occurred to me as well. Flying. Usually, skilled flying meant constant attention to your body and mana output, all the while having your attention on something else like fighting. That was why most mages didn't fly even if they were able to. What use was flying when it took complete focus to sustain it, and the mana expenditure wasn't cheap? If manipulating mana became this easy, then I could see how the lances were able to easily fly while casually talking to me or even casting spells. Eager to know what my limits were, I was tempted to immediately head down to the training room and test a few theories out. I was especially excited to activate Realm Heart just to see what I could do. However, a sharp pain flared in my head, wrenching me out of my thoughts. "Hey Arthur, something's happening." Sylvie's voice rang in my head but sounded muffled and distorted. "Sylvie, what's wrong?" I called out to her several more times but didn't get a response. Feelings of excitement and elation were immediately replaced by worry and fear as I headed down the flight of stairs to the small training room she had isolated herself in. I turned the cold metal handle of the door, but it was locked. "Sylvie, I'm here, can you hear me?" No response. I shook harder, hoping it was just jammed, but seeing as it wasn't, I punched a hole near the knob, rendering the lock mechanism useless. Pushing open the door, I stepped inside only to stop completely in my track at the sight ahead. Standing in the back of the dimly lit room was a wide-eyed little girl in a simple black robe, with two black unmistakable horns jutting out from the side of her head. I thought I was seeing things at first. I blamed the poor lighting and the shadows cast by them for playing tricks on my eyes, but when I stepped closer and the girl looked up and we locked eyes, I knew. "Sylvie. Is that you?" The girl cracked open an uneasy smile, a trace of fear and excitement evident in her bright topaz eyes. Hi Arthur, the two of us stood there. Neither one of us knew what to do, what to say, how to react. I still couldn't believe it. My eyes told me that I was seeing a girl that looked no older than 8 or 9 with long choppy hair that was the same pale wheat color as her draconic form's underbelly. Looking closely, her messy hair looked more like soft feathers than actual strands of hair. Little of the girl's small face was covered by her hair, since her bangs barely covered half of her forehead. Her round yellow eyes shifted uneasily under my scrutinizing gaze until she sent a mental transmission. "How long are you going to keep staring like that?" Caught off guard, I flinched, but not by the words themselves but the emotions that were intertwined into them. Unlike before, I could feel the emotions she was feeling while she communicated through my mind. Like now, how she felt uncomfortable and embarrassed, but at the same time excited and anxious. It was odd feeling foreign emotions through my brain. It was never like this before. At most, Sylvie could send one, extremely strong, emotion to me that felt more like she was telling me how she felt. It was never this. Intimate, for lack of a better word. "Sorry," I said aloud. "I'm still digesting everything right now. What exactly happened? After absorbing the retainer's mana from the horn you gave me, I was able to finally break the seal that you and Grandpa said that my mother placed on me to keep me hidden." The disparity between her childish voice and her words threw me off, but I nodded in understanding. "So by breaking the seal, you were able to unlock the human form that Usuras were able to transform into?" "Yeah," she said, looking down at her small hands. "To tell you the truth, I haven't had the chance to really study the changes in my body, so I can't tell you exactly what's happening at this moment, but—" Sylvie abruptly lurched and staggered, nearly falling forward before she regained balance. "Sylvie, you okay?" I asked, concerned. Sylvie stood in place for a moment, frozen. I cautiously made my way to her, unable to even fathom what was wrong when she slowly looked up. When our eyes locked again this time, however, a chill ran down my spine. Her appearance was the same, nothing had changed, but her presence, her demeanor, her gaze were completely different. So much so that I had involuntarily stepped back from her. Sylvie straightened herself, swaying her neck side to side as if she was stretching it. Ah, she said, clearing her throat. You can hear me, yes, I raised a brow, not knowing how to answer. I'll take that gesture as a yes, she said dismissively. Who are you? I asked, my eyes narrowing. Sylvie smirked, an expression that looked unnatural on her face. I'm grateful that you happened to be in the same room when the connection was finally established. It makes things so much easier. Who are you? I repeated, her smirk widened to a smile. Agrona, chapter 194. Man behind the veil. I could feel the blood drain from my face, but I held my ground. Despite the casual disclosure, I could tell that Sil Agrona was carefully observing how I'd react. The same two gleaming yellow eyes that looked so innocent and confused just moments ago were now bright ruby and carried an unwavering confidence and authority. He could have just as easily said he was some sort of sentient shapeshifter from a different planet, and I would have been compelled to believe him. Giving no indication that his words had any effect on me, I made a simple gesture with my hand, casting multiple spells simultaneously. The door closed shut, and a thick stone slab sprouted to barricade the entrance while a swirling layer of wind surrounded the two of us, muting any sound that might leak from the room. I also layered the floor around the room's vicinity in case anyone came close by. Is Sylvie safe while you're in control of her body? I asked. Sylvie, a good name. Agrona breathed as if savoring the sound. Yes, what I'm using to speak with you like this is a harmless spell that I've embedded onto her while she was still an egg. Sylvie's simply sleeping. Two stone chairs popped up from the ground and I took a seat, gesturing at Agrona to do the same. Agrona sat down, leaning back in the seat contently. Thanks for the hospitality and for keeping your wits together. Makes communicating so much easier without you trying to kill me. You're possessing my bond, so hurting you like this wouldn't be very effective, I replied calmly. He shrugged. I wouldn't have been able to put much of a fight regardless since I can't use any mana arts like this, but I digress. Shall we talk about something a bit more important than the various flaws of this method of communication? Seconds ticked by in silence, with only the faint whistle of the field of wind surrounding us while the two of us stared at each other. My brain whirled with activity, trying to make sense of the sudden change of events while devising a clever way to take full advantage of it. After all, it wasn't every day that you could calmly have a one-on-one meeting with the enemy's leader in the middle of a war. But whether it was because I was still having a hard time believing all of it, or because my worry over Sylvie was constantly nagging at me even with my calm facade, my mind couldn't keep a coherent train of thought. So I asked the one question that had bugged me ever since he first took control of Sylvie. You said you were grateful that I happened to be in the same room when you made the connection. Why did you only seek me out? Fair question. First reason, and the more obvious one, is that I'm sure most of the members of your leadership wouldn't take too kindly of me intruding on their home turf in the form of a little girl. Assuming that they even believe me, it would scare the living shit out of them given the fact that I could intrude their most secured location in the continent, he answered. Although, it would be amusing to see their reaction. And the second reason, because he leaned forward and grinned, you're the only one on this continent that I'm interested in. I didn't expect that answer. What did the leader of a rogue Asura clan that was hundreds, if not thousands, of years old find interesting about me? Whatever it was, it couldn't be a good thing. My expression must have betrayed me because the Asura abruptly let out a laugh. Don't worry, I'm not going to just suddenly pin you to the ground and have my way with you. Assuming my taste suddenly skewed that way, it'd still be a little inappropriate in this form, no. I rolled my eyes as the supposed mastermind behind the Intercontinental War, unable to make heads or tails of his character. You're a lot more eccentric than I imagined, almost sociable, I commented. Agrona raised a brow, amused. Did you perhaps see me as some poised dictator hellbent on making the world all mine while donning a silken cape? Something like that. He put on a grave expression while leaning forward. Well, you're partly right, Agrona flashed a smile. He leaned back again as if unable to find a comfortable position to sit still in. Don't let this pleasant demeanor fool you. I have my goals and ambitions and a face I show my people in public. But as for my personality, after spending generations upon generations amongst you lessers that seem to change your ethics and social mores on a whim, it's a pain to keep up with appearing dignified and cultured. For instance, even in my continent just a couple hundred ago, it used to be normal to have public torture and executions. Hell, they even brought snacks and watched it as free entertainment. Now, it's somehow become shockingly horrifying to them. He waved a hand dismissively. I have my people to handle and run the lessers based on their ever-changing sense of right and wrong. Wow, he talks a lot. Still, there was a lot of knowledge contained in his little rant. From what I've seen facing the Alacrian soldiers and, truthfully, my own prejudice based on the crazy Vritras like Udo and the Witch, I imagine that the enemy continent would be some horrid wasteland full of lessers enslaved to do the Vritras' bidding. But from what Agrona just said, Alacria seems to be like any normal developing land with leaders that actually care for the citizens. That look you have right now, he pointed a finger at me, that annoying look of pleasant surprise. You were thinking that it's weird that I actually give an ass about the lessers in Alacria, huh? Well, from what the Usras told me, you've been conducting experiments on the lessers and breeding with them before you were even kicked out of Ephiodus, I remarked. I expected him to get mad, at least annoyed, but instead his expression turned somber. The best lie is only telling half the truth, I suppose. Kezes or that lackey of his, Winsome, never told you the reason why I did all of this, did they? So Lord Indrath's first name is Kezes, I noted internally before replying. It was to build an army capable of bringing down the other Usras, no. That's all they told you. Agrona rolled his eyes, tapping his fingers impatiently on the chair's armrest. Arthur, do you think I one day just woke up wanting to commit genocide against my brethren? Any reason you have isn't justification for what you're trying to do, I stated firmly. He let out a scoff. I should have more or less expected you to have the same mindset as Kezes and the rest of his underlings. Annoyed, I asked, what do you mean? Let's suppose you lived in this continent without being able to use magic. How differently would everyone you know have treated you today? The royal families that you know, they wouldn't bat an eye in your direction. Your peers from Xyrus, you would have never met them and probably just befriended thugs and farmers from your own social class. Your family, well, they might be the only ones that love you, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't be inwardly disappointed at your lack of talent. I raised a brow. And this hypothetical person is supposed to relate to you. Basilisks in general were notorious amongst other races, but imagine if your very clansmen and family looked down on you for the minuscule talent that you had no control over. The same Lord Indrath that approved of you in that brusque and lofty way of his didn't even find it worthwhile to breathe in my direction. Agrona spat, his fingers clawing away at the armrest. And you found it justifiable to inhumanely toy with the lives of countless lessers in order for you to get stronger, I shot back. He tilted his head. Do you shed tears for the ants that you step on? Rage smoldered in my stomach, but by his tone and expression it didn't seem like he was looking down on me. He truly felt that lessers were bugs to him. I let out a breath. It was naive to think we could have a rational conversation. Agrona spread his arms, looking at me with a proud smile. What I achieved through those experiments have benefited not only myself, but the lessers in Alacria to such a degree where they worship me not out of fear but out of reverence. To them I am their savior. Savior? I let out a scoff. Did you somehow wipe the memories of killing and torturing your people's ancestors or something? Killing and torturing. I could taste the bitterness in your words from here in Alacria, Arthur, he said, feigning a hurt expression. Why, I've merely utilized the many lessers that were available to me in order to strengthen my own kind's inherent abilities. I'm sure those test subjects are grateful that I made use of them in order to accomplish something unimaginable for their future generations. I wanted to slap the snide look off his face, but this egotistical maniac truly believed what he did was right. What have you managed to accomplish for their future generations that is so great that it supersedes decades of you conducting experiments on the inhabitants of Elisira? I asked, playing along. I'll answer that question with another question, he gestured. I know that the rough statistic of mage to non-mages in Dicathen is 1 in 100. What do you suppose the statistic is in Alacria? I remained silent. Agrona smirked. It's 1 in 5, 1 in 5, I sputtered. Unimaginable by your standards as well, right? He gave me a wink. I'll admit that what you managed to do is impressive, but aren't you afraid that with so many of the population as mages, that those who still hold a grudge will band up and revolt? Agrona looked at me for a second in silence before he burst out laughing. Oh, you weren't joking, he said in between laughs after seeing my expression. Like I said earlier, my people, whether they have some of my genes or they're still full-blooded lessers, revere me. Because of the structured process of awakening that I devised for them, so many of them can utilize magic to improve their mundane lives. You're telling me that you spent the time and effort to devise this method for what? The actual benefit of Alacrians? I asked, skeptical. I've heard from the Usuras, but since they're apparently so skewed in their views, I want to hear it from your mouth. What is your goal in all of this? Ooh, is this the part where the villain falls into a monologue and reveals his nefarious plans to the righteous hero? He replied excitedly, steepling his fingers. I shook my head. You're insane. Insanity is relative, he said, unwavering. And as for your question, I have no intention of telling you anything. You said you were interested in me earlier. I assumed it was because you wanted my help, but withholding your goal in all of this hardly makes me want to jump to your side. I pushed, hoping to get an answer out of him. Agrona leaned back. I never expected you to come to my side through this little conversation. I told you all of this because in hopes that you will remove yourself from the war. What? Why would I? Agrona held up a hand. Before you say no, consider this. Thus far, I've been progressing very conservatively in this war, refraining from unnecessary civilian deaths since I have use for them. But that does not mean it'll continue being this way. You've barely clung on to your life till now, but this is just the start. Statistically speaking, how likely is it that your side can win this war with your family and other loved ones alive after everything? He paused before speaking again. You can hide, seek refuge in Alacria, anything really, just as long you don't become an opponent to my army. Guarantee that, and I will guarantee that you and your loved ones will be left untouched. It'd be a lie to say a small part of me wasn't tempted. What do you gain from me doing this? Telling me to keep hidden or go to Alacria obviously means you want me alive. Why, if I'm not on your side, aren't I a threat? Despite how I may have been perceived and what I've done to get to where I am today, I don't believe that allies can be made through force. If I want you on my side, I won't do so through threats. The two of us stayed silent for a bit. He was waiting for me to respond, and I didn't know how to respond. I wanted to refuse, I should definitely refuse, but for some reason his words carried a weight that made me truly think. It actually seems like you're thinking about it, he chuckled. As a small thank you for that, I'll divulge a few things that you may or may not have been curious about. Agrona smoothed out the wrinkles of the black dress that Sylvie's body had been wearing. First, your parents were attacked not too long ago while transporting supplies to your forces at the wall, correct? I bolted up from my seat, mana coalescing around my entire body. Agrona raised his hands in a placating gesture, though still seated. His eyes, however, were fierce. You may not believe me when I say this, but your parents were left untouched because I willed it. Lastly, the Usuras have been out of touch with your leaders, right? He didn't wait for me to respond. The Usura possessing my bond rose to his feet, maintaining his poise. It's because a few Usuras, including Aldir and Winsome, tried infiltrating my castle in Alacria, hoping that they'd succeed in killing me while my forces are divided. Tried. That means that they failed, I replied, my heart beating faster. Doesn't that mean the treaty is broken? Agrona shook his head. No, neither my side nor the Usuras in Ephiatus wish for it, but they had to pay for disrespecting the treaty, so we made another deal. I was afraid to ask, but I did anyway. What is the deal that you made? The Usuras in Ephiatus can no longer aid you in any way throughout this war, he answered, stepping a bit closer. Winsome, Aldir, and the rest of the Usuras that you've met have abandoned you in Dicathen. I want to say that I remained unfazed and took the news in stride, but that be a lie. In my head, I was using every curse I knew to express the frustration and panic that was bubbling up inside. Finally, after I gained enough composure to form words again, I spoke. Why are you telling me all of this? To appeal to you, of course. I'm trying to ultimately get you on my side willingly, remember, Agrona winked. Frankly, I don't get where your loyalty to those Usuras come from. Kezes and the other Usuras that helped train you only did so for their gains, and you simply went along because you needed to get stronger to keep your loved ones safe. Seems more like a business arrangement to me. I shook my head. Even so, you've said that you've been conservative during this war, but while you come off as well-mannered so far, your retainers have massacred soldiers with glee. Exactly as you said, soldiers, Agrona pointed out, snapping his fingers. And really, I think it's hardly fair to bring that up when your side has treated my men with just about the same amount of hospitality. I'd say freezing my poor Jagrette and displaying her corpse like some sort of trophy in front of your nobles is hardly any better than what she or any of my other soldiers have done. I was at a loss for words. I wasn't even surprised that Agrona somehow knew all of this at this point, just that he was right. Silence enveloped the room, bringing to attention the sound of the wind whistling around us. What we've discussed today isn't something you can organize in a span of a few minutes, so I'll give you some time to think about everything, he finally said, breaking the silence. Besides, Sylvie seems to be stirring from her sleep, so after you've thought about it, give me an answer after reciting this spell to Sylvie. He muttered a string of foreign words through mental transmission, allowing me to remember it. I advise you to make a choice soon, though. Like I said earlier, we're progressing into the next stage of this war, and I assure you it won't be to your side's benefit. Giving you this deal does not grant you immunity from harm should you refuse or withhold your answer. Wait, I called out. What you told me earlier, that I was the only one on this continent that you were interested in. You never told me why that is. I suppose it does no harm in telling you. Agrona tapped his chin with a finger, thinking for a moment. Let's say I've enjoyed talking with an old friend of yours, King Grey. Chapter 195. Next stage, SDEFFAN Vale. Oh, great Vritra, I muttered under my breath, watching a shield lose his footing, almost getting trampled in the process. Shields, keep up those defensive panels. Don't let any of the beasts stray off. I barked out before looking down at the mysterious black ore I had been ordered to break once the beasts were all inside the Elshire forest. I watched as hundreds of corrupted beasts were herded through the walls of translucent panels casted by teams of shields. It was a peculiar sight as monsters that would normally be nowhere near each other walked sluggishly abreast. Hound-sized spiders, large wolves, and even serpents with heads on both ends marched together, unaware of what was going on. Several unads served to protect each of the shields just in case any of the beasts broke free. Even unads have their purposes. Better one of them dies than a mage. I cast my eyes on the ironclad unads wielding ordinary weapons of steel, unable to even strengthen them. Pitiful. I turned to the sentry assigned to my force, a lanky man with bangs that covered his eyes. "Can you get a read inside the forest?" He put his palms to the ground before clicking his tongue. "My range is cut to a fourth inside there." "Looks like you'll have to go in with us," I sighed. He stepped away from me. What? That's not what." Before he could finish, I grabbed the precious sentry by the scruff of his neck. "Look, I don't care if you sentries think you're precious because of your perverted voyeuristic magic. You'll be safe with my personal shield and caster." All right, but if anything happens to me." The boy's idle threats were laughable by his trembling. Merciful Vritra, how can he even see himself as a soldier if he's scared to go anywhere near a battle? "You'll be fine," I stressed, letting go of his collar. "Now form the mental link with me and me only." "Something tells me you're not very good at multitasking." The sentry nodded, placing 2 fingers on my temple and concentrating. "See, can you hear me?" A familiar voice rang directly in my head. "How is it that you stutter even inside your head?" I thought. "Just so you know, I can only do a one-way line of mental communication, so I won't be able to hear back from you." "Okay," I said aloud, holding back the urge to roll my eyes. Despite his shortcomings, having a sentry is a big bonus in that my shield and caster won't have to stay as close to me and rely on feedback from the sentry. Turning my attention back to the task at hand, I watched as teams of mages stood on standby, as more and more of the corrupted beasts disappeared into the thick, hazy forest that was home to the elves in Dicathen. As soon as the last of the monsters herded out from the northern beast glades were deep inside the dense array of trees, I held up the black ore. "Una, non-mages, frontline positions with weapons out. Strikers, behind them with your shields and casters nearby. Prepare to charge at a given notice," I ordered as everyone shuffled into place. I didn't know how those corrupted beasts were sedated, but the artifacts entrusted to me seemed to work like a charm. As soon as I shattered the ore, releasing the effects of my control, vicious growls, snarls, and roars broke out from within the forest. Several unads carrying supplies began handing out the vials of rancid liquid for everyone to spray on their clothes. Expensive and temporary, but it was the only way the corrupted beasts would not attack us. Moments of tense silence ensued as everyone waited for my signal. I flexed my hands, eager to get in some action with my newly unlocked crest. It had yet been even a passing of a season since I had trained my initial mark to form my crest, truly praiseworthy for someone that had just turned 18, yet I found myself thirsting for more. Just like my father, I also wanted to be granted the privilege of entering the obsidian vault to hopefully acquire an emblem. I looked forward to returning to Alacria. I knew my father would survive the trials the obsidian vault gave to those that entered, and I wanted nothing more than to see what sort of emblem he would come out with. Perhaps he'll be blessed with a legendary regalia. If that happens, our House of Vale will soar within all of Vetcher, perhaps even within all of Elisira. I knew that my father wouldn't be able to get a regalia. While considered young, he was still only a mid-tier mage after all, the same as me, albeit twice my age. While I respected his strength and talent, he was still a shield. I allowed myself a faint smile that only lasted but a brief second when a loud crash resounded from the distance. With my basic senses enhanced by my crest, I was able to hear faint yells from what could only be by the elves patrolling the area. Taking a glance behind me to make sure that the signaling artifact was in place to guide us back out of the forest, I readied myself. "Charge!" I roared out, cladding my whole body in mana, another perk of my newly acquired crest. The non-mages charged without any doubt or reluctance, while even the mages strode forth with unusual vigor. Taking just a quick moment to look down, I realized it was probably the soft glow emanating from my body that filled my troops with confidence. Confidence that stemmed from both my strength and mentality. It didn't matter if the Dicathenians had strange, versatile magic. For me, this was just a mission to succeed in and to receive more achievements that will further my blood waiting for me back home. I weaved through the maze of trees, unable to even see my own feet because of the dense fog. However, it was easy to spot the battle between the elves and the corrupted mana beasts we had let loose on their land. Though outnumbered, the elves were holding their own fairly well against the rabid beasts. Glowing arrows shot with astonishing accuracy fell beast after beast, small or large. Several elven soldiers were even able to control the trees around them to trap and choke several of the larger beasts. One enemy mage stuck out. an older female with blonde hair that flowed out of her helmet. She had no weapons, but from her hands came out deadly blades of wind that were able to splice several beasts at once. That was my target. Saren, focus shields on me and stay at a distance with Mari. Sent Ashton, stick close to them and relay my position in case I'm in danger, I ordered, picking up my pace. Polygonal panels of mana hovered around me, ready to defend against any projectiles, while a faint hum sounded from behind as Mari began charging her magic. I channeled mana through my crest, an action that was as natural as breathing by now. Unsheathing my sword, strengthened by a famed instiller, I ignited the weapon with a jagged fire that tore and seared rather than burned. I circulated more mana through my crest and out to the rest of my body to strengthen my limbs. Power rushed through me as I dashed forward into the thick of the battle like a true striker. My sword buzzed, glowing brightly like a beacon to my troops as I neared the first elf in my path. The lean elf with short hair and stern brows turned to me, eyes widening. His mouth moved and wind began gathering around his dual daggers, but it was too late. I guess it's true that mages of Dicathen, while versatile, were slow. How inefficient and primitive. My sword tore through the daggers that he had crossed together to defend himself with before slashing into his torso. Unexpectedly, I felt my sword go through a layer of mana. So even weak mages like him were able to clad himself in mana. How odd. I didn't waste another breath as I finished off the impaired elf. Taking a quick moment to look around, I saw that many other of my mages had already engaged with the enemy elves. As predicted, the tides were rapidly turning in our favor. The corrupted beasts were deadly in that they didn't care for their own safety and viciously attacked anything in their way. As I neared closer to the elf using Windblade magic, Ashton's voice rang once more in my head. Her mana readings are a bit different, but she should be around the lower end of a mid-tier mage. Your caster is readying her spell to single target. Proceed with caution and I'll let you know when to get out of the way. So this is what it's like to have a sentry, even a half-baked one, accessible. No wonder they're considered valuable despite not having a single form of offensive or defensive magic. The flame magic that had been unlocked through my mark after the awakening ceremony allowed my flames to take on a jagged quality that tore away at anything in its path. A rare upper mid-tier mark. However, after I had mastered this magic to the point that I could evolve it to a crest, I was able to utilize it in a whole new way. Dropping my speed, I sheathed my sword and circulated more mana through my crest. My body erupted, covering me in an armor of fire while releasing 4 floating sickles of jagged flames. They orbited around me, ready to strike with a very thought as I concentrated entirely on controlling them. The female elf clad in armor let loose another blade of wind, killing yet another 2 beasts before turning her full attention on me. Unlike the previous elf I had just killed, her mouth didn't move while she let loose a blade of wind at me. S-shield prepared to guard the attack. Proceed, the sentry informed. I stepped off, my movement empowered by the flames enveloping my body. The polygonal shields layered in front of me prepared to take on the wind blade. The first panel broke upon impact and the second one cracked, but withstood the attack before wind dissipated. Using that opportunity, I was able to get in range to send my sickles out to my opponent. A arrow incoming from left. Duck, without hesitation, I fell to the ground. That broke my concentration in controlling the flying sickles of flame, but I was able to dodge the monoclad arrow as it whizzed above me. Just by the sound it made, I knew that relying on the shield was a risk better not taken. I need to end this fast. I don't want to waste too much mana on just a single enemy. The drawback of using the full form of my crest was that it took a lot of mana to keep up. Not to mention that each of the 3 sickles took up additional mana to maintain. Something I need to improve upon if I want to be able to control more sickles. Pushing off with both my hands and feet, I dashed toward the elf, who was just about to release another blade. I sent a single sickle down on her gathered hands. Despite the speed of my blitz attack, she was able to dodge my sickle in time to save her hands from getting sliced off. However, that allowed me to bury a flameclad fist right into her breastplate, shattering it and sending her flying backward and into a tree. Releasing my flameclad form to save mana, I drew my blade to end the elf when a terrifying presence gripped at my very soul. Stefan, get out of there. Now, I wanted nothing more than to get of here, but I found myself on my knees, clawing at my chest because I couldn't breathe. What in Great Vritra's name is this suffocating presence? I tried to crawl away, that was all I could manage. I cared not to save my appearances. If I didn't get out of here, I knew that I wouldn't even live to feel shame. That was when a person landed in front of me. I looked up to see the boy, his long auburn hair tied messily behind him with striking blue eyes that radiated power. He gazed down at me with an annoyance that wasn't even directed to me. I was the son of Carnal Vale, heir to the House of Vale, yet in front of this boy that appeared no older than me, I was nothing. My body trembled and convulsed as a palpable power radiated from him and weighed down on me. Just then, however, I heard a slight hum before a beam of pure frost bombarded the boy. I flinched and tried to roll away to not get caught up in the blast. A fleeting sense of hope allowed me to get back on my legs as I tried to run away, but before I could even get in 2 steps, a searing pain radiated from my right arm and the ground slid out from under me. I toppled forward, unable to get up. Looking behind me, I could only see a pool of crimson spreading from where my arm used to be. Desperate, I used my only able arm to try and crawl, somehow unable to get up. My eyes searched for my teammates, only to see Saren, Mari, and Ashton fleeing away. My vision dimmed as I found myself eye level with the roots sprouting from the ground, my last thoughts being how it wasn't supposed to end like this. Arthur Leywin, I surveyed the surroundings. The once lush green forest was splattered with blood and corpses. Even the thick fog did little to cover up the aftermath of the battle. "Thank you, General Arthur, for your aid," the female elf that I had barely saved said, her voice hoarse and in pain. My eyes fell to the elven soldiers that had died trying to protect their home. "I'm sorry I couldn't come sooner. This could have all been avoided had I arrived before the beasts were herded into the forest." The elf shook her head. "Please don't apologize. The outcome of this battle would have been very different had you not come at all. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to help and gather my men." Keeping her armor on, the elf ran off, checking for any signs of life while more elves arrived to help. Is this what Agrona meant when he said the war is progressing to the next stage? This marked the first attack on elven territory, and even if this particular strike had failed, it had done its job. Until now, only Sapin had taken the brunt of the attack, which made it easy to allocate resources to a central place. But now that our enemies are striking elsewhere as well, how will the council choose to handle this? "I'll have to check up on General Aya to see if she needs help," I thought before looking down at the Alacrian that I had managed to keep alive. I had severed his dominant arm but otherwise kept him able. The healthier he is now, the longer he'll last during the information extraction. "You, soldier carrying the weapons," I called out to a nearby elf who had been assigned to collect his fallen comrades' belongings. The young elf looked down at weapons in his arms before realizing that he was the one being called to. "Why yes, General Arthur," I pointed down to the Alacrian on the ground. "Bring this one to the camp and wrap up his wounds so he doesn't bleed out." There was a look of disdain that passed through the elf's face, but he quickly hid it and dipped his head in understanding. "Oh, and make sure he doesn't kill himself before I interrogate him," I added as the elf picked the wounded enemy up. "Yes, sir," he said with renewed vigor, knowing that his enemy will perhaps have a fate worse than death. Chapter 196, Questioning. Letting out a sigh, I sank down on deep moss and leaned back against a tree. I pulled out a water skin and took a long sip, letting the cold water sit in my mouth before I gulped it down. There was a faint glow now as the sun came up. Looking at the sky covered in trees, I took in the view of lush green with specks of orange peeking through to provide a little warmth in this damp and cold forest. Distracting my mind from thinking of the upcoming task that I would have to undergo, I thought back to a few days ago. Despite the weighty conversation that I had with Agrona, things seemed to be getting better. My core had advanced to white, and every moment my body acclimated to the change, I felt stronger. The scars around on my neck and wrist hadn't disappeared but had become noticeably lighter. My legs that had endured several substantial injuries felt lighter than before. I knew that my body hadn't physically changed. This meant that I still couldn't use any sequence of Mirage Walk, including Burst Step, without accruing damage to my lower body, but using organic magic that didn't have a set purpose predisposed by gestures or chance, had become infinitely more natural and with it a method of becoming even stronger. Sylvie, on the other hand, didn't have it as easy. While she looked younger than my sister in her new form, she had the coordination of a toddler. Her frustration was visible as she frequently tripped over her own foot or lost balance for no apparent reason while standing still. Perhaps even more amusing than her stumblings was her attempts at using her newly acquired thumbs. More than once did a maid have to clean broken plates and shelf decors in the room. I let out a chuckle, still clearly able to picture the faces of everyone when they saw Sylvie in her human form for the first time. Everyone had taken it a different way. Kathleen's eyes had widened as she bolted away from my door while repeatedly apologizing for the intrusion, leaving Hester with an amused grin as I tried to explain. My sister had pointed at me with a trembled finger, asking when Tesha and I had a child together. While I didn't blame her since Sylvie did have this sheen wheat-colored quality to her hair that might have been a result of a shade of brown mixing with gunmetal silver, but I responded as any older brother would. I smacked the back of Ellie's head and asked her how Sylvie could have been my child if she looked only a few years younger than her. At the mention of Sylvie's name, my sister turned ecstatic, and the two have been spending more time with each other ever since. Virion's reaction had been relatively muted. He seemed to have sensed it was Sylvie the moment he walked into the room. That didn't mean he was going to pass up the opportunity for a witty remark, though. Rubbing his chin in thought while muttering that he now knew my preference counted as such. Surprisingly, though, Emily's reaction had disturbed me the most. The way she turned beet red and covered her mouth was reasonable enough, but she just stood there in the doorway, her curved lips peeking out from behind her hands. It was a duly noted reminder to me to introduce a boy to the poor lonely artificer. Squeezing my eyes shut, I let out a deep breath. I had left Sylvie behind since she was still getting used to the changes to her body in her new form, now that the seal her mother had placed on her was broken. And while I felt isolated here despite the activity going around from the aftermath of the recent battle, I knew I made the right decision. I didn't want anyone I knew, to see what I would have to do to the boy I had kept alive. I just hope that things are better on General Aya's side, I thought. The two of us were ordered to confirm and aid in the defense against the attacks of the Alacrians, assuming that the messenger's news was correct. With my eyes still closed, I took in the symphony of sounds. Birds sang in varying notes while insects harmonized with their chirps and drones, all accompanied by the background of rustling leaves. Maybe it's actually more peaceful here than in the castle, I muttered optimistically, imagining the chaos in the meeting room right now as the members of the council fought for the proper distribution of soldiers and mages now that significant attacks weren't just happening on Sapin's doorsteps. General Arthur, a familiar voice called out from a distance, prying my eyes open. It was the elf that I had ordered to carry the Alacrian. He ran toward me deftly, never missing a footing despite the unevenness of the ground. The Alacrian has awoken. I rose to my feet, patting the dirt off of my clothes. I prepared my mind, reaching out for the emptiness that would help me interrogate the enemy without remorse or sympathy, all the while trying to bury the memory of my past when the situation was reversed. Strip the prisoner and remove everyone else from the room. The encampment of the elven troops was in the middle of a small clearing that seemed unnatural just a few hundred yards north of the battle, or so I thought. My senses, even at Whitecore, weren't fully accustomed to the direction-disturbing effects of the Elshire forest. By the holes in the ground that had been packed with fresh dirt, and the trees that seemed to be unusually dense just outside the camp, it seemed like the elves had a mage with strong wood affinity to manipulate the trees like this. Tents of thick fabric filled the clearing while elven soldiers moved about in activity. A few bowed when our eyes met, while others glanced wearily at the human kid that was perhaps several times more powerful than the entire camp combined. The elf pointed ahead. "This way, General, the Alacrian is in the tent at the rear. Our head is waiting just outside." I saw the large canopy made up of twisted roots and branches and a thick cloth draping over it. A swirling dome of wind covered the wooden tent, and waiting with her attention to the entrance of the tent, arms out and mana continually circulating inside her, was the same armored woman that I had managed to save from the prisoner himself. Upon seeing our arrival, she visibly relaxed and held out a hand. "I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Lena Imaris, head of the Southeastern Unit in Elenoir. Arthur Leywin." I shook her hand before turning to the tent. "He's able to talk," a look of disgust traced Lena's face. "He's been screaming and yelling since waking up, which is why I had to put up a wind barrier. It'll also give you some privacy." "Thank you." I took a calm breath, dissociating myself from the events about to unfold as I walked through the sound-protecting barrier without disrupting the spell, a feat that was much harder than it appeared. I wouldn't think of myself as Arthur right now. I was an interrogator from this moment. Inside, my ears were already filled with an angry boy shouting idle threats. "My arm, where's my arm? If you primitive beasts know what's good for you, you'll untie me. I am of Blood Vale, a distinguished family of the—" My hand cracked across his face, snapping it back with the force of the blow. The boy looked at me stunned. "Why you? You slapped me, what's your name? I'll have you." I bent forward after slapping him once more to lock eyes with the boy. "I don't think you truly understand the gravity of the situation you are in, so allow me to enlighten you." I stepped down on his pinky toe until a sharp crack could be heard. The boy screamed and flailed, but the chair he was tied to never faltered. I stared deadpan as he struggled to cope. A few moments later, I could feel him cycle mana to his broken toe, trying to heal and alleviate some of the pain. "Good, the boy will last a while." Despite strengthening his body with mana, I broke another one of his toes. Again, a shrill cry tore out of the boy's throat as his eyes watered. I removed my foot from his toe and waited another moment. Then I stepped on and broke another one of his toes. His shouts and curses soon turned to sobs and pleas to stop, but he wasn't completely broken yet. I moved my foot from his toes just below his ankles and stepped down. A series of cracks and snaps resounded along with the boy's piercing shriek. "PL, please, why are you doing this? What do you want? I'll give you anything," he muttered in between sobs as he stared at his mangled left foot. "Your name?" I demanded without emotion. "Why do you need to know?" The boy let out another howl as his left fibula snaps in two. Stefan Vale, please, no more. Stefan." Even from a glimpse, I know your family, or blood as you call it, is distinguished, meaning you are as well. Unlike the other soldiers we've captured so far, you've made no attempts to kill yourself and wish dearly to live. Am I correct so far? Yes, he blurted, not giving his interrogator an excuse to break another bone. I chose my words carefully before speaking. I won't kill you if you cooperate. In what condition you make it back home, however, will depend on how helpful you are and how honestly you answer my questions. Do you understand? He nodded fiercely. A few of your troops have survived and safely escaped, but I strongly advise you get rid of the hope that the number of forces they can muster up and bring back here will not be strong enough to aid you. The mana that I had grown accustomed to restraining was set loose. The thick roots and branches making up the tent cracked and snapped under the full weight of a white core mage letting loose. The ground splintered as rubble shook below our feet. As for Stefan, he was having a hard time breathing even while meager amounts of mana cycled profusely throughout his body. His bloodshot eyes bulged as his mouth gaped like a fish out of water until I withdrew my mana back. I understand, he stammered, unable to even muster up the strength to be embarrassed by the foul, acrid stench emanating from between his legs. Good, I nodded, taking a step away. I thought of going straight to the more pressing questions, but I wanted to see if he was actually telling the truth. List all of the males in the Vale house and your relationship to them. The boy looked fearful for a second, most likely thinking that I would use this information to kill off his entire house, but with a quick reassurance that killing his family wasn't my intention, he succumbed. Stefan rattled off a list of names that had no meaning to me besides that they were some distant cousin or uncle until one name that I could verify came up. Isra Vale, my mother. Carnal Vale, my father. Lucia Vale, my sister. I put up a hand to stop him. What is the awakening process? The awakening is the ceremony that unlocks the children their first mark so that they can become a mage, Stefan answered, his voice hoarse. What is the difference between a crest and a mark? I asked, remembering the terms from my glimpse into Yudo's memories through his horn. The boy recited his reply like he'd memorized it out of a textbook. A crest is stronger. Symbolizes a greater understanding of the specified root of magic that the mark enables the mage to utilize. My curiosity was beginning to win over me. I wanted to learn more about Stefan's continent, but I could tell he was starting to withdraw. It would be a lot harder to get him motivated to answer my questions the longer this went, and without an emitter to keep him alive, it was a risk I couldn't take now. Again, I chose the words very carefully for this question. I wanted Stefan to think I had a partial idea and only wanted him to confirm. That was the best way to get truthful answers out of him. What stage is above marks and crests? I said, gripping his leg in warning as his eyes began to shut. After crests are emblems and then regalias, he said hurriedly. How strong are mages with regalias compared to retainers? I don't know. My family's highest power is my grandfather, and he's only an emblem mage. I swear on the name of Vritra. Swear on the name of Vritra, I echoed distastefully. I've heard a saying similar inside the cavern in Darv. It seems the Vritra are considered almost like gods in Alacria. Do you know how many emblem and regalia holders are on Dicathen currently? He shook his head. My commander is an emblem mage, but I know that he answers to a regalia holder. I don't know the exact numbers. I let out a sigh. This boy is too low in rankings to be of any use. From the sound of it, the House of Vale that he so proudly proclaimed wasn't even very high up in Alacria either. Asking a few questions pertaining specifically to the orders that had been given to him, I found out that several other troops were heading north to Elshire Forest just like I had feared. The last question I asked was more for my own curiosity, but it turned out to be the most useful knowledge that I had gained from Stefan. Please, let me go now, you promised. I answered every one of your questions truthfully. The boy's shoulders sagged, and the stump that used to be his right arm was bleeding through the bandages. Like I said, I won't kill you. With those last words, I left the tent. Waiting for me was Lena, the elven woman that led the troops here. I took in the sights of the encampment. Waves of elven soldiers were arriving, some carrying bloodied allies, while others moved what was left of their comrades' corpses. I stepped forward, stopping beside her. She flinched when our eyes met, but she remained silent, waiting for my orders. 58. My gaze remained cold, not wanting even a shred of emotion to get in my way as I spoke. I'm done. Feel free to dispose of the Alacrian how you see fit. Chapter 197, Torn. My eyes shot open from a sharp sting on my cheek, only to see a blinding light aimed straight at my face. Immediately, my heart started to pound as my mind scrambled to make sense of what was going on. I tried to get up, but both my hands and feet were bound to the chair I was sitting on. Gray. Can you hear me? A dark silhouette behind the fluorescent light used in hospitals asked calmly. Where am I? Who are you? I managed, my throat dry and burning. What is the last thing you remember? A different shadowed figure growled, ignoring my questions. He had a larger frame than the one who had asked the previous question, but I couldn't make out any other details aside from that. My head throbbed as I tried to recollect the memories, but eventually I was able to sort them out. I had just won the tournament. I was slowly adjusting to the light, able to make out more details of the room I was in and the figure standing in front of me. What else? The man said calmly. I accepted an offer to be mentored by a powerful person, I let out, hoping my ambiguity would go unnoticed. What is the name of this powerful woman and what is your relationship with her? The man asked. The fact that he knew she was a woman made me think he was either testing me or he already knew the truth. I pulled at what felt like a thick metal wire tied around my wrists. Seeing as even my strength reinforced with Kai did nothing, I answered. I only know her as Lady Vera and I just met her. Lies, the larger man, that I now could make out had long slick-back hair, hissed. He raised a hand as if to strike me, but the thinner man stopped him. What happened after you won the tournament, Gray? He then asked, his voice never showing any signs of emotion. I winced, trying to remember. I think I headed back to my dorm room right after. Lady Vera had said before we parted that she'd contact me once things settled down, but better to not tell these men more information than they ask for. I was jolted out of my thoughts when the larger, long-haired grasped my entire neck with a single hand and lifted me and the chair off the ground. Again lies, he said, his face now close enough to mine to make out more details. He had scars all across his face, making his already intimidating face even more frightening. It'd be wise to just tell us the organization that sent you to protect the legacy. Organization, legacy. I couldn't make sense of their accusations, but with my throat unable to even gasp for air, I was left gagging in the man's grasp until his thinner companion smacked away the hand that was choking me. Anchored down by the chair I had been tied to, I fell helplessly on the ground. I lost consciousness for a split second when my head snapped and hit the cold, hard floor. When I came to, I had been put back upright, face to face with the thinner man that somehow scared me more than the large, scarred abomination. He had short-cropped hair and eyes that looked more hollow than a dead fish. A single look into his eyes made me doubt that the man even had emotions to hide. His eyes remained locked on mine for a split second before his lips curved up into a smile that didn't quite reach his dead eyes. He turned around and walked away. Strip him while I get the white phosphorus. The larger man sneered as he tore off the old shirt I had worn to bed and the gooseprint pajama pants that Headmaster Wilbeck had got me as a joke for my birthday. I believe you have some information that we need. Fortunately for you, this means that we need you alive for now. The thinner man came back, wearing gloves. In his hands was a small metal cube. If you're truly who we suspect you are, then you might have prepared for this. If by some mistake we've made an error and everything that we considered as evidence was simply coincidence, then, well, you'll be experiencing something that you'll never forget. What are you talking about? I said, still bleary from the recent head trauma. This will be easy, the thin man smiled as he dipped a gloved finger into the metal cube. I won't even ask you any questions yet. He smeared a line of shiny silver paste just below my ribs and brought out a lighter. W8, what are you doing? Please, I begged, still unable to even process how everything was unfolding. The man didn't talk. He just lowered the small flame onto the silver paste. As soon as the fire touched the substance, a pain that I didn't even know existed erupted. A scream tore out of my throat as my body convulsed from the searing torment that remained concentrated to where the paste was smeared. I had gotten burned before, but compared to the sensation eating away at my skin right now, those memories actually felt pleasant. It seemed like hours as the pain somehow seemed to grow worse. During this time, my screams turned hoarse, and the tears that flooded down my face had dried and crusted. Finally, the pain began to subside, only for the thin man, the demon, to apply another line of the silver paste on a different section of my body. Please, I wept, don't do this. The man remained silent and lit another hellish fire on my body. I screamed, my mind screamed. Every part of my body spasmed and twitched, doing whatever it could to expel this torment, but all for naught. Thoughts questioning whether I was going to die soon turned to thoughts hoping I'd die. I couldn't tell how many times the demon sauntered back to me with that wretched silver paste of his, but this time he stood still. He didn't immediately smear my body with the paste again, but rather just locked eyes with me. I jumped at this chance. If it meant that I would be free of the pain, I would do anything. I'll tell you whatever you want, anything, everything, I pleaded, my voice barely coming out as a whisper. That's better, he smiled sincerely, somehow making his face even more twisted than before. Now I'm going to paint you a little story and you're going to help fill in the gaps for me. Any attempts at lying or withholding any truths will unfortunately lead me to put this in places more sensitive. Am I clear? The thin demon held up the container of what he called white phosphorus and waved it in front of me. Without even the necessary saliva to swallow, I simply nodded. Your name is Gray, with background checks confirming you to be an orphan under refuge by one of the many institutions of this country. Headmistress Olivia Wilbeck had been taking care of you since infancy and the orphanage was what you considered home. Am I on track so far, Gray? I nodded again. Bring the boy a glass of water, the thin man replied, seemingly pleased by my obedience. The larger companion held a dirty cup against my mouth. The water was stale and musty as if they'd wrung a wet dog, but it still felt like bliss against my parched mouth and throat. The bulky man pulled away the cup when I had only finished half, making me crane my neck forward to try and suck as much water before he pulled it completely out of reach. Moving on, and this was where I was hoping you'd start filling in the gaps, he said as if I had a choice. What military institution trained you to be the legacy's protector because there wasn't anything on official records? I furrowed my brows, confused. I've only barely finished my second year at Whitthome Military Academy. I've had no previous training before. So you're telling me that you managed to defeat two professionally trained Kai combatants without prior training? The thin man asked, his voice getting dangerously low. I had help from my friends, but yes, I said, mustering up as much confidence as I could. And so you're telling me Olivia Wilbeck, that calculating shrew, allowed the legacy to simply walk out in public with two children that had no prior training? What is this legacy you keep saying? I've never seen that thing in my life, I pleaded. The thin man regarded me silently for a moment. There are just two things I really want to know, Gray. What organization sent you to protect the legacy, and to what extent is the country of Traden providing assistance to you and the legacy by publicly announcing Lady Vera as your mentor? My mind spun for answers. I had no idea what organization he was talking about and what the country of Traden had anything to do with whatever this legacy was. Before I could answer, the man let out a sigh. He rubbed the bridge of his nose as he walked toward me. I really hoped you'd stay true to your word and cooperate. If you hesitate like this, I can only assume you're trying to make up an answer. He dipped his gloved fingers in the cube and smeared a line of the silver paste on the inside of my bare thighs. Please, I don't know, I pleaded once more, fresh tears rolling down my cheeks once more. I don't know. Hellfire ignited on the soft flesh of my thighs, the heat reaching up to my crotch. I couldn't tell if I was screaming after a while. My ears seemed to have tuned out my own yells. I thought the pain was unbearable, but I guess my body didn't think so. No matter how badly I wanted to lose consciousness, I stayed awake, enduring the full brunt of the controlled flames. But that wasn't even the worst part. It was the part where the thin demon would come after a while and pause before wordlessly igniting another part of my body on fire. Every time he walked toward me, I was both afraid and hopeful. Afraid that he'd induce more pain, and hopeful that this would be the time that he'd finally talk again and relieve me from this hell. Time seemed so foreign to me. I couldn't tell whether it was going by fast or slow inside this dark, windowless room. The bright light aimed constantly at my face didn't allow my eyes to make out details of the room. No distraction to help me ease the pain. What snapped me out of my stupor was the sound of footsteps approaching me. I readied myself to plead, to beg at the thin man, but I realized a third person had come inside the room. What th? The large man slumped after taking a quick strike from the third figure. The thin demon lashed out with a weapon I couldn't make out but was suddenly sent flying back. The third figure walked toward me, turning off the light. The world splotched white until my eyes were able to adjust. You're safe now, kid, the figure said, kneeling down. It was Lady Vera. Arthur Leywin. Gales of wind tore past me as I flew above the clouds. Reaching White Core had come with an abundance of perks, and manipulating ambient mana effectively enough to take flight was one of them. Had I tried to do something like this while still in silver, I would have drained my own core minutes into a journey. Now I was filled with the surreal feeling of the mana around me lifting me up into the sky. Still, while the sensation was exhilarating, my head swam with thoughts from last night's dream. I had assumed that interrogating the Alacrian was what brought out that unwanted memory. But with how frequently I've been having these detailed memories of my former life, I couldn't help but grow worried and frustrated. Still, I had made a vow when I was born into this world that I wouldn't live a life like my previous one. And until I could get a better explanation of why these memories were coming back, I decided to just consider them as reminders of my failures. Besides, it wasn't like I could see a therapist here. I mustered a smile at the thought of myself laying on a couch, talking about my problems to a professional with a clipboard when I looked back at toward Elshire Forest. A tinge of guilt surfaced in my stomach for leaving them so hastily. Lena and her soldiers are better off with General Aya staying behind since she can actually navigate within the forest, I reassured myself. After meeting up with the Elven Lance, we exchanged our findings in depth. We had decided that I was to report back to the castle while she remained as support until further orders by the council. I didn't exactly report back to the castle, but I did send a brief report through a transmission scroll that Lena had on hand and informed Virion that I was going to make a small detour. The transmission scroll will give them enough to work off of, and the information I learned from the Alacrian will be more useful here. I thought as I stared at the snow-capped peaks of the Grand Mountains jutting out of the clouds. Even this high up, I could hear the distant echoes of battle raging beneath. Muffled explosions, hums of magic, and the faint cries of various undistinguishable beasts resounded, muddled by the screams and yells of people fighting them. For some reason, I was nervous. The lances rarely came to the wall because there has yet to be any sightings of any retainers or scythes. The day-to-day battles that raged on by the wall were mages and soldiers alike, facing corrupted beasts that mindlessly tried to charge through and break the line of defense. I'd read many reports coming from the wall and even made some changes to their fighting structure. Yet, this would be the first time I'd be there in person. This was where battles were going on almost daily, producing seasoned soldiers out of new recruits that were still wet on the nose, if they survived. More importantly, this was where Tess and her unit were stationed. They were part of the assault division responsible for infiltrating dungeons and getting rid of corrupted beasts below and wipe out any teleportation gates that the Alacrian have been planting to transport more soldiers. Reaching the Grand Mountains, I slowly descended through the sea of clouds until I got a full aerial view of the battle ensuing below me. Streams and bolts of magic in various colors rained down from the wall while soldiers below fought of hordes of beasts that had managed to live through the elemental assaults. Some stronger beasts unleashed magical attacks of their own, but its number and volumes paled compared to the collective efforts of all the mages in the wall. I continued my descent toward the wall, concentrating on the numerous types of beasts on the battlefield that was dyed in shade of red darker than normal blood when I sensed a spell approaching me from behind. Looking back over my shoulder, I saw the blast of fire as large as my body in diameter shooting toward me. A tinge of annoyance was all that I managed to muster up before swatting at the spell, dispersing it effortlessly before speeding my descent to the upper levels of the wall. Softening my landing with a cushion of wind, I was met with a crowd of soldiers kneeling. Closest to me was a barrel-chested man clad in full armor that was dented and dirty from obvious exposure in battle. He knelt down a few feet ahead of me, his hand holding down the head of a man that looked to be only a few years older than me. "General, my sincerest apologies for my subordinate's grave blunder. As we had not received word that a lance would be blessing us with his presence, he assumed you to be an enemy. I will reprimand and see to his punishment immediately," the man clad in armor stated. His voice wasn't loud, but carried a presence that told me his battered armor wasn't the only thing that showed he was a veteran. I pried my gaze off the man that I assumed was the leader and looked at the boy whose head was forcibly pushed down into a bow. He was trembling while he gripped at his staff with enough strength to whiten his knuckles. "It's been a while since I've been treated like this," I mused, taking a moment to savor the heads bowed in respect and probably fear. It grew old after a few seconds. I cleared my throat and walked toward the large man in armor. "No need. I came unannounced and from the beast glades so I can see how your subordinate thought I was an enemy." I paused and bent down to match my gaze to the conjurer that had fired the spell at me. "But next time when you see an unidentified and possible threat, you should immediately notify your superiors so that they can make the judgment. Understood?" "Ununderstood, General." He bolted upright into a salute, nearly clipping my chin in the process. With a grin, I turned back to the armored man. "Name and position," I stated, walking past him toward the stairs. "Captain Albenth Kelris of the Bulwark Division." He trotted close behind. "Well then, Captain Albenth Kelris, let's talk strategy." Chapter 198, A City Within, Virion Eralith. I took a seat on the cushioned chair of gnarled wood, casting a weary gaze at the two royal pairs already poised to lash out at each other. The only thing keeping the four of them silent was their respect for me. In front of me was a transmission scroll that held the contents of today's meeting sent to me by Arthur. A creeping suspicion that the boy in question had decided not to come straight back in order to avoid this meeting bubbled inside my head, but I let it go with a sigh. "I forgive you, Arthur. I don't want to be here either," I thought, taking a moment to appreciate the luxuriously decorated room. With a cozy fire burning in the hearth and several light artifacts set in gold sconces along the walls, the room was cast in a warm, friendly atmosphere, as if to mock the subtle hostility surfacing from those present inside. The last shred of natural light from the window to my left dimmed as the sun dipped below the clouds. I took that as my cue to start the meeting. "Take a seat, let's begin." There was a moment of silence while the four in the room with me looked at one another before the head of the Glader family cleared his throat. "Well, we've all been briefed on General Arthur and General Aya's report, so I say we get right to it. I believe we should keep our forces as is and send reinforcement to the Elshire Forest on an as-needed basis," Blaine said. Despite the human king's sunken cheeks and unshaved state that covered the lower half of his face with the same crimson color as his hair, he spoke resolutely. I remained silent and neutral as was my job until all sides, which in this case too have explained their arguments. "Councilman Blaine, Sending reinforcements on an as-needed basis to the border between the Beast Glades and the Elshire Forest suggests you don't see the elven territory worthy of defending, Muriel intoned coldly. Years of being part of the council had shaped my once lively daughter-in-law into a sharp and cold diplomat. Oh, don't twist my words, Councilwoman Muriel, Blaine rebutted. The report stated 2 separate attacks, but it was coordinated to happen at the same time. This means that, so far, only 1 attack has been made into the elven territory. Compare that to the near-daily attacks happening on the wall. Shouldn't it be obvious that protecting Sapin's borders takes precedence? No one is saying that the defense of the Elshire Forest should take precedence over Sapin, Alduin said, composed. However, much like how there are elven soldiers stationed at the wall to help protect Sapin, there should be at least some form of defense on the forest borders, don't you think? The Elshire Forest is a form of defense, Priscilla Glader added, pointing with her finger to the lower portion of the forest on the map laid out in front of them. The monoladen fog itself has been a form of deterrence to everyone but elves since its existence. Even the attacks attempted yesterday would have failed eventually if you chose to ignore the intruders. The Alacrians and beasts would have gotten lost and starved themselves to death long before they reached any outskirt cities of Elenoir. The forest itself is a part of the kingdom of Elenoir, and there are still tribes of elves housed outside of the cities, Alduin stated, his voice growing louder. With that same reasoning just now, Sapin would also be better off abandoning the wall and the small outpost cities near the border so that there's less land to protect. How can you even call that an adequate comparison? Blaine roared, slamming his palms down on the round table. The easiest way to the major cities of Elenoir is through the northern range of the Grand Mountains from Sapin. If Sapin goes down, even the outer cities, the Alacrians will have far easier access to your lands as well. Watch your tone, councilman, Muriel snapped, her bright blue eyes growing dark. You act as though the elves are in your debt when we have sent plenty of mages to help your forces fend off the Alacrians from your waters. If even 1/4 of those soldiers were stationed to guard the forest borders, we wouldn't even be needing this meeting. The former human queen spoke, her chilling voice soothing the heated argument. The truth remains as it is. While you can say that the Elshire Forest is part of your kingdom, no cities or even towns have yet to see battle. Until such a need grows, sending troops will only weaken the borders that are continuously facing battles. Alduin rubbed the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes. When he opened them, his emerald eyes locked into mine. All we're requesting is sending some of our men back to Elenoir so that they can defend their home. There is no your men, did you forget? The council was formed to unite the 3 races because we predicted an outside threat. Our job is to stay impartial and lead the entire continent into a victory over the Alacrians, not just Elenoir, Blaine rebutted before turning to face me. I implore Commander Virion that he remains impartial for the sake of this war. You talk of impartiality when you've been single-mindedly focused on what's best for your kingdom, Alduin argued, the tip of his ears turning red. And if the whole sake of the council was to unite the 3 races, yet one of the 3 races isn't even present, doesn't that defeat the whole point? Enough. Those present in the room felt the palpable pressure that I cast on the place. Even Priscilla, with her core on the verge of turning silver, paled as she struggled. I've heard both sides, and before you further degrade yourselves by arguing like spoiled children, I'll inject myself. Both Blaine and Alduin flushed with anger and embarrassment but remained silent. I cast a sharp gaze to everyone inside before speaking again. Based on the number of attacks, Sapin remains a priority for the Alacrians. As Councilman Blaine mentioned, the easiest way to the major cities of Elenoir is from crossing the northern range of the Grand Mountains from Sapin, and since there have been small strikes near that area, we are to proceed under the assumption that the Alacrians know this as well. We'll send more troops to solidify that area's defense. That still doesn't. Another pulse of mana sent Alduin's jaw to snap shut. As for the defense of the southern borders of Elenoir, we'll have several units of the Trailblazer Division stationed to only make expeditions down the dungeons nearby so that they can resurface and act as additional support in case of more attacks in the forest. The room remained tense, but everyone seemed satisfied, just barely. Good, I nodded. Now, as for the biggest issue, our alliance with the dwarves has remained neutral at best the best of times and hostile for the remainder. Even with the formation of the council, the dwarven representatives have always had their own agenda and priorities, but I'm hoping that will soon change. I turned my head toward the single door and everyone followed. After a moment of silence, I cleared my throat. You can come in now. Oh damn, I missed my cue, a gruff voice sounded from the other side of the room. I could feel a smile forming on my lips. The ornamented knob shook harshly before a brawny dwarf with a thick white beard and a decorated robe that seemed a few sizes too tight walked inside. With a childish grin, he took a seat in the empty chair closest to him before introducing himself. Bundamag Lanuid, pleasure to meet y'all. Arthur Leywin walking down the never-ending flights of stone stairs, I remained entranced by the bustle of activity all around us. I couldn't help but think how misleading the name, the wall, was. It was so much more. Each flight of stairs led to a different floor within the wall. The highest stories remained relatively minimal, with reinforced metal and stones continually being maintained by human and dwarven mages. There were also teams of conjurers and archers stationed on these upper floors, responsible for firing down at the enemies below through the numerous embrasures. Adjacent to the multiple staircases spanning the entire height of the wall were dozens of pulleys that hauled arrows, provisions, and other supplies to the upper levels. The sound of tools clashing against stone and steel was actually drowned down by the footsteps of soldiers and workers alike that never remained still for even a moment. Please excuse the noise, General. I've been told it's quite overwhelming for those that aren't used to it, Albent shouted, his voice barely audible from the clamor. Overwhelming indeed, I drew in a breath. I regret taking this long to actually visit the wall. It's amazing. While I'd like to take the credit, I'm fairly new here myself. The senior captain that I, along with a few others like myself, report to is the one responsible for the whole system and structure of this place, he explained, waving at a few workers that saluted to him. We continued our walk down the stairs until we reached a gate accompanied by 2 soldiers standing guard. The floors from here on out are accessible to civilians as well, Albent explained, flashing a badge at the guards. Captain, the 2 saluted before turning an uncertain gaze toward me. Fools, Albent barked. Were you taught to stare in the presence of a lance? The armored guards' eyes widened, their faces paling. General, they immediately bowed in unison. The captain scratched the back of his neck. My apologies, General. Some of the lower soldiers still can't recognize the lances on sight. It's fine, I smiled, looking at the soldiers. And a salute is enough. Yes, sir, the soldier on the right replied, standing back upright in a salute. The other one followed his companion. It's an honor to meet a famed lance. Just open the gates, Albent sighed, shaking his head. The 2 scrambled to unclasp the metal hinges and we continued our descent. By the next floor, I found myself sweating and my eyes stinging slightly. Is there a fire somewhere? In a way, yes, the sweating captain said, tugging at the neckline of his gorget to cool himself off. We're arriving at the level that contains our main forge. Another flight of stairs and I was able to see the full glory of the forge. Smoke was ventilated through the narrow slits near the ceiling, but the floor was still covered in a dense dark cloud. A thick layer of heat constantly radiated from the multiple forges spaced out evenly amongst teams of blacksmiths. Tools hung in racks as dozens of brawny men hammered down on their anvils. A few dwarven metal mages I spotted actually molded ingots like they were made of putty. Apprentices ran around busily, some holding buckets of water while others carried crates of finished weapons to deliver to other floors, while workers continued to maintain the back wall that protected them from the enemies on the other side. Please bear with the heat for just a bit longer, Albent chimed in. We're almost there, General. The further we traveled down, the more people there actually were. Aside from the soldiers and different types of workers were a fair amount of merchants and rogue adventurers present as well. There's an entirely separate economy here, I mused. Absolutely, Albent agreed, wiping his sweat away with his gloves. Because there is no law mandating service for the war, we've set out rewards for adventurers who clock in time out on the field or on the upper levels. It's easy money for them, and we get an almost never-ending supply of able-bodied mages and fighters. The only drawback is that there are sometimes quarrels between the soldiers and the adventurers, but it's fairly rare since any problems get the adventurers banned from taking jobs here. And the merchants are here because of the adventurers, I guess, surveying the lines of stalls and tents set up on the ground floor. Yes, sir, they're restricted from the main route where our soldiers' supplies come in from, and they're also taxed quite heavily for doing business here, but they still come in droves, Albent chuckled. A rather brilliant idea by the senior captain, if I do say so myself. Because of that, most of the adventurers that take on jobs here are actually paid for by the money that the merchants pay to do business here for the adventurers. Brilliant, I echoed, nodding to the guards that bowed deeply upon recognition. It was a resourceful idea that spoke volumes about the senior captain in charge of this entire city-like structure. Albent led the way, parting the crowds on the ground floor for me. I'm sure flying down would have been much faster, but I hope this little tour helped you become familiar with the wall. I appreciate it, Captain Albent. The captain smiled, his crow's feet deepening. We walked for several more minutes until we reached a more quiet area. An unusually large canvas pavilion stood out against the mountainside, several mages standing guard. Albent gestured toward the lavish white tent. This is the room that the captains and heads use to hold meetings. You came at a good time since there's a meeting going on right now. I was actually about to head down just before you arrived. I'm glad everything worked out, I replied. Funny how things work that way, he chuckled, flashing his badge once again at the guards. Senior Captain Trodius, along with the other captains and several heads, are inside. Trodius, I thought, vaguely recognizing the name from somewhere. The guards opened to flap, and I walked inside behind Albent. Inside was a large round table with a detailed map of what looked like the Beast Glades. On the map were several wooden figures shaped differently to indicate various positions of the dungeons and troops. There were 7 people seated around the table, all in battered armor and disheveled robes, and currently in discussion. At the far end of the circular table sat a man that I could only describe as the perfect image of a traditional gentleman. Handsome, with shiny black hair meticulously cropped, dressed in a flawless military-style suit that looked like it had been made just this morning. His eyes were sharp and deep-set, his irises glowing with a slight tint of red. The man stopped mid-sentence upon noticing our arrival and stood up. He dipped his head after looking directly at me. General Arthur Leywin. The rest stood up and bowed as well upon hearing my title. Captain Albenth saluted at the man who had just greeted me. "My apologies for being late. Given the nature of the task, it's of no consequence," the man said, showing no emotion. "Please have a seat and allow me to introduce myself. I am Trotius Flamesworth, Senior Captain in charge of the Wall." Chapter 199, Return. Currently, there are 5 units in this region, and another 3 further east approximately in this vicinity based on their last transmissions. The captain of the Trailblazer Division reported, pointing to the relative markings with an outstretched finger. Jesmia Kruwer, her name given to me via brief introduction, was the captain of Tesh's unit. She was a beautiful woman, in a terrifying sort of way. With long blonde hair that draped over her shoulders in waves and a figure that her tight-fitting armor only accentuated, I could only imagine how many men have tried to court her once they worked up the nerves to do so. The captain always had one hand resting on the pommel of her saber, as if always ready to strike, and her surly expression never seemed to soften. I had imagined that the captain leading its division into the dangerous wilds of the Beast Glades would be tough, but Captain Jesmia looked as though she could frighten away mana beasts with just a sharp gaze in their direction. Trotius shifted his gaze from the map to a sheet of paper he was holding. "Captain Jesmia, the log sheets for clearing the dungeons, how accurate is this timeline?" The captain of the Trailblazer Division straightened her back before speaking. "Fairly accurate, even taking into account the number of Alacrian mages surrounding the teleportation gate and how much the corruption process has taken over the dungeon levels. My unit has never taken longer than a week." "A week is too long," the senior captain stated coldly. "The number of corrupted beasts attacking the wall has yet to decline. Have your units on a strict deadline of 4 days for each dungeon." "But sir," Captain Jesmia bolted up from her seat, "rushing the expeditions to that degree will only cause more casualties. Some of these dungeons have never been cleared before, and extreme caution has to be taken or an entire unit can get wiped out." "That's an order, Captain Jesmia Kruwer. The wall is the last form of defense on the eastern border of Sapin. If a soldier from your unit dies out in the Beast Glades, that soldier's family isn't in danger. However, if the number of beasts becomes more than this fort can handle, those monsters and the Alacrian mages controlling them will have free reign on the civilians of the towns nearby." Captain Jessamia's expression, as she returned to her seat, was even more sour than it had been before. The brawny Captain Albenth, on the other hand, had all of the intensity of a bear cub sitting across uncomfortably from the blonde-haired bundle of seething fire. Despite his warrior-like build, most of the captain's division comprised of workers and blacksmiths responsible for maintaining and further constructing the wall. He himself had been a retired A-class adventurer that opened up his own forge in Blackbend City. With the continued success of the wall under his direct guidance, Albenth had been recently promoted from his position as a unit head. However, with a relatively new captain mostly overseeing the development and maintenance of the wall, and with Captain Jesmia hardly staying in one place since most of her troops are constantly in different parts of the Beast Glades, Trotius Flamesworth had been assigned to this area as the senior captain that both Jesmia and Albenth directly reported to. I continued listening silently as the 2 captains continued their reports to Trotius, as the few heads present in the meeting occasionally chimed in to give more detailed accounts when asked. Trotius looked up from his notes. "And what is the progress on the new routes for our Trailblazer Division?" "We've just finished securing the 4th tunnel. It's the longest one yet, and the entrance is hidden in a small crevice along a riverbank. A team of Earth mages is still reinforcing the tunnel, but it should be accessible to units within the week," Albenth explained, drawing a line with his fingers that indicated the rough layout of the tunnel. "Pull back a fourth of the workers and have them work nights instead," Trotius stated. "We were forced to flood another route just last week because its location had been compromised by the Alacrians. Securing more underground routes is priority." The senior captain then turned back to Captain Jesmia. "Are there new updates on finding any transportation gates?" The captain shook her head. "I have only a single unit working on locating it. I'll need more time." "Teleportation gate?" I asked, my interest piqued. "Yes," Trotius answered, his red eyes shifting to me. With the constant attacks on the wall, the best way for our soldiers to access the beast glades are through our underground channels. However, with the new mode of transportation that is being built to connect the wall to Blackbend City, a train is what I believe they're calling it, we would have far better access to the city's teleportation gate. If we are able to locate and connect that gate to any gates in the beast glades, then troops wouldn't have to waste hours marching through underground tunnels. My eyes focused on the map. How are you certain that there are even teleportation gates in the beast glades? We're not, he replied matter-of-factly, which is why I've limited the resources into finding it. Many of the ancient texts we have on the gates point to some being hidden within the beast glades, but whether it's true or not remains a mystery. The teleportation gates were an interesting subject for me. Along with the floating castle in Zyra City, the gates were another relic left behind by the mages of the old. It was always fascinating for me to read how these ancient mages used magic to do things that even the strongest mages of the present couldn't even fathom replicating. The stone arches engraved with indecipherable runes looked so simple, yet entire cities were built around them and relied on them as modes of transportation. Presently, artificers have only unlocked how to connect teleportation gates to each other and change their destinations. As for actually building on themselves, it was a distant dream. What sort of method is the unit using to track down the gates? I asked, assuming that you do not just have them blindly wander around. A faint smile cracked open on the lips of Trotius Flamesworth. I prefer not to waste even the smallest of resources on ventures like that. The gates constantly emit a faint fluctuation of mana particles. Normally, this wouldn't be detectable to even the best trackers, but these fluctuations occur throughout the whole spectrum of elements. Interesting, I accidentally said aloud. I thought back to my time trying to track mana fluctuations in Darv. It was hard, but that was because I had blindly searched for any deviations in the ambient mana through Realmheart. If it's to find fluctuations of all the elements, then finding it would just be a matter of flying over all of the beast glades. Never mind, I thought. A waste of time considering there might not even be any gates. My thoughts were interrupted by Trotius, who began stacking away his notes. He spent a good few minutes meticulously organizing and perfectly setting his piles of papers before meeting my gaze. My apologies for having you sit through this meeting. The senior captain of the Flamesworth family stood up, motioning for the rest of the people present to leave before I stopped him. It'll be better for them to hear this as well, I stated, still in my seat. It didn't take too long to explain what I learned from interrogating the Alacrian. That, and with the scene from Yudo's memories filling in some of the gaps, I was able to give an in-depth analysis that had even Captain Jesmia furiously scribbling on a piece of paper. Intriguing, Trotius mused. General, you say that the Alacrian mages have a very limited specialized form of magic manipulation, but what is stopping a striker, for example, from blasting out his mana into a ranged strike? It's as the senior captain says. I can't exactly give this information to my troops, only to have them injured or killed because a striker launched a ranged spell or a shield was able to conjure a mana blade, Jesmia added. I won't tell you to be entirely confident in this information. Better yet, don't tell your troops or only inform the heads and have them observe. Our enemies use magic very differently from us, but that doesn't always mean it's better. Study and exploit the flaws, I stated. The council will be expecting reports based on the information that I'm giving you now. The council wasn't actually aware of this information yet, but they will soon, and they're undoubtedly going to want reports back. I told the ones present in the meeting the rest of what I knew about the marks, crests, emblems, and regalias. More captains will be given this information and be expected to contribute reports on what you find out in the battlefield. I stood up. That'll be all. I took my leave, not wanting to stay inside any longer than necessary. Throughout the entire meeting, I paid careful attention to Trotius Flamesworth. Growing up with his daughter helping my family and me so much, I couldn't help but resent the Flamesworth family after hearing firsthand from Jasmine how she was discarded by her family. My animosity had narrowed down to only Trotius Flamesworth after getting to know Hester and hearing about the relationship between Jasmine and her father from her. But after meeting the man today, all I felt was a weary callousness. After my initial surprise in running into the head of the Flamesworth family, I had tried to stir up as much animosity for the man as I could. But I had come here as a lance, not as Jasmine's friend. He may be a piss-poor father, and he may be cold-hearted to a certain degree, but his leadership was solid. Not long after I had left the tent, my surroundings had become loud and busy. The ground wasn't paved, so a layer of sand and dust constantly dwindled in the air from the myriad of footsteps. Workers, caked in dirt and grime, mingled with merchants and adventurers, some still holding their shovel or pickaxe after being recently relieved from their shift. Tents and carts of various vendors that have traveled a long way shouted out their products, while entertainers performed in the intersections on platforms with either an instrument case or an upturned hat in front of them to collect tip. A drone of chatter between buyers and sellers blended into the clamor that came from the wall. The whole fort felt almost autonomous. Every person here had come for a reason, and their steps and actions portrayed that. More than once was I called over to a stall by a merchant so that they could sell me something. "Oi, lad, your shoes look mighty thin for someone in these parts," a burly man in a leather apron called out. "Might I interest you in a pair of fine leather boots for your poor feet?" The man waved his arm at the array of leather footwear displayed in wooden racks. Feigning interest, I leaned forward and touched a few of the boots that looked my size. "The section you're looking at all have a layer of compressed wool inside. I swear you'll feel like you're walking on a cloud," he said excitedly. Curious, I slipped out of my thin turn shoes and edged my feet into a pair of the merchant's boots. I hopped a few times before taking them back off. Placing them back on the rack, I gave the merchant a grin. "I've walked on a cloud before and this wasn't quite the same. Nice shoes though." It was fun walking through the busy streets of the fortress. Dressed in nothing but a loose robe with minimal decorations and no weapon, most regarded me as a merchant's son. Biting into a skewer of charbroiled meat that had the texture of chicken thigh, I stopped by every stall that caught my interest. There were merchants carrying more mundane items like cloth, furs, spices, and alcohol, which was unsurprisingly popular with how many overworked soldiers and workers there were, while some, more interesting, vendors carrying enchanted armors and weapons. A merchant tried very hard to get me to buy an enchanted handle that shot out a blast of fire and smoke from a small nozzle, mainly used for self-defense by weak nobles, until I conjured a sphere of fire from my finger close enough to singe his front hair and gave the man a wink. As the sun began to set, I thought of maybe spending a night at an inn that catered towards the visitors of the wall when a deep horn sounded from a distance. Turning my gaze, I saw a large metal gate about 20 feet high where the horn had come from. "I wonder what's happening," I thought just before another horn blew. Following behind a group of uniformed workers as they marched toward the gate, I saw it sliding open with a groan. A crowd had already formed around the gate, as carriages pulled by mana beasts began filing in with mages and warriors walking beside them with weapons unsheathed. Their exhaustion was evident in their posture and expression as the workers took over and started slowly taking crates out of the carriages. I stepped forward to get a better look when out of the corner of my eyes I saw my father. Chapter 200, Responsibilities. I knew it was possible to see them when I got here. I even anticipated it to a certain degree. But when I saw my father help my mother out of the carriage, I stopped in my tracks. For some reason, my feet remained anchored to the ground as I watched more familiar faces appear beside them. Jasmine, Helen, Durden, and Angela came into view one by one. The whole team still looked the same, only they were missing Adam. My parents and the twin horns all wore the same exhausted and grim expressions that matched their ragged appearance as they trudged through the gates alongside their carriage. "Close the gates," a soldier roared, prompting the towering gates to close behind the last carriage. More and more uniformed workers started filing toward the carriages. Some unmounted the beasts pulling the carriages and led them away to be fed, while others lined up and began passing the boxed supplies in a line to be sorted. A soldier carrying a notebook began talking to the driver of the carriage that had come in first. Imbuing mana into my ears, it was easy to hear their conversation even amidst the clamor of the people gathered. "There are 2 less carriages than what was reported to have left from Blackbend," the soldier said gruffly. "We ran into a small team of Alacrian mages near the middle of the route just a mile north of the southern border," the driver said, taking off his helmet that was covered in dents and scrapes. "Lost 2 of my carriages to those bastards." The guard looked behind the wiry man he had been speaking to, studying the carriages, and then let out a sharp breath. "After the carriages are unloaded and your men accounted for, come to the main tent. You'll need to do a full debrief." The driver didn't wait, already beginning to shed his layers of battered armor, dropping it on the ground before walking back to his carriage. The fact that the head of this expedition spoke of being attacked as if it was a common occurrence sent a sharp pain through my chest. Without another thought, I plowed my way through the crowd, knocking aside men twice my height and weight with ease before stopping just in front of my parents. I was scared for a split second as my eyes locked into theirs. We had reconciled, but my relationship with them was no longer as innocent as it once was. My mother's mouth opened in surprise, and she looked like she was about to say something, but her weathered melted into face a soft smile. "Arthur," my father called out, dropping the sack he had slung over his shoulder. I smiled back. "Hi, Mom, hey, Dad." My father wrapped his thick arms around me, lifting me off my feet. My mother patiently waited for my father to release his embrace before she pulled me in for a hug. "It's good to see you doing well," she whispered, her face against my chest. She was covered in a layer of dust from travels, and she probably hadn't had a proper bath in a while, but she still gave off a familiar scent that smelled like home. The twin horns came in next, unable to wait any longer. Durden took off his dirty cloak before giving me a hug. Helen and Angela squeezed me tightly, saying how much I had grown like aunts said to their nieces and nephews every time they visited. "You got bigger," Jasmine muttered with a half-smile as she tousled my hair. Seeing as she was shorter than me and she had to go on her toes to reach my head made her actions seem a bit more amusing. "Are you sure you didn't just get smaller?" I teased, pulling my old teacher and friend into a hug. After letting go of Jasmine, my body turned, expecting one more hug, a hug that never came. That's when it actually hit me. That Adam was really gone. The rude, harsh, and often selfish spear wielder of the twin horns would never shoot me that snide smile of his ever again. Gritting my teeth, I mustered another smile and we walked together to the nearest inn. The large, decrepit house that had the audacity to put a sign that advertised it was the most popular inn for miles stood just a few blocks away. Because the inn served as a restaurant and bar as well, it was packed with workers and soldiers replenishing themselves and getting away from the biting cold that was getting worse as it got darker. "It's a LL Lance in the flesh, here at my inn. Oh my." The owner of the inn that happened to be working at the front desk with a young girl that obviously looked uncomfortable squirmed like a puppy as he tried to shake my hand, get our forms signed, and call a waiter for a table all at the same time. "I'm just looking for a quiet dinner and a room for my family and friends after," I said with a smile. "Of course, General Arthur jives, clear the patio seats upstairs, hurry," the old man barked out. "Looks like there are some benefits in knowing you after all," Helen chimed, nudging me with an elbow. Durden looked back at the crowd waiting for a seat. We probably would have had to wait for a while otherwise." We were led to a flight of spiraling stairs to a balcony that faced away from the wall. There was nothing but flat plains out in the distance, but it was still a beautiful view. There was a fire crackling in a metal furnace just beside our table for warmth and already a plate of warm bread and some broth for us to start our meal with. "How have you been, Arthur?" my mother asked after we settled around the table. "I've been good," I lied. It wasn't as simple as that. So many things had happened in the span that we hadn't seen each other, but looking at my mother and father, I didn't want to give them anything more to worry about. My mother aged significantly since the last time we met. Compared to the comfortable life she had in Xyrus, being out in the road with the possible threat of death looming around every corner meant beauty and self-management wasn't exactly considered a priority. My father still cropped his hair short, but now also sported a full-on beard now that covered most of his face below his nose. There were dark bags under his eyes, but my father still had a lively expression. "I can't even feel your core anymore, Arthur," my father added. "How strong have you gotten?" "I hit white core not too long ago," I smiled. Helen let out a whistle as Jasmine nodded in approval. My father shot me a smirk. "My boy." As the food came and the more we talked, the more comfortable everyone became. My mother began smiling more, even reprimanding my father when he made a crude joke just like old times. It turned out that my parents still kept in touch with Ellie. It wasn't as often as they wanted it to be, but every trip to the Wall and back to Blackburn City, they'd go out of their way to send a transmission to the castle. "Really?" I replied, taking a bite out of a piece of grilled fish. "Ellie never told me about that." "Your sister is in her rebellious stage," my father sighed, shoving a broth-soaked bread in his mouth. "She just replies with 'I'm okay.' Or 'I'm alive most of the time,'" my mother added, worry laced in her voice. "She's okay, right? She's eating well, she's making friends." I set down my fork. "If you're so concerned, why don't you go visit the castle? I'm sure that's what Ellie wants." "Security into the castle has tightened recently. Only heads and above have access to the teleportation gates to there, and even they can only go on official business," Helen explained, wiping her mouth with a cloth. "I can take you myself. Sylvie's not with me, but we can go to Blackbend and get the clearance to make the jump to the castle," I replied, hopeful. My parents looked at each other for a moment before looking back at me. My mother spoke in a reassuring tone. "A new mode of transportation is going to be built underground. Once that's made, we'll be able to visit you and Ellie much more often." "That's good and all, but I've heard reports that the journey here from Blackbend is getting more and more dangerous." "Ellie worries about you guys. I worry about you guys." My mother nodded. "I know, and I don't blame you guys if you think of us as bad parents for doing this, but we have our duties here. People that need our help. It's not only your burden, there are other soldiers that can take your place." My voice came out sharper than I had intended. There was a moment of silence surrounding the table when Angela suddenly sprang up. "Oh dear, Helen, we never took our belongings out of the carriage." A look of confusion flashed across the leader's face before she realized what Angela was doing. "Why yeah, let's get it before it gets stolen. Come on guys." The two of them dragged Durden and Jasmine away with them. Angela looked back and gave me a meaningful glance before disappearing. Whether the conjurer wanted to avoid the tension set in this table or just give our family some privacy, I didn't know. My mother cut in, her voice serious. "Arthur, our responsibilities here may not be on the scale of what you do as a lance, but your father and I believe what we're doing is for the sake of winning this war faster. You're putting yourselves in danger, I sighed. Everyone is in danger during war, you as well, Arthur, my mother replied unrelentingly. My blood boiled and I had to concentrate on restraining my mana. Yes, but I can handle it. My father slapped down his utensils on the table, drawing my gaze. Do you realize how hypocritical you're being? So you're saying it's fine for you to put yourself in danger as long as Ellie, Alice and I are locked away someplace safe, abandoning our responsibilities to our kingdom. I'm fighting this war to protect all of you, but I can't be next to you guys all the time. What if something were to happen to you or Dad while I'm on a mission, even Ellie? She's been so engrossed in training because she wants to join you guys. What if she dies too, like Adam? Enough, Arthur, my father snapped. He got up from his seat and stared at me fiercely. Keeping my family safe is my priority, but I also want my family to live happily. That's why we're doing this. Dicathen may not have been your only home, Arthur, but it's the only home that we know, and if it means dying so that Ellie can live with a better future, then so be it. My father stormed off and my mother followed. She looked back at me solemnly but didn't say anything as I sat alone in silence. Getting up from my seat, I reached into my robe and pulled out several gold coins. I left the coins on the table and flew off the balcony. My mind muddled with emotions, I flew up high enough to look down on the wall and took a seat on the edge of the mountain adjacent to the fortress. I let the sharp winds bite into my skin, enduring the slight pain as punishment for my earlier words. I did all I can to avoid rethinking of my conversation earlier at the inn. I wanted to shoot down a few corrupted beasts, but unfortunately the night was quiet. I started counting the torches along the wall and the number of archers and mages stationed. I even saw a pair of soldiers behind a wooden pillbox spending their night a bit more passionately, not expecting anyone to be looking down on the highest floor of the wall from above. After I ran out of things to count, I extended my vision as much as I could, trying to sense any mana beasts headed toward the wall through the thick of night. I didn't sense any mana beasts, but I did sense someone approaching me from below. There's you are, a voice sounded from below a few minutes later. A hand shot up into view, grabbing hold of the ledge that I was sitting on. I pulled Jasmine up by her arm. The adventurer leaned back against the mountain cliff and caught her breath before speaking again. You should have some respect for those who can't fly. I knew Jasmine was trying her best to be lighthearted. I smiled. Sorry about that. How did find me anyway? Jasmine puffed proudly, which sounded more like a wheeze since she was still recuperating. Don't underestimate your mentor. I managed a chuckle. I never have. The two of us sat in silence for a while, watching as the night got darker. How long have you been at the wall for? She asked, shivering. I wrapped us in a layer of fire-imbued mana to keep both of us warm before answering. Just a few hours before you guys came. Thank you, she muttered, her gaze distant. Did you get the chance to meet my father? I walked in on their meeting, I answered. Have you? Jasmine shook her head. Not once, despite the many trips back and forth here. Looks like we both have family problems now. Seems like it. Another moment of silence passed before the adventurer spoke again. I won't pry into what happened at the inn. Just know that your parents do care about you and Ellie. Whenever your father meets anyone new, he always tells them about how his son is a lance. I know that they care, I sighed. Ray, and especially Alice. They both feel a lot of guilt. No matter how much we told them otherwise, the fact that they weren't there to help us when Adam died made them feel like it was their fault. Jasmine continued speaking when I didn't reply. You know what happened with your mother before she had you. She was traumatized after what had happened to Lensa, and for a while she could hardly use her magic for anything more than a scrape or bruise. I know, I huffed. Which is why I thought they would stay at the castle until the war was over, not throw themselves to dangerous lands. Jasmine put a hand on my arm. I'm not sure if this makes sense, but I think what they're doing now to contribute to this war is as much for themselves as it is for you and Ellie. They're trying to overcome their past mistakes and fears so that they can become better parents for the both of you. I know I was being selfish too, I admitted, but I think all three of us need some time. Just don't let your relationship with your parents become like me and my family, she said tersely. I'm sure there was time when we could have reconciled, but I chose to keep running and my father's pride kept him from reaching out. I turned to Jasmine, who was sitting down, hugging her knees. She didn't look like she had aged a single day since when I had first met her, except her eyes, that shone with more deeply with a sense of maturity. Thanks, Jasmine. You better be. My jaw is sore for speaking so much. Despite her complaints, we kept talking. I talked to her about some of my missions and she told me some of hers. Her greatest surprise was when I told her that Sylvie had a human form now, but I wasn't entirely sure that she really believed me. Either way, we enjoyed each other's company well through the night up until the sun came peeking back up. I should get back now, Jasmine said, getting up to her feet. Do you need a lift down? She shook her head. It's okay. Going down is the easy part and you look like you need some more time alone. Thank you, I smiled, for everything. Of course, she replied, patting my head. I watched her hop down the side of the mountain, a gale of wind surrounding her and softening her landings until she was gone. Chapter 201, Allocation. The castle appeared overhead within a sky of solid gray. Rain had yet to form within the thick clouds, but I could feel the moisture on my skin and clothes and the dense water mana around me as I neared the flying structure's base. The soldiers on flying mounts guarding the floating fortress gathered around me. General Arthur. They saluted in unison before making a path in the sky leading to the landing dock. I mustered a terse nod at the squad before landing, taking one last look back in the direction of the wall as the gates rolled shut. The workers that were in charge of keeping the dock and all of the artifacts in place to keep it functioning and properly warded in defense stopped what they were doing and immediately scrambled around me in salute. "Proceed with what you were doing," I stated, motioning them away. I continued walking, my clothes and hair dripping with water from the clouds until I spotted two familiar girls that appeared close in age. A smile tugged at my lips at the sight of them. Ellie stood tall with chestnut eyes glowing with confidence. Her ash-brown hair that flowed just past her shoulders was a sore reminder of our father, who I had just met and argued fiercely with. Standing next to my sister was a girl more unique. She looked a bit younger than Ellie, but her glimmering yellow eyes radiated a sense of maturity. A curtain of pale wheat hair draped over her slender figure, which was shrouded in a black dress shining like fine obsidian. Matching her attire were two jagged horns that jutted out from the side of her small head. What made her unique wasn't the fact that she had horns, but the fact that she was actually an Usura, a dragon, and, most importantly, my bond. My sister waved before trotting happily toward me with Sylvie in tow. My bond took hesitant steps, but her movements had become much more fluid in the few days since we've been apart. "Welcome back," my sister greeted. "Seeing as how your entire body is drenched, let's just pretend like we hugged." "I'm not one for pretending," I said deviously before pulling my sister into my arms. "Gah. I just bathed," she protested, struggling from my grasp. After soaking my sister to a satisfying degree, I let her go and turned to my bond. I tousled her light hair, which felt almost sharp to the touch. "I see that my fearsome dragon is growing up to be a healthy young girl." Despite my light-hearted jokes, Sylvie's large eyes only narrowed as she regarded me with concern. "We'll talk about it later," I sent to her, cursing the inconvenience of our telepathic link at times. My bond let out a sigh and patted my arm. "Welcome back." "It's good to be back," I said to both of them. "So how was your mission?" "I want to hear all about it," my sister asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As Ellie improved her skills in magic and archery, I could tell she was yearning more and more to be out on the field to prove herself. "I'll tell you all about it later," I promised. "But first, I need to report to the council." After conjuring a simple wave of heat to dry myself off, the three of us left the crowded room that had become uncomfortably silent due to my presence. As soon as we stepped out, I could almost feel the workers relaxing as they began picking up where they left off. "I broke into light red stage while you were gone," my sister declared proudly. "That, and because of my daily training regimen with Boo, probably makes me a pretty competent conjurer for my age. Even Commander Virion complimented me on my skills, saying that I might even be able to skip the mandatory training for the soldiers." Every time my sister brought up her enthusiasm in joining the ranks of the army, I felt immediately inclined to intercept her. This time, though, I gave her a friendly smile and nodded, the most supportive response I could give. Meanwhile, my bond walked silently beside me, her concentration still on the action of walking bipedally. I could feel mana practically bursting out of her small body as she used magic as a crutch until she has full control over her body. Still, Sylvie's acclimation to her human form had vastly improved since the last time I had seen her, which was just a few days before. I could tell she was doing her best so that she could join me on missions as soon as possible. "You know, Princess Kathleen has been really helpful too. She's been sparring with me and helping me out with some intricacies of mana manipulation," my sister chattered on, skipping ahead and walking backward to face me as she talked. "Oh really? You know I could always help out with teaching magic when I'm free," I replied. "I was an official professor at Xyrus Academy after all." "For like a semester," my sister reported with a smirk. I waved her snide comment away. "A professor is a professor. Thanks for the offer, but I feel like learning from you will just discourage me more," she chuckled. "What?" I blurted, surprised. "Why would you be discouraged?" "I know we're 5 years apart, but we still share the same blood," she answered, turning around, so her back was to me as she walked properly. "Seeing as how you're already a white core mage on top of being a quadra elemental, I'll probably just start comparing myself to you every time you teach me magic." My sister's chirpy attitude dampened, and I found myself staring at Sylvie in hopes that she had a way to solve the mess that I just created. My bond raised a brow at me before walking up to match pace with my sister. Sylvie patted Ellie on the shoulder. "It's okay, your brother's talent is considered an anomaly even amongst Usuras." Don't compare yourself to a freak like him. I scratched my cheek. Freak is a bit much, isn't it? My sister looked back over her shoulder with a smirk. No, I think freak describes you perfectly in this regard. We reached the meeting room after parting temporarily with my sister. I wanted some time to talk more with my bond about the changes in her body now that the seal had been broken, but some obligations that had to be fulfilled. I locked gazes with the two guards standing on either side of the entrance, and they, in response, clicked their heels together and saluted at our arrival before letting us in. Sitting directly in view of the entrance was Virion, who turned eagerly in our direction. His face lit up as he got up from his seat. "Arthur, you've finally arrived." "Commander," I greeted, keeping formalities in public. Sylvie opted for a slight dip of her head. "Sit," he motioned, looking off to the side with a grin on his weathered face. I turned to see what he was looking at to see the rest of the council and one familiar face that I hadn't expected to see. Twiddling his beard, looking bored out of his mind, was Bundamag Lanuid, my former dwarven magic teacher. "Ho, if it isn't the young Lance," he greeted monotonically. "I see the meetings have been taking a toll on you," I replied with a grin that mirrored Virion's. "Never has my ass been so sore since the days I got whipped by my mother as a child," he groaned, stretching his stout body. I let out a laugh and turned my attention to the rest of the council. "Kai councilmen," I greeted with a respectful nod. "Councilwomen," General Arthur, Priscilla Glader replied. "You've come at a good time." "Yes," Blaine agreed. "We were still going over your report." "Arthur," Alduin Iralith exclaimed, his expression brightened. "Take a seat, you too." "Welcome back," Muriel Iralith chimed in with a warm smile, a sense of gratefulness in her voice. "Thank you," I replied. I walked past the former king and queen of Elenoir, taking a seat with Sylvie next to Boond. Virion sat back down and rolled the transmission scroll in front of him. "Seeing as the rest of the lances are out on missions, we'll proceed with the meeting. But before we say anything, I'd like General Arthur to give a full debrief on what happened at borders of the Elshire Forest." After taking a sip from the glass of water in front of my seat, I explained all that had happened, leaving nothing out from the interrogation of the Elacrian mage. It took the better part of an hour to get the rest of the council and my bond up to date on what had happened. "It seems we've been underestimating the Elacrian mage's level of abilities," Virion replied thoughtfully. "Underestimating?" Blaine furrowed his brows in confusion. "If anything, learning that those Elacrian bastards are so limited and specialized in their magic makes me think we've been overestimating them." "I'll have to agree with Councilman Blaine on this one," Alduin added. "I think this is a clear weakness to their fighting tactics." "I don't think it's as simple as that," Boond argued, rubbing his beard in thought. "If we look at its surface level, their specialization can be seen as a weakness," Virion agreed. "But from what General Arthur found out, their method of awakening and training magic to their people seem a lot more advanced than Dicathen's own way." "How so?" Muriel asked curiously. Boone spoke up again, a tinge of excitement on his face. "This is me just speculating at this point, but with the system of marks and crests and whatnot, the mages of Elacrian seem to be hyper-focused on a spell and its alterations and evolutions. That means while mages of Dicathen focus on various spells of their attributed element or elements," he looked over toward me, "these Elacrian mages spend their lives honing a single spell and building off only that." "What Elder Boone says adds up to what I've seen on the field," I added. "One of the strikers that I had battled against only used one spell, but from the cast time to the durability and potency of the magic in combat, I had mistaken him as a mage around the level of a yellow core. And the fact that these specialized mages work in small teams that negate their weaknesses, I'd say that only our veteran mages of light yellow core and higher can actually exploit their limitations. Duels are one thing. In the forefronts of war, versatile mages aren't as useful as specialized soldiers that are damn well good at one thing," Boond concluded grimly. "Looks like we'll have to send this information to all the captains as well as the guilds and military academies so they can develop better ways to fight against these specialized mages," Blaine grumbled in frustration. "I stopped by the wall and told the captains there," I informed. "Good, now let's discuss plans on how to best spread our forces," Virion said heavily. "I had originally wanted to discuss with Lord Aldir about this, but seeing as him and the rest of the Usras have ceased contact with us, we'll need to go forth on our own for now." The mention of Aldir and the Usras brought a sharp throb to my chest, and I wanted to speak of what Agrona had told me right then and there, but I held my tongue. "This discussion won't get far if I say it now," I thought. "You'll need to tell everyone eventually," Sylvie sent back before she paused. "But maybe once the discussion is over." True to my expectations, even without dropping the bomb, the gods are no longer with us. The meeting had soon turned into a full-blown debate as the members of the council argued with one another where to most heavily fortify with soldiers and mages. The main problem was that there was just too much ground to cover. What Agrona and the Elacrians had done well, as much as I hated to admit, was keeping their goals nearly unreadable. From the battles so far, We knew that the Alacrians were spending quite a bit of resources into getting through the wall, so that the corrupted beasts would have free reign over the eastern borders of Sapin. The Alacrians have also been able to utilize some of the tunnels in the Kingdom of Darv to transport their forces from the southern coast all the way near the borderline of Darv and Sapin. From what Boond had told us, there seemed to be a faction of radical dwarves so discontent with their positions and lives in Dicathen that they actually wanted the Alacrians to take over in order to reap the benefits. Boond made it clear that he and his loyalists were taking charge in eradicating this group as soon as possible. As if it wasn't enough, there were still Alacrian ships being sighted all along the western shores that forced coastal cities like Telmore, Ediston, and Mabur to build defenses on not only the eastern side, in case the wall doesn't hold, but their western borders as well. The Council had reasonably concluded that the brunt of the Alacrian attacks would be devoted to Sapin, but my last two missions proved otherwise. Towns as north as Ashbur, which had the fastest access to the Grand Mountains and to Elenwar's main cities within the Elshire Forest, had Alacrians hidden within them. We had thought that their goal was to march south and join their allies coming in from the western shores. But with these last attacks directed toward Elven territory coming from the Beast Glades, the Alacrian troops up north could actually have been aiming east toward Elenwar. Alduin and Muriel's main concern was for their kingdom, while Blaine and Priscilla argued against sending troops into Elenwar and spreading even thinner the already lacking forces stationed all around Sapin. And with Boond and much of the Dwarven mages focused on their own civil dispute with the radicals trying to aid the Alacrians, the debate was getting nowhere. Throughout the debate, I could tell Virion was trying to be the diplomat and remain neutral. He was silent throughout the entire meeting that took us well into the night, only weighing in his thoughts on specific scenarios that could happen. This is why I wanted to wait until Lord Aldir was here, Blaine huffed in frustration. He'll know that it's foolish to spread our forces even thinner than it already is. Commander Virion, you mentioned that Elder Camus had gone back to Elenwar after my training with him was over, I said, ignoring the former king of Sapin. Yes, his latest transmission scroll had him in the northern city of Asifin. Does he know about the attacks that had broken in the south? He was made aware, of course, he said, understanding where I was going. Perhaps it'll be in both his and our best interest if he helps survey the south for any suspicious movement. The Elshire Forest spans hundreds of miles. No matter how powerful Elder Camus is, he's just one man, Muriel rebutted. And General Aya, Virion added, turning to Blaine and Priscilla. With your two lances as well as General Micah being mostly in Sapin, it's acceptable that I keep a lance in Elenwar, right? She can be pulled if absolutely necessary, and we still have General Arthur. Blaine looked like he was about to say something, but Priscilla intervened. That's fine. It'll have to do as a temporary solution, Alduin stressed after Virion turned his gaze toward him and his wife. If attacks escalate toward Elenwar, we'll need to send troops capable of navigating through the forest back to defend. Don't sugarcoat it. Just say you'll take the elves back because defending Elenwar is more important than defending all of Dicathen, Blaine shot back. Enough, Virion snapped, shooting a deadly glare at both parties. If that's all, we'll end the meeting. Actually, I interrupted, gathering the gaze of everyone in the room. We have one more topic on the agenda that I feel we should address as soon as possible. Virion raised a brow while everyone else looked at me with similar curious expressions. Oh. And what is that? I looked at Sylvie one last time and she met my gaze with a resolute expression. Letting out a deep breath, I began, it's about the absence of Aldir and the Usuras. Chapter 202, Trader's Request. The meeting room had fallen eerily silent as I finished reporting what Agrona had told me, minus a few details. I withheld some information that I felt were unnecessary to say at this point, and to be frank, was uncomfortable with the council knowing. Making my conversation with Agrona seem more like a unilateral declaration from the Vritra leader for us to surrender allowed me to tell everyone present in the room about how the Usuras had tried using our war to attack the Vritra in Alacria, and had ultimately failed. Damn it, Virion swore loudly, slamming his hands down at the table. The commander's usually controlled expression was twisted into a scowl as the tips of his pointed ears were red. Those conceited sons of. As if it wasn't bad enough that they used us in this war for their own plans, they didn't even succeed. Virion got up from his seat and began pacing, muttering curses under his breath until he finally looked back at me. Arthur. What else did Agrona say in his message? Just that Ephiatus' attack on Alacria failed. Agrona leveraged the failed attempt to further push the Usuras from taking part in this war by cutting off all communication between us and Ephiatus, I answered. Virion gnashed his teeth but remained silent. At least that explains why we haven't seen more scythes and retainers yet, besides the ones we've already gone up against, Boone chimed in. The Dwarven elder was the least shaken by my news since he had never actually met the Usuras in the first place. Agrona must have kept his powerhouses in Alacria along with the actual members of his Vritra clan in case something like this happened. That makes sense, Muriel replied, her brows furrowed in thought. But that leads us to the next question. Are we to expect the rest of Agrona's scythes and their retainers to come to Dicathen now that the Usras of Ephiatis had attacked them and failed? The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, as if a weighted blanket fell down all of us. I'm sure this battle between Ephiatis and Alacria wasn't as one-sided as Agrona led Arthur, and all of us to believe, Alduin responded. That's right, I've experienced Lord Aldyr's power firsthand. No way Alacria got out of a full-blown assault by the Usras of Ephiatis without experiencing some casualties themselves. Hell, their home might be in shambles right now, Blaine added, speaking as if he was trying to convince himself rather than those in the room. That's all sunshine and peaches, but from my experience, nothing good happens from expecting the best in situations like this, Boone added grimly. He's right, I agreed. We should make several contingencies, assuming that retainers and scythes are headed this way now. The gates that the Alacrians had laid down in the dungeons of the Beast Glades, Muriel suddenly exclaimed. What if the retainers and scythes are already here? According to Captain Trotius' reports, there hasn't been a teleportation gate sighting within months after the last one was destroyed, Priscilla answered. From what I gathered, the constructs were of poor design that failed after a few Alacrian troops made it through, and there was even a report where a soldier witnessed only half of an Alacrian mage coming out through the portal before it broke. That mage died within seconds. Right now, the Trailblazer Division is mainly wiping out corrupted beasts and their controllers before they're able to make it up to the surface. That adds up to what I've seen, I muttered, recalling how even the scythe that had saved me from Udo had arrived via teleportation gates through the Kingdom of Darv before traveling by land through Sapin. We'll just have to hope that's true, Virion let out a sigh, still pacing. Then are we to expect them to arrive from the western coast by ship? Blaine asked, his face pale. If that's the case, no amount of wall building is going to hold up against an assault from them. As the council continued batting ideas and assumptions at each other, my mind shifted to my previous life during the rare occasions where disputes between countries had actually escalated into wars rather than paragon duels. I thought of Lady Vera and her strict teachings of leading wars, despite them being so rare, as we went through endless rounds of strategic board games when a loud clap drew my attention away from my thoughts. While we have a lot to think about, I suggest we take time to rest. Some of us have been here for over a day, and it does no good to have sluggish minds, Virion said in a defeated tone. We'll meet back here at sunrise. I looked out the window to see that night had fallen and began calculating just how much time I had to finally rest. Not enough, I thought, walking out of the room behind Boone. The dwarven elder let out a groan as he stretched his back, muttering, I wonder if it's not too late to just throw myself out into the field and fight alongside the soldiers. Sylvie and I made it back to our room in silence, the few communications done through mental transmission. After shedding out of everything but my inner shirt and trouser, I sank down into the couch. My vision had been glazed, hardly focusing on anything until the sight of Sylvie changing her clothes caught my eye. The simple black dress she was wearing swirled around her as if alive. Her sleeves receded while her dress elongated, reaching past her knees until her attire had turned into a nightgown. How'd you do that? I asked sheepishly, more curious than impressed. I can mold my scales into clothes in this form, she said quietly, fashioning the bottom half of her gown into pants to prove her point. With my interest piqued, I leaned forward in my seat. What else can you do? Sylvie took a seat from the couch across from me. So far, I've been focusing mostly on how to function in this bipedal form. But apart from the lack of stability in walking with two legs, I'll have to admit that I've begun to understand why the Usras choose to stay in this form more than their original. Oh, I raised a brow. Do tell, mana manipulation and even using ether is somewhat easier in this form, she acknowledged, curling and uncurling her fingers. Interesting, I replied. Speaking of which, what are your magic capabilities like after the seal was broken? Because the Indrath clan are ether users, most of my mana manipulation abilities are centered towards strengthening my body, she answered. But I am able to dispel a large amount of my mana at once. Suddenly, mana began gathering into her open palm, casting a bright light all around the room. The light artifacts hanging from the walls and ceiling flickered and dimmed. My eyes widened as the orb of concentrated mana began growing in size. Sylvie, please don't destroy this room, or this castle. My Bond's stoic face broke into a smile as she looked at me. Is the mighty Lance scared of a little girl now? Your jagged horns kind of negates every girly thing about you, I said uneasily, scooting farther into my seat as the charged sphere of mana began pulsing with power. But seriously. You still stumble over your own feet, Sylv. Let's not endanger everyone in this castle. The glowing orb slowly faded, dispelling into tiny particles as Sylvie let out a deep breath. I'm glad that I was able to break the seal since I'll be of better use out in the field, but there's a part of me that feels foreign now. Well, you are still getting used to your human form, I comforted. Sylvie shook her head. It's not like that, it's more internal, like there's much more to my abilities than what I thought before. Well, you'll have a lot of opportunities for self-discovery, you heard in the meeting too. I feel like things are only going to be more hectic from now on. At least we'll have one another to count on, she replied with a determined gaze. After getting better control of this form, I feel that the two of us defeating a scythe isn't impossible. Isn't impossible, I echoed with a laugh. Not the best of odds, but much better than before. Maybe we'll have some time to spar before going on a mission, Sylvie said hopefully. I'd like to test out the extent of my control over Etha in this form. We're lucky if we can actually have the whole night to sleep without being disturbed, I mumbled, heading over to my bed. The two of us continued talking from our beds. Despite my lack of sleep, speaking with my bond had rejuvenated me more than I thought it would. Having Sylvie in human form just made it seem as if I got another younger sister, albeit one with large, intimidating horns. Speaking of sister, Sylvie chimed in, reading my thoughts. Wasn't Ellie waiting for us? She's probably asleep by now, I mumbled, slurring my words as my drowsiness began taking hold of me. I'm not so sure about that, Arthur. Ellie's been looking forward to having you back, however briefly that might be. I'll try to spend time with her. Tomorrow, I replied, about to fall asleep until a firm knock on my door startled me awake. What? I snapped, my annoyance practically oozing out of my voice. I apologize for the disturbance, General Arthur, but I have a message from Commander Virion to meet him in the dungeon. A deep voice sounded from behind the door. I shut my eyes, refusing to part ways with the fluffy feather-stuffed pillow molding to the shape of my head. This is just a dream, Arthur, no need to get back up. General Arthur, with a growl, I rolled out of bed and put on a robe. Come on, Sylv, let's go, must I? She sent back, not even bothering to speak. I just made myself comfortable and the guard only asked for you. Traitor, I grumbled, heading toward the door. I followed the guard down the dim hallway, going down the flights of stairs until we reached the lower levels of the castle. Did Commander Virion tell you any details about why he wanted to see me? I asked. Unfortunately, no. I am just the dungeon guard currently on duty. We walked in further silence as we neared the reinforced doors leading down into the dungeon. In front of it were several figures that I recognized as the council. They were still all in their sleepwear, apparently having been disturbed from their slumber. The last figure right in front of the door was a hulking man a head taller than Blaine and twice as wide. It took me a moment to remember that he was the assistant to the old man that was in charge of interrogating the prisoners. Arthur, do you know what this is about? Virion asked as we approached, his expression just as annoyed as mine was. I jerked a thumb toward the armored guard. I came here because this guy told me you called for me. We just arrived as well. What is going on? Alduin asked worriedly, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. I called for you all because this man, Virion turned back to face Gentry's assistant. What was your name again? Duve, the burly man grunted. Because Duve said that Gentry finally got one of the prisoners to talk, Virion finished. Who the retainer? Priscilla queried, her arms crossed. I'm not sure, Virion replied, shooting another gaze at the burly man. And where's Gentry now? I asked, looking behind the interrogator's assistant in case he was hidden behind him. Shouldn't we go inside instead of waiting out here? Master Gentry will be here soon, Duve replied, standing his ground as if guarding the door. Hardly a minute longer had passed, and my patience was growing dangerously thin when the dungeon door slid open and the hooked-nosed elder trotted out. Gentry, Blaine barked, what exactly is going on? My apologies to the council and General Arthur. I was just finishing up the maintenance on the restraining system of the retainer when things suddenly unfolded this way. Still, I didn't want to take the small chance of my beloved prisoner to break free while we were all down there, Gentry said, cleaning his wrinkled hands on a cloth. Virion rubbed his temples. Please just tell me you were able to get something important out of the prisoners. Unfortunately, no, the hooked-nosed elder rasped. Well, not exactly. Then for what reason did you find the need to pull us down here at this godforsaken hour? Muriel quipped, her eyes narrowed. Gentry let out an uncomfortable cough before speaking again. I have yet to break the retainer, but the traitor Radias, I think that was his name, has finally spoken for the first time. What did he say? I asked, getting up from my seat. Did he give you any information? Well, no, not exactly. On with it, talking corpse, Boone snapped, talking for the first time. Stop talking in riddles and spit it out. Talking Gentry, Virion said, his voice frighteningly low. Gentry winced but took a step forward, puffing his chest in confidence. Thanks to yours truly, the traitor has finally spoken and he has requested to speak. His crooked finger pointed toward me, but only to General Arthur. Chapter 203. A poem. The hallway was quiet as everyone's gaze followed the long crooked finger to me. I furrowed my brows. Me. My mind spun trying to think of why Radias would want to speak to me and what he could possibly say to me in this situation. After basically splitting up the entire dwarven kingdom and leaving me to clean up his unwiped ass. Who is he to declare who he wants to speak to? Boone growled. Do you think he's aiming to make some sort of deal with General Arthur? Blaine asked. I doubt it. If he wanted to strike a deal, he'd have a much better chance of doing so with Commander Virion or anyone else in the council, Muriel answered. Perhaps it's because of your ties with Elijah, Virion wondered. That's what I'm afraid of, I sighed. In the midst of the discussion, Gentry let out a cough to gather our attention. Council members and Lance. It would be an understatement to say it had been difficult for me to get the traitor to talk. Perhaps it's best we capitalize in this achievement and talk to him while he's still able. Lead the way, Gentry, I said, walking through the reinforced doors. Bearing through the familiar musty smell of the castle dungeon, I walked silently behind Gentry while the rest begrudgingly stayed behind. Gentry motioned for the two soldiers guarding the lower levels where Udo and Radias were held to open the door. Taking a deep breath, I waited for Gentry to carefully unlock the cell barely the size of a shoe closet. I will be on standby just outside the door, General Arthur. I'm sure you already know, but please refrain from touching anything else, Gentry warned before stepping aside as he opened the cell door. I waited until the old man left before shifting my gaze to the kneeled man in cuffs. Radias, the man twitched at the sound of his name before a smile formed. My gratitude for your time and presence, he dipped his head respectfully. Allow me to begin. Begin, I asked, but the man kept his head and gaze lowered. I kept my guard up, uneasy because of his odd behavior. A lad of humble origins, born wrapped in rags for a towel, he began, finally lifting his head. Within, however, he was more. Just like the unassuming ashes of a particular fiery fowl. And as with all heroes to be, the lad had the looks and the lad had the might. Radias stretched out an arm while his other hand laid over his chest. His mother taught him the world, his father taught him to fight. I watched, dumbstruck, as the tortured man continued his epic. Radia's voice got deeper, darker. That is, until the day came when the lad knew that there was a larger stage to tame. His blood knew as well that they could no longer contain the lad's fire that wished to reign. So they took up their bags and wished their small town good luck. Radias let out a breath. But woe, as all stories go, tragedy struck. Radias, I called out, but was silenced by a raised finger. The man continued. But never fret, never doubt, because as all stories go, a hero never drops out. So he grows and grows through his heartache and his death throes, never ceasing, overcoming. Radias looked up at the dim flickering light above us. Alas, every light needs a shadow, every hero needs a foe. The brighter the light, the darker its night. Finally locking gazes with me, he shoots me a grin. But I ask you this, hero to be, what happens when your foe, who has crossed both time and space, is actually brighter than thee? Perhaps a fair maiden's shining night is another one's deadly blight, and the side of dark and the light is just a matter of who wins the right. An uncomfortable silence lingered as he finished his, for a lack of a better word, performance, and just when I thought things couldn't get weirder, Radias, his arms chained to the ground, reached out and grabbed my hand with his blood-crusted fingers. His glossy, soulless eyes turned into crescents as he smiled up at me and nodded. Ah, good, you're real. I was afraid you were just another illusion and that my performance had gone to waste. I stared down, not really knowing how to react as Elijah's guardian continued to hold my hand. I've forgotten how warm a person is. His gaze remained afar as he stroked my hand like he would a house pet. I jerked my hand from his grasp. It seems that your time spent here has made you unbalanced. Out of all of more accurate words out there, you chose unbalanced. Not crazy or insane or mad, but unbalanced, Radias snickered. I'd rather not waste my time with lectures on my word choice, especially from someone unbalanced, I stressed, narrowing my eyes. Radias shrugged. Regardless, it is of your own free will whether you choose to ignore my words or not, poetry or prose alike. So that poem you just recited. Well, I thought a heart-to-heart conversation was a bit boring. And though I'm not very versed in the art of poetry, I had to do something to pass the time here, Radias replied seriously for a second until his eyes twinkled. Or, this might just be the rambling of a man unbalanced. A sigh escaped me as I shook my head. Be honest though, my rhyming may have been a bit elementary, but it was catchy, was it not? He grinned, wrinkles lining his ghastly skin. Annoyance bubbled up, showing on my face. I don't think you understand the gravity of your situation, Radias. You're going to be here for a long time and it's going to be unpleasant. Revealing anything that might be of help to the council, to Dicathen, will ultimately decide how unpleasant. Now is not the best time to worry whether your rhymes are catchy or not. He matched my gaze, unaffected, before suddenly falling flat on his back, resting his head on his hands like he had no care in the world. I know precisely what sort of position I'm in, and I've told you exactly I wanted to. Again, what you gain from it is none of my concern. I gnashed my teeth in frustration and waited in silence for a bit longer, hoping that he might change his mind. In the end, the traitor shooed me away with a wave of his hand as he began humming in the rhythm of the poem he had recited to me. Letting out a scoff at the traitor's attitude all the way until the end, I called for Gentry and had him lock Radia's cell. I turned to leave, frustrated and speechless, when my gaze landed on another cell, one even smaller than Radia's. Despite the mana-inhibiting qualities of the mysterious material that the cell was made of, an ominous aura constantly seeped out. For a moment I was tempted to open the cell. In a short amount of time, I had grown and broken through to a stage that rivaled the top mages of Dicathen. The fear that I had felt when facing Udo, even with the help of Sylvie, left a deep impression on me that I wanted to get rid of. And I thought that confronting the retainer again would do so. As silly as it sounded, especially since he was bound and severely weakened, I caught myself walking toward Udo's prison. "There's nothing to gain, Arthur," I scolded myself, shaking my head. I left the dungeon, greeted out by the sound of Radia's humming that made me replay the bits and pieces of the poem that he so theatrically recited. The members of the council were still waiting for me by the time I came back out. Their gazes bored into me, waiting for me to say something, anything. I shot a thumb back at the withering, hook-nosed interrogator behind me. Gentry's interrogation tactics seemed to have made Radia's lose a bit of his mind. The only thing he did was recite a poem to me. "Poem," Blaine said incredulously. Everyone knew Radia's as a mild-mannered dwarf that was intelligent and someone who always strived for a collaborative effort and solution. Hearing me say that he was basically babbling like a madman raised some eyebrows. "What was the poem about?" Virion asked hesitantly. "It was a story about a boy on his way to being a hero," I replied. "He said he made it up, but some of it didn't really make sense." "My tactics do sometimes leave the prisoners in a less than desirable state," Gentry said with a cough. "My apologies for the false alarm. I sincerely thought that he would be confessing something important. Seeing as nothing substantial has been revealed, how about we discuss this more in our next gathering?" Alduin suggested. "I second this," Boone grunted. "We can choose whether to decipher his poem once we've got some sleep in us. If Radia's state of mind is as you suggested, his words most likely don't hold any weight," Muriel said, already turning to leave. Like that, the impromptu gathering of the council in the dead of night in the lowest floors of the castle was brought to an end. I got back to my room, and despite my lack of sleep and rest, I was wide awake. For some reason, what Radia said kept me thinking. Dimming the light artifact on the desk to its lowest setting so I didn't wake up my bond, I began jotting down the parts of the poem that I remembered. While my memory recall wasn't perfect, I was able to get a lot of it down on paper with the help of the rhymes and simple structure of the poem. Leaning back in my chair, I read through the poem again, frustrated at some of the parts that I couldn't remember because I had been so confused at Radia's behavior. The main message I got from this poem was about a hero. That much is true, but there was something more to it than that. Under the assumption that Radia's wasn't out of his mind, he explicitly said that the poem was what he wanted to tell me. This led me to think that maybe this hero had something to do with me. I was positive that the poem started off with something about a lad of poor origins and how he was wrapped in a rag, or maybe a towel. But I couldn't remember what he used to rhyme with towel. Owl, growl, foul. I clicked my tongue and moved on. Assuming that this lad was me, how did Radia's know details of my childhood? It wasn't just the fact that I was from a rather modest upbringing in Ashbur, but the poem also said that the lad wished the town luck before a tragedy struck. It probably wasn't too hard for Radia's to have done a background check on me using his resources while he was still part of the council, but even then, this whole thing just didn't sit well. Frustrated at Radia's for the needlessly cryptic message, and at myself for dismissing his poem for the jabbering of a madman, I moved on. At least I started paying a bit more attention here, I thought. The latter half of the poem was a bit more ambiguous, as it began to sound more and more like an overused prophecy foretold in nearly every hero story I've read throughout both my lives. Lines like, "The brighter the light, the darker its night," most likely had something to do with my foe being more powerful the stronger I became, as if I chose my enemies by their strength relative to my own. Regardless, the last few lines were a bit tricky, and I felt like I might have misheard or remembered incorrectly. Night being someone's blight, I went through the incomplete poem for another half hour before I gave up. I'll just ask Radia's to repeat the poem one more time tomorrow. I was still skeptical of whether the poem even meant anything, which was probably why I hadn't bothered to even listen carefully when the dwarf said it, but I was still curious. Sliding into bed, I tried to get rid of my thoughts of the poem, instead focusing on what I should do to best help out in this war. Still, even as sleep overcame me, I found myself trying to piece the poem back together by trying to remember all of the words that rhymed. Chapter 204, Lost Words, GREY. I stepped back as Lady Vera positioned her thin metal stick she called a foil for a horizontal swing. Still, somehow, the foil managed to slap my left arm. "How?" I hissed, rubbing the fresh wound. "I thought I dodged that." "You're too focused on my weapon," Lady Vera answered, keeping her body still. Your vision should encompass your enemy or enemies as a whole. What do you see differently right now? I looked down at the foil still pointed at me. Aside from the obvious, that earned me another smack with her weapon. Don't get smart with me, kid. Okay, okay, I yelped. And I have a name, you know. I'm aware that you were named after a rather boring color, Lady Vera said bluntly. Now answer my question. Afraid of getting hit again, I scanned the tall woman. She wore a dark shirt and tight-fitting black pants, which only emphasized her long, curly red hair. After saving me from my captors several months ago, I began my lessons a few weeks back after completely healing from my injuries. While her methods were brutal and her personality was about as warm as a block of ice, they were effective. Well, she pressed, jolting me out of my thoughts. I let out a breath and pointed at her foot. You pivoted using your lead leg, bringing your back foot forward for longer reach. Good, she nodded in approval. Although if you weren't able to see that from the track mark on the ground. Yes, yes. Then I don't deserve to be your student, I finished. Now, how do I get better? My mentor muttered something under her breath before walking over to the man-made pond she had in her yard. The entire training ground we were in, which stretched out for 50 yards in both length and width, was her backyard. The simple fact that she even had a backyard in a city where high-rise building took up about every available plot of land spoke a lot about her wealth and power. Adding to the fact that her entire backyard, which looked like something out of an old nature magazine, was also blocked off from the outside world by a 20-foot wall made me wonder what sort of position she actually held in Whitthome Academy, the military school I was still enrolled in. As we reached the clear pond that had fish in it, actual live fish, Lady Vera sat down at the edge and motioned me to join her. Try catching a fish with your hands, she said, without using kai. What? Won't they die if they come out of the water? I don't think I can afford to replace a living fish like this. She gave me a rare smile. Don't worry about that and just try. Gazing warily at the aquatic animals that I've only seen in a frozen and processed form, I reached in and tried to scoop one up. Just as my fingers barely touched the water, however, the gold and black fish darted off to the other end of the pond. So fast, I exclaimed, marveling at its speed. She snapped her finger to get my attention. Again, it only took about a dozen more tries to realize that there was a message that I was supposed to be getting from all of this. Frustrated and wet, I swiped my hand without a care whether I'll hurt the fish or not, only to slip on the wet stone and fall inside the water. Gah, I flailed out of the water, letting out a gasp as my mentor just laughed. Barely managing to climb back out of the deep pond, I laid back on the grass. What's the point of this anyway? It's impossible to catch one with just your bare hands. Is that so? My mentor said in a haughty voice. Yes, it's impossible. I lifted my head only to see that she was holding a fish in her hand. What? No way. Do it again? Lady Vera shrugged and threw the fish back into the pond. Sure. I scrambled back to my feet and watched closely in case my mentor tried to pull a fast one and use kai or cheat in some other way. Leaning forward, Lady Vera waited with her hand close to the surface. Just as another fish was about to swim by, she dipped her hand slowly into the water and came out with the fish in her hand. She shot me a smug grin, tossing the fish back in. Now do you believe me? I don't get it, you did it so slowly, I mumbled. Wait, did you train these fish to just go into your hand? Do I look like someone that spent the time to do something as useless as that? My mentor looked at me deadpan. I scratched my head. I guess not, but I still don't understand the point of this unless it was for you to just show off. My mentor splashed water on my face at my remark. I did it to show you that you and these fish, the ones that were able to make a fool of you, are similar. I furrowed my brows. What? Lady Vera's hand suddenly shot out toward my face, causing me to whip my head to the side. Your reaction speed is fast, frighteningly so, my mentor explained, patting my shoulder, but it's instinctual, not tamed, just like these fish. I don't understand. What do you mean tamed? I asked. You might not be aware of it, but through of this ability, by the time your opponent's arms flex in order to throw a punch, your brain has already sent a signal to your body in order to react. Now, if your opponents are on the level of students here, you hold a large advantage over them. However, if left like this, stronger opponents can easily predict how you're going to dodge, just like how I predicted the fish would try to dodge when I grabbed it. I thought for a moment and realized that what Lady Vera said was pretty spot on. So how do I tame this ability? By responding, not reacting, she answered, getting up and taking an offensive stance. Isn't that the same thing? She shook her head. One is intentional, the other is instinctual. We've focused on basic conditioning for the most part, but I think you're ready to start learning how to start responding. My eyes shined in excitement at the thought of finally learning to fight from Lady Vera. The fun part? Fun for me, she replied with a dark smile, swinging her foil in a figure 8. But lucky for you, your next class starts soon, so we'll start with this exercise tomorrow. I let out a groan and rubbed the welt on my arm from where she hit me earlier. There's a car waiting for you to get back to school, Lady Vera said while shooing me away. Now scram. Thank you for the lesson, I grumbled before picking up my uniform and backpack that were hung by the door before leaving. While the ride back to school took less than an hour, I still managed to fall asleep deep enough for the driver to have to shake me awake after arriving. I took a deep breath as I stepped out of the sleek black vehicle, prepared for the sharp gazes of my peers at the mere luxury of being able to ride a private car. However, the outer courtyard that was usually filled with students either lounging around in between classes were all gathered around the entrance of the administration building on the left. Blocking off the perimeter were several fortified vans that looked a bit different from the usual city's police force. What is going on? I muttered to myself, making my way toward the crowd. Armored guards in black, with their customary straight sabers strapped to their hips, kept all the curious students from getting any closer from the building doors. These weren't normal police officers, they were enforcers. I grabbed the nearest student. What happened? Why are enforcers here? Was there a break-in or an attack? Did you just get here? The boy scoffed. You missed the huge explosion that happened out in the training grounds. Explosion. Do you know what caused it? Apparently it was a student, the boy smirked. Now out of the way, I want to try and get closer. The boy disappeared in the sea of students, leaving me dumbfounded. How big of an explosion was it for enforcers to have to come? I wondered, looking at the soldiers clad in thin armored uniforms that were designed to strengthen when imbued with Kai. I couldn't help but remember how Nico had gone on and on about how revolutionary the material those uniforms were made of was. Vein fiber was the name. He had also mentioned how expensive vein fiber was to produce, which was why they were only provided for kings and elite soldiers, either for the special operations soldiers going on international missions or enforcers of the counter-terrorist squads. Speaking of Nico, if anyone knew what was going on, it would probably be him, I thought, my eyes scanning through the crowd in hopes of finding him or Cecilia. Unable to get a good view, I turned back and climbed up one of the light posts until I spotted a familiar dark-haired boy. He was at the very front, just beyond the perimeter that the enforcers had set up, but I wasn't sure if it was Nico. I narrowed my eyes, focusing on him until he finally turned around. There you are, I jumped down and made my way through the crowd of students. After bumping shoulders and fighting my way in for a good 10 minutes, I was able to squeeze and get to the front. Nico, I called out. My friend turned around and the first thing I noticed was the trail of blood running down his lips. That was never a good sign. Gray, he exclaimed, making my way to me. Your lips are bleeding, Nico. What's going on? I asked, my eyes shifting between Nico and the enforcers just a few feet away behind the red warning tape. Some guy told me there was apparently an explosion caused by a student. I don't know what happened. The Kai restrainer must have malfunctioned, but I checked it just a few days ago and it was fine. I don't know what happened, it's all my fault, he said, chewing on his lips again in worry. Slow down, Nico. You're not making any sense, I answered. Nico buried his face in his hands. It's Cecilia, she had one of her accidents. Arthur Leywin, I opened my eyes, letting out a deep breath. It had only been a few days since my last dream, and this one was a particularly bad one. It was a memory that I would never forget, dream or no dream. Along with Headmaster Wilbeck's death, it was that day that caused my life to unfold the way it did. I looked outside the window to see that the sun had yet to fully rise, which meant that I had at most only a 2 or 3 hours of sleep. With a groan, I got out of bed and washed up, hoping cold water will help wash out the fatigue that seemed to have made a permanent home in my body. You're awake? My bond asked, not bothering to speak. Yeah, I don't think I can fall back asleep anyway. Want to join me in a morning stretch outside? As enticing as that sounds, unfortunately, that requires me to get out of bed, she replied, pulling the covers over her head. Growing children do need their sleep, I agreed with a chuckle, drying my hair with a towel. That immature retort speaks volumes about who the child actually is between us, she replied casually. I let out a laugh. You got me there. After dressing in a plain loose shirt and dark trousers, I headed out, passing my desk. Looking down at the messy paper filled with bits and pieces of the poem that I tried to remember, I changed my plans. On second thought, I'll give Radia's a short visit. Hopefully he's functional enough to repeat the poem. I greeted the few maids and workers that were just finishing up their night shift as I made my way down toward the dungeon. Walking through the long, dimly lit hallway leading to the entrance of the first level, I spotted a familiar face guarding the door. Using the term guarding very loosely. Albold, the elf of the Chaffer family that Virion had introduced, was currently nodding off to sleep as he stood guard beside the large metal door. With a smirk, I erased my presence and softened my breath. I coded my footsteps in mana in the same precise manner that I did back when I was training alone in the forests of Ephiatis. I quickened my speed as I got closer to the sleeping guard, but as soon as I was within a few yards of the door, Albold's eyes shot open, and a thick layer of mana covered his body and swords as he swung out. I easily caught the two blades with my hands, but I was still surprised. General Arthur, he said incredulously, quickly sheathing his dual blades. Sorry about that, I swore I felt someone sneaking up on me. I was sneaking up on you. Weren't you asleep? I asked, suspicious. Ah, I got caught. Albold scratched his head in embarrassment. Please don't tell Commander Virion, I barely have a few days left doing guard duty. I can't stay here any longer. Relax, I was just impressed, I chuckled. Virion was right, your senses are good. Haha, saved my ass more than a couple times in my life, Albold responded. So what can I do for you, General? I need to speak to a prisoner, I replied. Is Gentry inside? Albold nodded as he opened the door. I can't think of a time where he hasn't been inside. The two of us walked in and soon found Gentry sleeping on a cot in one of the cells of the upper-level dungeon. What's going on? Gentry muttered as we shook him awake. Gee, General, what can I do for you? Can you open Radia's cell for just a moment? There's something I want to ask him, I explained. The interrogator rubbed his eyes as he began unlocking the entrance to the lower level of the dungeon. Of course, and my apologies again for the trouble I caused by calling the entire council. I was certain that the traitor was going to reveal something important. After a few clicks, Gentry motioned for Albold to help and the two of them heaved the doors open. My eyes widened at what I saw. Gentry's assistant was splayed out on the floor with several black spikes pierced through his body. Seeing the spikes, my gaze immediately veered toward the cell that Yudo was in, only to lock eyes with the retainer. I immediately imbued mana around me, fearing that Yudo would leap out, but the retainer was completely still and silent, no signs of life in his glossed eyes. He smiled. Albold let out a sharp gasp as he strengthened his body as well and drew his swords. Chester, Gentry cried, oblivious of the retainer out of his cell. He's dead, I muttered, eyes focused solely on Yudo. Because of his black body, I didn't notice the spikes pierce through his chest and stomach as well with blood still leaking out. Radia's. I stepped inside the dungeon, and the restrictions of magic in the room could immediately be felt. Jumping over the assistant's corpse, I swung open the door to Radia's cell that had been unlocked, only to see that the old dwarf had met the same fate as Yudo and Chester. He was dead. Chapter 205, Enemy Territory. Circe Milview, Alacrian. How much longer? Fane hissed, his head constantly darting left and right. His voice was hardly louder than a whisper. None of us dared to be any louder than that. I held up 2 fingers, turning my focus back on the tree in front of me. The crest on my back flared as I grit my teeth to keep my powers under control, while mana coursed through my arms and into the tree itself. My veiling barrier isn't going to last much longer on such a wide range, Cole muttered through gritted teeth. I wiped a bead of sweat running down my cheek. Done. Maeve grabbed my arm and we were already on the move. I turned back one last time to make sure the 3-point array I had just finished was in place. It's in place. I allowed myself a breath of relief as we began making our way through this forsaken forest. We traveled at a frustratingly slow pace with Maeve and myself in the front. Only by using my crest did my senses extend to about 30 yards, much too restricted than I was comfortable with. It didn't help that, because of this mysterious fog that only seemed to exist in this forest, I was the only one that could see past a few feet around us. Do you see anyone around us, Circe? Fane asked for the 5th time. I whipped my head back and shot him a glare. I said I'll tell you if I see anything out of the ordinary. He narrowed his eyes, discontent, but didn't say anything further. After about an hour of practically crawling through the fog-laden forest, I signaled for everyone to stop. We need to place another array. Everyone got into position. Maeve hopped onto a nearby tree with her hands poised to fire. Cole stuck beside me and enveloped the area in a veil to help mask mana fluctuations while I worked. Fane circled the perimeter with wary eyes as our first line of defense. After everyone was in place, I continued in our most important, and quite likely our last, mission. Activating my crest once again, I began setting up the first part of the 3-point array. With my control as a mid-tier sentry, it wasn't hard setting it up. The tricky part was making sure it was all but undetectable until I finally activated it. There could be no trace, no leakage of mana, or the elves lurking around the forest will sense it. If any of the arrays that I had made were discovered, the whole plan was ruined. Pushing aside the burden weighing down on me, I controlled the mana coalesced in the tip of my fingers as it began seeping into the first tree. A rustle sounded to my left and I jerked. Were we discovered? By the time I turned my head in the direction of the sound, Fane was already there. He shook his head, holding up a rodent whose neck had been cleanly broken. As expected of a veteran emblem holder, the striker's attitude was foul, but he was a reliable teammate to have. Turning my focus back on the old tree, I controlled the passage of my instilled mana until it buried itself deep into the core of the tree. After it was in place, I had to cover the tracks and the mana fluctuation at the site of the wound. For this moment, my attention had to be concentrated. I wasn't able to afford to spread my senses around us in case an elf sneaked up on us. Minutes crawled at the pace of hours as I blinked away the tears trying to get inside my eyes. The mana imprint left by my spell had to be manually obscured with surgical precision so that no one could sense that magic was used in the area. Done, I mouthed at my teammates before moving on to the next point. Kneeling down on the ground a few feet away from the tree, I repeated the process until finally I was on the last part on a tree on the other side of the array I had made on the ground. After this three-point array had been completed, we were once again on the move. Luckily, Cole's Veil barrier didn't leave any mana fluctuations, neither did Fane or Maeve's magic. Truly a team specialized for this mission, I thought, feeling out of place. After all, I was a sentry. I wasn't built or trained for this. My only source of comfort was that we weren't the only team. Maybe one of the other teams have already succeeded in securing a route, I hoped, knowing how unlikely it was. Out of all the other teams, I knew that we were the most likely to succeed because of my newly acquired emblem. Suddenly, an arm shot out, stopping me in my tracks. It was Maeve. She locked gazes with me and then looked down. Hidden underneath the fog was a small ditch with spikes of wood. My heart thumped at the close call. The spikes weren't sharpened, it was twisted into this shape, Maeve informed in a whisper. Plant magic, I breathed. My heart dropped at what this meant. We'll have to find another route, Fane said from behind, still on the lookout. Then we'll have to stop in a bit for me to scout another route, I replied, disheartened. With a solemn nod from Maeve, we continued our hellish march. My legs throbbed in pain and my sore back made me feel older than my grandma, but I continued on without complaint until the sun was about an hour from setting. Merciful Vritra, I mumbled as we finally settled down for the night on the thick branches of a tree. Cole passed around strips of salted dried meat and a candied root to each of us. Tearing smaller pieces from the dried meat, I let it sit in my mouth so my saliva would soften it before I chewed it down. The four of us ate silently, relishing the first small break in 2 days. After sucking the sugar off of the candied root and taking a sip from my flask, I got back to work. Igniting my hard-earned emblem, I activated True Sense. The unsettling sensation of my consciousness leaving my body felt as if I was undressing amidst a snowstorm, but I endured through it by relishing the breathtaking sight of the forest beneath me. Like a ghost floating through the sky, unabated, I narrowed my true sense to lock in on a single element. My head, figuratively speaking since my actual body was sitting comatose below on a tree branch, throbbed terribly. I've read that true mastery of this ability will come when my mind is able to see all 4 elemental mana particles in the atmosphere. If that's the case, I still have a long way to go. Despite the numbing pain, I was soon rewarded as particles of ambient mana lit up green. Hurriedly, I scanned throughout the horizon, desperately searching for large clusters of ambient wind mana that would lead us to the hidden kingdom of the elves. As I extended my true sense, the throbbing grew unbearable. Just a little long there. Immediately, my non-physical form was sucked back into my body that had been anchored by the powerful emblem. The last twinkle of green flickered out of my vision as I returned to my physical visage with a gasp. "Were you successful, Cersei?" Fane immediately asked, true to his impatience. My body still felt cold, like I had gotten into a fresh set of sheets, but my lips curled into a smile. The kingdom is still too far away, but I was able to find a larger area of mana fluctuations about a day's travel from here. Larger, Maeve echoed with a twinkle in her eye. That means it's a bigger settlement or maybe even a town, Cole let out a sigh. At least we're going the right way. Nice to know all of this so far wasn't for nothing. As expected from a member of the Millview blood. Your skills as a sentry hold true, Fane complimented as he tore off a piece of his dried meat. Accepting his rare praise, I continued. I won't be able to use my emblem for another day, but after I've fully recovered, I'll want to do another scan honing in on water attribute mana. Smart, Maeve agreed. From our reports, these elves are adept mostly in either water or wind. After finishing our modest meal, we got as comfortable as we could within the branches of the ancient tree deep within enemy territory. Either Cole or I had to be on watch in case something approached, but since I had just expended a lot of my mana activating my emblem, Cole and Maeve took first watch. The weathered shield about the age of my father shot me a smile before erecting a small veiling barrier around us while Fane and I slept. Despite the cold and hard branch pressed against my back and the fear of falling down, even after tying ourselves to the tree, I soon fell asleep. I must have barely closed my eyes when I was already shaken awake by Maeve. "It's been 2 hours, she whispered, signaling me to take over before waking up Fane. "There's no way it's been 2 hours already," I groaned internally. Noticing that I was awake, Cole extinguished his spell before rolling up his cloak and using it as a makeshift pillow to sleep on. Even with the ever-looming threat of being discovered and killed, I still had to pinch my cheeks to fully wake myself up. Coursing mana into my second crest, the one that I had received after fully comprehending the spell while it was still just a mark, my awareness spread to a 40-yard radius around us. Normally, I'd be able to stretch my sphere of awareness to over 100 yards no matter what the terrain, but the mysterious magic encompassing this endless forest restricted everyone's senses. If our trek during the day seemed to be going slow, the night on watch was endless. I entertained myself by focusing on a nocturnal bird feeding its newborn blood a dozen yards away when I felt bodies enter the scope of my range. Elves, I whipped my head and locked gazes with Fane. Before I even mouthed the word, he seemed to know something was wrong by my expression. How many? Fane mouthed. I held up 3 fingers and pointed in the direction they were coming from. With a nod, the two of us quickly shook Maeve and Cole awake, covering their mouths while doing so in case they made a sound. After being caught up, Cole quickly erected a 2-layered barrier that dampened sounds and veiled our presence. After erecting barriers all day and barely getting any sleep, the shield was struggling to maintain his spells, but he endured. He had to. About a dozen yards away, I whispered solemnly. If we're lucky, they'll pass by or go a different way. If they suspect something near us, I'll take Cersei while Maeve and Cole hold them off, Fane declared. My eyes widened in panic. We can all stay and fight, we outnumber them. Cole rubbed his stubbled chin. Even if we stay and fight, we'll have to do so with magic that'll leave traces. It's too risky. Cole is right, Maeve added. We're expendable in this mission, you're not. The gravity of her words shook me, but I knew it was true. Out of all the teams trying to create a route to the Elven Kingdom, I was the only sentry with an emblem powerful enough to navigate effectively in the Elshire Forest. Still, the thought of abandoning my teammates sickened me. What if we ambush them and take one as a hostage? We can use the elf to, you know what happened to the other team that tried that, Fane interrupted harshly. I nodded. The captured elf had killed himself and the team was tracked down by its brethren. Luckily, they were close to the southern border of the forest and it didn't happen long after the initial beast raid, or else they would have become suspicious, Maeve muttered. The 4 of us stopped whispering, afraid the elves might hear us even with the 2-layered barrier around us. By the time the footsteps below us were audible to our bare ears, we were holding our breaths. I clamped my mouth shut with my hands, praying that they'd just keep walking. Chapter 206, Brothers Consent. The unexpected deaths of Radias and Udo would be enough to cause a mass panic within the echelons of noble families both living in the castle and out in various fortified cities. Having 2 major figures of the enemy side in the council's palms created a certain semblance of power and control to the people of Dicathen. To prevent chaos, the council did what countless leaders, regardless of time, race, and world, do when faced with setbacks. They covered it up. Gentry, Albold, and I all had to be questioned by the council since we were the ones present at the scene. Because of the black spikes left skewered on all 3 corpses almost like a postcard, it was obvious that it couldn't have been done by any one of us. Still, a majority of my day had been taken up by this. Eventually, Gentry was left to grieve over his assistant that he apparently cared very much for, and Albold being relieved of his guard duty so he could be sent back to Elshire Forest to assist as a soldier. As for me, I was standing in front of Virion in his private office as he sat behind his desk with a grim expression. Cynthia Goodsky died this way as well, right? I confirmed. Virion nodded, his eyes unfocused. I continued. You must be worried about everyone's safety. 3 people have been killed in the most secured location of a flying castle that has existed from ancient times. Do you think I'd allow people to still be here if I was worried about their safety? Virion retorted. I'm not in the mood for tests, Arthur. I know you noticed as well. It was the same with Cynthia. It's good that you realized, I smiled. No one had infiltrated the castle. No matter how much I thought over it, it just wasn't possible. The layers of defense that one would have to go through in order to reach the insides of this castle, only to kill 2 prisoners, just didn't add up. If I was sent on a mission to infiltrate this castle, it'd be much simpler to assassinate as much of the council as I could. It just didn't add up, which led me to the answer that the attack had to be done from within. Not within our side, but within Radia's and Udo's bodies. Just like Cynthia, who had a powerful curse embedded inside her, it made sense for Radia's and even a retainer to have that as well in case they were caught. From how the black spikes seemed to almost bloom out of Radia's and Udo's bodies, I felt that their curse had been activated. As for the Chester, Gentry's unfortunate assistant, it seemed, by the random spikes lodged into not just his body but his extremities as well, he had just been caught in the explosion of spikes that shot out from within the 2 prisoners. That had to be the case, it doesn't make any sense otherwise. Agrona had made it clear that the whole point of this war was to take over this continent with as little casualties as possible so that he could conquer and utilize the resources, living and non-living, available here to strengthen his power and become a threat large enough to attack Ephiatus head-on. Dicathen was merely a stepping stone for him, so it wouldn't make sense for him to only kill the prisoners if he had the power to send someone inside the castle. Does that mean what Radias said was something important? It was too much of a coincidence that he died right after telling me that poem. This led me to think whether Radia's purposely said in the form of a poem to try to bypass the curse. I remembered Cynthia having a curse where she was restricted to reveal or even think about revealing anything relevant. Forcing myself out of the never-ending speculations in my head, I spoke. Any plans for what to do next? For now, consolidating the priorities of the council members come first. They were already restless after the attack on the southern borders of the Elshire forest, but even this. The old elf let out a breath that seemed to contain a bit of his weathered soul. To be honest, Arthur, I'm at quite a loss at the moment. This war, the scale is so unlike any war this land has faced, yet things have been too quiet, I finished. I agree. Even with the death of Udo and Radia's, I feel like something big is about to happen. I'm just not sure what. The room grew quiet as both of us mulled over our thoughts until Virion let out a cough. Well, no use worrying right now. There are things that must be done. Arthur, you're on standby as of now, correct? Yes. General Aya is currently stationed in Elenoir. General Micah is assisting in the investigations of the radical group in Darv. General Vere is helping with fortification of major cities throughout the western coast, and General Baron, I believe, is scouting the northern ranges of the Grand Mountains for any signs of retainers or scythes, since there was that base we had cleared out nearby, I reported. I had wanted to help out, but because the Alacrians have been so quiet despite the seemingly random attack on the outskirts of the Elshire forest, there was nothing that needed my attention. Okay. For now, stay in the castle and get used to your new corps. You'll be sent out immediately if any of the cities report anything unusual, so I need you to be in top condition, Virion declared. I turned to leave when Virion's voice called out from behind. Oh, and Arthur, looking back at the commander over my shoulder, I responded. Yes, he smiled. I know you don't care for this kind of thing, but as a lance, don't you think you should go around dressed a bit more appropriately? Looking down to see the loose shirt and dark trousers I had on, I let out a chuckle. Perhaps I should. Returning to my room, I was greeted by not only Sylvie but by my sister and her bond as well. Arriving in front of my room, I could hear faint mutters from a voice that sounded like my sister. Have to help me, okay? Promise. Sylvie must have told her I was here because my sister stopped talking. Opening the door, I was greeted by Ellie and my bond, who were sitting on the couch. Boo, who was lying on the ground with his giant head propped up on top of my bed like a pillow, acknowledged my presence with a snort before closing his eyes. Hi, brother, my sister smiled weakly. Sylvie greeted me with a simple wave of her hand. That's not suspicious, I thought. You're overthinking, my bond immediately replied back, making it more suspicious. Anyway, what happened for you to be gone for so long? My sister asked, a bit upset that I hadn't had the chance to really spend time with her since I came back. Just more meetings that I had to attend, I said vaguely. Anyway, I'm free now, Ellie cocked a brow. Does that mean you'll finally spend some time with your precious sister? Yup, if you're okay with the training ground, that is. Sylv and I both have things to test before an actual fight. Of course that's okay, that's exactly what I was about to suggest, my sister exclaimed, grabbing her bow that was propped up against the wall beside her. After changing into a more socially appropriate attire, which was just a high-collared military tunic that covered the red scars on my neck and a more fitted pair of trousers. Compared to the rest of the lances, I was dressed rather casually, but at least I didn't look like some farmer's kid. Your hair is almost as long as mine. When are you going to cut it? Ellie asked with distaste as I was tying my back hair. I shrugged, when I feel the need to. We made our way to the training room that was guarded by pair soldiers arguing over something. I'm telling you that it's not the General Arthur. The armored man on the left clicked his heels and saluted while his companion on the right side of the entrance did the same. There are currently several mages practicing inside. Would you like us to clear them out? The guard on the right asked as the two of them opened the entrance. Because of the sheer power that can be generated from a white core mage, most of the time, the training room was completely emptied and walls were additionally fortified when a lance came in. No need, the one training isn't me, I informed, walking in after my excited sister. Sylvie and Boo followed along as we stepped into the loose earthen terrain. The large room was lively with various nobles in well-adorned robes and tunics around my sister's age or slightly older testing spells, while guardians oversaw and gave pointers to their students. The ones training here were all of status with privileges that extended from family members that were of high rankings within the army. Being able to live and train in the castle meant that they were safe, a luxury that only the top houses and families of captains had. Seeing the large entrance open, a few turned their heads my way, and the private instructors and adults all immediately recognized me. Bowing in respect, they quickly shushed their children when some of the younger ones asked who I was. A woman that looked a few years older than my mother walked up to me with an amiable smile. It's an honor to see a lance like this. If you are here to train, I will take Son and his friends elsewhere to learn. It's okay, I smiled back. Just here to stretch a little, don't mind us. Hurry up, Ellie exclaimed, already several yards ahead. If you'll excuse me, I followed after my sister with Sylvie and Boo in tow. Your sister really wants to impress you, Sylvie said with a smile. Don't be too hard on her. Oh, that's no fun, I smirked before turning my gaze to my bond. Get ready to stretch as well. I want to see what you can do before we get into an actual battle. Is that okay with all of these people here, she asked. We'll tone it down a bit. If we really wanted to go all out, we'd have to find a large valley somewhere, my bond chuckled. True, very well, I'm also curious to see how well I've adjusted to this new form. Making our way to the far end of the training grounds near the pond, I launched a slab of earth at my sister. In calm, I stopped my warning as 3 arrows of mana lodged itself into the slab. Ellie turned her head back at me with a smirk. You're going to have to do better than that, brother. Sylvie and I exchanged glances. Looks like I might not get the chance to be hard on her, I chuckled. Time passed quickly in the training grounds despite the fact that all I basically did was create targets for my sister. It gave me the chance to really test the limits of what organic magic I could create with my white core. Freeforming spells into odd and sometimes intricate shapes seemed to fascinate the children that had gathered around us to watch the show. The noble kids would ooh and ah as I conjured birds made of ice to skirt around in the air while my sister attempted to shoot them down. Some of these spells weren't very applicable in battle, but like a pro athlete learning to juggle a ball intricately, it helped me metaphorically stretch my abilities and see what I could and couldn't do in a set amount of time. I tried raising earthen soldiers like Alfred was able to do, but after raising about 3 simple humanoid golems, my control over them faltered to the extent that they began mimicking each other's movements. Memories of my time with Ren popped up. He was able to control his golems to the point that they acted like sentient beings. Even Alfred, while not as precisely as the Usura, was able to conjure and control an army of golems, albeit not as precisely as the Usura. A shame one is forbidden to help while the other is dead, not that either would have offered to help had they been here. The thought of them left a bad taste in my mouth. Rather than dwelling on the past, I focused my attention on the task at hand. It felt rude to train Ellie so half-heartedly when I saw how concentrated she was. Let's try kicking things up a notch. With a wave of my arm, I conjured a current of fire that began twisting and shaping itself into a beastly shape. The ground where its legs touched sizzled from the heat as I willed my creation to walk toward Ellie. Boo, who had been watching beside me, tilted his head in curiosity at the flaming beast that mirrored his form. Your offense is good, Ellie, but what happens when a spell that you can't just shoot down with arrows comes at you? I called out. Some of the noble kids a few yards away let out gasps as the instructors let out murmurs of praise. Ellie's lips just curled up into a confident grin as she drew her bow. A shimmering arrow manifested, glowing white due to its elementless nature. Just before she let go of the string, however, a slight undulation rippled across the shaft of the mana arrow. The arrow quickly approached my fire boo with a shriek. I had expected Ellie's spell to simple pierce through harmlessly, but as the point lodged itself into my spell, the entire arrow exploded in a ray of light, dispersing the flaming beast I had conjured. I blinked. That was impressive, superb, jaw-dropping, my sister finished, her eyes twinkling. Not bad, it was not bad, I said, rolling my eyes. MHMM. Ellie sniffled, trying to hide her smile. The day went on with me moving on from conjuring various elemental targets for her to testing her body's defenses. Though I hated to admit it, her ability to conjure a protective layer of mana over her body was flawless and fast enough to rival some of the upperclassmen I had seen at Xyrus. Due to her unnaturally intricate control over her mana, she was able to layer mana in specific portions of her body almost instantly and create a fairly durable panel of mana. I put the scabbard of Dawn's ballad that I had been using to spar with Ellie in close range back inside my ring. Did you learn close quarters combat with your bow from Helen too? My sister fell down on the ground, sweating and panting. Yup, I read a couple books too that helped, although there weren't that many. Most archers carry around a dagger or even a light sword around for close combat, I informed. But since your archery doesn't depend on you taking out an arrow from your quiver and knocking it on your bow before firing it, learning how to fend off a few attacks in order, give yourself some space for a quick shot was the right decision. Your compliments seem somewhat dull, my sister said in between breaths. Because that wasn't a compliment, don't get ahead of yourself, I smirked. We've been drilling for only a few hours, your stamina needs improvement. That's not even fair, Ellie huffed. What your brother means to say is that he's very proud of your growth, Sylvie comforted with a smile. Whoa, no verbally expressing my thoughts, I protested. This was rigged from the start anyway, Ellie stuck out a tongue. I mean, how do you even dodge an arrow shot at point blank, repeatedly? A lance has to be able to do at least that much, right? My sister narrowed her eyes, discontent by my reply. You didn't even break a sweat. You'll get there with enough training and experience, I replied. Ellie shot a glance to Sylvie before looking back at me. Speaking of getting enough experience, I was wondering if I can maybe. You know, I raised a brow. I know, what? And never mind, my sister muttered. Ellie, Sylvie chimed in, shaking her head. Just say it. Does this have anything to do with what you guys were talking about before I got in the room? I asked. I want to start helping out in the war, my sister said, unable to look me in the eyes. Even though I saw this coming, my heart still sank. Arthur, Sylvie sent, feeling my emotions. You said it yourself, or rather you thought it yourself, that I was a lot better, my sister continued when I didn't answer. I'm confident that I'm better than a lot of the soldiers that have been assigned to squads, and I'm okay with being in the reserves, and since I'm an archer, I'd be in the backline anyway, so… Ellie, I interrupted, kneeling down so I was eye level with my sister. With a wave of my hand, a barrier of wind surrounded the four of us. I didn't feel comfortable having others listening to family conversations. I'm not saying no, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to make this decision for you. Mom or Dad aren't here, and to be honest, we haven't exactly been on the same track these days, I said. You guys still haven't made up since before you left to go train? My sister asked, concern laced in her voice. You knew I'm young, not dumb, my sister frowned. Right, sorry. I looked at my bond, who simply gave me an encouraging smile. Letting out a sigh, I gave in. How about we go on a mission together once? If you do well, I'll give you my blessing. I can't speak for Mom or Dad, but I won't hold you back on it. Okay, Ellie beamed. You promised. That was very fair of you, my bond approved. I shot Sylvie a smile before getting back up. Anyway, since that's out of the way, Sylvie, it's your turn. Chapter 207, Coordination. Although my bond had the appearance of a little girl that was even younger than my sister, if you disregard the two horns sprouting out from her head, she was still an Usura. After having the guards evacuate the small audience that had no intention of continuing their training regardless, I began pouring my mana into the large mana crystal responsible for powering up the defensive mechanisms within the training grounds. A low hum resounded in response, and the cavern walls and rounded ceiling glowed dimly. Emily wasn't here to power up the plate-like sensors she had installed for my previous training, so the only functionality available was that of the barrier. My sister was the only other person still inside the training room, but I had her stay near the entrance behind Boo in the rare case that one of our spells accidentally hit her. Do I really have to stay this far when you two are just practicing? I can hardly see you guys even with mana-enhanced sight. Ellie shouted out a complaint as she peeked her head out from behind her bond. Ignoring my sister, I continued to stretch out my body, making sure to be extra diligent while stretching my legs. Are you not going to stretch? Better yet, do you even need to stretch? I questioned my bond, who was standing perfectly still while watching me. Considering I can barely use this body for basic daily functions, I'm a bit hesitant to try anything more, Sylvie replied, frowning. Better to practice now than in the middle of battle, right? I countered, balancing on one leg as I stretched my aching thigh. Sylvie let out a sigh. Very well. My bond attempted to mirror my pose, only to stumble. After a few more minutes of her violently swinging her arms to try and keep her balance as we went through a series of stretches, we began our training. So how do you want to go about this? I asked. Having only seen her use her superior body to fight alongside me or use Vivim to heal me, I had no idea as to how she planned on fighting in her humanoid form. Stay there for a bit, she replied, raising her arm and pointing an open palm in my direction. Without warning, a missile of light shot toward me. My eyes widened in surprise, but I quickly reacted by coating my hand in mana and swatting the missile away. A mana arrow, I looked at the shallow cut on the side of my palm. Despite the spell being similar to Ellie's mana arrows in a way, her attack was much denser, almost solid. Ellie's use of elementless mana provided me with a few ideas on how to best take advantage of my traits, she answered, sending another arrow of mana my way after a moment of preparation. This time the arrow, or more accurately a harpoon, judging by the size of the shining projectile, shot in a slight arc towards me rather than in a straight line like the previous one. Wanting to verify my curiosity, I made no attempt to block or dodge the incoming spell. Instead, coating my hand in a thick layer of mana, I grabbed Sylvie's mana harpoon. The speed of her spell jerked my arm back, but I held on firmly. I had expected it to disperse immediately, but it remained in my hand even while I was gripping down on it with sufficient force to shatter a rock. After becoming a white core mage and practicing organic magic, I could tell that although Sylvie may have gotten the idea of her attack from watching Ellie, but the composition of the two spells couldn't be any more different. The raw power of her attack isn't that high, but in order to pack so much mana so densely into this form so quickly, my mind wandered off as I contemplated all of the possible applications of my bond's magic. By the time I looked back at my hand, the mana arrow had disappeared. Mana manipulation for dragons is limited to pure mana only, right? I confirmed. If you don't take into account my race's ability to manipulate ether, yes, Sylvie said. Although there's something else. What is it? I asked, curious. I'm not quite sure myself. After being in this form, I've been able to get a better grasp of my core, yet there's a part of it that I can't seem to access, she answered. Maybe you'll be able to access it once you get stronger, I said. For now, let's see how versatile your control over pure mana is. I launched a dozen fire arrows with a swing of an arm. The streaks of fire spread out before converging back into a single target directed at my bond. Before my attack landed, a shimmering barrier of light enveloped Sylvie, covering her in fire and dust from the ground around her. Try to create individual panels to block each projectile, I barked out, sending out another wave of fire arrows. Sylvie's brows knit in concentration as she managed to conjure a large sphere of pure mana from her palm that separated into multiple panes to block my spells. By then, though, I had already closed the distance between us and had the broken blade of Dawn's ballad pressed against her arm. However, rather than flesh, my blade had met a patch of black scales that appeared from beneath her skin. Despite my attack's failure, Sylvie seemed to have been genuinely surprised by my follow-up. I sheathed my broken sword back into its scabbard and gave my evaluation. Your control over pure mana is excellent, and considering how dense your spells are, it seems your mana reserves are quite big. Your innate body provides good physical defense even if you are a bit slow. Although Sylvie held in her smile, I could tell through our bond how proud she was feeling. Still, I don't think your attacks are strong enough to threaten retainers and scythes, I continued. What else have you noticed about this form compared to your draconic form? Sylvie thought for a moment. My innate defenses are a bit weaker in this form. You held that strike back, but if you had attacked me seriously with Dawn's ballad, I would have lost a limb. Good to know, I nodded. Anything else? My control over mana is better in this form, but my dragon form allows me to utilize more of my mana in a single breath, albeit a more unrefined form, my bond explained, twirling several orbs of mana around her hand as if to emphasize her point. I see, I muttered, taking a few steps back. There are a couple more things I want to test out, Sylv. Can you conjure a square pane in front of me? I could feel her curiosity flare up, but I hid my intentions from my bond. With a twitch of her wrist, the spheres of mana that had been orbiting her hand shot out and converged into a bigger orb before flattening out into a flat square. Keep it stable, I ordered, reeling my fist back. I punched Sylvie's panel of mana, and while it trembled from the impact, it stayed where it was. What about distance? How far can you conjure a spell and keep control over it? She didn't answer. Instead, she stretched out a hand and willed the panel of mana that I had just punched away. The spell changed into a spherical form as it hurled toward the back wall of the room. Sylvie then closed her outstretched hand into a fist, suspending the orb in midair. Move it left, I ordered, concentrating on the shining orb. Upon Sylvie's direction, the orb easily darted left and stopped just before it hit the wall. I gave another order. Bring it back, change the shape of it into an arrow. I led Sylvie into a series of exercises, gradually adding more orbs and having her manage them until there were 10 orbs, 5 of which I had instructed Sylvie to change into a flat panel. By the end of the drill, Sylvie was sweating profusely, but I had a pretty good idea on how we were going to coordinate in battles. 4 days had passed in the blink of an eye. I spent the majority of the day in the training grounds, drilling with Ellie and Sylvie until the two of them were mentally and physically drained. It was a great change of pace for myself as well, and I felt my control over my white core steadily improve. While Sylvie had yet to unlock more of her abilities hidden away in her core, and we hadn't had the chance to attempt at any sort of coordinated fighting together, she and my sister had still improved greatly under my scrutinizing tutelage. After our morning drills of target hitting for my sister and multitasking with 10 or more mana spheres for my bond, we took a break. Sylvie, Ellie, Boo, and I rested near the grassy patch beside the pond, eating the sandwiches brought to us by a hulking woman that was apparently a chef inside the castle. Hey Art, my sister called as she absent-mindedly picked the vegetables off her sandwich. What would you say are the biggest drawbacks of fighting using pure mana? From what I've seen while you and Sylvie were practicing these past few days, her spells seemed really versatile even against all of your elemental attacks. Stop picking them out and just eat it, I chided, gently slapping her hand. And to answer your question, I can think of 3 big reasons why most mages prefer to use magic of their elemental affinity rather than just pure mana spells. First reason is that it uses up a lot of your mana reserves. More so than elemental spells, Ellie interrupted. Pure mana can only come from your mana core, which, as you know from experience, is often time-consuming to gather and purify. Elemental magic also uses mana from your core, but it's also powered by the ambient mana that consists of all of the elements, I explained. Ellie's brows furrowed as she tried to wrap her head around the concept. I'm not sure I follow, I thought for a moment, trying to come up with an appropriate analogy. So it's kind of like this. Imagine I'm on top of a snowy hill and I'm trying to hit you who's at the bottom with a snowball. Why am I the one getting hit? She frowned. I looked at her with a deadpan expression. Sylvie chuckled beside me as she tossed a sandwich to Ellie's drooling bond. Okay, please continue. A mage using elemental magic would first make a snowball with his hands, but instead of just throwing it, he would roll it down the hill so that the snowball picks up more snow from the ground. By the time it hits you, we'll say the snowball turned into the size of Boo, I continued. Boo let out a grunt upon hearing his name, but quickly turned his attention back to Sylvie, who was the only one feeding him. Now a mage using a pure mana spell of the same power will have to make the snowball and pack it with more and more snow until it's the size of Boo before throwing it down at you. See the difference? That sounds like a lot of work, Ellie admitted. Okay, what are the other reasons? It's harder to effectively control pure mana once it's been expelled from your body, and deciding it'd be easier to just show her the last reason. I willed a field of stone spikes to shoot out from the ground a few dozen yards from where we were. Unlike what I did just now, pure mana spells must originate from the caster. Just by looking at my sister, I could see that the proverbial light seemed to have lit up in her head. Anyway, since we've taken a break, why not continue a little longer? I suggested, getting up. Yes, Ellie agreed, bolting up as well. Hey Sylvie, can you do what you did earlier and make those moving panels? I want to try to hit them. Sure, my bond smiled. Shoot some mana arrows off course so I can practice reacting as well. A smile escaped my lips as I watched the two run off when the doors to the training room opened once more. A single guard came running in, and just by his expression I knew it wasn't good. Sylvie and Ellie's eyes followed the guard that stopped in front of me and saluted before speaking. General Arthur. News of a massive corrupted beast horde has come from the wall. Commander Virion is currently waiting for you in the dock with a team of mages to go with you as backup. Chapter 208, Enemy Territory, Part 2. Circe Milview. Alacrian, please, Maeve, I need a break, I begged the caster in between ragged breaths. Looking behind me, I saw Cole just a few paces away running desperately to keep up with us. Suddenly, Maeve, who had been pulling me by the arm, stopped. I barely managed to avoid colliding with her when she let go of me and pointed up at large tree. Let's take cover here. Fatigue weighing down my body, Maeve hoisted me up the tree while Cole barely managed to push himself up onto the lowest branch. The strenuous task of climbing up high enough on the tree to stay hidden took the better half of an hour. Finally satisfied, Cole leaned back against the trunk of the tree, her legs dangling in the air. I peeled out of Fane's oversized silver breastplate so that my sweat-drenched shirt could dry off a little. The three of us remained silent, each doing whatever task they deemed more important to them. After eating a few strips of dried meat, Cole immediately set a barrier around us while Maeve cycled mana. As for me, I knew what I had to do, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I turned to where Cole and Maeve were and asked hesitantly, do you think Fane made it out? Maeve opened one eye, just one eye, but the anger that exuded out of that eye made me wince. Cole shuffled over and sat between Maeve and I so we weren't in direct eye contact of each other. Circe, focus on the mission. Can you use true sense yet? Cole's voice was soft and gentle, yet his expression had hardened to a point where he looked like a different person compared to when I had first met him back in Alacria. I nodded my head and prepared myself, but when I closed my eyes, the scene from earlier today still flashed like it was still happening right now. It was all my fault if I hadn't gone off from the camp. There was no one there when I checked. I just wanted to wash my clothes in the stream. I rattled on more reasons in my head. The stream we had passed by was less than 100 yards from where we were hiding. I triple checked using my crest to make sure there was no one within my heightened range of awareness. Throughout our journey, our whole group made extra precautions to hide our trail. We had even dug holes into the ground every time we did our business and covered it back up with dirt and foliage. So how did I get caught on my way back to the camp? If I hadn't kept my crest active, I would have led the elves straight to where the rest of the group was hiding. I thought that I was in the clear after throwing them off. I ran for over an hour in the opposite direction before circling back to where Fane, Maeve, and Cole were. Still, by the expression on everyone's expression after I had told them what happened, I knew it wasn't as simple as that. Fane immediately ripped off my outer robe and gave me his silver chestplate for me to wear. Maeve cursed and turned away while Cole slumped, crestfallen. I didn't know what was happening back then. It was only Fane that gave me a gentle smile and said goodbye. The same Fane that had the personality of a poked snake tousled my hair and told Maeve and Cole to protect me. Draping my robe over his shoulders, he dropped down from the tree we were hiding in and ran off. Confused, I had almost called out after the veteran striker of our team, only to have Maeve cover my mouth with her hand. We can't have the elves suspecting that someone is out there, do you understand? That's why Fane has to go pretend to be you, Maeve had hissed into my ear. I snapped back to reality when I felt a hand on my shoulder. Cole mustered a smile and mouthed for me to hurry. Gritting my teeth and praying that Fane would survive, I closed my eyes again and ignited my emblem. For a split second, as I felt my consciousness leaving my body, I was tempted to focus my limited time in this form to search for Fane. Snap out of it, Circe. The mission, Focus on the mission. I navigated through the perception-debilitating fog that was native to this area using true sense and locked in on multiple elements this time. My heart thumped at the sight of the rich ambient mana particles in the distance. We're almost there. Unable to keep true sense active for much longer, I released the spell and let out a deep breath. Slowly opening my eyes, I saw both Cole and Maeve staring at me intently. Despite the guilt and fatigue pressing down on me, I allowed a small grin. We're almost there. Just a few more days away at our pace now. With my words boosting the overall morale of our small team, we decided to make haste. I put Fane's silver chestplate back on despite its weight restricting my speed. Without Fane with us as our vanguard, I knew I'd need every advantage I can get. After all, I've been drilled enough by my team members to know that everything we've done so far would have been for naught if I were to die. Still, dangerous thoughts of assuming that another sentry would succeed invaded my mind. I wasn't a hero. I wasn't like Fane or Maeve that had trained for years to handle these sort of situations. Even Cole, while only a few years older than me, had quite a bit of experience hunting beasts in the scouting teams back in Alacria. Me, I had barely graduated before I was recruited for this mission. A few weeks ago, before stepping through that highly unstable portal into this continent, I was still packing up my belongings in my assigned school housing so I could go back home to my blood. Stumbling on a tree root snapped me out of my thoughts. Thankfully, Maeve was able to grab my arm and stop me from actually falling flat on my face on the ground. The caster shot me a glare but didn't say anything. We weren't running particularly fast, and the sun had yet to go down, so she knew I just wasn't paying attention. Gnashing my teeth together, I did my best to push away any useless thoughts as we hastened our pace in the direction I was leading them. I have to survive for my younger brother. I repeated those words in my mind like a mantra. The great Vritra will be able to save my brother and bless him with magic so that he could lead a prosperous life if I succeed. A mental ring that notified me whenever a new presence entered my range of perception roused me out of my reverie. I stopped in my tracks and held out an arm with 2 fingers to stop Maeve and Cole as well. They immediately understood the signal and we immediately climbed up the closest tree. Unable to strengthen my body like Cole and Maeve, I scrambled for the lowest branch. In my rush, my foot slipped on a moss-covered root. My head hit the trunk with a dull thud that sounded like an explosion within this quiet forest. I didn't even care about the pain. The huge blunder that I had caused made my heart drop. Did they hear that? Is it over? 1,000 more thoughts flashed through my mind until I finally noticed the translucent tint around me and the blurred view on the other side of Cole's barrier. Great Vritra, that was close. I breathed, making a mental note to thank Cole for the nice save. Hurry, Maeve urged while Cole focused on reinforcing his barrier. I quickly grabbed the caster's outstretched hand and used her help to pull myself up onto the branch. My heart felt as if it were about to break out of my ribcage as my breathing grew more erratic, but I didn't have the time or luxury to gather myself. Maeve had already climbed up a few feet higher. I followed close, using the same handholds and footholds she had used to climb up the tree while Cole took the rear. The 3 of us had to be extra careful as we traversed up the giant tree. Going too fast meant that we might shake leaves off the branches, which might give away our position. My arms ached and my legs trembled, half out of fatigue and half out of fear. I desperately wished my mark had allowed some form of body enhancement, but I knew hoping for that now was stupid. Finally, Maeve stopped at a particular branch and helped me up. The branches this high up were too thin for all of us to be on one altogether, so we each sat on our own tree limb and hugged the trunk in order to lessen the burden on our seats. Cole, who was about to strengthen his barrier, stopped on my signal. "I'll tell you when they're close enough," I whispered. We needed his barrier at its full power if they got near. The 2 presences were heading toward us but were still a few hundred feet away. I narrowed the focus of my second crest, and with it, I was able to faintly hear the 2 elves talking. "We should head back," Albold. "We've already strayed far enough from our survey route," one voice said. "Just a second," the second voice, Albold, replied lightheartedly. "You probably just heard a forest hare or something," the first voice said. "It wasn't really a sound," the elf named Albold said as he continued approaching where we were hiding. "It was more like an inkling." "I swear if you weren't a chaffer I would have just left," the first said. "Either way, it's good to have you back, quirks and all." "Thanks. Double thanks for promising not to tell our head about this little detour," Albold said with a soft chuckle as he continued to lead his partner closer to our location. "We can only afford a little detour," the partner stressed. "That damned Alacrian is still on the loose. How are they even this far up north anyway?" I bit down on my lips, but a smile still managed to escape. "He's alive." "If I knew, we wouldn't be out here like this," Albold scoffed. Prying myself away from the perceptions of my crest, I turned to Cole and nodded. He nodded back and tightened his veiling barrier to barely encompass the 3 of us. Tightening the area of effect strengthened his magic, allowed him the spare mana to add 2 more layers of barriers. I ignited my crest once more, and focused my entire magic on the 2 elves approaching. They were less than 50 feet away now. Please, Vritra, let them just pass like the other scouts. I wiped away the sweat rolling down my face every several seconds in fear that the drops might fall down and wet the ground. I held my breath as well. I knew it wasn't necessary. I knew the barrier would mask most of the noises made, but even Cole and Maeve were as still as the tree we were perched on. Holding up both my hands, I mouthed 10 feet to my teammates. Cole swallowed hard and Maeve's expression turned even more fierce. I looked down at the base of the tree, hoping, praying for them not to come into view. The snap of a twig nearby made stiffen. I looked at Cole and Maeve, but both of them were focused intently on the ground below us. Then we saw them. The 2 elves. One had long hair tied tightly behind his neck, while the other one had cropped hair and ears slightly longer than his comrade. Unlike the long-haired elf that was looking around aimlessly, the short-haired one kept his head down as he walked. The latter slowed his pace, his head still dipped down like he had lost a coin on the ground. Please, just keep walking, please. He was now adjacent to the tree we were on. I let out a sigh when suddenly the elf's head jerked left. He looked at the base of the tree. More accurately, he was looking at the moss on the root, the moss that I had stepped and slipped on. The fear that I had been pushing down bubbled up, threatening to swallow me. Please. The short-haired elf stopped walking and his head turned up until I could make out his face, and his eyes, that seemed to be looking directly at me. Chapter 209, deployed, Arthur Leywin. I'm going with you, Ellie's voice sounded from behind. I stopped in my tracks and the guard beside me halted as well. Turning back to lock eyes with my sister, I struggled to hold down the words. It's too dangerous. Sylvie had already read what I wanted to say, but she stayed quiet beside me. You promised, remember? Ellie's gaze remained resolute as she walked to me. A massive horde of corrupted beasts, I muttered softly. You'll be with me, she answered immediately. And I'll have the protection of the wall. I understand your dilemma, but this is a good opportunity, Sylvie chimed in. I'll be with her as well, and casting arrows from the top of the wall is little more than target practice for her. But what if the beasts break through? I know you won't let that happen, she answered with a soothing wave of confidence. The guard beside me scratched his head and kept shifting his gaze toward the exit impatiently. General Arthur, we're going, I stated as I began walking toward the training ground exit once again. Looking back over my shoulder, I called out to my sister. What are you doing? Let's go. Ellie visibly brightened as a contagious smile blossomed on her face. She followed after me in a full run. Come on, Boo. Immediately outside of the training grounds, there was an unfamiliar mage with a large sparrow-like bird perched on his shoulder stood waiting. After making eye contact, he respectfully inclined his head. Greetings, General Arthur. I am Officer Jeweler Stredgen. A member of my squad surveying the beast glades was the one to spot the horde. I will be briefing you of the situation at the wall. Officer Jeweler, I acknowledged with a nod. Without wasting any time, the officer began informing me of everything that I was expected to know. 2 other mages, both highly accomplished adventurers before joining the army, would be accompanying us as additional support to the wall. The best estimate on the size of the beast horde was somewhere close to 20,000. Although a majority seemed to be from D-class to B-class, there were several A-class and even quite a bit of S-class mana beasts spotted. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get too close because of the Alacrian mages, but we spotted at least a dozen S-class mana beasts, Jeweler stated solemnly. I looked back at Ellie. A dozen S-class mana beasts, and the fact that they're corrupted means they'll be even stronger and more fierce. Ellie's face paled, but her expression remained firm. I'll be okay. My determined, talented, yet sheltered sister has definitely never seen a mana beast besides the tamed Bonds and Xyrus when she was younger. I doubted she could even fathom how scary an S-class beast was, but here I was, leading her straight into not only one but a dozen, along with several thousands of other beasts. They're only mana beasts, Arthur, Sylvie comforted. Right, I responded back mentally. I turned to Jeweler. Any signs of retainers or scythes, officer? None, he replied confidently. Which was why Commander Virion deemed that just sending a single lance was necessary. Okay, how many days do we have until the horde reaches the wall? I asked. By the pace that they're marching, we expect them to arrive in no more than 2 days' time, he answered before shooting a glance at where Sylvie and my sister were. I could tell he was about to say something, but he held his tongue. We walked in silence for the remainder of our small walk until we reached the docking room. It was relatively quiet inside the usually bustling space. Besides the several workers strapping saddles on giant hawk-like mana beasts, I could only see Virion with a small entourage when we had arrived. Arthur, Virion called out. His once cheerful disposition had faded, instead replaced by war-weary eyes. Beside him were 2 mage soldiers and a few maids behind them. Commander, I saluted before walking up to the old elf. I'm sure Officer Jeweler informed you of the situation, so let me quickly introduce you to the two mages I've chosen to support you at the wall. This is Callum Hembrel. He's young, barely past 30, but already an accomplished fire conjurer in the solid yellow core stage. The chestnut-haired mage stepped forward, his long coiled bangs covering his forehead. He had an inquisitive look on him that he quickly covered with an amiable smile. Callum, as introduced by the commander, pleasure. Virion stuck a thumb back at the figure a few feet behind Callum. This big lug here is a dark yellow core augmenter, but he's been out on the fields of the Beast Glades for over 40 years. The barrel-chested man that stood almost a foot over me and twice my girth was covered from the neck down in heavy plate armor that glowed dully. He had short hair and his lower face was dark with stubbles. With a piercing gaze that seemed to be assessing every inch of my body, he stretched out a hand toward me. Gavik Lund, I shook his hand that seemed almost as wide as Boo's paws before turning back to Virion. So what's the plan? By those mounts getting ready, I'm assuming we're traveling by air. MHMM. Those are Callum's and Gavin's mounts, Virion informed. The closest teleportation gate is in Blackbend City and the train hasn't yet been fully finished. It's fortunate that the castle's location is relatively close to the wall. I turned to my bond. I can fly myself. Do you think you'll be able to carry Ellie while holding Boo? Finally grasping the situation, Boo let out a moan of protest. If the trip isn't too long, I'll be able to manage, Sylvie answered, ignoring my sister's giant bond. Wait, the little kid and her pet cub is coming along, Gavik asked with a scowl. Commander, is that wise? There will be a massive army of mana beasts. She's an adept conjurer that'll be valuable to have stationed on the wall, I cut in. And since when was it okay to refer to a general's sister as a little kid? Gavik, despite being about 3 times my age, blanched. My apologies, he muttered. Didn't know she was your sister, General Arthur. Virion's expression was laced in worry, but he didn't comment on Ellie going with me. Instead, he waved over the attendants that were standing behind him. They walked up carrying a large wooden chest with runes etched into its entire surface. Anyways, before you leave, I prepared a little something. It's not much, but I think wearing something a bit more eye-catching might help with the level of morale at the wall. Virion placed a hand on the lid and the runes lit up before opening with a click. Several compartments popped out of the chest to reveal an entirely new outfit for me. Jand Brune helped the general get dressed, Virion ordered. Before I could protest, his attendants had grabbed me and led me to the side of the room where a dressing stall had been conveniently set up beforehand. The male immediately began undressing me while the lady attendant started working on my hair. After brushing it, she tied the back neatly and trimmed my bangs. I should cut my hair soon, I noted mentally. My hair had gotten long enough to reach past my shoulders. If it wasn't for my height and relatively broad shoulders, I could easily have been mistaken for a girl from the back. And from the front, my bond added, her thoughts invading into mine. You're prettier than some of the noble females I've seen in the castle. I groaned internally. Yeah, I should definitely cut my hair soon. As soon as my hair had been tamed, they got to work on the outfit. I wore a black high-collared shirt that conveniently covered the burn marks on my neck that I had gotten from the first retainer that I had fought against. Trousers that felt surprisingly thick despite its lightness fell tight below my knees, which were designed intentionally so that the thin dark gray greaves could comfortably slip over my shins. The attendants then equipped braces of the same material and color of my greaves over my arms before slipping on tight, fingerless gloves over my hands. While the appearance of the outfit was a tad over the top with its intricate trimmings and engraved armor on my shins and forearms, Virion knew precisely what sort of armor would best suit me. While protection was minimal, the braces and greaves would allow me some form of defense while leaving my movements unimpeded. The last touch, General Arthur, the male attendant announced as he carefully draped a waist-long mantle over me that was lined in white fur. I walked out of the dressing stall, and despite the thicker layers of clothing I had changed into, my body felt freer and lighter than it had before. Callum and Gavik had already hopped onto their mounts, ready to depart. Ah, much better, Virion said with an approving nod. Where'd my brother go? My sister teased as she looked around the room. I rolled my eyes, making my way back to the commander, who was wearing a gray fur-lined coat that fell just below his ankles over his usual loose robe. You really like your furs. That mantle is an old piece of mine that I wore back when I was younger, Virion said, his eyes growing softer as if he was reminiscing of the past. Although it doesn't look as good on you as it did on me, I'll let you have it. I raised a brow in surprise. Thank you for the outfit, he smirked. Thank me by keeping the wall from falling. Will do. The large bifold doors that took up an entire wall opened, letting in a constant rush of air as the floor below us slowly slid out toward the large exit. I motioned for Sylvie and my sister to follow as I made my way toward the edge of the castle. My bond soon caught up, walking behind me with Ellie and Boo in tow. I relished the beautiful sight of the sky below us. I forget sometimes how high up the castle is in the sky. Tell me about it. At least we can't see how far up we are because of the clouds below, my sister shouted over the sound of the wind. I let out a laugh. Just be sure to hold on to Sylvie tightly. I won't drop you, my bond reassured. Boo let out another groan. Sylvie shook her head. I won't drop either of you. The sight of Callum and Gavik on their mounts whizzed by. The tamed mana beasts dove off the edge of the dock before reappearing into view with wings spread out. Let's go, I shouted as I ran toward the edge. Sylvie began glowing as she transformed into her draconic form. Jump, Ellie, she shouted, her voice a pitch deeper than it was before. I watched the obsidian dragon sail above the clouds with Ellie on her back and Boo in her clawed hands. Using the sound of Ellie's screams as the cue, I jumped off the edge as well, following the rest. How are you holding up? I asked my bond, whose speed seemed to be getting slower. It seems that despite all of my magical and physical capabilities, I wasn't designed to be an efficient mode of delivery, she replied, looking down at the large bear that had fallen asleep while dangling in Sylvie's arms. Several hours had passed since our departure, and besides the gorgeous views of the sky and clouds, it was a boring journey. We had settled into a comfortable speed heading southeast with Callum and Gavik leading just a few dozen yards ahead. After my sister's initial excitement and Boo's terror of flying had died down, the two had fallen asleep, one on Sylvie's back and the other in her hands. Ahead, Callum conjured a bright flare and signaled that we were descending. The two mages then led their avian steeds below the sea of clouds, both disappearing from view. Looks like we're almost there. You'll be able to get some rest once we land, I conveyed to my bond before following after Callum and Gavik. The shroud of wind I had cast over my body kept all of the moisture from the clouds away from me, but Ellie wasn't as fortunate. As I watched Sylvie descend through the thick layer of water vapor, I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of my sister awake, drenched and grumpy. Boo's thick fur was drenched and matted down to his skin, making him look scrawnier than what I had imagined. I shot a smirk at my sister, but her gaze was glued below jaw agape. Arthur. Look down, Sylvie sent along with a wave of concern. I peered down, the layer of mist thin enough for me to finally see through, and what I saw was truly a sight to behold. I could only describe it as a sea. A sea of black and gray that was made up of what could only be the corrupted beasts. We were several miles above ground, and the beast horde was still more than a day away, at the least, but already my chest clenched in suspense. Callum and Gavik had both stopped their descent to behold the sight below, exchanging concerned glances with one another every few seconds. The wall, the fortress housing close to several hundred mages and soldiers, responsible for keeping this beast army at bay, looked tiny, insignificant in comparison. I could feel heart speeding and my blood boiling to the extent that my hands were trembling. Sylvie's presence seeped into my mind, snapping me out of my reverie. Arthur, you're smiling. Chapter 210, Awaiting the Horde. We arrived at the ground level of the wall, where a small welcoming team was waiting for us around the designated landing podium. Sylvie, after dropping Boo on the ground, transformed back to her human form. Ah, oof, my sister let out as she fell into my arms. Couldn't you have used wind magic to I don't know, gently float me down to the ground? I looked down at her with a smirk. I thought all girls wanted to be carried this way at one point in their lives. Gross, Ellie groaned as she rolled out of my arms, landing deftly on her feet. As she dusted herself off, she looked around for the first time, only to start blushing as her eyes scanned our surroundings. Arthur, Sylvie nudged mentally from beside me. I pried my gaze from my sister to realize that there was a crowd forming, silent and expectant. Callum and Gavik had already handed their mounts off to the beastkeepers and were awaiting orders. Let go of me, idiot brother, Ellie whispered. Dropping her on her feet, I teased, are you embarrassed of your brother? General Arthur, a familiar voice called out. I turned to see Captain Trotius Flamesworth with both Albenth and Jesmia on either side of him. Upon making eye contact, the three of them inclined their heads respectfully. Rather than addressing the captains first, I swept my gaze through the crowd. Most of the people appeared to be the merchants or workers who worked within the wall rather than the soldiers. You should have stayed in your draconic form, Sylvie. They're staring at you, not me, my bond responded with a faint smile. To keep the morale high, the soldiers most likely did not inform them of how large the enemy force was, but even then their eyes were filled with worry. It seemed that having a boy the age of many of their children as backup didn't particularly fill them with confidence. Some of them were even mumbling to their neighbors about whether or not I was really a lance. I let out a heavy breath and ignited Realm Heart. Power surged through my limbs, and the world shifted into a colorless scene aside from mana particles that lit up around me. While the runes glowing on my body were covered by my clothes, it was obvious that the change in my hair and eyes stunned the crowd. There were gasps that could be heard even from where I was standing, and many of the people in the crowd buckled, unable to bear the pressure of my aura, even with me holding back. While my presence in this fortress may be unnecessary, my only wish is to expedite our victory with as little loss to our forces as possible, I stated with my head held high. The people in the crowd erupted into cheers and shouts as I walked toward Trotius and the two captains beside him. Suppressing my dragon will, I returned to my normal auburn-haired form to greet the senior captain in charge of the wall. Senior Captain Trotius Flamesworth, I held out a gloved hand. I didn't think I'd have the pleasure of meeting you again so soon. The senior captain shook my hand with a tired smile and waited as I repeated the same gesture to the other two captains. General, Jesmia said curtly. Albenth removed his armored gauntlet and shook my hand. General Arthur, pleasure to have you here. Let's head to the meeting room, I declared, matching my pace with the large armored man in charge of the bulwark division, whose main duty was to defend the wall. My younger sister would like to contribute in this battle. Her skills as a magic archer should be of use to your troops if you'd like to test her out. No need for that, General. A lance's word is plenty enough for me and my men, Captain Albenth responded resolutely. I'll also have my most capable soldier guiding her. Benjamin. Without stopping, Albenth beckoned for a messenger and had him fetch the guard. I don't need a babysitter, you know, my sister complained, walking up to me. I still have the pendant you gave me and Mom, remember. Ellie pulled out the phoenix worm pendant I had gotten her and Mother on Ellie's 12th birthday. I've let you come on this mission as I promised, but you're not allowed to say anything about me taking extra precautions, I chided. That pendant only works once and it's not something I can easily acquire again. By the time our small group had arrived at the familiar meeting tent, the soldier that had been beckoned for by Albenth was already there. Stella, Albenth called out, this is General Arthur's younger sister. Arthur Leywin, my sister finished with a salute. Arthur Leywin, she's a capable magic archer that I'll leave under your direct care, the captain of the bulwark division ordered. Make sure she's properly equipped before taking her to the top level. If the woman named Stella was discontent with being stuck protecting my sister, she did a great job of hiding it. Her scarred face was expressionless as she held her helmet in one hand and a mace in the other. Yes, Captain, the soldier barked, clicking her armored heels. Please follow me, Lady Alina, please. Just Alina or even soldier is fine. My sister scratched her head in frustration as she followed after Stella. My apologies for having one of your soldiers guard my sister like this. She was rather adamant about serving and I thought the wall would be a safe place to start. Normally, I'd agree with you, but with the size and strength of this beast army approaching, I can't say that for sure, Albenth responded. After everyone had settled into their seats around the table, we started the strategy meeting. Those present were Senior Captain Trotius, Captain Jesmia, Captain Albenth, Callum, Gavik, Sylvie, and myself. While discussing battle strategy is important, I believe getting a better understanding of our troops currently at the wall, out in the beast glades, and those arriving should take precedence, Trotius began. With a silver croupier's rake, the senior captain began sliding markers around the large map spread out on the table. Each large marker represents 1,000 troops and small, 100. Does this look about right? Trotius confirmed with Jesmia and Albenth. Not including the freelance adventurers currently under my wing, we have just bit shy of 2,000, Albenth confirmed. Jesmia used her sheathed sword to move around a few smaller pieces around in the territory of the beast glades. One of my scouting units returned a few minutes before General Arthur arrived. The head will be joining us shortly to report. Thank you, Trotius said with a nod. We have a few more adventurers making their way here, but their numbers won't be greater than 100, so these will be what we have to make do with. General Arthur, I've heard many praises from Commander Virion about your strategic abilities. Would you like to offer a plan of action? Both Albenth and Jesmia regarded me with surprise, most likely at the fact that I was not only proficient in combat but in military tactics as well. I shook my head. I'm unfamiliar of the inner workings of the wall and its residents. I think it'd be best if you take charge, though I may offer some suggestions here and there. Noted, Trotius replied promptly before moving on to his plan. While I bore little fondness for the man that had tossed his own daughter aside like a broken toy, I had to admit that Trotius' efficient and callous nature adapted well into his position of power. The basic premise of his plan was to slay as many of the corrupted beasts as possible before they reached the wall. This meant that there would be several units sent out as cannon fodder out of range from the mages stationed on the wall. Trotius continued on with his plan, moving pieces around the map to indicate 4 units that would take a more roundabout way in their approach toward the beast horde. I believe our main advantage against the approaching enemy is that they do not appear to have a strategy outside of marching through the doors with a few Alacrian mages to herd them in place. The senior captain voiced, moving 2 large pieces on either side of the wall. Thus, while we send in a steady stream of normal soldiers and augmenters from the bulwark division to impede enemy movement, 2 units of the Trailblazer division will move out early and get in position to flank on either side. The senior captain paused for a moment before speaking again. With enough rounds of concentrated attacks on both the front and the sides, by the time the beast horde is in range of the mages at the wall, the conjurers stationed with the help of General Arthur should be enough to finish it off. Captain Albenth looked blatantly dissatisfied with the plan of sending in his soldiers to their death, while even Captain Jesmia was thoroughly studying the map for a better alternative when I spoke up. Something feels off. While the lives of the soldiers sent out aren't cheap, this plan seems fairly reasonable, Sylvie rebutted, staring at the map as well. No, not that. General Arthur, is something the matter? Trotius asked. I looked up to see all three of the captains, as well as the mages that had I come with staring at me. Your finger. The senior captain pointed at my right hand. Unknowingly, I had been tapping my finger on the table. My apologies. I was just thinking, Trotius' brow twitched. If you are dissatisfied with the plan that I have offered, no, it's not that, I interrupted, raising my hand. Whether this is a good or bad strategy, I'm not quite sure yet. However, I feel like this attack will most likely be their last on this front. What do you mean? Captain Albenth asked. The Alacrians have been sending a steady stream of corrupted beasts to the wall along with their mages, and while effective, thinking from a strategic standpoint, that isn't a feasible long-term strategy, I answered. Captain Jesmia, I locked eyes with the blonde-haired division leader. You've stated that your troops have wiped out most of the dungeons that the Alacrians used to hide their teleportation gates in, correct? She nodded. Yes. The few gates that my troops have been finding recently were those already broken. It was common knowledge that the Alacrian teleportation gates in the Beast Glades were rather limited in the number of times that they could be used. Even some of the more stable ones that the Trailblazer Division had found were deemed too unstable to safely cross. The fact that the Alacrians had to take a gamble each time they wanted to send their troops to our continent spoke volumes of their leader's ruthlessness. Having little to no gates available for the Alacrians to slip into Dicathen through, it'll be nearly impossible for the Alacrians that have made it through into the Beast Glades to receive supplies, I continued. With how untamed the lands are there, they'd be busy just trying to survive once they run out of supplies, let alone plan an attack, Gavik spoke. Which is why I feel they might be devoting everything they have into this last attack, I finished, my eyes studying the map with furrowed brows. Not that I don't agree with you, General Arthur, but how does that change our current predicament? Trotius asked, his tone impatient. I circled our current location on the map with my finger. It means that we might have to rethink our plan of sacrificing soldiers to keep the wall fully intact, Albenth spoke up. If it means not having to send my soldiers in a single-file line to their deaths, I'm all ears, General Arthur. As am I, Jesmia agreed. A moment please, Trotius stated flatly. While I am all for preserving as many of our men as possible, I'd like a plan that isn't based on a feeling or hunch. Fair, I nodded. This is speculation on my part as well, but my stance is that, in this phase of the war, keeping more men alive is imperative. We can rebuild a wall, Captain, we can't rebuild people. Trotius' eyes narrowed. That's a rather crude oversimplification of the situation, General. What happens if an Alacrian army attacks shortly after the beast horde if the wall is in shambles? Would a fortified wall hold off mages better than mages themselves? I retorted. Captain, I'm not saying we should just freely forfeit the wall. I'm suggesting we sacrifice parts of our fortress as opposed to our men. After a moment of silence, Trotius let out a sigh and slid the silver rake he had been using to maneuver the pieces on the map. Please continue. Accepting the gesture, I stood up and began moving the pieces around, all eyes following me. So here is what I had in mind. Chapter 211, Awaiting the Horde, Part 2. Your movements are too stiff, I reprimanded as I thrusted the pommel of my practice sword into my opponent's wrist. You need to loosen your shoulders and wrists until the last moments of your swing. If you can't do that, the sword you're using is too big for you. The sharpened longsword clattered on the ground as the young soldier shook his armored hand with a grimace. Thank you for the advice. Next, I called out to the few dozen soldiers standing in line a few yards in front of me. A burly woman clad fully in plate armor, holding a buckler in one hand and a short sword in the other, walked up and dipped her head before getting into a stance. A dense layer of mana enveloped her body while tendrils of wind swirled around her blade. Same rules apply, I said, raising my thin saber-like sword at the woman. Attack me with the intent to kill. Any sort of hesitation had been wiped clean on the armor-clad brunette's face after watching her predecessors fail in even touching a hair on the fur-lined mantle that I hadn't bothered to remove. With a determined nod, she dashed forth with a tremendous amount of speed for someone weighed down by a full set of armor. She attacked with a simple horizontal swing, the reach of her blade extended by the wind magic imbued within the weapon. Rather than dodging, I parried, deflecting her sword upwards, which opened up her defense enough for me to fit an open palm into her chest. The woman was quick enough to raise her buckler in time to block my strike, but she still ended up stumbling back a few steps. I let out a sigh. If you're already hesitating, this match is over. I'm not sure what you mean, General. I was able to block your counter successfully. The woman responded, her brows scrunched together. It doesn't matter. Even if you had landed that initial slash on me, it would have barely made a scratch on an augmenter or a mana beast. Anticipating her question, I went on. Why? Because your weight was already on your back leg before you even swung. Again, she approached me once more, this time with careful steps. With a sudden stamp of her feet, she advanced with a lunge, extending her blade's reach once again. I dodged with a simple sway of my head, but by that time the armor-clad soldier had already reeled back her sword. The stab I had expected was a feint in order to bash me with her buckler. Letting the full force of her buckler hit my arm and lift me off my feet, I tried to see what she'd do, but rather than continue her assault, she stepped back and raised her guard. "Why did you stop?" I asked, dusting off my mantle. "You had me in the air where I'd be more vulnerable. You have your armor and buckler to make up for small mistakes." The soldier stood quiet for a moment before speaking confidently. "I was wary that you were preparing for a counterattack. If I wanted to counterattack, I would have done so before you hit me with your shield, not after," I retorted. "Your equipment and your fighting style are total opposites of each other. Your footwork, attacks, movements, and feints all point to a speed-type augmenter, but your armor, shield, and even sword says otherwise. I'm not sure if you're doing this to confuse your enemies or confuse yourself, but pick a side, because you're going to get tired real fast out in battle if you try to fight the way you are with all that on you." Next, quite a few soldiers that had been relieved of their posts to take a break had lined up to spar against me. A small crowd of merchants and people not currently preparing for the beast horde had gathered as well, excitedly wondering if any of them would land a hit on me despite all of the limitations I put on myself. So far, I had barely exchanged 2 or 3 moves before stopping my blade just short of a fatal blow, and giving a few unadulterated pieces of advice to the soldiers about to face the horde of corrupted beasts. Just as a new soldier stepped up into the stone ring I had conjured, Sylvie's voice chimed in my head. "I thought you said you were going to try and get some rest before setting out." I looked back to see her descending the stairs with Gavik and Callum on either side of her. I couldn't fall asleep, so I figured I'd warm up my body and train a few soldiers while I'm at it. "How was your trip up to the top of the wall? Is Ellie doing okay?" My bond cracked a grin as she walked up to me before speaking aloud. "Ellie is adjusting pretty well. When I went to see how she was doing, she was busy practicing shooting from the edge with a few other soldiers." One looked around her age too. I looked up at the towering wall, surveying the bustling activity within it as everyone prepared for the plan I had suggested. "That's good," Gavik spoke up, approaching the ring I was in. "Captain Albenth and his troops are following through and tearing down most of the support beams holding up the underground passages. Captain Jesmia is reallocating her troops around the ends of the wall, but..." The burly ironclad adventurer shifted his gaze for a moment. "Is it really necessary for you and Lady Sylvie to go by yourselves?" I raised a brow. "No offense to you or Callum, but are you confident in fighting alongside us without me having to worry about actually killing you?" Gavik looked back at the curly-haired conjurer behind him before turning to face me. Both he and Callum steeled their gaze and nodded. "Yes. You know, Commander Virion sent you out here to assist me in the wall's defense, but I doubt he meant it in this way. Just stay here," I dismissed, waving the two of them off. I could hear Gavik grit his teeth even from where I was standing, but the two of them turned and left, weaving in between the mages and shovel-holding workers all filing towards the underground passages. "We could have used their help," Sylvie said after the two adventurers had gone off, "and they seemed really determined to go with us." I motioned for the soldier on the other edge of the ring to come and held up my blunted sword. "Gavik has a daughter that looked to be about my age or even younger, if the picture on that pendant is recent. I saw him sneaking in a kiss after the meeting," I stated to Sylvie while redirecting my opponent's thrust. I could hear my bond letting out a stifled laugh from behind before she spoke back to me telepathically. And here, I was beginning to think how cold my bond has been to these poor soldiers. "It seems like you're getting better at keeping your thoughts from leaking into mine. A man's got to be able to keep a few secrets," I joked as my saber proceeded to press against the nape of my opponent. "If I'm not wrong, you've had a big injury on your right side in the past, which is making you focus all of your defenses to that side. You're leaving your left side too open because of that. Next, mind if I go next?" A familiar voice called out to my left. Sylvie and I both turned towards the source of the voice, and I could feel a flood of elation leaking from my bond as she dashed off. With gunmetal gray hair, a shade darker and still dripping with water, and bright turquoise eyes that seemed to nearly glow on their own, I saw my childhood friend wave in our direction. "Tesha," Sylvie cried as she basically ran straight into the elven princess. I smiled, taking in the sight of the two of them. While Tess hadn't physically changed much since the last time we met, I could tell at glance that she had grown due to manning the fields. The princess shifted gazes between me and the child currently wrapped around her waist. It wasn't until her eyes focused on the horns protruding out of the girl's head that she made the connection. Sylvie. No more sparring for today. I called out to the crowd of soldiers and adventurers waiting in line with weapons in their hands before I made my way toward my childhood friend. For a while I stood silent and listened as Tess and Sylvie talked. My bond had always had a deep fondness for Tess, even calling her Mama at one point in her life. I could tell Tess was still trying to wrap her head around how the dragon and fox she had cuddled with like a pet was standing in front of her as a human. From the conversation I overheard, Tess and her team had gotten back an hour ago after receiving orders from a messenger sent out by Captain Jesmia and went straight to the inn to wash up and rest. Much like myself, my childhood friend couldn't sleep and decided to walk around the market area of the wall when she ran into me. I let the two of them catch up, walking a few paces behind, when Tess looked back over her shoulder and raised a brow. "What's so funny? Huh? Oh, I didn't even realize I was smiling," I replied, touching my mouth. "It seems like Sylvie's emotions are influencing mine." If I take that the wrong way, it comes off as you saying that you're not happy to see me," Tess teased. "Unlike Arthur, I will wholeheartedly admit that I'm happy to see you," my bond replied before her expression dampened a bit. "I just wish it was under better conditions." "I agree, but I'm glad I was able to see the two of you before I leave. You look much more charismatic in that sleek new outfit, General Arthur, but Sylvie, I can't get over how cute and pretty you look in this form," Tess comforted. My bond's chest puffed from the compliment as she replied, "Back when we were in Ephiatis, my grandmother did tell me that I would grow up to be a very pretty dragon." "I'm not sure if you describe a pitch-black 20-foot dragon with gleaming yellow daggers for eyes as cute," I responded back with a smirk. "Is this how you two always talked inside your heads?" Tesha asked with a chuckle. "We'd been getting along fairly maturely until you came, Tesha," my bond replied. "Your presence must be affecting Arthur." I rolled my eyes. "And there's that snide little attitude I missed." Sylvie simply shrugged as the three of us walked aimlessly around the lower levels of the wall. Workers, blacksmiths, artificers, and soldiers alike went out of their way to greet Tess as we passed by them. "You're looking prettier than ever, princess. A sight for sore eyes in these parts," a bald blacksmith shouted as he waved in our direction with a pair of tongs he had been holding. "I'm going to tell your wife you said that," Tess replied with a mischievous grin. Sylvie and I chuckled as the old blacksmith paled and quickly got back to work on the set of arrowheads spread out on his anvil. "Head Tesha," a young girl covered in soot called out as she ran toward us. Catching her breath, she said, "My master has a new set of armor for you that she's been working on in secret." Tess' face visibly brightened at her words. "Oh. Tell Senor that I'll go visit her later tonight. Thank you for the message, Nat." "Anytime," the little girl beamed, her white teeth glowing brightly against her blackened face. Seeing me and Sylvie, she tilted her head. Giving us a slight nod, she scurried off. "As expected of Tesha," Sylvie chimed. "Since I'm part of the Trailblazer division, I don't get to spend as much time here as I'd like, but I still got to know a few people here and there," my friend explained as we continued on. Sylvie followed beside her. "Still, they treat you so kindly. Most of the people that we meet regard Arthur with either awe or fear." "Well, seeing the head of a unit is one thing. Seeing a lance as young as Arthur would elicit a different sort of feeling," Tess chuckled. "Still," Sylvie sighed, "he can make do with some improvements on his interpersonal skills." "You know I'm walking right behind you too, right?" I cut in. Tess laughed, and by the warm fuzziness growing inside me, I could tell that Sylvie was having as much fun as our childhood friend. When we reached the steep set of stairs leading all the way to the top of the wall, Tess stopped and stole a glance at me before turning to my bond. "Hey Sylvie, do you mind if I steal Arthur away from you for a bit?" Chapter 212, A Promise. Hugging Tess one more time, my bond headed up the wall as we waved her off. The guards led her through the gate to the upper levels and she walked out of sight. "Don't think about other things and try to have some fun while you're with her, Arthur," Sylvie sent. "It's surprisingly easy to get used to Sylvie in that form," Tess said, turning to me. I smirked. "Well, if it weren't for those huge horns on the sides of her head, she'd just look like an unassuming little girl." "Those horns are pretty adorable, though." "But anyway," Tess pointed in the direction of the merchant area and gave me a warm smile. "Shall we head off as well?" I smiled back. "Sure." It was an odd feeling as we walked through the crowds of people. My legs that had ached and felt so heavy without the aid of mana were light as I trotted alongside Tess. I watched as her head turned left and right, and her expression changed from curiosity to amazement to delight as she took in the sight of the various booths and stands that merchants had set up along the street. It was a rare feeling where, next to this girl that I had spent so many years of this life with, thoughts of my responsibilities as a lance and general in times of war weren't priorities. That was when it struck me. This role that I had accepted for the sake of Dicathen had been slowly turning me back into the man I was back in my old world. There were some differences, of course. I had people I truly cared for, but in a sense, that made it worse. I felt like I had to be better to make no mistakes if I wanted to keep them alive as well. Has being apart from me for so long finally made you realize how pretty your childhood friend actually is? Tess teased, snapping me out of my thoughts. Actually, yes, I replied earnestly. Not expecting that sort of reply, Tess blushed all the way to the tips of her ears. I see. Well, it's good that you know now, she said with a cough, her gaze avoiding me. I surveyed the crowd around us, finding mostly adventurers garbed in chainmail or hard leather armor and the occasional off-duty soldier, still wearing the insignia of their rightful division. Is it always this busy here? MHMM. Having so many mercenaries and adventurers here taking jobs and missions at the wall brought about an influx of merchants and peddlers hoping to make money selling goods and services to them. Tess explained quickly, grateful for the change in topic. This place really does have its own separate economy, I uttered, admiring the bustling activities around us. Speaking of goods and services, there's a place that I always wanted to try. Tess pulled me by my arm and weaved through the tide of pedestrians until we arrived near the end of a line that wrapped around a single isolated cart. Before I could even ask what could possibly warrant waiting in such a long line, a smoky scent crept up my nostrils. My stomach became almost as impatient as my watering mouth as the thick mixture of herbs and spices mingling alongside the savory aroma of grilled meat continued to bombard my senses. Doesn't it smell fantastic? Tess asked excitedly as she craned her neck to try and get a better view of the cart. I nodded. If it tastes as good as it smells, maybe I should make your grandfather hire him as a chef inside the castle. Tempting, but I'd feel bad for all the people here that look forward to eating here, she replied. That's when I noticed the gazes of all the people around us. Some whispered to the friends they were waiting in line with while others saluted or bowed. Thankfully, a disturbance ahead in the line caught the attention of the people around us. It seemed like someone was trying to make their way to the back of the line. Out of the way, move it, a gruff voice boomed. Finally, a man a head shorter than Tess appeared through the sea of people ahead of us. He was carrying a small paper bowl filled with a steaming stew of meat and vegetables in each of his hands. Locking gazes with Tess and then me, the stout man held up the bowls toward us. It's not much, but here. Even a lance shouldn't fight on an empty stomach. Thank you, I said, reaching down for the piping hot stew while Tess did the same. But how did you know we were even back here? The stand owner jerked his thumb back to point at the line. It didn't take long for news to travel all the way up to the front of the line. I let out a chuckle. Regardless, thank you for the treat. The portly old man clicked his heels and saluted, which brought up his shirt to reveal a bulging stomach. No, thank you. His actions had a chain effect, causing all the people in the line to salute. Tess stifled a giggle and joined them, shooting me a wink while saluting as well. After returning my respects to the people waiting in line, Tess and I went on our way to our next undecided destination. Looks like coming with you does have its perks, Tess said as she used a wooden pick to skewer one of the charred meat dripping with sauce. That place is always so busy, even the captains here don't get that kind of treatment. After taking a bite, her eyes closed and a smile pulled at her lips. So good. You're probably the only person who'd regard a lance as a perk, Tess, I said, taking a bite as well. Needless to say, the stew was delicious enough to make the extravagant dishes served in the castle pale in comparison. Despite my restraints, the flood of flavors on my senses were strong enough that even Sylvie felt my delight. I hope you've saved enough for me, she sent with a tingle of curiosity laced in her voice. Sorry, I don't think I can promise you that, I replied while taking another bite. Despite the constant din of people around us, I felt more at peace now than I ever had these past few months. I was grateful to Tess, who kept me engrossed in the present. She pulled me aside toward every stall that interested her without a second thought. She laughed and smiled at the smallest things, but I found myself constantly looking forward to her reactions. In a way, her bright and sometimes childish personality seemed so admirable. She had the responsibility to look after an entire unit. She spent days, sometimes weeks, out in the beast glades in conditions far from desirable. Yet she was able to produce such a radiant smile that it infected those around her. Tess' hand slowly approaching the stew that I was holding brought me back to reality. If you're not going to eat that, I snapped the dish out of her reach just as the skewer in her hand attempted to fish out one of the few remaining meat cubes I had been saving. You wish, Tess let out a frown. As expected of a lance, I rolled my eyes. Yes, because it's imperative for a lance to learn how to defend his or her own food from treacherous allies. Skewering a meat cube with the pick in my hand, I held it out for Tess. Here, my childhood friend's eyes visibly brightened as she got on her tippy toes to snatch the meat with her mouth. Show good, I blinked as I stared at the empty pick in my hand. What's wrong, she said, you're kind of red. Do you have a fever? It's nothing, I said, quickly turning around. My body hasn't been in the best condition these days. We walked in silence for a while. Tess looked a bit guilty because of what I said, even though I just said it to cover up a lie. Hoping to lift her mood, I pointed at a confectionery where several colorful dough-like desserts were displayed. While the line wasn't long, there were quite a few people holding or eating the dough nearby. That seems like a popular stall. Do you want something from there? Oh, that's a pretty popular dessert stand, she said. I'm okay, but Carria loves these. I'll go by myself. Just wait here, okay? Okay, I smiled, watching her struggle with deciding which flavors to get while the old lady waited patiently on the other side of the stand. Suspecting it would take a bit longer, I walked over to a smaller booth a few yards away. Interested, I see. You have a good eye, sir, the little boy attending the stand exclaimed. What can I get for you? I'm just looking around, I answered, not taking my eyes off the display of trinkets and accessories laid out on top of the white cloth. Actually, can I purchase this? Of course. It'll come out to be 1 sil. Ouch, the kid yelped, looking back. What gives, Mom? What do you think you're doing? An older woman huffing for breath chided. She looked at me apologetically. I'm so sorry, General. My boy here is a bit ignorant of the world. General, you, the boy said, dumbfounded, but you're like the same age as my brother. That earned him another smack from his mother before she handed me the item I wanted to purchase. Please take this as an apology for my son's rude behavior. Again, I'm so sorry. I let out a laugh. No problem at all, and please let me pay. She waved her hand in dismissal. Oh no. Please, how can I possibly take money from a lance? Since it's a present, I'd feel more confident in giving it to the person if I actually earned it, I admitted. Is it that pretty lady over there with the silver? Ouch. Mom, the boy rubbed the spot on his shoulder where he'd gotten hit. Chuckling, I tossed the kid a coin and thanked the two of them before walking back toward Tess. Wait, this is a gold coin, the mother called from behind. Looking back over my shoulder, I held up the charm that I had just bought. I just paid what I thought this was worth. It's very well made, ma'am. The lady stared at me for a second, stunned, before she bowed. Thank you. I walked over to the dessert stand just in time to see Tess devouring some sort of stretchy dough in one bite. She looked at me with a guilty expression before holding one out for me as well. Do you want sham too? What happened to just buying it for Carria? I teased with a laugh. As the sun quickly set, the streets began to empty. We made a quick stop by the inn where Tess dropped off the desserts she had bought for Carria. Unfortunately, she along with the rest of her teammates were still asleep, so I didn't get to greet them. When do you leave for your next mission? I asked, almost afraid of the answer. Later tonight, she replied with downcast eyes. There's a place I want to show you before you go then. Is that all right? I asked with a smile. Tess let out a breath as she took in the sight around us. We had climbed to the spot on the cliff, the same place I had come to after fighting with my parents. With the sun inches away from the horizon, a warm light cast all over the beast glades. The view here is even better than from the castle, she said with another sigh. I agree, I nodded. Although I've only been here once before and found it by chance. There was a moment of silence as the two of us sat side by side, close enough where our shoulders just barely touched. Tess shifted her gaze away from the scenery below us and looked at me. I wanted to say this earlier, but it's been a while, Art. It must have been the way the red sun mixed together with her shiny gray hair, or how she was tilting her head slightly so that the nape of her neck was exposed, because my heart felt like it was about to break out of my ribcage. Unable to meet her eyes for any longer, I turned away. Where will you be heading off to for your next mission? You've led a country in your previous life, and even in this life, Arthur. You have no reason to be stuttering next to Tess. I continued berating myself until she answered. My unit, along with a few other elves from the Trailblazer Division, are going to head off toward Elenwar tonight, she answered. Does it have something to do with attacks from the Alacrians? Yeah, we've been getting reports from the troops stationed on watch throughout the forest that there have been some recent sightings of Alacrian stragglers. It didn't sound too serious, but they've been requesting backup for a while now, and Captain Jesmia finally relented, she explained, resting her chin on her knees. It must have been a hard choice, especially with the beast horde approaching, I said. Although I'm sort of happy that you won't be here for this battle, Tess cocked a brow. While I may not be a match for a lance, I have recently broken through to the mid-silver stage. I never thought to check her mana levels, so her words caught me by surprise. Congratulations, truly. Tess' shimmering turquoise eyes studied me for a moment before she let out a sigh. I wonder when the mighty General Arthur, who is in fact younger than me, will actually begin to treat me as someone who can take care of herself. You can take care of yourself. I'm sorry if my words came off the wrong way, but I really believe that. Spending time with you today made me realize how much older you've gotten, I quickly amended. Tess regarded me with an unamused expression. Am I supposed to take that as a compliment? I scratched my chin. What I meant was you give off a different aura now. I'm not talking about mana, although your core has improved, but more like, I've gotten more mature, Tess finished with a smirk. I let out a soft groan. Yeah, that, chuckling, my childhood friend replied, thank you, before turning back to watch the sun set. Memories of the last time I had talked to Tess came to my mind. It wasn't that long ago, but she seemed so different now, more mature like she said. That's when I realized. The feelings of elation and joy as soon as I saw Tess today wasn't because of Sylvie's emotions flooding into mine. Because I still felt it even now. I reached into the inside pocket of my mantle where I kept the charm I had bought earlier with a realization in mind. I liked Tess. I probably always liked Tess. If it wasn't for the fact that I was born with memories of my previous life as an adult, I might have confessed to her long before. But what would her feelings toward me be if she knew my secret? Would she react the same way as my parents? Would she feel disgusted like I had when I first realized I liked her? Doubt weighed down on me, and suddenly the tiny little charm in my hand felt like a lead anchor. "Thank you for showing me this place," Tess said as she looked afar. "I always considered the Beast Glades to be such a dangerous and bloody place. I didn't realize how beautiful it looked." "It was actually the same for me as well," I admitted, my hand still gripping the charm. "Although I love the view here, this place is tied to a bad memory, so I thought coming up here with you would make it better." "I see," she uttered. "Has it made it better, I mean?" "It has," I said as I finally summoned the courage to pull the trinket out. It was a simple silver charm of 2 leaves laid over one another to make the shape of a heart. "I got this for you. It's so pretty," she said, holding the charm in her hand. "Is this perhaps for the great tour service I gave you today?" "No," I let out a breath. "It's because I like you." "Oh, why what?" Tess' eyes widened more out of disbelief than out of surprise. "Did I hear you wrong?" "I swear I thought you said—" "I like you, Tess," I finished with more conviction, pushing down the doubt still growing inside me. Tess stood up. "What do you mean by like?" "I swear, Arthur, if you say you like me as a friend or as a sister, I'm going to—" I got up as well and reached for the hand holding the pendant. "I like you as a girl. And what I mean is that I wish to start a relationship with you and that I hope that you feel the same way." Tess' lips were trembling as she tried to contain her emotions. "You're lying." "I'm not," she sniffled. "Yes, you are. Do you want me to be?" I asked with a slight smile. I don't know," she said, her head down. "It's just I imagine things going differently." "Differently how?" "That I'd have to get stronger and prettier and older to wow you and swoon you off your feet," she said, hitting me in the arm. I chuckled. "Can I still look forward to you swooning me off my feet?" "It's not funny," she snapped, finally looking up so I could see her 2 tear-brimmed eyes glaring at me. She held up the leaf pendant up to my face. "Put this on for me." I took the pendant from her, but rather than undoing the chain clasp, I clicked together the 2 ends of the leaves. With a click, the heart shape that the 2 silver leaves had made became undone into 2 normal leaves. Removing one of the leaves, I wrapped the silver chain around her neck. "Here, let me keep the other one." Tess stared down as her fingers clasped the single silver leaf hanging down just above her chest. She then pulled out a long leather string that had been wrapped around her arm and took my silver leaf. "Here, turn around," she ordered as she weaved the leather string through the silver loop that made up the stem of the leaf pendant. She put the new leather necklace around my neck and tied it so that the leaf dangled loosely over my chest as well, before I could turn around. However, I felt Tess' arms around my waist as she embraced me from behind. "I like you too, idiot, but we're at war. We both have responsibilities and people that need us," she said in a solemn whisper. "I know, and I have things I want to tell you as well, so how about we make a promise?" "What sort of promise?" "A promise to stay alive. So that we can have a beautiful relationship and a family that our entire country can come together to celebrate." Her arms trembled, but she answered firmly, "I promise." Tess pulled her arms away, but I didn't turn around. I stared off at the Beast Glades, almost missing the cloud of dust approaching behind a large hill a few dozen miles away. "Arthur," Tess' voice sounded from behind. "It's too soon," I muttered. Whatever peace and warmth I had finally managed to grasp fell apart. Tess saw it as well as she gasped. The reports were wrong. They were coming. Less than a few hours away from the pace they were approaching, the beast horde was coming. Chapter 213, Enemy Territory. Part 3, Circe Milviw, Alacrian, Iran. It seemed all I had been doing these days was running through this cursed forest. Low-hanging branches scraped my cheeks and arms while thorny shrubs tore through my clothes and legs. I sprinted in the direction my magic guided me. Without it, I was blind. Even if there was a moon tonight, I doubted its pale rays would be able to penetrate the dense canopy and fog above. Every so often, I would see flashes of light from Maeve's magic behind me, illuminating the trees and casting eerie shadows on the forest ground. "Maeve, Cole, please make it out safely," I prayed to Vritra without breaking stride. I continued to run, making sure to lift my knees high and step with my heel first while kicking off with the ball of my feet. This was the best way to run in the uneven terrain filled with broken branches and knotted roots. Running until the magical flashes of battle were barely visible, I skidded to a stop and crouched beside a thick shrub. The thorns and prickly leaves pressing against me gave me comfort from the open. I covered my mouth as I gasped for breath, afraid that I'd be heard. Paranoia had long since set in, filling my mind with endless doubts and hopelessness. Choking back sobs, I tried to calm myself. "You're okay, Circe, you're doing great." I wiped away at the stream of tears that didn't stop flowing. "I have to survive, for my brother, for Seth." I recited this over and over. It was my mantra. It was what was keeping me going. After finally catching my breath, I ignited my crest. Immediately, I could sense the location of the closest three-point array I had formed. Unfortunately, it was farther away than I hoped. Unable to even curse aloud, I grit my teeth in frustration. With this much distance between the rest of the arrays, just using mana wasn't enough. Digging a small hole in the soft ground with my hand, I bit down on my thumb until blood was drawn. Carefully, I let my blood drip into the hole while instilling the mana from my crest. It was by pure luck that I had found out that using my blood as a medium for mana would amplify the effects of the array. Perhaps finding out why might even one day evolve my crest into an emblem. After my mana-infused blood had seeped into the small hole I had made, I covered it up and moved onto a nearby tree. Taking out the small knife that Fane had practically forced me to keep, I began carving a small hole underneath a low branch. I was about to put my bleeding thumb up against the hole when a sharp snap made me whirl around. I held the knife with both hands, pointing it toward the source of the sound as I activated my first crest. My senses expanded, covering a 20-yard radius, only to sense that it was just a small forest critter. I lowered my knife, frustrated at my own pathetic self. I was trembling, my back up against the tree with tears in my eyes. All I wanted was to curl up and cry, but unfortunately I didn't have such luxury. Not if I wanted to live. I knew that the noise had been caused by an animal, but I couldn't focus. I was wasting time, but for some odd reason, I really didn't want someone to kill me from behind. It was odd to think, but I'd rather look at my killer as I died. After several minutes trickled by, I let out a sigh and turned back to my task. If someone was here, they would have killed me already, I said to myself. It wasn't a very comforting thought, but it was true. I was a sentry, widely respected and valuable but severely defenseless compared to strikers like Fane, casters like Maeve, and even shields like Cole. After the second point had been finished, I moved to the final tree to finish the three-point array. I knew that using blood as a medium for the array would take its toll, but I was still surprised by how weak I felt after the final point had been finished. Despite the brisk winter air that seemed even colder within this fog, I was sweating and my knees were close to giving out. Got to move. Almost there, I said to my legs. Without bothering to mask my mana trail, I moved on to the next point. Fortunately, with the three-point array imprint that I had just finished, I wouldn't have to use my blood again. I just needed to make sure I didn't set the next imprint too far away. I managed a half-jog while panting. I didn't think it was possible, but the forest seemed to be getting even darker. The low-hanging branches snagged at my tattered clothes. Without the strength to just shrug them off, I had to stop and pull off the branches, costing me precious time. I stumbled more times than I could count on the roots and tree limbs that seemed to be growing more in numbers, but I finally made it. This location should be okay. Falling forward on my knees, I got to work once more. Igniting my crest, I began trickling mana into the first point of the array when something crashed into me from the side. Without even the chance to be surprised, I was suddenly looking at Fane, who was on top of me. Fane wasn't looking at me but out in the distance, his face contorted into a fearsome scowl. It was dark, but even then I could make out how bloody he was. "Can you run?" he asked, pulling me up to my feet. His eyes were still surveying our surroundings, searching for something. "I think so," I stuttered, my gaze shifting down at a glimmering arrow buried in the ground. Right where I used to be, Fane ignited his emblem. His entire body glowed and visible gusts of wind surrounded him, lifting him off his feet. In his hand was a spear, its length about twice my height, with a sharp point that spun like a drill, sending gales around us. "Then run, I'll hold them off." Without even the chance to greet my teammate, I turned and ran. I didn't know who the him that Fane was referring to was, but from the way he had immediately ignited his emblem to its full power, I knew he couldn't be good. It wasn't long before I could hear the echoes of battle behind me. The ground shook, and the trees seemed to shudder in sorrow and pain for their brethren caught in the fight. More than once I was almost blown off my feet by the gales, but even then, I resisted the temptation to look behind me. I could only pray to Vritra that Fane would be okay. Again I ran. I continued to run in this forsaken forest until my legs felt like lead. Every step seemed harder and harder to make, as if I was wading in a pool of tar. No matter how desperately I wanted to keep moving, my body had had enough. Barely able to lift my feet off the ground, my toes got caught on a gnarled root. I toppled forward and I soon tasted the dirt and foliage of the forest in my mouth. Fane's silver chest plate kept me on the ground like an anchor. Giving up on the thought of getting back up, I rolled to my side and ignited my crest. With the distance I had gone, I knew it was safer to strengthen the array with blood. The wound on my thumb had already scabbed over, but as I wiped my mouth of the dirt, I was able to make out a streak of red. What my sleep-deprived and crazed brain conceived as fortunate was the fact that the fall to my face had torn open a wound on my lip. Perhaps the most unladylike action I had performed in my entire life. I spat a mouthful of blood on the ground and dipped my fingers in it to imbue mana. If I can't run, I might as well create one more imprint for the army waiting. Maybe this will be close enough for them, maybe they'll still save Seth. The crest on my back began burning, a telltale sign that I was overexerting myself. It didn't matter, my legs couldn't even carry my weight. I was prepared to die. Idiot, didn't I tell you to keep running? I never thought Fane's rough voice would sound so pleasant, but I was wrong. I spotted Fane's figure rushing toward me with a sphere of wind surrounding him. Without stopping, he picked me up by the chest plate and held me under his armpit. That's when I saw it. Fane, why your arm? I huffed wide-eyed. Not important, he snapped. I need you to focus on guiding me. I had so many questions for Fane, but now wasn't the time. Pointing in the direction that true sense had shown me, I directed the veteran striker through the fog-infested forest. Fortunately, the sun was coming back up. We had been running non-stop throughout the whole night, and it was evident that Fane was close to collapsing. He had concentrated much of his mana on the stub, where his left arm used to be, in order to keep blood from spilling out. The rest of his mana was spent on maximizing our speed. We're almost there, I said excitedly, pointing at an opening in the woods a few dozen yards away. Just a bit more, and you need to focus everything you have on the three-point array. Do that and our mission is a success, Fane huffed. Can you do that? I can. We skidded to a stop and Fane dropped me on the ground. I assumed that the striker wanted me to start on the array. I was only half right. I could see Fane's emblem glowing brightly underneath his shirt as he stood in front of me. The spear once again formed in Fane's hand as he aimed it at the elf slowly approaching us. Even at first glance, I knew who he was. It was the same elf that had spotted us up on the tree. It was the same elf that Maeve and Cole had stayed behind to fight against. And no, that can't be, I muttered as the elf named Albold continued closing the distance between us. He looked injured and tired, but he was alive. And if he was alive, that meant... I heard a faint whistle, but before my brain could process what that noise meant, Fane's wind spear had already moved. The arrow that was meant to take my life lay on the ground. Damn it, there's more of them. We need to run, Fane hissed. Now, Fane lifted me up to my feet and pushed me back. Go, even with the strength I gathered while Fane had held me in his arm, I could only manage an awkward stagger. Fane continued to push me towards the opening in the woods, towards what I assumed to be one of the entrances to the Elven Kingdom. I tensed every time I heard a sharp whistle, but by the fact that none of the arrows had managed to hit me, I knew Fane was doing his job. I still had to finish mine. Igniting my crest mid-stride, the imprints of the three-point arrays lit up like a map in my head. The closest one I had imprinted was too far away, though. I needed time, which was something we didn't have. We're close enough. Set up the array, Fane groaned behind me. I dropped to my knees and began setting up the first point in the array. While doing so, I took a peek behind me. Fane towered over me just a few steps behind, with shafts of multiple arrows jutting out from his body. A trail of blood leaked down the corner of his mouth. Array, he snapped without looking back. I nodded frantically and ripped open another wound on my thumb. The muted hum of weapons clashing startled me, but I refused to look back. Another whistle from behind. Fane let out a groan. My hands trembled as I started the array. Damn it, it's not strong enough. I tried to imbue more mana, but out of the corner of my eye I could see the trees around us swaying. Another pained grunt resounded from behind, but it wasn't Fane's voice. The sharp pain radiating from my crest grew more and more unbearable as I imbued more mana into the small pool of blood that had gathered on the ground in front of me. I heard another whistle, but almost immediately after, I was knocked down as a pain shot up my arm like fire. My head exploded with a blinding whiteness. I could barely get back up to my knees, dizziness overwhelming me. Despite my brain screaming at me not to, I looked at my injured arm. It was mangled beyond recognition. The array, Fane's voice croaked from behind. I can't, I mustered. I couldn't even think straight as it felt like every inch of my right arm had been jammed through the skin with serrated blades. I watched, dazed, as blood began to pool beneath me. I knew it wouldn't be long now until I died. I almost wanted to die, but in this near-dead state I couldn't help but think of Seth. He was waiting back in Alacria in a hospital bed. He was almost dead as well. Even if I couldn't live, shouldn't he be able to? Through sheer willpower, I got back up to my feet. Blood continued to flow freely out of my mangled arm, but it was okay. I knew what I had to do. I hope you can forgive your sister. For not being able to make it back home, I mumbled. I took a step to the side, creating a trail with my blood. The pain was beginning to subside a little as my arm grew numb, which was good. Fane came into view, but he was barely standing as well. He was dripping almost as much blood as I was. With neither of us able to even muster a word, Fane continued to protect me as I made the array, strengthening it with the sheer amounts of blood I was spilling. I took another step, but I must have lost consciousness because I found the world turned on its side. Fane was still on his feet, holding off Albold and another elf, almost there. I crawled, dragging my maimed arm on the ground to continue the bloody trail, but the loss of blood must have affected my vision. An entire row of trees had moved and bent out of the way to reveal a towering wall. And on the top of the wall were hundreds of elves, each armed with either staves or bows. The staves were glowing in all sorts of colors, some green, some yellow, others blue. Circe, Fane screamed, snapping me out of my daze. A desperate scream tore out from my throat as I ignited every ounce of mana I had left through my crest. My vision blurred and I fell to my side, but I didn't care. I knew it had worked. Every imprint I had left in the forest was now connected and displayed to every sentry waiting outside the forest. I had created the trail for our army. I managed to crack a smile as I faced the wave of spells and arrows almost upon us. I hoped they could see me my expression so they'd know, and number 8230, even this damned forest won't keep you safe anymore. The Alacrian army is coming for you. Chapter 214, Welcoming Gift. Arthur Leywin, we need to go warn the others, Tess stressed, mana enveloping her body as she prepared to jump off the cliff. I grabbed her wrist. I'll warn everyone, you need to go get your teammates. You have a mission. That beast horde is more than a day early, Art. The people here aren't prepared for this. I should stay, and that's what I'm here for, Tess, I cut in firmly. You have your orders from your commanding captain. I won't go as far as to order you to leave, but if things are looking bad here, I suspect the troops requesting for backup in Lenoir might be having it worse. There was a tense moment of silence. Tess' brows furrowed and her jaws tightened in frustration, but she finally relented. Fine, I'll gather my team and report to Captain Jesmia before leaving. Good. Even if you are at an advantage in the forest, be careful, I replied with a gentle smile. That's what I wanted to say, dummy, she said before grabbing me by the scruff of my mantle and pulling me into a kiss. As she let go and walked toward the edge of the cliff, I found myself subconsciously touching my own lips in a daze. Tess smiled at me, her flushed cheeks betraying her bold move. Tugging on the chain of her leaf charm, she locked gazes with me. Remember the promise. I smiled back, all too aware of how hot my face had become. I promise, I replied, holding up my half of the charm dangling around my neck. And like that, Tess jumped off the cliff, sailing down like an emerald comet. I watched her go while convincing myself that what I said to her was for the best. I didn't want her to stay here. Even if she was one of the few mages in this continent that wouldn't slow me down, I knew that I wouldn't be able to go all out without worrying about her. At least in the Elshire forest, she'd only have to be careful of stragglers lost in an environment that she could freely navigate through. It's for the best, Arthur, I mumbled to myself. After a moment, I reached out to Sylvie and informed her of the situation before leaping off the cliff. Despite the bombshell that was thrown, the people of the wall handled the news rather well. That didn't mean they didn't panic, but with the tight leadership and the fact that most of the people present were either trained soldiers or veteran adventurers, they were quick to adapt. Trotius was especially quick to think on his feet. Quickly gathering the mercenary adventurers, he assigned them to help out at different parts of the walls that needed fortification. Workers continued their efforts inside the underground routes leading out from the wall with the help of some of the soldiers. Jesmia immediately sent out orders for each of the units making up her Trailblazer division to be dispatched into appropriate positions in preparation for the horde. The Bulwark Division, composed of a bit less than 2,000 soldiers, had complete confidence and trust in their captain. Perhaps it was because we were on the defense and had the massive wall to protect us, but even knowing that they were vastly outnumbered, they were ready to march outside the wall without hesitation. In the span of an hour, archers and conjurers were positioned on every floor of the wall behind arrow slits. Melee troops, both warriors and augmenters alike, were being filed into formation just behind the entrance leading out into the beast glades, prepared to advance into battle against the approaching beast horde. As for myself, I waited inside the meeting tent with Sylvie. Trotius was buried behind several stacks of paper on his desk, leaving me with a blissful few moments of peace as I checked the contents of my dimension ring. The only useful thing I had in it was Dawn's Ballad, cracked and broken but still better than any other weapons I'd used. I took it out, inspecting the cracks and splinters scattered across the translucent teal blade. I really wish this damn weapon inside my hand would manifest already, I cursed in my head. Now would be as good a time as any, Sylvie agreed. General, please reconsider, allow us to accompany you, Gavik's deep voice resounded. I looked at the burly adventurer and the curly-haired mage beside him. As I said before, your job will be to support the troops here. Callum spoke up, frustration evident in his voice. Commander Virion had personally picked the two of us to assist you in battle, if something were to happen after sending you by yourself. I'm not looking down on you two, but the chances of something happening to me and Sylvie only increases if you two come with us, I stated, not taking my eyes off Dawn's Ballad. Please excuse the intrusion. Father, I brought the weapons you asked for, a clear voice rang. I looked up to see a tall woman with bright red eyes and dark skin that seemed even darker with the splotches of soot. In her toned arms were two swords, one longer than the other. "Ah, come in, Senor," Trodius waved the woman over, a rare smile on his face. "Arthur, this is Senor Flamesworth, my daughter and the master blacksmith of the wall." Tess had referred to a little girl's master as Senor back when we were touring the wall together. Tess even seemed to have a good relationship with her, but even so, the very mention of the word daughter coming from Trodius' lips annoyed me. Memories of Jasmine as she told me her life story resurfaced, leaving a bad taste in my mouth. Still, I kept my personal feelings of the senior captain down and introduced myself to the woman. "Arthur Leywin, pleasure to meet you," I said, sheathing Dawn's ballad. "Senor here is one of the finest blacksmiths in Sapin, on par with even the master smiths of Darv due of her excellent control and implementation of fire magic during the forging process," Trodius boasted. "Your anger is leaking onto me," Sylvie conveyed gently. "I can't help it." "I heard from Tesha that you prefer thinner blades," Senor said as she handed me the longer of the two swords. "I'm sure it's nowhere near the same level compared to your weapon, but my father informed me that you'll be in battle for an extended period of time. Having multiple backup weapons won't do you any harm." "Thank you," I replied, drawing the sword from its unadorned steel scabbard. With a sharp ring, a pale gold blade about the width of 3 fingers came into view. After testing its balance with a few swings, I began channeling mana into the blade. The thin sword hummed as fire, wind, water, and earth all began to swirl around the blade in harmony. I continued injecting mana into the sword until I could see the blade beginning to deteriorate. "Not bad. I think it'll suffice," I mustered, expunging the magic surrounding the new sword and putting it back into its sheath. Senor couldn't hide the disappointment in her face as she accepted my words with a bow. "I'm honored." Putting the longer sword into my ring and fastening the shorter one onto my hip alongside Dawn's ballad, I turned to Trodius. "Have the ground troops ready to advance as soon as I leave." "I'm aware of the plan, General." "Don't worry about us and come back in one piece," Trodius replied. "We'll be waiting for the signal." Without another word, I walked past Senor Flamesworth and stepped out of the tent, only to be met with a thunderous cheer. Around us were soldiers, merchants, and adventurers alike clapping and roaring my name. "Your presence is what is holding this wall together, General," Trodius said as he stepped just behind me. It was overwhelming, to say the least. But rather than feeling joy or pride at being the center of attention, I was overcome with horror because within the crowd I spotted my father. He wasn't supposed to be here. If they were down here, that meant the rest of the Twin Horns were somewhere around here as well. No, they were supposed to be in Black Bend City away from this battle. Sylvie squeezed my hand. "Arthur, everyone is watching." I didn't care. I wanted to run to my father right now and tell him to leave with Mother and the Twin Horns who were surely here. But I couldn't. One look from my father stopped me in my tracks. The man who had raised me alongside Alice stood amongst the unit of soldiers that would be fighting outside the protection of the wall. He had such a determined expression that, even as a general, I couldn't dare stop him. I feared that if I stopped him and everyone here, they would never forgive me. "It's okay, Arthur. If everything goes to plan, most of these soldiers will make it out alive, and your dad is one of the stronger ones out of them," I said, hoping to calm myself down. Swallowing the angst and the dread building up inside me, I saluted the crowd, locking gazes with my father. He saluted back, and despite the fight that we had not long ago, he smiled at me. I exchanged glances with Sylvie, and with a nod, she shifted into her draconic form. This spurred on another wave of cheers as I got on. My hands were trembling as I finally felt the gravity of the situation. I had brought my sister here. My parents were here as well as the Twin Horns. They, as well as the lives of everyone here cheering, depended on me. "You're not alone, Arthur," Sylvie said as she spread her obsidian wings. "Nothing has changed from when you made the decision to bring Ellie along." She was right. Despite the beast horde arriving a day earlier, the preparations had been made on time. Both my mom and sister had the Phoenix Worm pendants to keep them safe, and I had even given Ellie a transmission scroll to reach out to me. But even then, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Was it because of the promise I had made with Tess? The pendant hanging around my neck seemed to weigh down on me, but it wasn't just that. The timing of everything happening seemed off. "Focus, Arthur, you're going into battle." Gripping the spikes on Sylvie's neck, I muttered, "Let's go." My bond reeled her head back and let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire ground. Some of the merchants stumbled and fell to the ground, but it only rose the morale as the crowd responded back with a cheer of their own. We ascended with a single beat from Sylvie's broad wings, clearing the height of the wall in just a few seconds. I had a view of both the approaching beast horde as well as the people below us that we were responsible to protect. "Are you ready?" Sylvie asked, her excitement flooding into me. "Not as ready as you are," I sent back with a chuckle. Sylvie's laughter rang in my head before the world around us turned into a blur. With her seal released, every inch of her body was brimming with power. Each stroke of her wings made gales behind us until we were soon approaching the army of beasts. With mana-enhanced vision, I could make out the Alacrian mages scattered within the beast horde, riding the larger beasts. How about we send them a little welcoming gift, I suggested. My thoughts exactly, she responded, arching her wings to hover. Space began to distort as mana gathered into Sylvie's open maw. A golden-white sphere formed and grew larger with every passing breath until it was even larger than me. The sphere erupted into a beam of pure mana. There was no sound to be heard from the attack, only pure destruction as the blow marked the start of the battle. Chapter 215, 2 versus an army. I watched as the hole that had been formed from Sylvie's attack slowly disappeared, covered by the sea of mana beasts steadily marching toward the wall. Despite the devastation the blast had caused, any signs of the damage had soon become swept away. Sylvie released another blast of mana, but this time several shields compounded upon one another, taking the brunt of the attack before shattering layer by layer. Looks like we won't be able to comfortably just rain spells down on them, I mused. We would run out of mana long before even making a dent anyway, Sylvie responded. After you, she transmitted, giving me a toothy grin. Try to keep up, I sent back. Falling headfirst from several thousand feet in the air into an army of magical beasts should have normally caused some sort of fear or anxiety. But that wasn't the case. My heart beat against my ribcage not out of fear but excitement. As if feeding off my emotions, mana flooded out into my body as I continued my plunge. Wind gathered around me, swirling and condensing as I collided into the center of the beast horde. The layers of wind surrounding me burst into an explosion of gales, shredding and pushing away the hundreds of beasts caught in the blast. I stood up in the center of the crater I had created as thousands of monstrous eyes glared down at me from above. There was a breath of silence as I waited with Dawn's ballad in my hand. Mana surged around me, itching to let loose. That's when the first battle cry was unleashed. It came from a bipedal canine that appeared at least 3 times my height with claws and fangs that glowed menacingly. It let loose a howl that spurred the others surrounding me, as if waking them up from their stupor. The zombie-like mana beasts that seemed almost drugged all spurred to life in a concert of cries, roars, and jarring screeches. But piercing through the cries of the corrupted mana beasts was the thunderous roar of my bond as she landed. She immediately ripped out the bipedal canine's throat with her fangs and slammed 4 other mana beasts with a swipe of her tail. Try to keep up, Sylvie mocked as she continued tearing her way through the ocean of beasts. With a chortle, I leaped out of the crater and on top of a reptilian mana beast with 3 tails. Before the beast could even make a sound, its head was already cleanly separated from its body, and I was onto the next beast. Disoriented and furious at our arrival, the mana beasts clumped together as they all tried to get their claws, talons, or paws on me. I constantly used wind magic to create space for me to swing my sword. For some time, I limited my mana, using my battle prowess accumulated through my 2 lifetimes and Dawn's ballad to cut down the enemies that never ended. Killing one beast meant that 2 or 3 replaced it, but we had prepared for this. After all, this wasn't a battle I was supposed to win. This was a battle of attrition. In the chaos of battle where dozens of razor-sharp fangs and talons swiped at you from all directions, there was no time to communicate with each other. Sylvie and I relied on reading each other's mental state in case one of us needed help. Time crawled, or was it that time was flying by? It was impossible to tell as the debris from the battle had long since covered the sky. Swallowing my impatience, I limited mana usage to body strengthening and weapon augmentation as Dawn's ballad drew crescents of teal in debris-filled land. A pack of wolves, each the size of Boo, carefully circled around me. Other mana beasts cleared the way, obviously fearful of the creatures clad in lightning. These ones seemed to have some brains, I thought. It was obvious by their murky black pelts that the wolves had been corrupted, but unlike the other beasts that had marched mindlessly toward the wall, these ones remained alert and kept their formation. The one leading the pack, a larger wolf with a spikier mane and horn, let out a bark, and instantly the 12 others pounced at me with crackling thunder glowing their surroundings. Rather than waste energy dodging and killing them one by one, I cast 12 spikes of earth from the ground with the stomp of my feet. The thunder wolves were skewered mid-leap, giving me the leisure to go after the leader that had managed to dodge my spell. Baring its teeth as tendrils of electricity gathered around him, the leader attacked. I dodged its mid-air slash, but the lightning surrounding its claws struck me in the shoulder. More annoyed than in pain, I shrugged off the wound that had been mostly blocked by my aura and stabbed the wolf. However, the tip of my teal sword had long since been broken, and was unable to pierce through the wolf's thick mana-imbued fur. Imbuing mana into Dawn's ballad and condensing it into a sharp point, I dashed forward and struck again. Blood was drawn this time and the Thunder Wolf struggled to get back up, but there was no time to celebrate my little victory. Almost immediately, a flock of bat-winged birds swooped down with their sharp metal beaks homed in on me. Putting Dawn's ballad back into my ring, I spread a blast of lightning into the air. The metal beaks dropped like flies, their wings still spasming from the shock as I quickly moved onto my next list of never-ending targets in sight. Despite our competitive banter earlier, Sylvie remained close as she continued to fight the onslaught of mana beasts. She fought with her wings tucked in, a flurry of claws and fangs as she dyed the ground in crimson. Sylvie's voice rang in my mind. Arthur, these beasts seem off. Most of them aren't even retaliating and just keep marching toward the wall. Only some of the stronger ones and their packs are actually putting up a fight. I feel it too. I'm not sure what the Alacrians did. They must be controlling the beasts to get to the wall no matter what, I replied, continuing to kill as many mana beasts as I could. Giving my limbs, heavy from slashing through the tough hides and exoskeletons of the mana beasts, some reprieve, I began casting more spells. Spheres of fire, water, and lightning orbited around me, burning, slashing, and electrocuting beasts that came close enough while I cast spell after spell. The terrain had become a domain of all elements. Some parts of the ground had become scorched, with corpses still in flames, while other parts of the ground had become a garden of stone and ice spikes. The metallic odor of fresh blood alongside the smell of burning fur and flesh mingled in the air, causing the devastated landscape to be even more unbearable to endure. Navigating around the remains of my own spells and the corpses of fallen mana beasts, some of which were about the size of a small house, had become another challenge. However, the turning point was when the S-class mana beasts began coming. The first one was a humanoid feline just twice my height made of pure muscle, fur, and claws. Its speed and agility was on par with Cordry, my martial arts master from Ephiatus. However, its major flaw was that it relied on only its speed, its attacks leaving it wide open. Come on, I barked, dodging its clawed kick while nicking its neck. Blood rushed to my head, drowning out everything other than the opponent in front of me. The beast that had the ability to kill its victims long before they could even fear it hissed and dashed toward me. Its muscular hind legs left imprints on the hard ground, its body barely visible, but its attacks were linear. Thunderclap impulse, I murmured as the sensation of electricity coursing through my body left me even more focused. Withdrawing my teal sword once more marked the beginning of our second round. The world around us blurred as I relished the battle. Each swipe of its mana-infused claws left deep gashes in the earth and oftentimes mana beasts nearby. Each failed attack of the S-class feline was a successful attack of mine, as Dawn's ballad left its mark on the beast's elegantly striped fur. I had almost forgotten my objective as I dominated the S-class mana beast even without relying on Realmheart physique. My legs ached from old wounds and the scratches left by the S-class beast stung, but I was in much better shape than the panting oversized cat. Heaving for breath and blood matting down its fur, the S-class beast warily backed away. It didn't even manage to take 4 steps before I caught up and slashed its neck. Picking the dead S-class beast by the scruff of its neck, I let out a roar. The mana beasts around me, no matter how deranged and feral they had become due to the Alacrians corrupting them, began to tremble in fear. It would be easy to say that this is what war did to everyone. Part of it was true, fighting countless beasts slowly turned me into a beast myself. However, another part of it was that I enjoyed it. Being surrounded by death, yet never being able to kill freely myself might have had something to do with it. The countless duels I had fought in my previous life had all been supervised and restricted by rules and laws. Here it was different. Arthur, don't lose yourself. Remember that this is a battle to protect, not a battle to kill. Sylvie's words were like water splashed to my face. I had indeed lost myself, high on the freedom to wreak havoc. I had acted like a wild beast let loose from its cage. Finally sober, I could feel the aches and wounds I hadn't even realized existed began to take their toll. That's when I felt the next one. Before I could even see or hear it, I felt it. Even amongst the drone of countless mana beasts marching, the footsteps of the particular mana beast shook the earth. It didn't take long for me to see the towering monstrosity that trampled its fellow corrupted beasts like they were insects. Even as it stood on 4 legs, it was about 3 stories tall and every inch of its body was covered in a metallic hide. Spikes sprouted along its spine, and at the end of its trunk-like snout was a dented metal orb the size of Sylvie's head. "Do you need help?" Sylvie asked, sensing my fear as I watched the colossal beast advance. "Not yet," I conveyed, putting Dawn's ballad back into my ring. I threw out an arc of lightning at the beast, but it didn't even flinch as it continued making its way toward me. It swung its snout like a flail, bludgeoning mana beasts left and right. The mana beasts fortunate enough to evade its snout were soon trampled by its thick hooves as it charged at me. That's when I saw him, a human. The Alacrian mage, who had been riding between 2 of the spikes on the S-class beast's back, was desperately holding on for his life. At this distance, it was easy to tell that this was not part of the plan. That's when it clicked. The weaker mana beasts appearing almost sedated and mostly ignoring Sylvie, and I even as we killed them. The higher-tiered mana beasts seemingly possessing their own will even against the Lacrian's struggles. A plan began to bloom in my head as I watched a Lacrian mage struggle with what appeared to be a black stone in his hand. I cast a ball of fire at the towering beast, hitting its face. The flaming sphere splashed across its metallic hide without so much as a mark, but it did its job. The beast bellowed and raised its front legs in anger. The Alacrian mage was barely able to hold on, but the mammoth beast didn't stop there. Making it its life goal to flatten me with its flail-like snout, the beast charged relentlessly. I, on the other hand, continued throwing spells just barely strong enough to annoy it while flying through the beast horde. The mammoth beast created a path paved in decimation and crushed corpses as it continued to chase me. I used every creative method my brain could think of in order to get the beast as furious as possible while slowly whittling it down. I drove earthen spikes into its hooves, I layered the ground in ice so that it'd slip, but my half-assed spells weren't doing anything. Fire seemed to work best in annoying the beast, but when I shot another spell at it, a translucent shield flickered in its path, blocking my spell before it could hit. "I need your help now, Sylvie," I sent leisurely as I led the beast to where I could sense Sylvie was fighting. "Wow, how did you make it so angry?" she replied, leaping into the air with a beat of her wings. "Pin the beast down for as long as you can," I instructed. With a mental confirmation, Sylvie flew up into the sky before dropping back down in a nosedive. "Keep it steady," she transmitted, showing the general range she'd be able to land. Clearing the beasts around me with a gust of wind, I waited as the mammoth beast rushed toward me. Taking a deep breath, I waited for the moment just when the beast's front legs were about to touch the ground as it charged. Precision, timing, and distance compounded made the spell that much harder, but as a white core mage it felt natural, as if I was shaping clay. At my behest, the ground just below the beast's front feet splintered, sending the beast crashing on the ground. However, with the speed it had built up, its momentum continued to carry the beast and the mage riding on its back toward me. Pummeling through every earthen wall I had conjured in its path until it was only a few yards away, I cursed in frustration. Damn it, no choice. Preparing my mind and body for the toll about to come, I waited until just before the beast was close enough before I activated Static Void. With my control over both Etha and Mana making leaps and bounds during my ascent into the white core stage, I confined the time-pausing Mana art into just the beast and the mage. Even with the reduced range, the sheer size of the beast made my Mana core protest. However, I persisted, biding time right up until Sylvie was about to crash into the beast. "Now," she screamed mentally. I immediately released Static Void and leaped out of the way, almost crashing into the open jaw of a reptilian mana beast. The force of Sylvie's descent onto the beast sent a shockwave of wind and debris all around them. If I hadn't erected a stone wall from the ground, I would have gotten blown away along with all the other beasts in the vicinity. With no time to rest, I dashed toward the mammoth beast that was dazed but still alive and struggling to get out of Sylvie's grasp. "Don't kill it yet," I said to my bond. "I'm not confident I even can. Its hide isn't as strong as my scales, but it's a lot thicker." Leaping up on top of the beast's back, I picked up the unconscious mage and threw him on the ground. The oblong black stone fell from his grasp. After picking it up, I formed an ice spike in my hand and drove it into the mage's thigh. The Alacrian, surprised at first to be awake and seeing me, quickly succumbed to the searing pain radiating out of his bleeding thigh. Before he could even get the chance to speak, I held the black stone to his face. "Does this control the mana beasts?" His eyes widened and he made a desperate swipe at the stone. I conjured a stone nail, impaling his hand to the ground. He let out another scream, and the mana beasts that smelled the blood of prey began drawing closer. "Hurry, I can't keep him still for much longer," Sylvie conveyed. I was about to ask again when I realized that the mage was about to bite off his own tongue. Quickly, I held down his tongue, burning and searing his wound. The mage let out another muffled wail before I froze his mouth shut. "What is up with you Alacrians and killing yourself?" I sighed. "Well, if you won't tell me, I might as well find out myself." The oblong stone wouldn't react with any type of mana or even ether, so I did the only other thing I knew. I crushed it in my hand. Chapter 216, Battlefield. The mage stared at me with panic-stricken eyes as the crumbled fragments of the black stone fell from my grasp. There was a tense moment as I waited for something to happen amidst the war zone besides the already ensued chaos raging on. Suddenly, as if a switch had been turned on, every mana beast in the vicinity seemed to have become provoked by my action. The once glazed and lifeless eyes of the mana beasts now burned with fury. It wasn't just at me, though. The mana beasts began growling and hissing at each other, bearing fangs, claws, and horns at one another. It didn't take long for hell to break loose. Beasts pounced on one another without even a semblance of sanity left amongst them. They leaped at me with reckless abandon, often getting caught by one another in the process. Quickly drawing the two swords I had received from the Flamesworth blacksmith, I turned into a flurry of blades. I slashed and stabbed at the vitals of the mana beasts that attacked me until a mound of bloody carcasses accumulated beneath my feet. However, despite the massacre that befell those who came close, the mana beasts continued to attack and throw their lives away as if possessed. Arthur, I can't hold on anymore. Sylvie's struggling voice pierced through my mind. I turned back to see the mammoth beast break free. Eyes locked on me as he pawed the ground in preparation to charge, while the pile of corpses continued to grow. However, I didn't fail to notice the subtle difference in the mammoth beast's behavior. The way the beast glared down at me still indicated rage, but the very targeted, threatening act of scruffing the ground showed some level of intelligence. It showed that it wasn't thinking of blindly charging like before, but waiting for me to react somehow to its act of aggression. As for me, rather than having the luxury to react to the mammoth beast, I was occupied by the never-ending mana beasts that seemed hellbent on ripping my limbs off. Enough, I roared, releasing every ounce of murderous intent I had pent up over time. To the naked eye, nothing had changed, but for anyone that had an ounce of sense, they felt it. Even the beasts, as deranged as they were, froze in their tracks and began trembling out of instinct. This may not have worked while they were in their stupor moments ago, but now the beasts around me shrank back out of fear while some of the weaker ones even collapsed. With finally some space to breathe, I took a step toward the mammoth beast. A path opened up as I walked, the mana beasts unable to bear being too close. I locked eyes with the colossal S-class monster that stuck out above the sea of mana beasts wreaking havoc amongst one another, directing the entirety of my unabated bloodlust. It was a primitive thing to do, much like flexing your muscles in front of your opponent to discourage them, but it did its job. The colossal monster broke eye contact with me, its body slackening. Finally, with a mournful bellow, the S-class beast turned and left, trampling smaller mana beasts with each step. It's been a while since I felt your bloodlust. A good reminder not to tease you too much, Sylvie said as she joined me at my side. I cracked a smile before replying. It seems to only work on the more intelligent and powerful beasts, though. The mana beasts that had been temporarily paralyzed by my intent had quickly broken free and resumed their mauling spree. Turning around, I saw the Alacrian mage. Despite being bloody and incapacitated, he was still alive. None of the beasts seemed to even want to go near him. Seeing how the crazed beast acted, it couldn't have been out of pity or even out of loyalty to their supposed master. Now, I peered down at the frightened mage. I wonder how you're still alive. Sylvie craned her neck and began sniffing at the mage I had nailed to the ground. I'm not sure if it has anything to do with it, but there's a rather repulsive stench coming from this human. The Alacrian mage let out a muffled whimper as my bond bared her fangs at him, but there was little else he could do. As I contemplated whether to take the mage in for questioning or killing him on the spot and continue whittling down enemy numbers, the mage let out a slightly more coherent sound. Ah hell ooh, he muttered through the melting ice binding his mouth shut. Exchanging glances with Sylvie, I melted the ice around his lower face. Speak. Any useless words and I'll kill you on the spot. I'll tell you why they won't attack me, just promise you'll let me live. I let the tip of my new sword rest on the mage's mouth, just barely nicking the corner of his lips. I hate making promises I know I won't keep. Tears rolled down the mage's cheeks as he glared daggers at me. Then why should I tell you anything? The dirt and blood on his face did little to mask how young the enemy was, but it would be sloppy to show mercy. I pushed the blade just a little deeper. The mage let out a pained cry. Because a quick painless death is better than a long painful one. Using fire magic to heat the blade of my sword, I pressed it against the mage's cheek. While the mana beasts around us were creating havoc, the majority of the beast horde was still making its way toward the wall. I couldn't waste too much time on this. All right. Please just stop, he screamed, stretching his head as far away from my sword as his neck would take him. We have a serum that the corrupted beasts can't stand during their frenzied state. Where did you get it? Who else has this serum? The Alacrian shook his head vigorously. I really don't know this. I just know it's precious, so everyone who even gets it only gets a little bit of it to spray on themselves. With a terse nod, I stabbed my sword down into the Alacrian mage's heart. The young mage's eyes bulged, but what surprised me was his lips that curved up into a smirk. It's useless, even if you know, he sputtered, blood leaking out of his mouth. Long. Live, unable to even finish his sentence, the mage fell unconscious from the shock. He'd most likely die within a few minutes painlessly in his sleep. I pulled out my sword with a quick jerk and moved on. There was a lot more work to be done. I spent the next hours on the ground, hacking, stabbing, and shooting mana beasts with swords and spells. My guidance under Cordry had honed my body to last for days with the help of mana arts and martial technique. There was no wasted effort in my movements and attacks as mana beasts, whether in a stupor or in their frenzied state, fell lifelessly beside me. Even the time spent training with Catheln, Hester, Boond, and Camus bore fruit. Having experience battling against multiple opponents really helped knowing how to best react to the unceasing waves of mana beasts, some of which were even able to cast long-distance magic without overexerting my mana. Coupled with the mana measuring discs that Emily had tested out on me, I was able to limit the strength of my spells to its utmost efficiency. "How's everything on your end, Sylvie?" I asked while letting out a grunt. I pulled my lightning-clad sword out from inside a giant mana beast scorched eye socket. Much like the S-class mammoth beast I had scared off earlier, this one had a hide strong enough to put a chip in my new sword. The beast crashed into the ground, flattening a few unfortunate mana beasts below it. Its lifeless body still crackled with arcs of lightning while its limbs spasmed. "A bit tired, I'll admit, but I'm fine," she responded, her mental voice clear even from the distance between us. "Tired already? It's only been like 4 hours of non-stop fighting," I teased, stabbing and pulling my sword out from the ribcage of a large primate mana beast. The short sword I had received as a set with my longer sword quickly became unusable, leaving me with only Dawn's Ballad and my thin longsword that had already grown dull. While the two of us continued our onslaught, my main focus had shifted to finding the other Alacrian mages. The serum that the enemy mage had told me about, capable of basically concealing the user from corrupted beasts, was an enticing bounty, and I already knew what to use it for. However, even after the hours of searching, our efforts were fruitless. Just the sheer number of mana beasts alone made it almost impossible to even distinguish larger mana beasts, let alone a human. "Damn it," I cursed, thrusting both my blades into the thick neck of a reptilian mana beast. "We're running out of time." "The wall is getting closer, Arthur. The conjurers and archers will be in range to attack soon." "It'll be even harder to find the enemy mages then," Sylvie informed. "You're right. And once the beast horde reaches the wall and the trap that everyone set up activates, it'll be impossible to find them," I responded back as I slashed through another pack of frenzied canine beasts. "What do you suggest?" my bond asked as she fought her way through the hordes of beasts between us to get to me. "There's no choice but to rely on Realmheart to search for the mages." There was a moment of silence in our minds as I felt Sylvie think over her next words. "I want to keep your family safe as well, Arthur, but is it wise to deviate from your obligations as a general and lance? Using Realmheart will take a big toll on you, and even then, we run the risk of it being for nothing." Gritting my teeth, I jumped up on Sylvie's back. Memories of my fight with my parents during my last trip to the wall flooded out of my mind and into my bonds. It was faster letting her know this way than trying to explain. "It's not wise, Sylv, I know that, but please, just for a little bit. I need to be able to tell myself that I'm giving my all to keep my family safe, and finding a serum might just do that. Assuming everything went according to plan, we'd have to sacrifice parts of the wall and the underground routes, and it'd be much safer for our melee troops to fight. But even then, with so many people I cared about participating in this battle, it was impossible to not be anxious and afraid for them." "I understand," Sylvie sent empathetically as her powerful wings beat down. With a blast of wind, the two of us soared up into the sky, shooting past any of the aerial mana beasts before they could even react. "I'm going to be relying on you to fight off any mana beasts while I focus on searching for the mages," I said aloud. Taking a deep breath, I ignited Sylvia's beast will from deep within my mana core and let its power flow freely out into my body. I felt the physical changes to my body as the warm surge of power filled me from the inside. Long white bangs obstructed my view while the runes covering my body and extending out to my limbs grew brightly, even through the thick clothes I wore. Soon, my vision turned into shades of gray before flecks of colorful light began emerging out of thin air. No matter how many times I had used this skill, it was breathtaking every single time. No matter how many spells were flung by mages and beasts, it was when I was able to physically see the very substance that made up all magic in the atmosphere that it felt like I had truly fallen into a magical world. "Focus, Arthur. Can you distinguish any of the Alacrian mages?" Sylvie said with a hint of envy. My bond had yet to grasp this ability despite breaking out of the seal that her mother had placed on her before birth. "Not really," I replied, narrowing my gaze to try and pinpoint mana fluctuations that seemed different from the magic that the beasts were able to cast. Sylvie continued flying across the length of the army, avoiding or killing any flying mana beasts that got in her way, while I scoured for any signs of the Alacrian mages hiding amongst them. It wasn't until I pried my gaze from the sight below that I noticed something odd up toward the Elshire forest. "Sylvie, can you take us higher for a minute?" I asked my bond, trying to make out what was happening up north. Sensing my confusion and worry, we immediately ascended until it was impossible to make out the individual mana beasts below us. But as expansive and threatening the beast horde appeared, my focus was on a much bigger threat. It wasn't only the mana fluctuations that seemed to be made up of tens of thousands of mages, it was the trail, a bright trail of mana, leading from the army of what could only be the Alacrians straight to the heart of a Lenoir kingdom. Chapter 217, Decisions Made, Tessaieralith. Darvis stepped up beside me, his knuckles white from gripping his dual axes for dear life. The smug grin that he always wore was nowhere in sight, replaced by furrowed brows and a tense jaw. "This doesn't look good, Tesha." I looked over my shoulder to see Stannard and Caria and the 200-odd soldiers that made up my unit, along with the ragtag squads of elven soldiers that had been placed under my command. Mixed amongst them were civilian elves garbed only in cloth or a leather apron for protection, as well as whatever thin metal they could find and strap on. These were the men that stayed behind to protect their home and their fleeing loved ones. Every one of them wore grim expressions. The soldiers gripped their weapons while the civilians anxiously clenched their kitchen knives and gardening tools as the steady drone of marching grew louder and louder. The once lively elven town just behind us had long since evacuated, but we knew with the many children and elders amongst them, if we fled here, if we couldn't hold out long enough, they would all die. This wasn't a matter of protecting an abandoned town in the outskirts. This battle would determine the momentum in the fight for a Lenoir. My heart pounded against my chest and my knees felt weak. No matter how strong my mana core was, no matter how much I had trained, I felt nothing but fear in this moment. Yet I couldn't show it, I wouldn't. Because then the morale of every one of these people behind me, relying on my strength as not just a mage and warrior but as a leader, would collapse. Holding my feelings in, wearing a mask of confidence and strength, this was my burden. I conjured the wind to carry my voice as I unsheathed my sword, projecting a wave of mana, not only to convey power to my subordinates but also to reassure myself. I spoke. "You all know of the report we received a few hours ago. You all know why we rushed here without rest." I turned around to face my allies despite the fear of leaving my back open to the army approaching. "We're here because of the Alacrian army approaching a Lenoir kingdom. Not everyone here can call this land home, but behind us are the children and elderly fleeing for their lives after being forced to abandon their only home. The enemy marching toward us now will kill them and take over a Lenoir, and if they succeed in this, Sapin will be next." Murmurs of consensus rang throughout the crowd. "Our numbers are few, but I, for one, am honored to be the first line of defense in keeping that from happening," I declared, raising my voice just a notch louder. "Lance Aya, along with every able-bodied elf, are marching down here to aid us as we speak, but the question is this." I held up my sword. "Will you join me in not just fighting this battle, but protecting the weak and helpless from the Alacrians?" There was just a breath of silence where I was afraid my pounding heart would be heard by all of the soldiers in front of me until a roar of cheers and battle cries resounded. At my signal, a line of defense formed around me and the rest of my ranged troops. "Conjurers, archers, ready your weapons." The foreboding thump, 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 thump of the Alacrian soldiers marching grew louder and louder within the dense veil of the fog and trees between us. I pointed my sword forward. "Prepare your attacks." With my heightened senses and familiarity with the Elshire forest, I knew rather than saw as the enemy vanguards came in range. I thrust my weapon, sending out condensed bolts of wind. Fire, an array of colors, dotted my line of sight. Arcs of lightning, blades of wind, blasts of fire, and sharp shards of earth flew toward the enemy alongside dozens of arrows. I held up my sword for everyone to see before signaling another flight of spells and pointed steel. Fire! Another volley of colors rained down on the enemy, still mostly obscured by the forest environment. Shimmers of light shaped like shields and walls deflected or even absorbed our attacks, but that wasn't the only problem. The thick trees and jutting branches of the Elshire forest were against us. "Another flight," Stannard proposed hopefully, gripping his artifact in preparation for another spell. "Ranged spells and arrows won't win this battle." I turned to Vedict, the one in charge of the front line. "Order the warriors and augmenters to break their line for the rest of us." With a nod, the steel-clad elf raised his shield and ran forward, relaying my decree. Gallant soldiers in both leather and metal armor ignited their cores and charged forward into a battle where we stood vastly outnumbered. They vanished from sight into the thick fog, but I could still hear the thunder of their magic-infused charge. Stealing not only by weapon and body but my will, I looked at Stannard, Darvis, and Caria, my closest friends and most trusted aides. None of us said a word, but with our time spent in battles, our gazes long since spoke volumes to each other, and we all seemed to be saying the same thing. "Let's get out of this alive." I reached for the necklace Arthur had given me around my neck. I mustn't cry. Kissing the pendant, I tucked it into my cloak, vowing to keep it and our promise safe. Reaching deep into the pit of my stomach, I let out a guttural cry. "Charge, ALBNTHKLRAS Captain," a concerned voice sounded from my side. Prying my eyes off of the beast horde slowly gaining ground, obscured by the blanket of dust, I looked down at my assistant. "What is it?" Cinder, the well-toned man, who I had trained and groomed since he was just a kid, pointed down toward my hands. I now realized that the reinforced railings built to keep soldiers from accidentally falling off the top of the wall had become bent out of shape. Readjusting my grip, I twisted it back into its proper form before letting go. With a gentle smile, my assistant placed an armored hand on my pauldron. I know it's in your blood to worry and overthink, but look at the mayhem General Arthur is causing to our enemy. We, along with everyone else positioned at the wall, were watching. With how large the enemy army was, it was almost impossible to keep track of where the young lance was within that sea of mana beasts. But every now and then we'd notice the small changes occurring within their ranks, like small nuts and bolts becoming undone, causing the larger pieces to become more unstable. I let out a sharp breath. I know, Cinder, but it just pains me to be standing here twiddling my thumbs while the lance has been tirelessly fighting for hours. Our time will come. No matter how strong the general is, he is only one man. He will need our support soon, my assistant reassured. Now please, Captain, broaden your shoulders and don't let the soldiers see you faltering. Since when did you become all grown up? I teased, smacking Cinder's back and almost throwing him over the edge of the wall. The soldiers around us laughed at our little show. Cinder, nearly killed by his own captain, wasn't as amused, but his expression softened after noticing the atmosphere lightening. I continued making my rounds, walking the length of the wall to make sure everything was in place for when our battle would begin. It wasn't a job that a captain should be doing, but seeing my men and encouraging them when need be was something that helped me as well. These soldiers that I had trained, lectured, and sometimes even sparred with relied on me, and in this moment when we'd be facing an army of beasts much larger in number, they needed my presence. Wes, I'm not seeing you shake, am I? I called out to a middle-aged conjurer gripping his staff. Patting his shoulder, I shot him a smile. After this fight, let's have your wife make us one of her mean crumbled pies, okay? The conjurer let out a laugh, his body visibly relaxing. It's just like you to be thinking of food at a time like this, Captain. Very well, Meryl will be delighted to know that you like her pie that much. I gave him a wink before continuing my stroll. It wasn't much, wave here, a joke there, making a plan for the future, anything to get the soldiers' heads out of the dark hole caused by the looming battle. That's when I saw General Arthur's little sister. Eleanor was her name, if I wasn't mistaken. The little girl was hard to notice with the large mana beast beside her. Stella, the soldier that I had assigned to her, was nowhere in sight, replaced by a dark-haired archer with bright eyes. She seemed to be teaching her the basics of firing from higher ground. Miss Leywin, I greeted. What happened to the soldier I had assigned you? The little girl stiffened into a rather clumsy salute. Ah, yes. Hello, Captain Albenth, I smiled before turning to the woman that was teaching her. And you are? The sharp-eyed woman saluted gracefully. Helen Shard, Captain, my apologies for the confusion. I'm this one's longtime instructor, so I relieved Stella of her duty to watch after her. I see, I smiled. I was relieved that the general's younger sister wasn't the one to shrug off her protector. In that case, I will leave her in your care. Yes, sir, she said, brimming with confidence. Miss Leywin. I turned to face the approaching beast horde that appeared to be getting even larger than I imagined. Do you still feel up for helping us out even after seeing that? Yes. The little girl's expression hardened as she gripped her intricate bow. My brother is fighting out there with only Sylvie to help him. The least I can do with all the training I've been getting is help him and my parents, who are here as well. She couldn't have been older than 12 or 13, yet here she was, with little traces of innocence and youth left. I wanted to ask whether her parents knew she was here and if they would approve, but it wasn't my place to do so. Giving her and the archer named Helen a salute, I continued my walk until I spotted a messenger running toward me. Seeing how hard he was breathing, people would think that he had climbed the entire height of the wall with his bare hands. The messenger dipped his head before speaking to me. Senior Captain Trotius has called for a meeting and has requested your presence immediately. Got it, thank you, I replied before immediately heading to the main tent. By the time I arrived, Captain Jesmia was leaving the tent with a rather particularly sour expression. She bumped my shoulder while muttering a string of curses under her breath. Captain Jesmia, I called out, grabbing the captain's arm. The blonde-haired captain whirled around, her free hand already holding her saber before realizing who I was. Captain Albenth, she nearly spat out while sheathing her sword. Surprised by her venom, I asked her what was going on, only for her to shrug me off with a cold shoulder. Ask Trotius, she hissed before striding away. I opened the entrance to the tent to see Captain Trotius going through some paperwork in that eerily impeccable posture he always had. The captain knew I was here, but he continued on with his work as if to make a statement. This went on for a few minutes before I couldn't wait any longer and cleared my throat. Senior Captain, a raised finger cut me off. The man didn't even look in my direction until he had finally finished whatever it was he was doing, despite the fact that he had sent a messenger for this urgent meeting. Finally, after meticulously filing his papers into 3 even piles, he looked up and locked eyes with me. Captain Albenth. Sir, I saluted, my armor clanging loudly. Have your melee troops prepare to march, he stated. They will be confronting the beast horde in the terms that we dictate. Excuse me, I asked, confused. My apologies, Senior Captain, but it was to my understanding that the melee troops would enter combat only after we've lured a majority of the beast horde into the trap we had. Captain Albenth, the Senior Captain interrupted again. Do you know how many resources we've expended excavating the underground passages for our Trailblazer divisions to safely explore the beast glades? I won't go as far as to weigh the value of lives between the efforts spent on this fortress, but just realize that it doesn't make sense logistically to detonate the underground routes. But sir, I took a step forward only to be met with a blazing glare from Trotius. Taking a step back, I continued. With General Arthur's plan, we'll be able to immobilize the majority of the beast horde. This will give our melee forces a much better chance to sir. As I have stated before, Captain Albenth, I won't go as far as to weigh the value of lives. The senior captain let his sentence trail off, letting me know that was exactly what he was doing. Besides, the lance said it himself, it was only a suggestion. I said nothing at the meeting out of respect for his position, but he's but a boy that's ignorant of war. It'd be in your best interest to realize that as well. Clenching my fists behind my back, I stood silent. Trotius took the silence as my answer and gave me that fake smile that seemed to work so well with the people who didn't truly know him. Good, then we'll have your melee troops advance immediately. You and your troops will do whatever it takes to hold your ground until Jesmia's forces are ordered to come around the flank to assist you. By then, the archers and conjurers in position will be in range to fire freely at their backline. Gritting my teeth in anger, I was barely able to respond with a nod before turning around to leave. Suddenly, Jesmia's mood back when we had run into each other seemed too pleasant after hearing this conversation. Oh, and Captain Albenth, the senior captain called out. I realize that through this the death toll will be higher, but know that our victory will be that much greater for having kept this vital fortress standing after all of this. Arthur Leywin Arthur. My gaze shifted from the wall, barely visible over the dust that hung in the air, back to the site of the Alacrian army well within the forest. Arthur, Sylvie's voice rang louder. I don't know, I snapped. I don't know what to do, Sylvie. My role was to stay here to help the forces of the wall defeat this beast horde. Even if all of this was nothing but a diversion, my family and the twin horns were still here. What if something happened to any of them after I had left? On the flip side, what if Tess was in danger? With so many elves stationed around Sapin, it would be almost impossible for a Lenoir to properly defend against an army of that size. I know it's a hard decision, she responded, her soothing voice calming me just a tad. Rest assured that I will support whatever choice you make. The gears in my brain turned tirelessly while I debated. After my emotions had quelled a bit, my logical side stepped in. It reassured me that the traps already set for the beast horde, once they got to the wall, would greatly lower the chances of the melee forces getting killed in combat, let alone a skilled augmenter like my father. Pressed for time as both the beast horde and Alacrian army advanced relentlessly toward their destination, I made my decision. Sylvie, we're going to Elshire Forest. Chapter 218, From Leader to Soldier, TESSIAERALITH. Digging my feet into the ground as I leaped forward, I used a mana vine to pull myself to the nearest enemy mage. The surprised Alacrian didn't even have enough time to turn toward me before my swordstaff sunk deep into his waist. The blood rolled right off as I pulled out my weapon, leaving its pale blade spotless. Tesha, duck! The familiar voice of my teammate rang from behind. I immediately shot back, giving room for Caria to dive down on another Alacrian from the tree she was on. Nice, I shouted back as I released a bolt of wind to knock back an enemy gaining on Stannard. Thank you, he shouted. His artifact had finished charging, unleashing a blast of mana directly at an approaching mob of enemy soldiers. Darvis came into view, his dual axes creating sparks and trails of fire as he cleaved both flesh and steel to support our small conjurer. We can't let them get past this point, I reminded them as Caria flew into action as well, her gauntlets enveloped in thick mana. We can do this, I reassured myself, watching my teammates battle alongside our other unit of mages. Hatchai, one of our new recruits, stood out even from this distance as he stood a head taller than everyone else with his flame-clad fists. Suddenly, a bright beam of ice shot down from a tree nearby. Caria managed to dodge it and Hatchai was barely able to dive out of the way, but a nearby elf from his team wasn't as lucky. Damn it, I cursed, watching as my ally fell. With a mana-infused leap, I landed on the branch that a long-range mage had been perched on. Before she could even let out a noise, a fatal wound had already been made. The body slumped and fell off the tree. Letting out a sharp breath, I surveyed the battlefield below, making sure there weren't any other enemy conjurers in range to hurt my teammates. Instead, what I saw was chaos. With the foliage blending in with the trees and ground as well as the thick blanket of fog ever present, it was hard to tell exactly how many enemies there were and how many of my allies were left. A scream pierced through my ears. It came from nearby. Not knowing whether it was friend or foe that made the pained cry, I whirled toward the source. It was an elf. From the leather apron fashioned clumsily with a metal sheet on the chest, most likely a baking pan, I could tell instantly he was a civilian that had chosen to stay and defend his town. The elf crumpled lifelessly to the ground while a puddle of blood formed around him. The killer was an Alacrian mage that had a spinning ring of wind surrounding his open hands. He wore a proud sneer while trampling over the elf's body. My blood burned with righteous anger at the sight. Landing deftly on the ground, I sprinted toward the enemy, fully intent on removing him from this battle. "Tesha, where are you going?" I heard Darvis' voice behind me. "I'll be right back," I responded, not bothering to turn back. My vision narrowed on the enemy mage as I easily cleared the distance between us, but just as I was about to drive my blade into the unsuspecting enemy mage, a golden pane of light flickered between us. The barrier shattered, but it gave the mage enough time to scurry out of my path. "Sneaky little thing," the enemy mage spat. A chill ran down my spine as I noticed the man's eyes quickly scanning my body as if the armor and cloth I wore was non-existent. He licked his lips while the whirling blades of wind surrounding his hands grew larger. "You're lucky we're in a rush, otherwise I would have taken my time with you." "No," I replied coldly, honing in my killing intent and the first phase of my beast will into the enemy. "You're lucky that I'm in a rush." It wasn't my first time using my beast will, but I had never used it on another person. Regardless, beast or man, the mage knew how outclassed he was. Shield, he screamed as he dashed toward him, reaching past his guard in the blink of an eye. Once again, a golden light flickered into existence, but before it could even fully manifest, the sharp tendrils of mana surrounding me had already pierced several holes into the mage's body. Without thinking, I looked down. My gaze was drawn toward the dead elf beside me. His empty eyes seemed to be looking back at me, blaming me. "I can do this," I repeated through gritted teeth. "Tesha, we need you back," a familiar voice rang nearby. It was Caria facing against a group of Alacrians. Her expression was grim, but she wasn't losing her ground even against 3 enemy mages. "I'll be right there," I shouted before augmenting my sight. I peered through the layer of fog to try and find any of the so-called shields hiding. With my mobility and senses, I had the best chances of knocking down their defenses. Just as I spotted a shield conjuring a panel of light around a group of Alacrians, an enemy mage charged at me. "I don't have time for this." I easily dodged his flame-clad spear and carved a bloody line through his neck when I spotted another ally in need of help. There was a human soldier backed up against a tree, with 2 enemy mages closing in on her. I knew my main job was to reinforce my teammates to stop the Alacrian troops from advancing, but my body moved without thinking. With a flick of my wrist, roots shot up from below the 2 Alacrians, anchoring their feet to the ground. Wind cutter. Compressing the air around my sword staff, I launched a translucent crescent of wind. This time, an earthen wall launched up from the ground. My spell left a scar on the stone shield, but by the time I could get past their defense, the human girl was already on the ground with a frozen spike jutting out from her chest. I cursed inward, angry at myself for being too late. Meanwhile, the enemy mages managed to free themselves from my shackles of roots and prepared their next attack, this time at me. With a manic cry, the mage dashed toward me, his entire right arm enveloped by a lance made of ice. It took a little less than a single thought to command the emerald vines of mana to knock aside his feeble attack and puncture a hole through his stomach and chest. My eyes shifted toward my dead ally that was still leaning against the tree. I cursed again. I needed to take down all of these mages. The more I brought down, the better chances my allies had. That was my duty. I kept my mana usage constantly in check, as the emerald aura surrounding me shot out more translucent vines that whipped, wrapped, and pierced enemies nearby. My thin blade whistled and sang through the air, drawing arcs of enemy blood wherever it landed. Constantly reminding myself that each enemy I eliminated was an ally saved, I persevered and continued fighting. This is the right thing to do. While the forest was a handicap to many, the endless rows of trees worked to my advantage. Not only did I control the emerald vines of mana constantly protecting me, but every tree around me also beckoned to call. "Focus the gray-haired girl," a shout sounded from afar. Seconds later, a condensed beam of fire came into view from the top of a tree. Rather than dodge it and hope none of my allies would get hit by the blast, I waved my sword staff and channeled a spell through the mana-amplifying gem on its hilt. Thick roots from beneath my feet rose from the ground, sacrificing themselves by taking the beam of fire. Thankfully, the fog makes it hard for fires to spread here, I thought as the burned roots withered away. "Head Tesha," a desperate cry rang nearby. I whipped my head back. On the ground just a dozen yards away was Hatchet. The burly man was laying on the ground, his hand desperately reaching out for me just before a stone hammer crushed his head. His arm dropped to the ground, crimson spreading from where the earthen hammer had dropped. "No," I yelled, seething in anger. However, the source of my rage didn't last much longer as a glowing axe promptly separated the Alacrian's head from his neck. Darvis appeared behind the Alacrian's corpse, his eyes fierce. "Are you out of your mind? Why the hell did you break formation and go off on your own like that?" "It's not like that," I retorted. "I was saving our troops." "Yeah," he scoffed. "Well, because of that, Hatchet died. You were supposed to be in position to back him and his team up." I shook my head, my face burning from being blamed. "Why, you don't understand. We all had our positions assigned that you assigned. Because you ran off, two others are critically injured and their right flank is completely exposed." "In what world is that saving our troops?" He cut me off. Before I could respond, Darvis dashed off, taking out his anger on the unfortunate enemies nearby. Snapping out of my daze, I tried going after him when suddenly a searing pain spread from my back. The protective aura from my beast will kept me from toppling over and the damage felt minimal, but it still felt like cold water had been dumped on me. If the attack had been stronger, I could have died. The promise I made to my teammates, the promise I had made with Arthur, would have been broken because I was so caught up in trying to save as many of my troops as I could. "Snap out of it, Tesha. Darvis is right, we need to stay in formation." I made my way back toward my initial position, exerting more mana into the emerald aura protecting me. I mowed my way through the waves of enemy soldiers wielding weapons of steel and conjured elements that attempted to advance forward to my team. Turning into a whirlwind of blade and magic, I fought through, but we were vastly outnumbered. Even after part of their force had broken off toward Elenoir, the difference in numbers were obvious, but I could only hope that General Aya's army would take care of them. "Damn it, why am I not getting closer?" I cursed, trying to find Stannard, Caria, and Darvis. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed since the battle first began, but one thing was painfully clear. I wasn't fit to be a leader. It didn't matter that I was a silver core mage with an S-class beast will. Getting emotional over every ally death I encountered justified that I was incompetent to make rational decisions for the betterment of the whole. The guilt that I felt manifested itself into a voice in my head, constantly reminding me that I was the one that led every one of my allies here to their death. I continued making my way toward my initial position when I finally spotted one of them just a few dozen yards away. "Stannard," I yelled, hoping the conjurer could hear me over the chaos. However, my voice attracted someone else's attention, a person that looked different from the rest of the enemies around me. Cutting me off was a brightly armored human riding on a corrupted wolf-like beast. "He looks like someone important," I convinced myself as I watched his long blonde hair billow, unobstructed by any form of protection on his head. Guards of a different caliber than the rest of the Alacrian soldiers surrounded me, obstructing my path, but as I prepared to confront them, the man spoke. "Leave the girl to me," he asserted. I kept my face impassive as the armor-clad man jumped off his mount and unhurriedly approached me. Even from this distance, I could see that his black armor was a finely crafted suit of both plate and chainmail. Hanging on either side of his waist were two ornate-looking swords embroidered with fine jewels on the hilt. He unsheathed his swords. "As expected of Tesha Iralith, to barely have any wounds. It's an honor to meet you like this." Keeping my sword staff pointed at the man, I cautiously stepped forward. "How do you know my name?" He smiled politely. "You can call me Vernet." The translucent green vines thrashed wildly around me as if portraying my anger. I hated when they talked. It made them seem less like savage enemies that we had to kill. My voice lowered into a threatening growl. "You didn't answer my question." Vernet shrugged as he got into a fighting stance. "Perhaps beating me in combat might make me talk. After all, you Dicathians seem to love interrogation. That's how you want to play it." The hardened soil beneath my feet cracked as I dashed toward the blonde-haired Alacrian, getting in range before he could properly react. Yet as the mana tendrils I shot forth approached the man named Vernet, they slowed drastically, coming to a complete stop before even reaching him. The Alacrian had a smug grin on his face as he used that chance to swing his blade. The attack was fast, but after training under so many elites, it was easily dodgeable. I followed up with my sword this time, only for it to feel as if I was swinging through a thick viscous liquid. By the time my blade reached Vernet's unprotected neck, the speed had diminished so greatly that it couldn't even draw blood. The battle continued, but we were at a stalemate. I was clearly stronger, faster, more adept in combat, but because of his unique variant of defensive water magic, I couldn't land a solid hit. It didn't help that this leader constantly moved around the battlefield. He weaved through other skirmishes, never staying in one place long. "After all your talk, you're scurrying around like a mouse," I spat, unable to keep the venom out of my voice. Vernet let out a laugh. "Why bother butting heads when I'm clearly at a disadvantage?" I launched a crescent of wind in the feeble hope of getting through his defensive aura, but the man didn't dodge, rather, he grabbed a nearby soldier, my soldier, and used him as a shield. The man's chest spurted blood despite his silver chestplate. His eyes, wide with shock, locked onto me before his head drooped lifelessly. "Bastard!" I roared, dashing toward him. The filth of a man threw the body he had used as a shield at me in order to keep his distance. "What good is your position when you're nothing but an infant wearing a shiny badge?" He gloated as he sliced off the leg of another one of my soldiers, purposely leaving him alive and in agony. Shut up, imbuing more mana into my beast will. The emerald vines surged with power, extending up toward the trees and killing two of the long-range Alacrian mages. Using the gap in their offense, I propelled myself toward Vernet. He dodged the vines I threw at him, his smile never wavering as he used one of his own troops to block another one of my attacks. Scurrying further away, he shouted, "You should have kept the tiara on your head, little princess. Leading with a sword doesn't suit you." "Shut up, shut up, shut up," I screamed. Succumbing to my rage, I activated the second stage of my beast will. Suddenly, the world around me turned a hue of green. Sounds of battle became muffled while my body seemed to almost move on its own. Finally, the blonde Alacrian seemed phased. Concern showed on his face, but it was too late. I reached out, and a hand of translucent green held Vernet in a tight grip while the trees around him formed a cage around him. "Call off your troops," I growled, my voice coming out distorted. Vernet coughed out blood from the air getting squeezed out of his lungs. I could feel his ribs cracking through my magic, but a smile blossomed on his face. "Take a look around you, what troops?" For the first time in what seemed like our entire battle, I pried my eyes off the scumbag in my grip and looked around. The battle had moved forward, no, I had been led back. Afar, I could see my troops getting bulldozed without me, more and more of their corpses scattered around the forest floor. Perhaps it was due to my beast will's second stage, but I could clearly see how much the numbers on my side had dwindled. Because of me, because I had prioritized playing to this man's tunes. "I'm happy you think so highly of me, but like yourself, I'm merely a distinguished soldier," he gurgled, blood leaking out from the corners of his mouth. "The difference between us is that I know I'm only pretending to be one." As my vision swam from rage and other indescribable emotions, a piercing pain shot through my chest. I found myself looking up at the forest sky, my body frozen and cold. Vernet's pained but arrogant expression soon came into my view as he looked down on me. What had happened? Another enemy mage. Vernet clicked his tongue in disapproval. My, were you so mad at me that you couldn't even see the mage hiding in the tree straight in your line of sight?" I closed my eyes, waiting to die with nobody to blame but myself. That was when the horn blared from the distance, and when I opened my eyes, Vernet was gone. Replacing him stood General Aya, looking at me with an expression so cold that I half wished that I had died. Chapter 219. Army approaching, Arthur Leywin. Compared to the rate of my thoughts and worries speeding by within my mind, the hours in the sky crawled by. If I wasn't looking back towards the fading sight of the beast army out of sheer guilt that I was leaving the troops, and my family, at the wall behind, I was focusing on the bright path of mana that made a road straight to what I suspected was the heart of a Lenoir kingdom. "What sort of spell is capable of such a thing?" my bond asked as we followed along the path shining even through the thick layer of fog above the forest. "I'm not entirely sure, but seeing as how the trail sort of zigzags around various points leading up north, I don't think it's a single powerful spell, but an accumulation of the same spell creating a path. It was just my speculation, rather, it was my hope. The thought of an enemy mage being able to basically nullify the ambient magic of the forest with a single conjuration scared me. Snapping myself out of the pessimistic thoughts, I urged Sylvie to fly just a bit faster. It was already worrying enough thinking about something happening to my family or one of the twin horns, but thinking of not being able to make it to Tess in time left me trembling in sweat. After about another hour of scouring above the forest, following the crooked path of mana almost palpable even without Realmheart, I finally spotted signs of a battle in the distance. Mana fluctuations were apparent even above the thick canopy of trees below us, but what worried me was the fact that they were old. This meant that the battle had ended, and it was impossible to tell from this distance which side had won. Sensing my shift in emotions, Sylvie dived down closer to the forest, fast approaching the location that I had imprinted into my mind and into her as well. As we approached closer and closer to our destination, however, a figure hovering over the blanket of trees and fog soon caught our attention. What worried me more than his familiar appearance was the fact that he leaked no mana. Compared to the oppressive tidal wave that was Yudo, this man was the eye of a terrible storm, just like his master. Sylvie stopped about a dozen yards away. This time it was her fear and anxiousness that was leaking into me. "Silrit," I greeted the Vritra clad in black armor as he stood in the air, his purple cloak billowing behind him. The retainer dipped his head before responding back with a brusque expression. "Lance." Despite my impatience, I exchanged a glance with Sylvie, who had transformed into her human form. I was at a loss. My instincts urged me to fight him. He was an enemy. But at the same time, the scythe above him had saved my life, and the reason Sylvie and I were able to advance past our respective bottlenecks. Imbuing mana into my voice, I asked hesitantly, "Are we to fight?" "I have been instructed to keep you from advancing further," he replied simply without a single change in his expression. "And if I were to say that I have to advance," I pushed, getting ready to release Realm Heart once again. Silrit's sharp eyes narrowed, but his voice was still calm as he answered. "It is for your benefit, Lance Leywin. My master wishes for you to be in optimal health before the final battle, and partaking in the defense for the Elven Kingdom will make that difficult." "Sarah said this was for my benefit," I blurted. "My master's name isn't something you should speak so casually, human." Silrit's voice didn't change, but a sharp bloodlust surged from him at the mention of the scythe's name. Matching the pressure he emanated, I spoke back, unable to keep the venom out of my voice. "Watch your tone, Silrit. I chose to exchange words with you out of courtesy for your master." "Courtesy?" The Vritra's expression darkened, changing for the first time. "Master Sarah saved your life. I suggest you heed her words and clean up the mess happening in your fortress." My eyes remained locked with his. "We're going to Elenoir. Knowing how to sacrifice is a part of war," Silrit said, still trying to persuade me. "Wasting your efforts here won't help you even if you manage to succeed in defending Elenoir." "You don't think I know that?" I growled, unable to hold back. The wind stilled and the air grew so thick it was almost tangible. Beside me, I could feel the worry from my bond, but at this moment I didn't care. Coming all this way was me already sacrificing the soldiers that would get injured or killed in battle from the beasts that I failed to kill. Who was he to preach about something I'd had to experience for 2 separate lives? The Vritra's brows furrowed in frustration. "Go back, Lance. If you want a chance of saving Dicathen, you should worry about bigger things." I silently approached Silrit. "Move aside, you're mistaken if you think you can keep us both here. A lot has changed since our fight against Udo." Saris' retainer clicked his tongue before holding out his arm. A thick black fog swirled around his outstretched hand, manifesting into a pitch-black greatsword almost twice the owner's height. "Very well. If you insist on fighting, allow me to prove you wrong." "CURTISGLAYDER Lancelor Academy, Calberg City, keep your formations," I barked as I followed closely behind the group of students riding my bond. "Vanguards, keep your shields up. Trust in your mounts to protect your legs. That's it." The 12 students followed the marked path for this particular drill, while the archers a few dozen yards away were already in position to fire. "Release!" I shouted at the archers. A volley of blunted arrows struck the line of students riding clawed equines owned by Lancelor Academy. As practiced, the students shrugged forward on their mounts, raising their shields and using their left knees to help support them against long-range attacks. Some of the students were slow in raising their shields, while others weren't able to augment their bodies in time to withstand the volley of projectiles. Those unfortunate students were knocked off the mana beast they were mounted on and tumbled on the dirt trail. Grodder, my bond, let out a disappointed grunt as he trotted towards the students groaning on the ground. "Tanner, guard, Lear," I called. The 3 students bolted up from the ground and saluted. "Sir," stroking my world lion's deep red mane, I passed by them. "Each of you owes me 20 sets of shield press without using mana." The 3 new recruits' faces blanched at my words. Letting out a sigh, we trailed behind the remaining students still riding their mounts. The practice ran for another 2 hours as we reviewed a few more formations. Eventually, the clawed equines had to recover, bringing the session to a brief rest. "All right, walk your mounts to the lake and take an hour break," I called, hopping off of Grodder. Beneath the 100-year-old tree, I leaned my back against Grodder, enjoying the cool breeze in the shade. One of my favorite things about this school was the fact that it was so close to Mirror Lake. I took out some dried beef and fresh bread from my dimension ring and watched as the students separated into their respective circles of friends. Tanner, Guard, and Lear squatted by the edge of the lake, raising their steel shields above their heads. Some of the other students had already finished their light meals and began sparring with the blunted weapons used for training. As expected of Lancelor students, a familiar voice sounded from behind me. "Even as trainees, they can never stay still." I looked up, not bothering to stange it, and shot the retired knight a smirk. "What does that make me then?" "A lazy fool," he retorted, taking a seat beside me in the grass. I ripped off a chunk of my bread and passed him the side of the old man's favorite broth that I had stored in my ring as well. "A student is only as good as his teacher, Instructor Crow." "Ex-instructor," he scoffed but accepted the snack with a smile. "And it seems like growing up as royalty only taught you how to talk well." The 2 of us sat silently, enjoying the glittering view of the lake. We'd let out a chuckle or a laugh here and there while watching the students make fools of themselves either while sparring or playing in the water. The few girls present were always flocked by the male students doing whatever they could to try and impress their female counterparts. Looking at these youths frolic without a care in the world, it's hard to imagine that we're in the middle of a war, Crow said softly. Definitely, I agreed. Hearing the stories coming from the eastern border of Sapin, I'm frustrated in one sense because I'm not there helping out, but I'm also relieved because I don't think my students are anywhere near ready to face Alacrian soldiers. You know, I remember being pretty discontent when I heard the news of you coming to Lancelor. I remember thinking of you as another spoiled noble that found a position here due to your connections. My former instructor turned his gaze to me. I was wrong about you, Curtis. You were hardworking from day one, and you were happy to hear your mistakes because that gave you room to improve. Not used to hearing compliments from the strict ex-knight, I felt my cheeks starting to flush. Well, being an adequate mage and fighter, it was one thing, but I didn't know anything about teaching. Exactly, so why is it so hard for some of you nobles to admit that you don't know something or you're not good at it? It still baffles me to this day. I let out a chuckle. Think of it as an inferiority complex. Nobles are taught to either have no weakness or if we have one to never show it. That's one good thing about when you're in battle. At that moment when you're one of the countless soldiers in the front line, there is no strategy, the old knight huffed. Is that your excuse for never trying to go into leadership or strategic positions? I smirked. Why you little, Crow hooked me with his arm and began grinding his knuckles on my head while Grotter groaned in protest from being woken up. Okay, I surrender. The two of us continued bickering as we laughed. Despite the rather short time I had come here to teach students, there was an abundance of stories to exchange to one another on a perfect day like this. After the short hour of break time had passed, the two of us got up. Back to the training grounds in full armor within 15 minutes, I yelled. The students stiffened at my voice and scurried back up the hill where we had practice. They listened to you well, Crow commented, smiling as he saw some of the students that he had once taught greeting him with a hurried bow before running up. Their graduations depend on it, I shrugged before patting the old knight on the back. Come on, Instructor Crow, it's time for spear lessons and you're still the best. I'm sure they'd love to learn from you. I may be retired, but I'm still expensive. Think of the bread and broth as payment. Why you little, Crow stopped. He raised his head, peering up at a figure in the sky. Isn't that a messenger? I asked, squinting my eyes to try and see what sort of beast the flying mount was. The beast, along with its rider, descended, landing on the highest balcony on the metal tower. The tall, pointed structure in the shape of a colossal lance was not only the symbol of our academy, but the building where our headmaster resided. That's a blade wing, Crow muttered, his tone serious. There are only a few mages bonded to those beasts. If they were hired as messengers, that means it's serious. I hopped on Grotter and gestured to my former instructor. Let's see what it's about. After passing by my confused students and riding through the paved school grounds, we approached the tall lance-shaped tower. Grotter couldn't fit in the staircase, so we left him with the guards stationed outside before making our way up the tower. Even with Mana, the journey up the spiraling stairs was a bit hard on the old knight, but we made it fast enough to still hear the mutters of conversation going on the other side of the headmaster's door. After the two of us traded glances, I turned the golden handle and opened the door. Seated behind his desk was the giant frame of our headmaster slumped forward with his head buried in his hands. Beside him was the messenger, his expression a mixture of fear and angst. I spoke up. Headmaster Landon, we saw the messenger, and the headmaster raised a hand, not bothering to look up. Gather your students, Instructor Curtis. Better yet, maybe it's best you just make your journey to Calberk now and use their teleportation gate to go back to the castle. I'm not following, sir. What's going on? I shifted my gaze from the headmaster to the messenger. An envoy arrived at Calberk from Ediston this morning, the messenger started, his voice trembling. A watcher flying a few miles off the coast of Ediston spotted roughly 300 Alacrian ships approaching.